Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Horace stood in silence, his gaze fixed on the seat Mordorion had just vacated. That tall, lean figure of his brother seemed still there, studying the chessboard. Where had it gone wrong? Horace had always prided himself on understanding the temperaments of his brothers. Even someone as stubborn as Dorn acknowledged Horace's exceptional talent in social interaction. But why hadn't it worked this time? He mentally retraced every step of their conversation and realized the anomaly had begun when he brought up past mistakes. Then came the sudden withdrawal, the evasiveness, the concealment. Up until that point, everything had been under Horace's control. He had dictated the rhythm. Mordorion had been gradually opening up under his guidance. So what happened? Horace knew the planet Mordorion had landed on was extraordinarily harsh. Could his brother have made some irredeemable mistake there? Perhaps he had led a failed campaign? Or caused the death of a friend through carelessness? Horace could only make speculative guesses. Maybe he'd rushed things. That seemed likely. Dealing with Mordorion might require a slower, gentler approach. Mortarion's abrupt behavior hadn't angered Horace. Instead, it only deepened Horace's resolve to pull his brother back onto the right path. After all, he was both willing and obligated to help his brothers. It was Horace's kindness and also his vanity. A mix of genuine emotion and subtle self-interest, but either way, it led to action. Having reached this conclusion, Horace called Isekai'd and Sejanus into the room. He also ordered the servo-automata to cleanse the lingering toxic mists from the air. Judging by the damage, the tainted chairs and tables would need to be replaced, an unpleasant thought, considering Horace had personally selected that furniture. And then there was that strange matter. Why did his brother add toxins into his own breathing apparatus? The question gnawed at Horace. He found himself more intrigued than ever by Mordorion. When Abaddon and Sejanus entered, Horace casually asked what information they'd gathered from Hades about the Death Guard. Unlike Mordorion, Hades appeared to be quite talkative, even lively in conversation, according to the two Luna Wolves. Horace couldn't help but think that if Mordorion were like that, it would have made their earlier talk so much easier. Deck of the Endurance. Horace now stood awkwardly on the Death Guard's gloomy deck, a little unsure of himself as he looked toward his brother. Mordorion was just a few steps away, his imposing figure cloaked in that ever-present mist. Rows of Death Guard were arrayed in formation behind him, a somber display of military discipline. Yet Horace's instincts warned him there were others hidden in the shadows of the deck, figures Mordorion had quietly deployed. "My brother, what is this about?" Horace asked. The reconnaissance team from Droon had already delivered the latest intelligence, but Horace insisted on discussing tactics face-to-face with his brother. Mordorion, of course, refused repeatedly, but ultimately, unable to out-argue Horace, he reluctantly agreed to the request. The only condition was it had to be on the Endurance. Mordorion had no intention of stepping aboard the vengeful spirit, even though Hades had reassured him multiple times that the Luna Wolves were currently clean. Mordorion still refused to lower his guard. At least not now. He wasn't ready to sit and converse on a ship he couldn't control, one that might fall into damnation at any moment. So here Horace stood, somewhat awkwardly, on the deck of the Death Guard flagship, surrounded by warriors who seemed more like watchful sentinels than a welcoming honor guard. Mordorion made no move to invite him into the strategium. The two Primarchs merely stared at each other across the deck. The wind on the deck was strong. Horace began to realize that Mortarion's personality might be even more difficult to handle than he'd thought. Under normal circumstances, even the good-natured Lupercal might have flown into a rage, feeling deeply insulted by Mortarion's cold reception. But Horace understood that Mortarion's attitude before the misstep had actually been relatively friendly, by his standards. In a way, it had been Horace's failure, his own strategic miscalculation in their dialogue, that had led to this current state. So Horace restrained himself. Then he saw Mordorion slowly, almost reluctantly, walk over to him. "Apologies, my brother." I was indeed a little hasty last time. Mordorion said this unwillingly, but he said it nonetheless. From now on, he would have to engage in necessary diplomatic gestures. He didn't like it. He hated the feeling of deception. Normally, he would have simply refused to engage in conversation at all. At last, the nagging from Hades over the private Vox channel finally ceased. But Horus didn't know any of that. To the War Master, Mortarion's apology was a good sign, the start of something positive. Horus gave a hearty laugh and stepped forward for a welcoming embrace. No. Mordorion stepped back immediately, his right hand instinctively drifting toward the handle of silence. But the Primarch caught himself just in time. That's unnecessary. I appreciate your kindness, brother, I do. Horus made a slightly awkward, palms-out gesture as if to say, fair enough. Sensing that his refusal had been a bit too blunt, Mordorion extended his left hand instead. Welcome aboard the Endurance. Horus gave a knowing smile and took the hand. As expected, Mortarion's grip was cold and rough, like shaking hands with stone. While Horus thought of it as a casual formality, Mordorion treated the moment with great seriousness. Welcome, my brother. Mordorion looked Horus in the eyes. The Lupercal was still good, still trustworthy for now. But only for now. Mordorion would not let the present borrow too much from the uncertain future. Defenses around the Strategium are in place. Hades's voice crackled to life on the private comms. Mordorion breathed quietly for a few seconds, then made his decision. He would bring Horus into the heart of his flagship. Drun. According to the estimates of the accompanying Mechanicum, this is a planet of extremely high productive value. Therefore, in this campaign, we need to avoid using any weapons that might cause permanent regional damage. Horus glanced meaningfully at the toxic fumes swirling around Mordorion. For example, radioactive weapons. Mordorion said nothing. He stood at a subtly measured distance from Horus, a distance Horus would never admit was optimal for a potential fight or flight response. A sense of subdued oppression loomed over the meeting room. Horus attributed it to the Death Guard's particularly gloomy interior decor. The lack of ornamentation, the bone-white and moss-green color scheme, the dim lighting, it all reminded one of a tombstone covered in moss. Each legion's flagship was the best reflection of its culture. The Red Tier, a holy and magnificent haven of art and beauty, home to the Blood Angels. The Macrage's honor, solemn and radiant, hung with Macragian murals for the Ultramarines, or the Hrafnkel, with its wild Fenrisian aesthetic, home to the Space Wolves. Every Primarch ensured their flagship served as a cultural sanctum for nurturing their warriors. And the Endurance? To Horus, it was like Mordorion himself, overly austere, shrouded in the scent of death. Horus could only hope the Death Guard's combat style wasn't equally extreme, but it now seemed that hope was vanishingly small. Little had been disclosed about the Death Guard's first battle. Both Ferrus Manus and Vulcan had chosen silence. As for the joint operation with Perturabo, the Lord of Iron had only offered repeated curses toward Mordorion, providing Horus with no useful insights into the Death Guard's methods. But not this time. After collaborating with the Death Guard once, their entire pattern of warfare would become clear. Aside from the 1st Legion, the Dark Angels, the 6th Legion, the Space Wolves, and the mysterious 20th Legion, Horus had already gained a general understanding of the combat styles of the other legions. One standard Terran month ago, the Imperium received a formal request for surrender from this planet. In response to the Imperium's diplomatic delegation, the planetary ruler chose to join the Imperium and signed a preliminary treaty. Under it, the ruler retained political control, and the Imperium would develop the world into a garden world. I don't believe that under such terms, any human civilization would choose to break the treaty and oppose the Imperium. Mordorion spoke at last. The treaty the Imperium offered this planet was one of the most merciful kinds available. He could not understand why rulers like this always made such foolish decisions. Horus nodded. That's why the Imperium dispatched a reconnaissance team again. Their report concluded that the human population of this planet has been parasitized by some kind of Xenos that possesses psychic powers. Mordorion tightened his grip on his scythe. Xenos and Psychers, he now understood why the Imperium had sent the Death Guard to this region of space. The Death Guard would bring these Xenos the most merciless destruction. Horus motioned to activate the display screen. Soon, the latest intelligence data flickered to life in the dim room, projecting holographic images of the Xenos before the two Primarchs. Hades involuntarily drew a sharp breath. The Xenos looked somewhat like an octopus, but were far more blasphemous. Bloated, slimy tentacles burst from a central fleshy mass. Each tentacle was lined with sharp, fang-like barbs along its back, glowing with an ominous purple light that hinted at venom. ROE. On the front of each tentacle and across the central mass, countless eyes crowded together, twitching and blinking in frantic, chaotic motion. Abominable things, Mordorion said. Horus nodded approvingly. This would be a politically simple campaign. They needed only to defeat these Xenos. In the name of humanity, there would be no complex negotiations, no weeping civilians begging for their homes to be spared. Many times, the Lupercal had to spend time negotiating politically with human empires that had been brought to their knees, which often left the Legion in a rather demoralized state. So Horus was currently in a relatively good mood. He believed that while Mordorion might disagree with some of the Luna Wolves' political tactics, those methods were both necessary and indispensable. For the Emperor. For the Imperium. Horus paused, then continued briefing Mordorion on the basic intelligence collected by the reconnaissance team. While the two Primarchs were busy analyzing the enemy, Hades stared at the Xenos, his scalp tingling. The appearance of these creatures reminded him of unpleasant things from his previous life spent surfing the internet. No, not that kind of thing. Were these Xenos even proper Xenos? Hades wanted to scream in protest, but the thought of what kind of scenes might occur during battle, being wrapped up by tentacles, for instance, left him in utter despair. Looking on the bright side, as Xenos, all they probably want is your life. These Xenos control humans as their psychic puppets. Horus' voice interrupted Hades' attempt to deceive himself. Great. These Xenos are interested in human bodies. Are we really heading into some hentai storyline now? Cough cough. Hades quickly shut down the increasingly inappropriate images forming in his mind and instead tried to recall what he remembered about this campaign from his past life. Unfortunately, his memory contained very little useful information. All he remembered was that the original main force in this campaign was the White Scars, and that the White Scars Stormseer had played a significant role in the victory. 3 legions had participated in the liberation of Drun, the Luna Wolves, the White Scars, and the Death Guard. It was worth noting that in the original battle, Mordorion had been the textbook definition of a terrible teammate. He openly mocked Jagatai Khan's caution as cowardice and criticized his use of the Stormseer. Hold on a second. Where were the White Scars now? Did the Imperium really send one less legion this time? Wasn't the final boss battle only barely won thanks to 3 Primarchs and the Stormseer? Hades silently went into panic mode. If Hades knew that it was his own letter to Malcador that had triggered this chain reaction, he'd swear never to stop Mordorion from swinging his scythe at Malcador again. No, Hades thought weakly. Maybe the White Scars would arrive later as reinforcements. He should try to maintain a positive outlook on the Imperium. So, that's the situation, my brother. Horus finished his briefing and began outlining a preliminary strategy. The strongest warp activity is centered in Drun's main city, Duna. We expect the Xenos leadership to be there. However, we can't land directly on the city's platforms. Some kind of psychic anti-air defense is preventing it. Likewise, orbital bombardment won't be very effective. In addition to the psychic barriers, the old human defense systems are still operational. But we can land on the outskirts. Horus pointed to the flat grasslands on the map. There are warp-based devices there as well, but the good news is they're far weaker than those in the capital. We can use heavy firepower to force a breach. So, my brother, your thoughts? I've heard the Death Guard specialize in this type of warfare. That's why the Imperium sent you. Mordorion glanced subtly in Hades' direction. He knew why they had been sent. But now wasn't the time to explain it. At the very least, he needed to keep silent about the Death Guard Zero Company. The Death Guard could have their exceptions, but they must never let others realize what they were building. Perhaps it's because we're very good at fighting Xenos. Mordorion finally replied, slowly and evenly. +/+. Author's note. Information on Drun is limited, so I've modified the original battle scenario. Originally, it seemed to be a solo show for the White Scars, and only involved ground combat with no orbital action. The circumstances of the Xeno's discovery also seemed odd and not quite reasonable, so I've changed it to make things more coherent. High above the planet's orbit, the bone-white hulls of the Death Guard floated silently in the void, their metallic exteriors glowing faintly with reflected light from the world below. Inside a drop pod specially designed for Astartes, Hades took a deep breath as he waited for the signal from the Luna Wolf's flagship. After deliberation between the two primarchs, they had decided to launch a two-pronged assault from towns flanking the main city at a distance. The town on the far side, where enemy psyker devices were concentrated, would be the target of Hades' small Death Guard detachment, while the main assault on the opposite front would be led by the two primarchs with a mixed force. Hades could still recall what Mordorion had said to him after watching Horus depart. "It's intentional." The primarch had spoken abruptly. "Horus is more interested in what I'm doing, so let's keep his attention on me." Horus had requested that the Luna Wolves reinforce Hades' strike force, but Mordorion had offhandedly dismissed it, saying a frontal assault would suffice. If Hades' unit failed, they could simply retreat. From a purely strategic standpoint, the town behind the city wasn't of much tactical value. The wide grasslands between it and the city appeared flat, but were in truth riddled with swamps. Even if the area were taken, it wouldn't allow heavy armor units to advance effectively. However, given that the psyker devices might be amplifying the enemy's strength, leaving them unchecked didn't seem wise either. In truth, Hades' mission was to eliminate these scattered psyker amplifiers on the plains. As for penetrating the city and linking up with the main force, those involved in the strategic discussions understood this was likely a tacitly acknowledged pretext between the two primarchs. But Hades knew that Mordorion genuinely believed they could breach the city. The primarch had merely acted indifferent to avoid arousing Horus' curiosity. In some ways, Mordorion had skillfully weaponized his reputation as a freak in the eyes of others. It allowed him to avoid trouble and prevented others from digging too deeply into his motives. Naturally, Horus didn't think too much of it, or if he did, he played along. Horus kindly told Mordorion to have faith in his sons and even praised Hades, saying he believed they could take the city. Mordorion paused a moment longer. "But I'll need to bring the Undertakers with me. Our enemies are psykers." Hades blinked in surprise. "I thought you didn't like psykers?" Mordorion slowly blinked as well. I don't trust them either. But aside from you, none of the Death Guard's untouchables can appear in front of Horus. Since most legions have librarians, Horus won't suspect anything. And while I don't trust psykers, I do trust that my sons must never abandon any power that can be used. That was what he said, but when Mordorion came to collect Hugo and the rest of the Zero Company, he still wore an expression like he was pinching his nose in disgust. Hey, at least try to hide your discomfort a little. Hades could see that Hugo visibly deflated from that look. The fleet led by the Luna Wolves had already begun orbital bombardment of the designated landing zone. Lances and macro cannons ignited the void, and at the edge of vision, those sky-piercing beams trembled as they roared into the planet's upper atmosphere, slamming against a vast psychic barrier. Countless dazzling blossoms bloomed where the energy impacted the shield. The bombardment continued. This silent assault would go on until the Luna Wolves tore through the protective sugar shell surrounding Drune. It was like tapping an egg. Hairline cracks had begun to form in the shell. Alpha 03 mission commencing. Horus' voice rang out across the comms channel. Hades could feel the ship he was aboard shudder violently as the Death Guard fleet commenced its own bombardment of the target. While the Death Guard's guns roared to life, the already penetrated defenses on the opposite front allowed the Luna Wolves to begin deploying their air power. Thunderhawks screamed down from the highest reaches of the atmosphere, diving toward the surface. Covered by their own prior bombardment, they executed final targeting adjustments, striking suspected enemy heavy weapons emplacements with pinpoint precision. And then came the drop pods falling in waves, a tide of judgment and death. Beep. Warning lights flashed, dragging Hades' attention back. He took a deep breath, pulling his gaze away from the feed on his helmet display and back into the reality of the drop pod. The Death Guard had also broken through the enemy's defenses. Now it was their turn to descend. The pod doors opened, the lower section falling away, and everyone within felt a sudden lurch, the unmistakable sensation of freefall. "My lord, I'm a little nervous." A voice came over the channel. Hades sighed and knocked his gauntlet against the massive construct secured beside him. The knight's blackstone hull gave off a dull, heavy sound. Relax. Just follow my orders, Nyx. Time was tight. Hades had only managed to cobble together 3 usable knights by hand, and due to the required training for their operators, only 1 Wraith Knight was actually mission-ready for this drop. There wasn't much he could do about that. After all, these untouchables, dumped into the Death Guard by Malcador himself, were being asked to learn how to pilot a knight in a matter of weeks. That was a tall order for anyone. The good news was that the machine spirit of the Wraith Knight, its AI core, more accurately, was an exceptionally strong-willed entity named Raybo. Thanks to that, they'd barely managed to train a suitable pilot. The freckled, red-haired man beside Hades was the best candidate they had. What are you afraid of? We're knights now. Charge in. Open fire. I'll assist your targeting. Even if you're shaking like a damn sieve, I'll make sure we crush those Xenos. Raybo's furious voice exploded in the comms. Hades felt like his eardrums had taken a direct hit. Nyx gave a barely audible reply. Everyone follows my orders. Unless I say charge, no one charges. Hades' voice cut through the chatter, firm and commanding. The 2 loudmouths instantly fell silent. Understood. Times 2. Hades sighed internally. Why do I feel like this whole thing is going to be a mess? Fortunately, these weren't the only forces he had under his command. Still, when the time came to unleash the Black Domain, he would need to be well away from his main force to ensure their safety. Smoke and fire danced together in the air, ash swirling like snow under the blaze. The ground trembled, and the skies were torn open. Giants emerged from machines of war forged in steel and fire, death glimmering faintly along the curved edge of the Reaper's scythe. For the Emperor. For the Lupercal. Abaddon cried out the name of the Lupercal with fervent glory, leading the warriors of the First Company into the heart of the battle, where mobs of psyker-controlled humans surged like a tide, relentless and vast. But for these war machines, the true trouble had never been the fragile, weak-bodied mortals. Unholy strands of warp light crackled through the crowd, as if an invisible hand guided the mob. The moment Abaddon neared the enemy, an unbearable weight pressed down upon him, nearly forcing him to his knees. Then came the psychic onslaught, attacks not of flesh, but of soul and mind. His vision blurred violently. Veins pulsed with strain. A creeping sense of weakness crawled up his limbs. The weapon in his hands nearly found it. Abaddon suddenly raised his arm. A bullet screamed through the throng, a head exploded, blood sprayed like mist, and a shriek, hysterical and primal, echoed from within Abaddon's very soul. His vision went blank for a heartbeat, a ringing flooded his ears, and then everything snapped back into focus. The battlefield was once again before him. Abaddon blinked hard, clearing his vision. There it was, the corpse of the Xeno psyker he had slain, its tentacles dangling limply from a human neck, dripping thick mucus down to the dirt. These psyker aberrations had hidden within the crowd, using their powers to strike at the Astartes from cover. Steadying his mind, Abaddon resumed leading his squad through the sweep. Psykers had always been among the most hated enemies of the legions. Besides the Librarius, few could truly predict what damage such unstable forces might inflict. And yet, the warriors weren't disheartened. On the contrary, their morale was soaring, for on this small battlefield, 2 demigods fought alongside them. The valiant Lupercal and his brother, the Death Lord, stood together at the center of the conflict, within the heart of the carnage, reaping lives with chilling precision. Though neither had issued any formal orders, all eyes, friend and foe alike, seemed magnetically drawn to that place. Primarchs were born as demigods. Horus cast a subtle glance at Mordorion. The howling of the Xeno psykers reverberated within his soul, creating an unbearable resonance, but the Lupercal betrayed nothing. He continued to fight, his actions alone rousing his warriors to greater heights of fury and faith. Horus understood well that his mere presence served as a powerful anchor of belief for his soldiers. And strong faith was the best defense against the powers of the warp. In contrast to the roaring lunar wolves, however, the Death Guard were shrouded in silence, just like Mordorion himself. Their dulled armor blended into the battlefield as they advanced wordlessly, killing with calm precision, enduring the front lines in eerie quiet. For the lunar wolves fighting beside them, it felt less like fighting shoulder to shoulder and more like fighting alongside shadows. Mordorion was the same, surrounded by his librarians, wielding scythe in one hand and bolter in the other. The pre-march advanced with measured determination. Each flicker of his lantern marked the death of another alien monstrosity. What surprised Horus was how different Mordorion truly was from his appearance. He had always seemed sickly and fragile, like a man perpetually on the edge of collapse. Combined with his alchemical expertise, Horus had long assumed Mordorion to be more of a support or infiltration type of pre-march. But this was not the man he had envisioned. What Horus had never expected was that Mordorion was actually a pre-march adept at direct, sustained frontline combat. Even though every breath Mordorion took rasped like a dying consumptive, the scythe of the Death Lord moved with calm, fluid grace. His advance never once faltered. Surrounded by his silent death guard, the battle line was pushing forward at a pace that brooked no argument. The enemy was inexorably breaking apart. If the Luna wolves weren't here, Horus thought, then against the death guard alone, any sentient enemy would feel true fear from the depths of their soul. This was a silent army, one that gave no response to the foe. It simply marched forward, crushing resistance beneath its feet without a word. But this was only the present battlefield. On the battlefield lacking a pre-march, the one on the city's far side, where more enemy psyker units awaited, the Death Guard Astartes likely wouldn't last long. After all, their opponents wielded psychic attacks and Mordorion was too confident in his sons. Horus mulled this over, already beginning to formulate fallback plans in case the surprise assault from the rear of the city failed. Maintain formation. Advance. Hades stood atop the Wraith Knight. Behind his Tartaros pattern Terminator armor was a jump pack he'd personally cobbled together. If you had enough tech points, even a Terminator could fly. He held a white lance, calmly taking aim at a tentacle head within the enemy crowd. These smaller Xenos creatures had wrapped their tendrils entirely around the heads of humans, staring at the Death Guard with eerie whites of their eyes. Bullets occasionally shot toward him, but glowing fluctuations shimmered across the night. Its void shield absorbed every shot with ease. Due to the Wraith Knight's untouchable pilot and Hades himself also being a pariah, the two of them remained stationed toward the rear. The Knight's cannons unleashed volleys, covering the advancing Death Guard with precise supporting fire. With Hades and Nyx sniping the psyker beasts from afar, the Death Guard had a far easier time dealing with the remaining human thralls. Since both Hades and Nyx were untouchables, eliminating those psychic monstrosities posed no real danger to them. In short order, they'd cleared out large numbers of the tentacled abominations. The Death Guard, well aware of this, even made a point of opening up firing lanes for Hades and the Wraith Knight to maximize their kill efficiency. The battle line steadily advanced, at least until an eerie glow appeared at the edge of their vision. Flesh twisted grotesquely. A small altar had been constructed from writhing tentacles and moaning human bodies. The ripples of the warp shimmered visibly in the air, ominous light pulsing like the tide. Atop the altar stood a narrow gate, just a slit, and from within it, a small tentacle slithered out with a wet pop, landing on the bare body of a human lying beneath it. The tendril wriggled and burrowed, gnawing into the still-living victim's skull. This is, what the? By the Emperor. Nyx's horrified wail came through the channel, sharing sensory input with the Knight. He likely had the clearest view of anyone aside from Hades. Kill them. Kill them. This is why we're here. Kill them all. Raybo's trembling, furious voice joined the comms, her wrath and sorrow sparked by memories of something all too similar. Her shouting mixed with Nyx's anguish in a chorus of rage and grief. Hades didn't reply to either of them. He remained calm, analyzing the situation. The distance was almost right. He activated the frontline comms. It was clear that the closer the Death Guard got to the altar, the more sluggish their movement became. All units, short-range dash forward, then hold the line. Open a gap to the southwest, night charging corridor. Understood. Branka's voice came through clearly. Veterans of the 7th Company fired another coordinated salvo, suppressing the enemy to clear a path for the Knight's charge. Good. Hades patted the massive war machine beneath his feet. Prepare to charge. Get us right to the altar's edge. The only reply was the sudden roar of the Knight's engine beneath him, erupting like thunder. The bone-white front split open from within. The towering Wraith Knight burst forth, a gale screaming past its hull. Chain's words roared. Melta cannons scorched through everything. The shambling crowd was flung aside like splattered blood and meat. The Wraith Knight carved a brutal path through the sea of flesh. Most of the mob, however, collapsed the moment they drew near the knight. Trembling, they dropped like marionettes with cut strings. Both Hades and Nyx were untouchables, and the null field they projected had severed the psychic control the Xenos had over these puppets. Standing atop the charging knight, Hades gripped the welded-on handle tightly, calculating their current position. The engines howled. They were pulling farther and farther away from the Death Guard's battle line, closing in on the altar. The crowd surging toward them grew increasingly deranged, no longer controlled by a few hidden psychers, but each and every human now bore a tentacle fused to their head. Waves of psychic energy rolled toward them, layered and pulsing, each one more violent than the last. My lord, I'm reaching my limit. Inside the Wraith Knight's cockpit, blood trickled from Nyx's mouth. The enemy's frenzied psychic barrage was finally beginning to take a toll, even on him, a pariah. Raybo remained silent. Even she feels the crushing pressure now. But instead of faltering, it only made her drive the knight into greater fury, determined to bring down as many Xenos as she could before they overwhelmed her. Back on the front, Branka frowned as he watched the knight nearly engulfed by the crowd and its whipping tendrils. He double-checked Hades' comm channel to confirm it hadn't been cut off. What the hell is that kid doing? Does he need backup? Branka muttered internally, troubled. Sure, he knew Hades and his team could nullify psychic effects, but the situation looked dire. Every wave of enemies that fell was quickly replaced by another. The massive bodies and tentacles seemed endless, eager to bury them alive. The warp fluctuations from that direction were stronger than anything he'd ever felt. Just looking toward the altar made his soul reel with nausea. Hearing Nyx's voice, Hades blinked in surprise. That's it? He's done already. He had intended to use this mission to give Nyx more live combat experience. Looks like I overestimated the strength of this batch of untouchables, Hades thought, his mood sinking. What he hadn't realized was that it wasn't Nyx or the others being too weak. It was that the enemy was far too strong. Still, the distance was close enough now. Hades blinked and unleashed his black domain. Screams. Thousands of screams, howling in agony at the edge of every soul present. Curses, guttural and raw, burst open like an over-boiling furnace, colorful and chaotic, exploding across the psychic sky. Reno. But those screams lasted only an instant. A bubble in a dream popped. After that dazzling, soul-searing flash came silence. A silence as deep as sleep. The raging soul sea rolled and surged like 10,000 crashing waves, and then, in a breath, it went still. As smooth as a mirror. Death is silence. Branka slowly lowered his weapon, disbelief etched across his scarred face. The veteran stared toward the heart of the battlefield, even as every fiber of his soul screamed in alarm, revulsion bubbling like bile in his throat. Yet he couldn't tear his eyes away. And it wasn't just Branka. All the Death Guard stared in stunned silence toward the battlefield's center. They were dead. All of them. In a single, instantaneous moment, every trace of life had vanished. The bodies fell like rain, limp and lifeless. Tendrils coiled among the corpses. Fluids oozed slowly from ruptured masses of flesh. Some bodies still twitched in death, a residual biological reflex. But their souls were gone. Empty puppets. To the naked eye, the corpses still trembled. But within their helmets, the Astartes data slates displayed the same result. No signs of enemy life remained. Even for veterans who had seen countless battles, this was unprecedented. Not even orbital bombardments. Not even virus bombs. Those left carnage, explosions, screams, fire, and agony. But this was silence. In a single blink of time, every soul on the battlefield had been extinguished. Branka, advance the line. Cautiously. Keep your distance from me. Hades' voice cut through the stillness, buzzing with static, but grounded, calm. It snapped Branka out of his daze. He stammered slightly before replying. Understood. The Death Guard line began to move again. But this time, their steps were slower. More cautious. The enemy was gone, but unease clung to them like mist. It wasn't fear of the enemy. Even though the veterans of the 7th Company had been briefed on Hades' Black Domain null field ability, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. The sheer psychic weight of it had left a mark on their souls. Their instincts recoiled. Their very being wanted nothing to do with that thing at the battlefield center. They were only thankful that this power belonged to an ally. "Are you still alive?" Hades tapped the Wraith Knight's leg with the shaft of his scythe. Though the Black Domain had been quickly retracted and diluted, at that, the two untouchables inside had still taken a beating. The massive war machine remained frozen for a moment longer, then stirred, lifting its foot once more, resuming its slow march forward. "Thanks, my lord." "Barely." Nyx's voice was faint and shaky. Just before blacking out, he had completely lost control of his limbs. The last thing he remembered was being grateful that he had written a will. But he had woken up. He was still here. Still piloting. Raybo didn't speak. The Black Domain had hurt her too, but she focused all her effort now on maintaining control of the night. Seeing that both were still functioning, Hades said nothing more, simply riding the night as it carried him to the final destination. When they reached the altar's edge, Hades dismounted and leapt down. The altar, woven from tendrils and writhing flesh, screamed mindlessly, flailing in a last-ditch effort to overwhelm him with psychic attacks. Hades released the Black Domain once more, and the world fell silent again. There were still over a dozen altars like this. Hades noted that grim detail in silence. He had to pick up his pace. Failing to regroup with the main force in time would be disastrous. Around the altar, sickly yellow bolts of psychic lightning crackled violently. Storm clouds pressed low, suffocating the air. Breathing became labored. Thoughts grew hazy. A creeping weakness crawled upward from the legs like icy vines. A rasping, labored breath hissed through the storm. Mordorion swung his great scythe, cleaving into the swarm ahead. Countless tendrils latched onto the backs and necks of the thrashing, enslaved human masses. Each step forward was an effort. Every time he slew one of the tendril-bound aberrants, a deepening soul fatigue followed. Mordorion could clearly feel the toll, weariness bleeding from the soul itself. Around him, the Undertakers remained tightly grouped. Yugo's staff bore a lantern that cast a steady white light, flickering with faint, stabilizing psychic pulses. From within it, the librarian's psi-focus shimmered faintly, gifting Mordorion fleeting clarity. Not far off, the Lupercal was faring no better. Both Primarchs had become priority targets of the warp-spawned psychic barrage. Soul weakness crept into their limbs like lead in the blood. "Brother, are you all right?" Mordorion said nothing. It was clear Horus was struggling even more. But the Death Guard Primarch did not falter. They were endurance incarnate. On the battlefield, the Death Guard were always the last to fall. With fatigue hung from his shoulders like chains, Horus watched his brother press on, unwavering. Mordorion raised his immense scythe. With practiced motion, he wrapped the chain of silence, his weapon, around his wrist, then hurled it forward. Skreya. The altar erupted in an ear-splitting, soul-raking scream. A wave of darkness swept across everyone's vision. Some of the weaker-willed collapsed on the spot, unconscious. Yugo clutched his staff tightly, the lantern swaying violently under the pressure of the psychic backlash. Yet the Undertakers did not waver. They chanted prayers, their white light shielding Mordorion and the Death Guard from the brunt of the attack. Around Yugo, other Undertakers joined in, pooling their power in a unified defense against the Warpborn assault. Mordorion took a long, ragged breath. With a yank, he reeled back the chain. His scythe had caught something. The altar's grotesque mass of tendrils and flesh tore open, torn apart from the inside. Severed tentacles spasmed. The once coherent shape of the altar collapsed into gore. Psychic pressure waned immediately. From a distance, Horus added his own volley of precision fire, striking the warp gate at the altar's core and amplifying Mortarion's attack. "Well done, brother." Horus' voice came as the last wave of corruption faded from their souls. "There are still several more. Perhaps it's time to call for air support." "All right. We underestimated these Xenopsychers." Mortarion's eyes lingered on the blasphemous remains of the altar. He gave the slightest shake of his head. "We did." His armor HUD pinged, telemetry returning from another battlefield. The display showed Hades, leading his detachment of Death Guard, advancing toward the main city at maximum speed. They had little time left. The battle for Drune was far from over. Hades, you might need to wait a little longer. The private Vox channel lit up. Hades blinked, withdrawing the black domain. On the battlefield, a lifeless void surrounded him, an area where no soul remained. Only corpses. Mortarian's words prompted Hades to pull up the tactical map of the first war zone. They are moving slower than he expected. Did you run into trouble? No. I'm rerouting the Death Guard storm birds to your second war zone. Be ready, Hades. That made Hades pause. I don't need air support right now. Their line was advancing smoothly. In fact, the outer edge of the main city was already starting to peek over the horizon. Then how should I explain your rapid progress to Horus? Hades fell silent. Right. Riding a black domain-infused Wraith Knight was exhilarating. Caught up in his rush to make progress, Hades had completely overlooked the implications. Mortarion, meanwhile, stared at the images sent by Garo from the second war zone. Corpses lay packed in orderly rows, untouched by explosions or gore. No blood, no fire, no smoke, just endless stillness. But Mortarion knew, those people would never rise again. Astartes instinctively associated death with violence, gunfire, smoke, screaming, torn limbs. But this was something else. One brief contact, one moment, and life had been erased. Mortarion realized grimly that if you faced this kind of power on the battlefield, you could be dead before you even realized you were under attack. He looked again at the feed. It was almost surreal. Witchcraft? No, something worse than sorcery. Even psychers needed incantations, gestures, ritualistic focus. But Hades? Hades merely stood there. That was all it took. No wonder Garo's tone had been so shaken. In truth, no being with a soul could remain calm after witnessing such a display. The air units will run a light bombardment over your path. At the very least, it would make the terrain look more familiar, more like a proper battlefield. That, and they'd bomb any military infrastructure that might still offer resistance. Alpha. Still, based on the current reports, Mortarion doubted anything was left alive in that region. Fine. Hades' familiar voice buzzed back. Mortarion said nothing. After seeing the second war zone's aftermath, Hades' tone now seemed off, slightly disconnected from reality. Was this really the same Hades he knew? Mortarion had always been aware of Hades' capabilities. So were the rest of the Death Guard. They knew Hades was strong, he's larger than others, and is always near their pre-march. He's regarded as a figure of unusual stature and status. But now, for the first time, they saw it. Saw what his black domain truly meant in full force. And it shattered their assumptions. On the front lines, veterans like Branka managed to remain composed and continued with their duties. But back aboard the fleet, those like Garo and Vorx, tasked with support and communications, had fallen into silent disbelief. Didn't Hades say that barbarous cleansing is done via the Black Tower? That he just activated it? That had always been Hades' explanation, that the purging of barbarous warp taint was done by the Black Tower, not himself. Which was technically true. Without the tower's amplification and resonance, Hades' black domain couldn't have covered an entire planet. And Hades had never fully shown the black domain's strength to anyone but Mortarion and Kala Typhon. Because of that, everyone had assumed Hades was powerful mostly due to his larger physique and his status beside their pre-march. But now they'd seen it. Seen what it meant when the black domain was fully unleashed. The enemy hadn't even had the chance to fight back. In a single, silent instant, their lives were stolen without resistance, without warning. I understand now why he was placed in the armory. Garo spoke quietly. Given Hades' personal capabilities, the standard Death Guard equipment had never truly suited him. The two of them stared at the footage coming in from the second battlefield. The enemy approached. Then the enemy lay flat. Bullets weren't even necessary. Both men were plunged into deep doubt, and just to make it worse, Hades' relaxed banter with his knight was being transmitted back to headquarters too. As people who knew Hades well, they could tell from his tone that he was genuinely at ease. Did Hades really understand what he was doing? Did Hades truly grasp what his power meant on the battlefield? Unlike Hades himself, who fully understood the nature of his ability and had long come to terms with the idea that when the Black Domain opens, everyone dies, the rest of the Death Guard were stunned speechless. This was a walking, self-propelled tactical nuke. Thank the Emperor he was one of them. Thank the Emperor Hades was a death guard. No one wanted to go up against something like that. No, even as an ally, no one could truly relax after witnessing a battlefield like that. Fear. It was instinctive. The kind of fear only those with souls could feel. Normally, even a standard pariah would provoke disgust and hostility in others. But Hades was far beyond that, far stronger than the average Blinks. In this world, Psychers were called the blessed among humanity. But untouchables? They were the cursed. When Hades retracted the Black Domain, people could temporarily suppress those feelings. But after seeing what was left in its wake, fear, revulsion, anxiety, all those negative emotions surged to the surface. Vorks had originally planned to speak with Hades after the battle, maybe even ask him for advice. But now he found himself reluctant. He finally understood why. Back on Barbarous, Hades had voluntarily isolated himself from others. Hades' powers had always been a double-edged sword. Down for the count? Hades looked down, trying to check on Nyx inside the cockpit. His helmet had built-in X-ray optics after all. The red-haired young man was clearly in no condition to respond. Piloting the Knight had drained the last of his strength. After enduring the alternating hell of enemy Psyker attacks and Hades' Black Domain, Nyx felt as if he had seen the secrets of the universe. In short, any more, and it might actually kill him. Raybo wasn't in much better shape. The Knight's movements had started to stutter and lag. I can't let them keep going, Hades thought. Still, for a first deployment, this Wraith Knight had more than met his expectations. After this, he could start producing more of them, perhaps assemble an entire Knight squad, which would be ideal for anti-Psyker missions. Brinka, prepare the Knight for withdrawal. Just in time, the Death Guard's air support had arrived. It was best to pull the pair out now. The upcoming operation would likely involve fighting alongside the Luna Wolves, and in that case, bringing out the Wraith Knight would be politically unwise. Hades leapt down lightly from the Knight. They were currently on the outskirts of the main city, surrounded by open fields and marshland. With all the altars cleared, they could afford to pause and regroup here, wait for the main force, and then begin their assault. Hades mulled over possible strategies as he walked, planning to find Brinka and discuss the next stage of the siege. But after walking for a while, he realized, why haven't I run into Brinka yet? He looked up and saw the Death Guard pulling back. Huh? Hades took a hesitant step forward and immediately saw Brinka and the others take a step backward. I've already shut off the Black Domain. No need to keep your distance. Brinka, come over here. I still need to discuss tactics with you. Hades' voice echoed over the channel. Brinka took a deep breath. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he hesitantly began walking toward Hades. Hades looked at Brinka with a speechless expression. Why does it feel like Brinka's attitude toward him has shifted? If it needs to be put into words, it felt like Brinka was being noticeably more respectful than before. Weren't they on good terms before? The last person who gave Hades this kind of vibe was Garo, but that was just because Garo followed military regulations and Hades had been promoted. Brinka, on the other hand, normally didn't care much about that sort of thing. Still, Hades could more or less guess why Brinka had suddenly become so cautious. It was probably because he'd been spooked by his use of the Black Domain. Sure, his Black Domain had always been like that, but this was the first time he deployed it on such a large scale during a battlefield operation. Brinka gave Hades a complicated look. You could do that from the beginning? Hades blinked. Not in the beginning. At first, I could only do it via physical contact. But now I can affect an entire area. Hades did a quick mental calculation and found out that at its current level, his Black Domain could instantly kill ordinary people at the very edge of its range, which was approximately a 1-kilometer radius centered on him. But since the people controlled by the Xenos tendrils had clearly incomplete souls, even if he further diluted his Black Domain potency, he could still completely suppress them. The closer someone was to him, the stronger the domain became. Conversely, those near the outer edge might survive under its influence. Hades had come to realize that the only ones truly immune to his domain were the untouchables. But if his domain became strong enough, even they wouldn't be able to withstand it. As for Psychers, if their psychic abilities were relatively weak, the Black Domain was highly effective against them. But if their power exceeded the domain's level, the domain would be suppressed instead. That said, Hades hadn't yet encountered a psyker stronger than him, setting aside the Emperor and the Primarchs, of course. Maybe Malkador could also count as one. Are we actually dragging you down in combat by supporting you? Branka asked hesitantly. Without them around, wouldn't Hades have been able to extend his influence even further? He couldn't directly perceive the Black Domain, so he didn't know that Hades had already used it at full capacity just now. Hades began to think deeply for a moment. Right now, the Death Guard were in a phase of rest and reconnaissance, waiting in a low-lying area for the main force from the First Front to arrive. So, Hades took off his helmet and gave Branka a bright, relaxed smile. It's not as dramatic as you're thinking, Branka. I already expanded the Black Domain to its maximum just now. Besides, the only reason why I was able to subdue these Xenos is because they don't have any heavy long-range firepower. If the enemy had heavy-ranged firepower, or worse, air superiority, then what he just did would have been suicide. Charging into enemy territory and wiping out an entire zone? Of course the enemy would want to bomb the hell out of him. He was standing right in their range, and they didn't even have to worry about friendly fire. Knobs. That's why Hades had considered using knights, since they had some armor and mobility. But if the enemy had overwhelming firepower for ground clearance, even knights would fall. Another solution would be high mobility, ideally paired with a constantly active Black Domain, but so far, no one had survived prolonged exposure to his close-range domain. He'd have to think of other possibilities for that. So, for now, he could only afford to go all out in situations like this. He really liked fighting these types of psychic-based races, who only knew how to chant spells and use warp powers, but had no concept of a diversified military force. To be fair, psychic-based races were almost unbeatable in their own element. Even aerial units could be disrupted by psychic interference, and when you're piloting an aircraft, having your mind disturbed like that is really bad. It turned flying into a nightmare-level challenge. But then again, on a battlefield not dominated by warp powers, if your side had air superiority and heavy artillery, you'd just bomb the place. There'd be no need for him to charge in and open his Black Domain like that. So Hades understood that, in non-psyker battlefields, he was honestly kind of a chicken rib, too weak to be the main course, but still a waste to throw away. If there were more beings like him, maybe they could be used as a flexible strike unit, like mobile bombs, but the casualty rate would likely be high. Unfortunately, there was only one of him. So that plan was out. The main force is still the backbone of the battlefield. I'm just a specialized unit for psyker targets. Branka, you guys are the true strength of the Legion. I should be the one supporting you. Think about it, if it were just me, and the enemy deployed some kind of targeted long-range weapon. No matter how strong an individual is, it's hard for them alone to change the course of an entire war. Without relying on Blackstone towers, Hades could only clear a small area of souls. Planet-wide coverage was out of the question. In this world, many of the campaigns the Legion participated in weren't limited to just a single planet. Battles stretching across entire sectors were commonplace. Take the campaign against Galaspar, for example. Hades' powers were basically useless there. That war was all about interstellar fortifications. Hades chuckled, scratched his head, and looked sincerely at Branka, as if to say, "Trust me, really trust me." And it wasn't just Branka he was talking to, he's also talking to the entire 7th Company. Branka fell silent. After a long moment, he stepped forward and patted Hades on the shoulder. "You brat. I knew I made the right call when I picked you." This time, Hades beamed, grinning wide. He suddenly pulled Branka into a big hug in response to the shoulder pat, which startled the veteran so much he yelped. Branka started cursing and thumping Hades with his fists. "I was the one who picked Hades for the 7th Company, you know." Back aboard the Endurance, Branka's words had barely left his mouth when Garo quietly interjected. All Death Guard communications were routed back to the command center here, so Garo and Vorks had just accidentally listened to the entire conversation between Hades and Branka. Vorks turned to Garo with disbelief in his eyes. "Did Garo just refute Branka? You were the one who picked me for the 7th Company too, sir." Garo nodded quietly, arms crossed, saying nothing else. Clearly, the fact of being able to pick both Hades and Vorks indicates that Garo had a good eye. After all, the best of the Barbarous-born rookies were all from his old 7th Company. Plus 2 troops are attacking from the front and back plus the one from the back is more dangerous. Plus Plus annihilation failed plus. Plus cannot let them attack together. 3 priority targets are at risk. Plus, inside the main city, a massive arch was constructed from the moaning bodies of humans. Behind the arch, the warp shimmered chaotically. The barrier between reality and the Imperium was becoming thin. A colossal tendril, large enough to cover the entire city, writhed, twisted, and split apart. On closer inspection, this massive tendril was made of countless smaller ones. But each of those smaller tendrils was far thicker than anything Hades had previously encountered, and the psychic pressure radiating off them was intense. Eyeballs pressed against eyeballs, twitching in frantic, nervous spasms. Plus lure him in and isolate him plus. Hades looked up at the sky. Storm birds circled overhead, marking and clearing some of the potential obstacles ahead. According to the intel from Mordorion, the main force would arrive in half a Terran hour. When that happened, they would launch the assault together. So in the end, the White Scars still hadn't shown up. In Hades' memory, the final moments of the Drune campaign saw 3 Primarchs and the Stormseer of the White Scars directly confront the tentacled final boss. One single psychic attack from the boss had instantly floored both Mordorion and Horus. The Khan, protected by the Stormseer, managed to stay in fighting shape, and ultimately, it was he who landed the killing blow. It wasn't that the Khan was stronger, but rather that more than a dozen Stormseers around him had sacrificed their lives to preserve the Khan's offensive power. During the boss battle, aside from the 3 Primarchs, one psychic attack from the boss had wiped out every other combatant. That was not good news. Hades felt his teeth ache just thinking about it. It meant that, against this boss, unless you were an elite unit, charging in was just a suicide mission. Could his black domain suppress that boss? He wasn't sure, after all. That thing had brought 2 Primarchs to their knees with a single strike. Sure, part of that was because Horus and Mordorion didn't have any psychic talent. If Magnus had been there instead, odds are the Psyker boss would have been taken down. Psychic powers were just too busted against non-Psyker types. Hades sighed deeply. But just as he was pondering that, the ground beneath their feet began to soften. A sudden surge of warp energy erupted. Alert! Hades quickly put his helmet back on and ordered the Death Guard to evacuate the area immediately. The entire force began to move, but damn it, the whole surrounding region seemed to be turning into a swamp. Tendrils burst from the semi-swampy earth, slithering up to entangle the moving Death Guards, trying to parasitize them. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Hades cursed inwardly. Psykers were notoriously hated by every legion for good reason. Unlike conventional enemies, in the absence of a librarian or Psyker advisor, many psychic phenomena were almost impossible to detect. Because Branka and the others were present, Hades had no choice but to dilute his black domain to the extreme. That weakened the psychic attacks from the tendrils, but the veterans still had to rely on sheer willpower to resist. Unfortunately, the diluted domain also weakened the willpower of those very veterans. Hades nearly bit through his own tongue in frustration. He could run, sure, but if he did, this unit would almost certainly be wiped out. It was obvious that the enemy was using Branka and the others to pin him down. Hades, the terrain behind you is turning into marsh. Garo's voice came through just in time. Where's the nearest safe location? Garo stared at the map. All of the grasslands surrounding the central city was being turned into swamp except the main city. The hard ground inside the city is still intact. I've marked a location for you. Capture the plaza on the western side of the city. If you can hold it, the air units can use it as a landing zone for evacuation. Storm birds couldn't land in the marshland. If they got entangled by those tendrils, there was no guarantee they could take off again. The ground beneath them was getting harder to walk on by the second. Hades took a deep breath. Advanced toward the main city, where launching an early assault. God damn it. If Branka and the others died, Hades swore he'd unleash his black domain at full force and go down with the enemy. At the same time, Mordorion and Horus forces were also being ambushed. But unlike Hades' group, the terrain around their retreat route hadn't been swamped. Listening to Garo's report on the situation at the second front, Mordorion realized something was wrong. We need to fall back and regroup, Horus said over the Vorks. Mordorion ignored him. He stared intently at the direction of the main city, but the dense warp interference blocked their view. The Vorks crackled again. Hades' voice came through. Can the main force still begin the siege on schedule? We've been ambushed and are launching early. We've been ambushed too. The main force can't begin the siege on time. There was a brief silence over the channel. Then Hades' voice came again, low but steady. Mordorion, don't be reckless. Remember, you're responsible for the whole legion. Crack. A burst of gunfire drowned out the signal. Mordorion inhaled sharply and opened the main channel. Garo. Bombard the central area of the city. The enemy's psychic defenses were thick. High-altitude bombardments wouldn't penetrate them. At best, they might drain some of the enemy's psychic power. But the cost of fleet munitions compared to the meager reduction in enemy strength? Not worth it. For the Legion, this was a losing trade. But if it could aid the Second Front? Then the order would be justified. The storm birds roared overhead, explosions erupted, and fireworks spread across the battlefield, but they all seemed dim, for above the skies, true power had already lit up the firmament. At the core of the capital, light spears pierced through the atmosphere, igniting the air itself as the Death Guard unleashed divine punishment upon their enemies. The firmament surged like a boundless ocean, rippling with resplendent rays from the highest heavens, shimmering and radiant like a spring pond, yet concealing a maelstrom savage enough to tear any individual to shreds. Beneath the all-encompassing brilliance in the sky, beneath the trembling heavens, everything on the ground grew small and blurred. But it was the people on the ground who were the true protagonists of this battle. Horus frowned, looking up at the faint, looming silhouettes of the Death Guard fleet above the atmosphere. Then he turned his head and stared at Mordorion, who was breathing heavily. Forgive my bluntness, but what exactly are you doing, Mordorion? The Death Guard, were they trying to breach the capital's anti-air defenses? With sheer brute force? From beneath his hood, Mordorion cast a sharp, cutting glance at Horus, then looked away. The Second Front was ambushed. My warriors were forced to advance toward the capital to begin the siege early. I'm trying to buy them a chance. Horus found himself at a loss for words at that moment. In the end, he decided to ask the question that puzzled him the most. Siege? They've already reached the outskirts of the capital. Due to Mortarion's insistence, the Luna Wolves had been denied both air supremacy and orbital fleet deployment rights in the Second Front. As a result, they also lacked access to high-altitude scans of that battlefield. In other words, the Luna Wolves currently knew nothing about what was happening in the Second War Zone. Information wasn't being shared. Horus disapproved of that, but he could understand Mortarion's extreme stance, especially after the infamous incident where the Iron Warriors bombarded the Death Guard. It also explained why Mordorion was so fanatically unyielding about air control. If the Luna Wolves had been bombed by their own allies by accident, even Horus couldn't imagine what he would do to the person who gave that order. Still, Horus had his own considerations. In his assessment, the Second Front was never meant to affect the grand strategy. At best, it would just make post-battle cleanup easier. He couldn't rule out the possibility that the Death Guard wanted to claim military honors. If they had fought alongside the Luna Wolves, the glory of the more prominent Luna Wolves would have easily overshadowed the contributions of the Death Guard. So Mortarion's request for an independent war zone for the Death Guard might have been a way to showcase their strength before the Imperium. Though Horus didn't really believe Mordorion to be the kind of person who craved glory, in his experience, aside from Sanguinius and Vulcan, most of the other Primarchs showed some degree of ambition regarding war merits. It just manifested in different ways. That was why Horus hadn't thought much about Mortarion's insistence on the Second Front. But now, the Death Guard on the Second Front had started the siege early? Even if the Death Guard had launched an early siege, they would still need to be close enough to the central city, wouldn't they? This was completely outside of Horus's expectations. The Lupercal stared at his brother, a sense of unease creeping in. Mordorion blinked slowly, then said in a deliberate tone, I was also puzzled by the unusually fast march of my warriors. But looking at it now, it went too smoothly. This is a trap. I should have told them to halt. After saying this, Mordorion fell into a long silence, as if overcome with regret. Horus said nothing. His rational mind told him there must be more to the situation, some unseen layer of truth, but Mortarion's reaction wasn't an act. A knew. He was genuinely worried about the Death Guard on the Second Front. And the Death Guard's full-scale orbital bombardment was proof that they were taking this very seriously. Between legions, space must always be allowed for each to act independently. Cooperation between legions wasn't always a cause for celebration. Of course, Horus had questions, many, in fact, but not now. He paused for a moment, then spoke gently. Don't trouble yourself too much, brother. We all believe in the strength of your sons, they will be your sharpest scythe. Besides, once this swamp terrain recedes, the main force can resume the siege. The good news is that the Death Guard fleet's orbital strikes have distracted the enemy and accelerated the terrain's restoration. Mordorion gripped his scythe more tightly. He gave a slight nod, but said nothing. Move in. This way. Roars echoed through the Vox channel. Atop the wall, a molten bomb-blasted breach had clearly opened. Branka, half-crouching, leaned sideways and hauled a Death Guard up with a single arm. Only from this partially collapsed wall could one truly glimpse the horrifying sight within the capital. At the city's center stood an open-air altar, surrounded by towering arches twisted together from living humans and tendrils. The tides of the warp were now visibly bleeding into reality, and behind the arch, an enormous tentacle writhed, its many eyes staring brazenly at the Death Guard. Even from the city's edge, the wails of those bound into the arches could be heard. Overhead, storm birds circled dutifully, clearing out the masses below and intercepting attacks aimed at Hades. Hades kept a measured distance from the veterans. Wherever his black domain spread, people fell like wheat, but clearly the enemy had figured out that his power only affected soulbound entities within a certain radius. The mob no longer surged toward him, instead, they pulled back, retreating into the massive tentacles at the city's heart. In the distance, that giant tentacle, so massive it filled nearly a third of the visible horizon, began to split. New, slender tendrils extended, wrapped around dense chunks of crushed flesh that stood taller than a man. Amid the meat, pieces of steel and concrete could be seen faintly embedded. The tentacles recoiled, then suddenly lashed forward, hurling themselves straight at Hades. He could even see the white vapor trails caused by the meat chunks breaking the sound barrier. Following that first chunk was an entire barrage, a mass of flesh that almost completely covered his field of vision. Hades was dumbfounded. He had never seen anything like this. His black domain reached out, and aside from faint traces of human souls, all he saw was a massive wave of raw, flying flesh hurtling toward him. He tried to dodge, but the enemy was clearly predicting his movements. For a moment, it was like a rain of flesh engulfing the entire area. One of those things alone probably wouldn't kill him, but what about what came next? Requesting bombing support. Acknowledged. The storm birds began their bombardment. At first, it successfully reduced the amount of flesh raining down on Hades. But soon, the tentacles began targeting the storm birds as well, turning the sky into complete chaos, a sky filled with fire and flesh alike. Hades, shrink your black domain. Branka's voice came through, and Hades silently withdrew his field. The veterans quickly closed in, the entire squad moving rapidly toward their designated plaza. These well-trained warriors unleashed a constant barrage of gunfire, reducing the momentum of the meat projectiles from the front, then took turns charging forward, shoulder slamming open a path through sheer force and coordination. Storm birds cannot land. Repeat, unable to land. The enemy's long-range bombardment had disrupted the evacuation plan, forcing the storm birds into evasive maneuvers, struggling just to stay aloft against the onslaught of flying flesh. Before this, apart from some basic anti-air systems left behind by former human nations, no one had ever imagined these Xenos could launch long-range attacks, and in such a grotesque fashion. It was clear now that this ranged assault was limited to the central city zone. What now? If they couldn't retreat then? Hades' mind was racing, calculating every possible angle for ensuring the team's safe extraction. Hades, can your black domain deal with that Xeno? From Hades' perspective, at the core of the massive tentacle, a piercing and dazzling psionic light flared, like it was lighting up the entire psychic space in this region. But Hades knew that because the creature was diverting most of its psionic power to defend against the orbital light spears attacking from above the capital, it had very little energy left to manipulate. If he compressed his black domain to the absolute limit, Hades gritted his teeth. It was possible. A gamble. It's worth a try. He could take that risk. But what about the others? We'll cover you. Get close. Branka cut through his thoughts. Hades took a deep breath. He understood what Branka meant. This was his moment. He had to go. From high above, the massive tentacles were seen rooted deep within the city, like some parasite clinging to the planet's surface. At the center of the fleshy mass, a huge, grotesque eye twitched spasmodically, nervous, wicked, cunning. Above the tentacles and within the firmament, blinding light spread across the skies. The clash between psi shields and light spears made the ground tremble. Were Hades and the others still all right? Garo stood silently before the command console. The signal from the second front had finally been cut. The overwhelming psionic field had distorted and destroyed radio transmissions, and the last footage Hades and Branka transmitted was a screen full of writhing flesh. Even as a battle-hardened veteran, Garo now feared the worst. His experience told him that unless Hades could confront that Xeno leader head-on, their entire unit would be wiped out. But if Hades somehow, with his strange, unique physiology, managed to kill that alien overlord, no, even just heavily injure it, even if it came at the cost of grievous injury to himself. Garo shuddered. They had all severely underestimated, no, completely underestimated, Hades' capacity to counter psychers. After all, outside of librarians, very few Astartes had ever directly encountered the Sisters of Silence or other untouchables. Garo's impression of them had only gone as far as they suppressed psychic powers. But now, Hades had taught Garo a harsh, unforgettable lesson with results. The earlier footage, the sea of corpses, and now this. If Hades truly defeated the alien overlord alone, Garo swallowed. It wasn't courage he felt, it was something closer to primal fear. Did Lord Mordorion even realize how far Hades' power had come? Back on the first front, the main forces had begun their slow advance again. But due to the earlier ambush, the pace was far more cautious. Beneath his hood, Mortarion's face was unreadable. The channel with Hades had been severed, which is never a good sign. Mordorion understood Hades' ability, but not even he could say for sure just how far Hades' black domain could go. Looking out toward the capital, Mordorion muttered under his breath. Hades, hold on. You must hold on. And in that part of the battlefield where the concern of the Death Guard command was most tightly focused. Stop smashing my face with meat. Flames erupted violently from the pack on Hades' back. In one hand he held obituary, in the other, execution. Leaping high from atop a tentacle, he dodged a massive limb swinging down at him. It was as wide as an entire street, and when it hit, the impact made the very ground shudder. The giant appendage, composed of countless smaller tendrils, ruptured from its own kinetic feedback, splattering blood and flesh in all directions. The smaller tendrils scattered like flying fish leaping from the sea, flailing through the air. Hades' face filled with despair, once again yanked off one stubborn tentacle clinging tightly to him. Even with his black domain active, the already dead tendrils spasmed reflexively and bit down on him like corpses in death throes. As they reached the far end of the massive tendril, the psionic energy in the air grew exponentially more intense. But the proximity also meant the aliens' long-range attacks had grown less frequent. Branka, realizing they could no longer provide meaningful support, made a decisive call. They would separate from Hades. We'll find somewhere to hunker down. You don't need to worry about us. Branka's grumbling came through the channel, but right after, he suddenly asked. You are sure you can take it, right? Hades nodded firmly. Good enough. We really can't help anymore. No more words needed. In war, there was no time for speeches. Just a few short phrases, both sides deeply concerned for the other's life, but in this moment, there was nothing else either could do. So, they parted decisively, without hesitation. At this point, the most reliable way for Hades to protect Branka and the others was simple: kill the tentacle overlord as fast as possible. Yes, sometimes, the best way to support your team is just to solo the boss. And so, Hades was now dashing madly across the surface of a massive tentacle, surrounded by a screen full of writhing, bloody flesh. Because his black domain was active, the tendril beneath him couldn't move, paralyzed in place. Despite using a jetpack to aid his speed, it would still take time to reach the psychic core at the center of this grotesque creature that sprawled across half the city. As he drew closer, the massive tentacle, finally realizing what Hades intended, began to panic. But due to its own immense size, it couldn't effectively attack him. Plus. The panicked tentacle emitted a psychic shriek, its most powerful ability, a warp-infused scream that could shatter the mental defenses of any foe, exposing their fragile soul beneath. A visible shockwave of raw psychic energy surged toward Hades like a tsunami. And Hades didn't even slow down. The tentacle's terror deepened within Hades' radius. Even the psychic shockwave ceased to exist. No. No, 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 and no. It realized now psychic attacks were useless against this being. Even its most devastating spell had no effect at all. These parasitic xeno-life forms had long since evolved to rely entirely on warp energy. Their physical bodies were degraded and weak. Aside from launching huge chunks of meat as primitive bludgeons, they had no real capacity for precise or sustained physical attacks. They had forsaken the inefficiency of physical warfare and embraced the powers of the warp. To the many soul-bearing species across the galaxy, the tentacle spawn were apex predators. None could resist them. Their kind fed on souls with ease. Only higher-order psychers could stand against them. And those relying on physical force? As long as the controller possessed a soul, they'd crumble before the tentacle's psychic onslaught. But now, for the first time, the tentacle overlord felt it, fear in the presence of a natural enemy. It was the same terror that primitive species once felt when they first encountered a psyker and witnessed their power, completely alien, entirely beyond reason. And now, the tentacle saw it too. A force it could not comprehend, one that made it immune to all its power. A brutal, unreasonable force that nullified its psychic might completely. This can't be. The vision it had of crushing the intruder under a wave of flesh and bone was unraveling. The enemy was still drawing closer, moving rapidly toward its core, the very place where it stored its essence and soul energy. No, 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 no. Is it moving? Vorks blurted out, seemingly at random. Garo, meanwhile, stared at the screen. The feed from the sensors showed the giant tentacle embedded in the capital starting to loosen, almost as if it was trying to pull itself out of the ground and flee into the distance. It looks like it's trying to run away, Vorks muttered. He and Garo exchanged a glance. Then both of them suddenly realized what was happening. Vorks spoke again, slowly and with disbelief. I don't think it's the Death Guard fleet that's threatening it. The Psi shield above the city hasn't shown any sign of weakening. Then, it can only be. But Vorks choked back the rest of his sentence. It was too absurd. Too far beyond anything he could understand. Garo looked at him, and in his eyes, there was the same disbelief. And yet, in the end, Garo forced himself to speak. Prepared to halt all orbital strikes. If that lead Xeno dies, the psychic shield over the city will shatter immediately. We can't risk hitting Hades. Yes, Hades was powerful, that they all agreed on. Strong enough to defeat most Death Guard warriors. But this was insane. He'd made it. He was finally there. That massive eyeball was right in front of him now. Hades jumped with all his strength. The tentacle beneath his feet was sticky and slick, no traction at all, but he used his experience to find leverage, vaulting upward as his jetpack roared, the last of its fuel burning furiously to give him lift. He swapped to judgment, it's slower to charge, but better suited for this. Hades took aim at the center of the massive eye's pupil. Oddly enough, he thought he saw fear, actual fear, in that alien in human gaze. High above, every single tentacle of the Xeno Overlord stopped caring about collateral damage to its own body. All of them swung toward Hades at once, closing in like a grotesque lotus of blood and flesh, each limb carrying megaton-level force. Hades fired first. The pistol that he got from Trazyn flashed brilliantly. A particle beam screeched through the air, heading straight for the pupil. Just before it struck, a thin film suddenly covered the eye. It has an eyelid? Hades thought in disbelief. But this was no ordinary weapon. The gun from Trazyn was no mundane tool. Almost as if it anticipated the defense, a fold layer opened up right before the beam hit the membrane, and on the other side of that fold was the unguarded eyeball. Plus scree Iowaha. Plus, the membrane burst. High-pressure blood erupted like a geyser. The white of the eye turned murky and red. Vision completely obscured by the flood of blood, Hades gripped his scythe tight and dove downward. The xeno-psionic core was just beneath the eyeball. Hades plunged straight into it. Plus Ayaha. Plus, swimming through layers of sticky, viscous flesh felt like moving through the thickest swamp. Hades forced himself downward, steering through sheer will, diving toward the explosive pulses of psychic light. Here, Hades compressed his black domain to the limit, then channeled it into the obituary. Slash. At that moment, every living being in the vicinity, save for Hades himself, saw light. A blinding, all-consuming psychic flash filled the sky, then vanished instantly, like a phantom illusion. All tentacles mid-strike began to slacken and crumble, falling heavily on the ground where the eye had been moments ago. Every mortal once controlled by the tendrils collapsed. The small tentacles that were still flailing just seconds before fell limp, twitching only in death. The psionic shield above the city shattered. Without the control of a conscious mind, warp energy scattered into glittering fragments, falling like rain. As if it had been waiting, the orbital light spears aimed at the capital suddenly grew dim and faded completely. Darkness fell. Aside from a few scattered fires within the capital, everything else vanished into silence and shadow. Is it over? Horus stared in disbelief toward the capital. With the hyper-awareness only a pre-March possessed, he instantly knew that the target of their purge had perished. He needed an explanation. But what greeted him was Mordorion breaking into a sprint toward the capital. It's over. Mordorion muttered to his brother, eyes fixed on the countless distress signals Hades was now transmitting through the Vox. Horus swore that, even during those long years before the Imperium ever found him, he had never witnessed a scene so absurdly surreal, yet undeniably real. The streets were jam-packed with bloody tentacles. Corpses, human and Xenos alike, were stacked in layers upon layers. A suffocating stench of rot filled the air. Viscous, muddied blood flowed across the ground, mixing with chunks of meat and stray eyeballs. If one wanted to move forward, they had to step on the dead. The sky was dark. The world around them soaked in gore. But this wasn't even the most ridiculous part to Horus. The Primarch had seen worse carnage. He had witnessed battlefields so bloodied and full of corpses that friend and foe lay indistinguishable in death. No, what truly made this moment insane was what he was seeing now. Horus looked up at his brother, Mordorion. And he had no idea what to say. Words suddenly felt meaningless. Mordorion was digging. He was on top of a hill-sized mound of flesh and corpses, personally tearing into it. Death Guard warriors helped him, of course, but Mordorion, a Primarch, could have easily left the task to them. Apparently, he found their pace too slow. So now, Mordorion had started digging with his own hands. Horus remembered it vividly. Just moments ago, Mordorion had strode with purpose into the mountain of corpses. Slime and tentacle gore slid down his armor, but not once did he hesitate. Apologies. Give me a moment. That's what he had said to the Lupercal before beginning his excavation. Digging in a heap of unstable, collapsing flesh tentacles was clearly not a smart idea. But Mordorion didn't stop. Slippery, slimy strands were tossed everywhere as the Death Guard made space. Horus had no idea how deep they'd gone, but it was clear they wouldn't stop until they found what they were looking for. Finally, they hit something. Mordorion crouched down, utterly undignified, and shoved most of his body, along with his massive scythe silence, deep into the hole. The Lupercal was already overwhelmed, but this was beyond anything Horus had ever imagined. He had thought he was past the point of being shocked. He was wrong. Because when Mordorion finally pulled out what he had found, Horus discovered that his definition of shocking had not been nearly broad enough. Mordorion carefully pulled his scythe back up. Something very heavy was hanging off the end. The Primarch had to adjust his stance several times just to avoid slipping on the slick gore pile. Then, finally, he hoisted up. A tangled mass of tentacles? With a wet smack, Mordorion slammed the mass to the ground. The Death Guard swarmed in, peeling back layers of flesh until a hint of white armor was visible. A hand. Mordorion grabbed that hand and, like he was shaking off some stubborn barnacles, yanked upward. What emerged was a battered and barely breathing Hades, completely cocooned in gore. Maybe it was the sheer absurdity of it all, but Horus found himself unable to process the moment. The Lupercal tried to reason through what he'd just seen, but no matter how he thought about it, it made zero logical sense. Ano Epsilon. And yet Mordorion moved fluidly, methodically, not the least bit embarrassed. In the end, Horus gave up. He watched silently, saying nothing. Mordorion gently laid Hades flat on the ground. The Primarch crouched again and began inspecting the warrior's condition. The Death Guard's armor was cracked from the immense pressure, and some fluids from the tentacles had clearly seeped inside. Mordorion accessed the suit's internal systems. Good, all limbs intact, though Hades' mental state seemed hazy. Likely concussed. Mordorion carefully read through the vitals displayed on Hades' armor. Good, no emergency intervention needed. He was merely paralyzed by the toxins secreted by the tentacles. Mordorion was confident that even if they hadn't come to rescue him, Hades would have eventually broken down the toxins and climbed out on his own. He had thought Hades was dying. That thought had lingered in Mortarion's mind for far too long earlier, and it had scared him. Thankfully, it was a false alarm. Expressionless, Mordorion quietly let out a breath of relief. Then, with complete nonchalance, he wiped his hands, stained with ooze from digging, on one of the cleaner parts of Hades' armor. He had to talk to Horus in a moment, and he couldn't do that with dirty hands. Of course, that motion also carried some very Mortarion-style pettiness. It was his way of mocking Hades for sending out a flood of distress signals, making him abandon all decorum in front of Horus just to dig him out. He's fine. Take him back. Mordorion gave the order to the Death Guard. Then, silently picking up his scythe, he walked over to Horus, who was now staring at him in complete shock. Mordorion figured Horus should speak first. Let him ask something Mordorion would answer. So he stood, completely unapologetic, right in front of Horus. 3 seconds passed. Horus said nothing. So Mordorion had to speak up instead. It's exactly what you saw. He said it flatly, without preamble. Horus turned his head stiffly to look at him. Exactly what he saw. Did Mordorion mean the colossal Xeno's corpse, or the insane scene of him personally digging out a subordinate from a mountain of gore? Horus swallowed hard. He was the master of diplomacy among the Primarchs. He could reconcile the most heated sibling feuds, read between the lines of political maneuvering, and win battles with near-effortless precision. He was the most socially adept among them. He could handle anything. But not this. Not today. For the first time, Horus realized how hard it could be to just say words. Especially with Mordorion looking at him like that, with an expression that screamed, "I told you so." Eventually, Horus managed to squeeze out the dumbest possible question. That was, "Your Death Guard, Hades?" The Tech Marine. Mordorion nodded. He killed the Xeno's leader? Alone. Mordorion took a deep breath. A wheezing sound hissed from his respirator. Technically, he survived because of the Death Guard's orbital bombardment support. Even with orbital support, wasn't that still utterly insane? As if sensing Horus' unspoken doubts, Mordorion added, "Hades is a pariah, you know that, brother. We've both seen the Sisters of Silence. My Death Guard has a similar trait to them. He's immune to most psychic attacks. That's probably how he survived." Horus glanced again at the grotesque Xeno's corpse in the distance. Mordorion very deliberately avoided saying that Hades killed the Xeno's overlord on his own. Could an individual really do something like that? Or was this some form of deliberate obfuscation? Was Hades designed for this? Horus didn't quite believe a single soldier could accomplish such a feat. But what if the Death Guard had an entire unit like him? So, the Sisters of Silence can be that powerful? Maybe I've underestimated them. Mordorion shook his head. Hades is stronger than them. He's a unique case. A complete outlier. Irreplicable. No one else in the Death Guard is like him. As for this success, Mordorion glanced at the massive hill of Xeno's flesh. Even I didn't expect it. But I believe, with Hades' abilities, and a little luck, it was possible. Mordorion understood where Horus' thoughts were going. Horus was beginning to question too much. Mordorion didn't want him thinking in that direction. So he abruptly said, "We can review the footage from his helmet post-battle. Hades' exposure was inevitable. So it would be better to let the rest of the Death Guard's secrets remain hidden in the shadow of Hades' brilliance." The Endurance glided silently through the void, leaving a faint scar in the fabric of space. Meteorites scattered with a dull crash as they collided with the massive ship. Horus once again stepped aboard the suppressive, heavy-hearted vessel. The narrow corridors of the starship were dimly lit, the moss-green walls and bone-white floors giving him the impression of being entombed in a damp grave. Even for someone as fond of conversation as himself, living too long on the ship would surely turn one into a silent corpse. Horus couldn't help but think that everything aboard the Death Guard's ships seemed designed to repel the living. The gentle white light from his armor faded. On the screen in front of him, black. Silence. No one spoke. The two Primarchs silently watched the footage from Hades' helmet. The recording began with Hades separating from Brinka and the rest of the team. And that alone shocked Horus to his core. The banner of the Luna Wolves had flown over countless battlefields. The Emperor's favored son had borne witness to countless tragic, glorious stories. In the chaos of war, miracles and catastrophes alike were commonplace. He had seen his Luna Wolves accomplish the impossible again and again, like carving trenches through solid rock. Miracles had always favored them. Their deeds had become legendary epics in the eyes of other legions. So Horus understood miracles. He believed they could happen. He knew they did happen to the warriors of the Imperium. But this? Even miracles had to obey some fundamental logic, didn't they? If not for his own sharp eyes verifying the footage hadn't been tampered with, he would have genuinely suspected that Mordorion had fabricated this entire video to deceive him. The silent recording showed a miracle so implausible it bordered on delusion, the sky and earth choked with writhing, bloody tentacles. Eyes, too many to count, glared furiously from within the flesh, staring straight at the helmet's wearer. Attacks capable of flattening entire sectors fell from above. The grotesque meat filled the entire frame, assaulting the camera's bearer with relentless, feral malice. Scenes like these would instill unspeakable terror in even the most battle-hardened Astartes veteran. Even if not fear, revulsion and hesitation would be the bare minimum reaction when trudging through that viscous tide of flesh. And yet, the tentacles in the video grew larger and larger, closer and closer. The helmet's wearer charged without pause straight into the storm's heart. If the footage had sound, Horus could easily imagine the whooshing wind that would accompany the blitzing advance. Fluid. That was the word that came to Horus as he watched Hades' movement. It was a motion like flowing water, practiced 1,000 times. The storm of flesh surged like a maelstrom, but the swallow gliding through it remained untouched by a single drop. Moreover, as Horus recalled, didn't Hades usually wear the Tartaros pattern Terminator armor? To enhance defense and firepower, that armor sacrificed a degree of mobility, and even if it was one of the more agile models among Terminator armors, it was still Terminator armor. Our new beta. Within the Luna Wolves, Abaddon was famed for his ability to maneuver effectively in such cumbersome gear. But those impossible dodging maneuvers in the footage, that sense of lingering in midair. Could Emir Astartes really achieve that? Horus glanced at Mordorion. That terrifying level of agility shown in the footage stood in stark contrast to Mordorion and his Death Guard, whose very aura conveyed the opposite feeling. They were warriors who delighted in dragging war into the mud, slowly, inexorably grinding down their enemies as fatigue took hold. Horus racked his brain, trying to recall the rare times he had seen Hades in person. Regrettably, apart from noting that the man was tall and broad, Horus had never paid him any special attention. Who exactly was this Death Guard named Hades? Even being a pariah, an untouchable, shouldn't allow for this kind of performance, right? Or was it that the Sisters of Silence weren't actually the strongest type of untouchables after all? So, that's the truth of it. A sigh-like voice broke the silence. Seeing that Horus was still absorbed in the footage, Mordorion had no choice but to speak again. It's true. Hades, in cooperation with the Death Guard's orbital bombardment, eliminated the enemy. Horus turned slowly to Mordorion and nodded solemnly. The footage had shown the truth clearly and methodically. Even if logic screamed in protest, he had no grounds left to dispute Mortarion's account. This dispelled his earlier suspicion that the Death Guard might be hiding a specialized counterpsyker unit. Horus was still grappling with the question of how a single Astartes could possibly reach such heights. In his understanding, unless. But for now, he had to respond to Mortarion's expectant gaze. Mordorion had shown him sincerity, and the Lupercal couldn't afford to be cold. A remarkable warrior, exceptional, truly. I envy you, my brother. To have such strength within your legion. He will be the pride of the Death Guard. Hearing Horus's words, Mordorion nodded in agreement. I know that well. So, he really is an untouchable. Mordorion blinked in surprise. The facts were laid out before them. Why was Horus asking again? To my knowledge, Hades is an untouchable, Mordorion affirmed. But Horus wasn't convinced. The Lupercal understood that being a blank simply allowed one to resist a degree of psychic assault. It didn't explain Hades's overwhelming superiority in both agility and strength. It just didn't add up. The black domain could not be observed by the naked eye, and naturally, the video couldn't transmit that instinctive sense of dread and revulsion it inspired, so Horus still refused to accept Mortarion's explanation. Able to resist a degree of psychic assault, possessing immense physical strength, achieving miracles that should be impossible. So, Hades was actually a psyker. A high-level psyker could repel warp-based attacks and enhance their physical abilities through psychic power. In fact, among the Librarius, it was not uncommon for warp disturbances to catalyze miracles. Aside from the questions of what level of psyker could withstand that psychic aberration, and why Mordorion insisted on calling him a blank, everything else formed a neat logical chain in Horus's mind. Most importantly, Horus and the other Primarchs knew that psychers powerful enough to shatter stars with one hand did exist. But someone like Hades, claiming to be a mere untouchable with that kind of power, that completely shattered their understanding. Realizing this, Horus glanced thoughtfully at Mordorion. Why, exactly, would his brother go to such lengths to disguise the truth? To present himself as opposed to psychers while secretly nurturing one? Mordorion, unaware of Horus's bizarre line of reasoning, simply continued along the lines he had planned. "My brother," he said, "I hope you'll keep this matter to yourself, including Hades's nature." Mortarion's face didn't flinch. He didn't actually care whether Hades's nature was revealed or not, but the mere act of making this request would entangle Horus's attention in this narrative and steer it away from more dangerous suspicions. Untouchables are usually taken away by the black ships. But Hades is my right-hand man in the Death Guard. I genuinely want him to remain with us. And just like that, Mortarion's words sparked an epiphany in Horus. Taken by the black ships. So in truth, Hades was a psyker, possibly one who had dabbled in forbidden knowledge. And Mordorion clearly didn't want the Imperium to learn about this. Horus had also heard that on Mortarion's homeworld, psychers weren't exactly seen as honorable beings. This brother, newly integrated into the Imperium, still didn't fully understand the unspoken rules. Officially, the Imperium imposed strict limits on psychic practices. But in reality, many legions were secretly researching psychic powers behind closed doors. Yes, his brother was just too cautious. Perhaps after this, Horus could arrange for Magnus to have a conversation with Mordorion to help guide him past some of this paranoia toward psychers. Hades was an exceptionally gifted psyker. He shouldn't be held back just because of Mortarion's caution. "My brother, I'll keep this matter confidential." Finally, Horus said with a warm smile. Seeing that Horus didn't press further, Mordorion smiled in satisfaction as well. And so, one man who had just sold out Hades's identity and another who had completely misunderstood it formed a strange and unwitting alliance. Hades, for his part, knew none of this. He was still in the medical room, pretending to be unconscious to skip out on work. Temporarily burying Horus's pointless curiosity and probing under the deep shadows of the Endurance, Mordorion, for once, felt a rare sense of ease. He was never one who excelled at or even enjoyed conversation. In front of those who wielded words like weapons, Mordorion had to tread carefully, measuring each phrase with precision. That overly enthusiastic brother had finally left, but only for now. Mordorion knew that sooner or later, he would have to face all his brothers. The Reaper silently sharpened his scythe, counting the names in his heart. The rasping breath beneath his gas mask echoed softly. There were still matters to address within the Death Guard. In the conference room, Garros stood in silence, with Vorkes beside him. Mordorion sat in his chair, staring at the black screen, patiently waiting. The door to the room opened. Branka walked in, the usual roguishness gone from the veteran's face as he solemnly gave the Aquila salute. "Come in." Mortarion's voice rasped as he spoke. Branka strode over to stand behind Garro and began his report. Hades is still in the medical room, and Apothecary Leo is forcing him to undergo further examination. He can't leave at the moment. Mordorion nodded silently. "Speak freely." Every Primarch shared a mental and spiritual connection with their sons. For Mordorion, It was a strange sensation, like standing in a field, gazing at a single cloud on the horizon. It was a vague, indistinct premonition. By observing that cloud, he could guess whether it would bring a torrential downpour or a sky of endless blue. Mordorion could feel Garo and the others' emotions. On the hardened edge of the altered, battle-forged souls of these Astartes, a faint, hazy trace of fear had once lingered. And at the edge of Mortarion's own awareness, had he, too, once felt fear? Lord Primarch, we wish to inquire about Captain Hades's condition and formally request certain precautionary measures. Garo's voice finally rang out, calm and even, just as it always did when he reported to Mordorion. No matter the state of the battlefield, this captain never let emotion color his words, for fear that it might distort the Primarch's judgment. Mordorion silently stared at the three warriors before him. Though he rarely visited the region where the 7th Company had once been stationed, he knew these three had long been close to Hades and were trusted by him. Ari Thailandbot. Vorks, especially, had been accidentally brought up multiple times by Hades, as if trying to draw Mortarion's attention to him. Hades trusted them. Mordorion knew that. But as for Garo and the others, Mordorion still needed to be sure. Because now, they stood before him, proposing restrictions on Hades. As for the matter of Hades's condition, you could have gone to him directly. He would have given you a far more detailed and straightforward answer. And as for your second point, your reason? Precaution? Precaution against a death guard. This kind of behavior makes it difficult not to question your motives. Is it because Hades has been transferred around the Legion too frequently? Mordorion fixed his gaze on Garo, waiting for his reply. The former Dusk Raider stood tall and unmoving, unfazed. To Mortarion's surprise, it was Vorks who stepped forward. In Mortarion's mind, this barbarous-born son had always been a gentle presence and was perhaps too cautious, even. That was Mortarion's assessment of him. Beneath Vorks's mild exterior lay a mind that was exceptionally cautious and perceptive. Mordorion still wasn't sure whether Hades had truly been fooled by the boy's outward demeanor when he recommended Vorks, or if he had seen through to Vorks's true nature and, because of that, made the recommendation. Mordorion leaned toward the former, which made Vorks's decision to speak all the more unexpected. Vorks drew in a deep breath. Father, I mean no offense. You may speak freely. I permit it. I have long benefited from Lord Hades's care, and I deeply respect his strength. In my opinion, Lord Hades ranks among the Death Guard's finest, whether in politics, in battle, or in the forge. We have no doubts whatsoever regarding the responsibilities entrusted to him. I truly believe that Lord Hades is willing to defend the honor of the Death Guard. In my time spent around Lord Hades, I've come to believe that he may underestimate the uniqueness of his own abilities. To the Death Guard, Lord Hades is the sharpest blade in our arsenal, but even the sharpest blade must be carefully sheathed when not in use, or it may accidentally harm its wielder. I believe that if an accident were to happen, if Lord Hades were to unintentionally bring harm to the Death Guard, that would be the last thing he would ever want. Vorks chose his words with care. Garo and Branka, due to their roles, were not well suited to say such things, so he had taken it upon himself to do so. Mordorion was silent, chewing over Vorks's words. They did not seem forced or disingenuous. This truly seemed to be what Vorks believed. Within the Death Guard, Mordorion certainly trusted Hades. But what about the others? After what they had seen, how many could still truly accept him? Garo knew that after that campaign, many of the survivors from the secondary battlefield had gone to confide in the Grave Warden. What surprised him was that it wasn't the flesh-warping horror that disturbed them most, it was Hades's black domain that unsettled them to their core. Branka was one of the few who managed to quickly adapt and come to terms with it. Untouchables were a kind of curse, born to be shunned and feared. Some would even try to kill them on sight. And in front of Hades's black domain, which far surpassed that of ordinary untouchables, there was no resisting that soul-deep tremor of dread. Even Corclan and Jean, who frequently dealt with untouchables, could barely manage normal communication when facing a heavily diluted version of Hades's black domain. This plea from Garo's group had two purposes: to make Mordorion take the issue seriously and to soothe their own unease that they had tried to ignore until now. After a stretch of silence from everyone present, Mordorion fixed his gaze on Vorks and finally spoke. I understand. The Primarch tapped impatiently on the armrest of his chair. What Vork said was not wrong. Mordorion understood Garo and the others' concerns. Hades' abilities were too unusual. It reminded Mordorion of something his adoptive father once said: any power that people cannot comprehend will be labeled as sorcery, and sorcerers will be burned by those gripped by fear. What Mordorion hadn't expected was that, after slaying countless psychers over the years, Hades would be the one pushed into that role. Then tell me, how do you propose to prevent it? Silence once again fell over the room. Garo's group stood firm but said nothing. Mordorion took a deep breath. You come to me with a warning, yet you have no method of prevention? For once, Garo's voice sounded strained. We thought, you might have insight in this matter. Get out. Mortarion's voice was tinged with anger. He had already begun wrestling with this issue internally, only to have Garo come and tell him they had no solution either. If you really want advice, then come back once you've thought it through. For now, I suggest you reflect on the boldness of your suggestion. We apologize, my lord. We've overstepped. Garo finally spoke, then led the other two out. But this time, they didn't walk with the same firm resolve they had when they first entered. Just before the door fully closed, Mordorion spoke again. If you truly want actionable measures, then go ask Hades. Report the outcome of your conversation to me. The door shut with a click. Mordorion stared at the screen in the conference room with growing impatience. This entire ordeal had been a farce. In the end, even the Primarch decided to leave. As he casually turned on the monitor, Hades' furious voice immediately blared through. Stop shoving that meat paste in my damn face. The video feed had audio, of course, but those words were absolutely unfit for playback in front of Horus. The Death Guard, at the very least, had to maintain some semblance of decorum in front of the other legions. Mordorion idly watched for a while. This foul-mouthed Hades clearly had no idea what the people around him had just done behind his back. Then Mordorion stood up and left too, leaving behind an empty conference room, with only the sound of Hades talking to himself echoing from the video. Outside the medical room, Branka took a deep breath, glanced at the two behind him, and after the trio exchanged nods, Branka pushed the door open and walked in. Hades, how's your recov? He was cut off mid-sentence when he saw two people crowded around Hades' bed, the three of them chatting enthusiastically. Branka? And Vorks and Garo, you've come to visit me. Hades' warm voice rang out. Io, Lerna, this is Captain Garo of the 7th Company, that one's Branka, and Vorks of the 1st Company. Don't be nervous, they're all easy to talk to. Don't just stand in the doorway, come in everyone. These two are part of the latest batch of Barbardus recruits. This is trainee apothecary Io and Lerna, who is currently in the 2nd Company. With Hades calling them over so energetically, the three visitors had no choice but to walk in. Garo remained stoic and expressionless as always. Branka looked like he was barely restraining the urge to knock Hades' head off, and only Vorks gave a gentle but slightly awkward smile. If we'd known you were in the middle of a conversation, we wouldn't have picked now to visit, Vorks said. No worries. Leo just finished with me, and now he's letting his apprentice Io take over for a bit, so I thought I'd have a little chat. Io bowed respectfully to the three senior Astartes. If the lords have matters to discuss, please don't mind us. We'll take our leave. Then the trainee hesitated slightly, clearly reluctant, but still said, Lord Leo has instructed that no food be given to Lord Hades, so please don't bring any into the medical room. And if Lord Hades requests to go to the cafeteria, please deny such a request. Huh? But we just agreed earlier that I could go to the cafeteria. Hades exclaimed. Io quickly averted his gaze. That was just a stalling tactic. He couldn't outright refuse someone of Hades' rank, so he had to buy time until Leo returned. The good news was that Hades and his friend Lerna were chatting so happily that Io didn't even need to try hard to keep him occupied. Lerna had always been this way, loud and carefree, even back on Barbarous. Yeah, Io. Weren't we just talking about bringing something for Lord Hades? Io jabbed Lerna in the side. Don't drag me down with you, you idiot. Lerna, however, looked at him in disbelief, as if saying, You're lying? Seriously? Watching this, Vorks felt his smile start to crack. We will abide by that rule, Garo said sternly, interrupting the bickering between the two recruits. Understood. We'll be going then, Io said, nodding and preparing to leave. Greetings. I'm Lerna. Io felt a cold sweat forming. Lerna had zero awareness. Io seriously had no idea how this guy had developed such a personality. Just as Branka was about to scold them, Hades chimed in helpfully, "Vorks, remember these two. In this batch of new recruits, I've got a good feeling about them," Ampty said he. Vorks silently took note. Back then, when Hades had said similar words to Lord Mordorion, the subject had been him. And now, Vorks was already the highest-ranked Barbardus-born Astartes in the Legion besides Hades himself. Understood. Thank you, Lord Hades. Lurna shouted loudly, then turned and quickly gave Hades a hug before grabbing the now-frozen Io and bolting. Hades gave a sheepish smile. Haha, who'd have thought we'd have such cheerful warriors among the Death Guard? They didn't seem like recruits grown from Mortarian's genocide at all. Hades couldn't help but rant internally. If he didn't know that his genocide was still sealed in the cold vault, he'd seriously start to wonder if he was their progenitor. But genocide wasn't supposed to alter personality traits, right? Vorks nodded, smoothly picking up where Hades left off. A warrior's personality is still influenced by their life before becoming an Astartes. And, honestly, having a few more extroverts in the Death Guard isn't a bad thing. I've taken note of Lurna and Io. Vorks and Hades shared a glance. Everything that needed to be said passed silently between them. Bold of you to say it out loud, Hades grinned. I've been keeping an eye on those two since the beginning. Their selection metrics were impressive. Besides Branka, who was it that took me to that meeting room where Garo and the other captains were talking? Branka coughed a few times. You pick things up fast, don't you? Hades wore a look of justified confidence and, with practiced ease, held out his hand. What are you doing? Branka asked suspiciously. Food. You think we'd bring someth? Before Branka could even finish, he saw Vorks pulling out a food-grade ceramite ration block from his power armor, clearly hesitating whether or not to hand it over. Hades, since the apothecary has already given orders, maybe we shouldn't. I know my body better than anyone. Leo's just using this as an excuse to mess with me. Hand it over. Hades made a move to grab it. No. Garo stepped in calmly and took the ration block from Vorks's hand, placing it aside. Hades immediately deflated. Get some rest, Garo said with a tone that brooked no argument as he firmly pressed Hades back onto the bed. Yeah, no food, and the three of you show up. Don't tell me you really came to check if I'm dead or not. Hades, that's not a fair way to put it. You really think so poorly of us? Vorks added. Hades raised both hands in a gesture of mock surrender. Okay, I was wrong. I misjudged you all. Clearly, you're just here out of the kindness of your hearts, visiting a wounded brother-in-arms recovering in a bed. Too bad you rushed over and forgot to bring anything for the poor patient. TSK, the standards of this legion are slipping I say. Branka felt himself tensing, his fists clenching on reflex. This really was how Hades normally interacted with them, but when he thought about what he saw on the battlefield, a stark, jarring sense of dissonance cleaved through his mind. Vorks and Garo felt it too. We came to check on you and to talk business. Garo's tone was level. We just came from speaking with the Primarch. Hades instantly sat up, his expression turning serious. All right. Hit me. What is it this time? You. That made Hades freeze. He blinked in disbelief. Huh. Vorks and Garo exchanged a glance. Hades. Was the Droom campaign the first time you used your ability on a wide scale? Hades thought back. If we're talking about my time in the Death Guard, then, yeah, that was the first time I deployed the Black Domain in a direct battlefield. Then, who have you told about your ability? Hades paused to count. The entire Zero Company. The soldiers from the 7th who fought with me this time. The 3 of you. Mordorion. And 2 members of the Mechanicus. He didn't mention the Custodes or the Sisters of Silence. Hades caught the flicker of hesitation on Vorks's face, just as he was about to speak, only for Garo to cut in first. Hades, for the sake of the Legion's internal safety protocols, we hope to fully understand the nature of your ability and establish contingency measures. Hades was struck speechless. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. So, his performance on the battlefield really had shaken Garo and the others. Logically speaking, it made sense. From the standpoint of Legion security, someone like him should be kept in check. The Space Wolves and White Scars had similar procedures in place for their librarians and psychers. But understanding it in theory was one thing. Voluntarily offering to be restrained was another. And being confronted about it like this, was something else entirely. Hades let out a long sigh. As you've seen, you can think of me as a particularly powerful untouchable. I can control the size of my anti-psyker field, that's about it. But from what we know, Garo said, untouchables shouldn't be able to directly knock people unconscious, let alone kill them. That's because they're not strong enough. Hades answered irritably. Why can't some monstrously strong untouchable show up already? Then he wouldn't have to explain all this himself. The human soul is also part of the warp, Hades continued. Untouchables, well, I might be a special case, can suppress or eliminate the warp within a given space. And once the warp is eliminated, the soul dissipates. A body without a soul is just a corpse. When he finished speaking, the three in front of him visibly fell into synchronized silence and deep thought. Does your ability have any limitations? Garo asked. Even with psychers, unless one was highly skilled or performing very basic feats, there was usually a need for chanting or some time to establish contact with the warp. No, Hades replied with a shrug. Other than the strength of the field diminishing with distance. As he made the gesture, the three of them suddenly felt a wave of cold dread wash over them, only to vanish just as quickly. Hades had just briefly activated his anti-warp field. Branka swallowed hard. This is even more unreasonable than psyker powers. And this guy, with powers like this, he still spends every day trying to slack off? For a moment, all three of them looked at Hades with considerably more complicated expressions. Then what would you recommend as a countermeasure against yourself? Hades looked helplessly at Garo. He's too straightforward. Even Garo seemed to realize he'd rushed the question. He didn't meet Hades' gaze and instead awkwardly stared at the wall. Currently? Nothing really. If it's an extremely powerful psyker, my ability could be suppressed. But let's be honest, the Death Guard probably doesn't have psykers on that level. And if someone tries to attack me physically, well, if I'm on the verge of death, I might instinctively drag half the ship down with me in a psychic detonation. All four fell silent at once. Then Hades let out an awkward laugh. Ha ha ha. Yeah, doesn't really sound like there's a good solution, huh? But, he said, tapping the metallic side of his cybernetic skull, the Emperor personally installed a failsafe for my ability. So you don't need to worry too much. Of course, what Hades didn't say was that the Emperor's failsafe had already become unstable, and that it was now reinforced by Terrasen, the warlord of wargame collectibles. And besides, Hades said seriously, I'm the last person who wants to see any of that happen. So if I ever feel anything going wrong, I'll jump straight into the Death Guard's trash chute and eject myself from the Endurance. Ugh, Branka let out a long groan. So in the end, we came away with basically nothing. I could move my office and quarters to the most remote area of the Endurance. Hades offered sheepishly. Branka rolled his eyes. Brilliant idea. The veteran stepped forward and gave Hades a solid punch. You brat. I trust you. So you better not screw this up. If you go off the rails, I'll be the first one to take you down. Garo nodded silently. I understand your situation now, Hades. And I appreciate you being willing to talk to us about this. I'll give it further thought once I return. I hope you won't take it the wrong way. Former Captain Barasine entrusted me with these responsibilities, and I must fulfill them. Hades nodded. I get it. Garo, don't overwork yourself either. If anything's bothering you, you can always come to me. Branka slapped Hades on the back hard. Forget that for now. First go talk to the soldiers you scared half to death. That was not a power meant for mortals. Countless lives fell in the blink of an eye. On the blood-soaked ground, death spread like dense wheat in a field, everywhere, unavoidable. It was not a power that could be comprehended. It was something only hinted at in scattered phrases buried deep within ancient tomes of the warp. To those who had only glimpsed the calm surface of that otherworldly ocean, it was an undercurrent they'd never truly witness in their lifetimes. It was the power of the Lord of the Underworld, the ruler of the waters of the river Styx. And now, they had seen it. They had been terrified by it. Even the most blasphemous and tainted psychers and sorcerers would use chants and frenzied movements visible and audible to men, praying for a response from their powers. They acted, and then power was granted. Psychic energies visibly flared around them, signaling the incoming disaster. But the Lord of the Underworld required none of that. He merely stood there, and with a single thought, life withered. The name Hades once again began to circulate among the Death Guard. Initially, it had meant only a powerful warrior, a skilled tech marine, a barbarous-born brother close to the pre-march, and a fierce eater on the battlefield. But now, the meaning of that name returned to its original form. Among the Death Guard who liked to study in the archives, they uncovered the truth behind the ancient Terran word. Hades, Lord of the Underworld. The details of the Drune campaign involving Hades had long been hidden and encrypted, but the veterans who fought alongside him in that battle responded with incomprehensible silence and fear whenever it was mentioned. The title, the Death Guard's Lord of the Underworld, first came from their lips, and even the most taciturn Death Guards began to feel a mysterious aura in the hushed conversations within training halls. Strictly speaking, the title was a little disrespectful, since the Legion commander Mordorion himself was known as the Reaper. Calling a mere warrior the Lord of the Underworld might have seemed excessive, but those who had lived through that campaign agreed the name was fitting. That's the Lord of the Underworld, the one who controls death. Sorry to interrupt your training. I'm Hades. Hades entered somewhat awkwardly, not entirely willing to disturb the warriors during practice. But among the Death Guard, the two most common gathering places were the training hall and the cafeteria, and he wasn't about to make a speech in the cafeteria. He still wanted to enjoy his meals there in peace. Those who had been training paused in silence. The crowd instinctively formed a half-circle around him, all maintaining a deliberate distance. Those who hadn't had the chance to observe him closely on the battlefield were now doing so, the so-called Lord of the Underworld. He wasn't wearing a helmet, and on his half-new, half-worn power armor hung a finely crafted backpack like those carried by master artisans. Aside from the metallic half of his brain that marked him as the Lord of the Underworld, he did indeed still look like a man, even acted like one. But after what had happened, no one intended to treat him as one anymore. The atmosphere was just a little bit tense. Hades, slow to catch on, finally realized it. He had the distinct feeling that this crowd might scatter at any moment. Thankfully, Branka had come in with him, hopefully enough to ease the tension. This is Hades from Zero Company. Most of you met him at Drune. Let's get familiar with each other again. From now on, 7th Company will be operating with him most of the time. Branka spoke, tapping on Hades's armor, prompting him to say a few words. Hades glanced around the crowd. He could feel it, the mix of fear, confusion, and curiosity all cloaked beneath a layer of respect. They certainly respected, and even liked the Hades they once knew. But that didn't stop them from fearing the Hades he had become, the Lord of the Underworld. People instinctively fear overwhelming power, and when the principles behind that power are beyond their understanding, or worse, beyond their ability to counter, that fear reaches its peak. Even Space Marines, with their formidable mental fortitude, are not immune to such shadows creeping at the edges of their minds. Hades sighed and spoke solemnly. I realized that after the last battle, many of you were left confused and uncertain about my abilities. That's my fault. I failed to help you understand what the Black Domain really is. With you knew. I apologize for that. I can explain my abilities to you now, though for certain reasons I won't disclose everything. What I can assure you is this: the Pre-March, Garo, and the upper ranks of the Death Guard are fully aware of my powers and have already prepared appropriate response protocols. To put it simply, my ability is a form of anti-psyker power. You can think of me as the counterpart to a powerful psyker and untouchable in direct opposition. My power functions more like suppression and eradication of psychic energy. That's why, on the recent battlefield against psychic-based enemies, my abilities were so effective, leading to the outcome you witnessed. The crowd remained still, silent as they processed Hades' words. Branka stepped forward, coming right up beside Hades and clapping a hand on his shoulder. That's about the size of it. Any of you got questions? This guy's been busy as hell. If I hadn't dragged him out of the armory, he'd still be elbows deep in machine oil with the other tech marines. Hades smiled appreciatively at Branka. True, I've been spending a lot of time in the armory, but I still come to training when I can. Just been a bit swamped lately. So, does anyone want to ask anything? Or maybe you'd like to feel my ability firsthand. Don't worry, I have good control over it. Hades tried to keep his smile warm and friendly. At his invitation, a ripple ran through the veterans, and finally, a heavily scarred man stepped forward. Captain Hades, I witnessed your performance on the battlefield clearly. Those people. He struggled to find the words. They were fragile mortals, yes, but they didn't even get a chance to resist. Not one within the affected area survived. Isn't that? Hades blinked, then replied. Well, technically, powerful psychers can do the same. It's just that we rarely encounter psychers that strong in normal battles. Actually, everyone has some degree of psychic potential. My ability targets that part, the latent psychic energy. If someone shoots a bullet at me, I still have to dodge like anyone else. Whatever. Maybe it's easier to just show you. Hades strode forward and grabbed the veteran's hand. The man looked like he wanted to bolt, but forced himself to stay put. Hades looked at him with a bright smile. Ready? The veteran looked like he was trying to pass a kidney stone, but gave a reluctant nod. Man, don't look so terrified, Hades grumbled to himself internally. Still, he was exceedingly careful as he let the faintest wisp of his usually retracted black domain brush against the veteran. It was highly concentrated, yes, but such a small amount wouldn't be fatal. At most, it would nibble at the faint psychic glow of the man's soul, a tiny bit he'd recover from in a few days. But what Hades didn't expect was that the moment his black domain made contact, the veteran dropped to his knees, literally dropped, in an instant. The veteran only felt darkness overtake his vision. His limbs went limp, as though disconnected from his consciousness. By the time he opened his eyes again, he saw Hades looking at him with genuine concern. Sorry, you alright? You blacked out for about 5 milliseconds. Hades had caught him just in time, preventing him from fully collapsing to the ground. The veteran gasped for breath, slowly regaining control of his body. I'm fine. A flash of revulsion passed through him, and when he looked at Hades again, what he felt was a strange mixture of familiarity and distance. Was this what surviving death felt like? Only the lingering sense of helplessness remained, slowly fading from his body. It was a strange sensation. Not what I expected. He spoke slowly, enunciating every word. If it's just this level of intensity, and I had some mental preparation beforehand, I think I could retain control of my body for a brief moment before passing out. Really? I didn't know that. I mean, I can't exactly experience my own black domain. Hades smiled and patted him. You feeling okay now? The veteran nodded, and Hades let go of him. Anyone else want to give it a try? Realizing that the experience wasn't fatal, the crowd grew visibly interested. Hades smiled and gave a welcoming nod. Why is he in the medical room again? Mordorion stood before his alchemical workstation, the deep-hued chemicals dripping slowly through a distillation device. He exerted himself demonstrating his anti-psyker field to 7th Company, came the reply. The apothecary's diagnosis was overexertion. Activating the black domain was simple. The difficult part was controlling it with fine precision. Hades had pushed himself to his limits to make sure no one got hurt. Mordorion frowned. Don't tell me he demonstrated it on each of them one by one. Garo was silent for a moment. Actually, at several warriors' request, Hades gave multiple personalized demonstrations. Mordorion said nothing. The Reaper simply stared at the pitch-black potion, its surface trailing tear-like streaks along the glass wall. He's always been like that. After a long pause, the Reaper muttered to himself, if not for that side of him, people would fear him far more than they already do. Best he keeps projecting that persona. Still, I don't understand why he insists on caring about how others see him. Perhaps that was simply the kind of person Hades was. Mordorion decided not to dwell on it. Perhaps, if there ever came a day when Hades no longer cared about such things, that would be when Mordorion truly felt fear and unease. Done. Mordorion carefully picked up a small vial. Inside it, a thick black liquid lay still, like an abyss, absorbing every trace of light. My lord, what is that? Just 1 drop is enough, Mordorion murmured. Touch, inhale, or ingest, it doesn't matter. The subject will immediately fall unconscious. All physiological activity will freeze in that moment. And for him, the duration of the toxin will feel almost eternal. Mordorion wordlessly divided the liquid into 2 vials, handing one to Garo. Give this to Hades. Let him keep it on him. If he asks what it is, just tell him its name, Deliverance. As for this half, Mordorion lifted the remaining vial, holding it up to eye level. The violent substance inside sat quiet and docile. I'll continue refining and improving it. And its name will be Trust. Inside a small meeting room aboard the Vengeful Spirit, banners embroidered with a wolf's head and crescent moon hung down in a graceful arc, golden threads woven tightly throughout. A grand chandelier shone with unceasing light above, illuminating the space in brilliance. The pristine white porcelain and gleaming gold accents combined to form the proud aesthetic of the Luna Wolves. "Come in." The warm voice of Horus came from beyond the door. Abaddon opened it for Hades. The large-framed Luna Wolf stood tall and proud, clearly trying to set a dignified tone, but unfortunately, with Hades, an actual giant, standing next to him, the attempt had limited effect. "Thank you." Hades nodded to Abaddon, then stepped directly into the room. Horus was not in full armor. The Lupercal wore a training-grade platinum breastplate that gleamed under the room's bright lighting. Every movement he made shimmered with dazzling brilliance. A dozen soft, luxurious pelts lay quietly across his shoulders, offerings from cultures who had willingly submitted to him. Compared to Mordorion, the straw-stuffed scarecrow reeking of toxins and oppression, who paid no attention to appearances, Horus was like a proud, well-groomed gray wolf, for sleek and radiant. Hades prepared to kneel and salute. "No need for that." Horus' voice, lacking his usual commanding tone, carried a surprising touch of approachability. "You are the hero of this campaign. There's no need for formalities. Those are the trappings of mortal bureaucrats, between brothers of the legions. There's no need for such stiffness." In his dealings with Mordorion, Horus had noticed that the Death Guard generally disliked ceremonial pomp, even the bare minimum one. The Lupercal accepted this. Some brothers saw ritual as a mark of honor and respect. Others found it utterly loathsome. Upon hearing Horus' words, Hades kept his face neutral. When meeting a Primarch alone, it was always best to remove one's helmet, and facial expression control became critical. "Thank you, my lord. I am Hades, an officer of the Death Guard. I come bearing the will of our Primarch, Lord Mordorion, to discuss post-strewn matters with the Luna Wolves." Mordorion had locked himself inside his apothecary chamber and refused to come out. Clearly, his last interaction with Horus had left him mentally scarred. So this task was delegated, or in simple terms, randomly assigned to a lucky member of the Death Guard's command staff. Hades, who happened to be playing dead in the medical room at the time, was randomly selected. In some legions, it was acceptable for a capable officer to represent the Primarch in diplomatic discussions. If the Primarch themselves was unwilling, Mordorion wasn't unique in that regard. "Reno." Horus smiled, which, for Hades, was not a good thing. The Primarch's smile was far too charismatic. Horus knew precisely how to manipulate emotion and use it to his advantage. "You're still too tense. No need to be so rigid, Hades. The Luna Wolves may not be as solemn as the Death Guard, but I believe a relaxed atmosphere helps warriors express more radical ideas." Hades sighed inwardly. Manipulative Primarchs were terrifying. Compared to Horus, even Mordorion or Perturabo seemed lovable. At least they wouldn't say such strange things. "Thank you, my lord." Hades nodded. This wasn't like bantering with Abaddon. A conversation with a Primarch was never effortless, never free of mental strain. Especially since Mordorion had already informed him that he'd sold Hades' information to Horus. Now Hades had to be even more cautious. "How is Mordorion?" "I recall the last time I visited the Endurance, he didn't seem well." "Thank you for your concern, my lord." Lord Mordorion is doing well, though he has recently secluded himself in his laboratory and is not taking visitors. To keep things vague, Hades intentionally avoided specifying that it was the Apothecarium. Horus blinked thoughtfully. "I didn't know my brother had such hobbies." "Let him focus on his research, then. This war doesn't require his direct attention anymore." Hades let out a silent sigh of relief and managed a polite smile. But then, Horus shifted the topic and the tone. "All thanks to you, Hades. If you hadn't led the Death Guard's charge into the capital, this campaign wouldn't have ended so quickly." Hades' smile froze. He had known, of course, that Horus had watched the recordings, but hearing it out loud still made him want to say, "Mordorion, I swear to the throne, thank you so damn much." To be fair, being recognized by a greater warrior should be a point of genuine pride, especially when that recognition came from a Primarch, a demigod of the galaxy. In Horus' experience, any Astartes he praised would react with overflowing pride, heads held high like little wolves, puffing out their chests and retelling their own feats with either boastful pride or faux humility. But Hades didn't respond like that. He simply stood there. Horus even thought he glimpsed a trace of fatigue. To Hades, it just wasn't necessary. He wasn't someone who moved forward for the sake of glory. For those who toiled in the dark and went unnoticed, such things might matter, but not for him. Even though Horus had carefully constructed an atmosphere of commendation, Hades hadn't really allowed himself to be drawn into it. In fact, he was starting to feel awkward. "Thank you for your praise, my lord. I merely did what was necessary. If it would hasten the end of the war, then I would do it." Hades didn't add anything more. It wasn't the reaction Horus had expected, but the Primarch didn't show any displeasure. Instead, his expression softened even further. Such rare humility. "I'd say the Death Guard are lucky to have someone like you." I'm starting to get jealous of Mordorion." The Lupercal laughed heartily, then gave Hades a somewhat conspiratorial look. "After all, warriors like you aren't common. Don't worry, I promised Mordorion I'd keep it confidential." Of course, Horus wanted to win over a powerful warrior. He admired such strength and never held back his praise. He also hoped Hades might voluntarily reveal more about himself. But Hades remained far too restrained. There was a caution to him, deeply buried beneath his surface calm. Hades drew a breath inwardly and repeated Mortarion's message again. Unfortunately, Primarchs were immune to passive-aggressive deflection, especially when they reached ancestral goduncle mode. "Thank you for your understanding, my lord. I am indeed unique. It has caused some confusion, both for myself and for the Legion." Horus gave him a gentle smile. "Perhaps there are others among the legions who could help answer those questions. Don't rush. You'll meet them eventually." But in Hades' mind, most of Horus' words were categorized as political platitudes. Horus had a well-known tendency to praise promising warriors from other legions. So Hades instinctively dismissed the comment, slotting it in the empty promises column. As far as he knew, unless one of the two missing Primarchs returned, none of the other legions had made any significant strides in understanding untouchables. What Hades didn't realize, however, was that his image had already been completely distorted in Horus' eyes. "I hope so," he replied at last. And with the realization that his words had failed to elicit further intelligence, or foster any particular loyalty toward the Lunar Wolves, Horus smoothly shifted the conversation to the matter of Drune. The post-battle cleanup of Drune proceeded quickly, mainly because everyone in charge was dead. The Psyker Xenos behaved more like a hive mind. Once the core was destroyed, the subordinate entities also perished, and the puppetized humans they controlled dropped dead instantly. The legions didn't even need to perform sweeping purges afterward. Because this planet was estimated to have high production value, the Mechanicum ships arrived almost the instant news of victory was confirmed. After a brief greeting with the Luna Wolves and the Death Guard, the eager tech priests couldn't wait to disembark with their Skitarii escorts to begin in-depth surveys and valuation. As for interfacing with the Mechanicum, once Horus realized this was merely a minor forge world in the local sector, he immediately delegated the matter to Abaddon. The Mournival weren't just responsible for military operations, they also handled diplomacy for the Lunar Wolves. The Death Guard, of course, sent Hades as usual. So Abaddon could only stare, wide-eyed, as Hades chatted easily and warmly with the assembled tech priests. Throughout the entire meeting, Abaddon, supposedly the official Lunar Wolf representative, barely spoke. Naturally, the tech priests were fond of anyone who held a senior forge title within a legion. But it was also possible they genuinely appreciated Hades' binary-encoded Martian jokes. As the scarlet-robed priests left in satisfaction, their crimson robes swishing behind them, Abaddon blinked slowly and stared blankly at Hades, who was casually helping himself to some refreshments. At first, Abaddon had assumed Hades was simply a tech marine who got ahead thanks to being close with his Primarch, someone who learned a bit of tech as a side gig. But after seeing Hades' battlefield performance, he changed his mind. Surely Hades was a frontline powerhouse who just happened to moonlight in the forge. After all, his time spent studying on Mars was absurdly short. But now, Abaddon was starting to believe that Hades' technical mastery wasn't just for show. The man clearly had a deep understanding of the Mechanicum's dense and esoteric systems. Abaddon sucked in a breath. Hades was also capable of handling diplomacy on behalf of the Death Guard, Abaddon had always thought the Mournival were well-rounded, but this guy? This guy even handled Mechanicum negotiations. What kind of monster is this? Why are you staring at me? Munching on a pastry, Hades glanced at Abaddon. The lunar wolf had looked a bit dazed since the start of the meeting, but Hades had been too busy talking with the tech priests to really pay attention. Currently, the Mechanicum's plan for the planet was to convert it into an agri-world. Its soil was exceptionally fertile and conveniently, the population was 0. Originally, it had been a good candidate for a garden world, but due to its history with parasitic Psychers, that idea was scrapped. Hades, however, was already wondering if the Death Guard could claim the planet instead. No people? Even better. They could transplant workers straight from the Galaspar hive world. That would turn the planet into a mixed-use agri-world. The Mechanicum hadn't originally favored this plan, but Hades had managed to convince them. Of course, the lunar wolves would still need to be consulted. But based on Hades' earlier conversation with Horus, the Lupercal seemed utterly uninterested in the planet. He was more intrigued by the Death Guard, Mordorion, and Hades himself. Are Nigeria Naira. Besides, when Hades was negotiating with the Mechanicum, Abaddon hadn't raised any objections, had he? Hades subconsciously overlooked one key detail. He had been using electrowave communication with the tech priests. Abaddon literally couldn't hear a thing. Seeing Hades look at him now, Abaddon blinked back into reality, like someone waking from a trance. Hades, Abaddon hesitated, staring at him. You're really that close with the Mechanicum? I am a master of the forge, after all. Naturally, we have close ties. But you. Abaddon was momentarily speechless. Negotiation was supposed to be his specialty, and yet, looking at Hades nonchalantly snacking in front of him, Abaddon found himself lost for words. So this is what true strength looks like. Abaddon could say with certainty that if Hades had been born into the Luna Wolves, he would, without question, be the foremost warrior beneath the Pre-March, a benchmark against which all others would be measured. The Legion would have to carve out a whole new tier of strength just to account for him. And although Abaddon had full confidence in his own abilities, he now begrudgingly realized that there might truly be a gap between them. It wasn't just combat ability. It was everything. Leading a legion, managing logistics, diplomacy, all of it. What's up? Hades had finally finished eating. He patted Abaddon on the shoulder, casually though, to be fair, he was doing his best not to stare at Abaddon's towering topknot. Why? Hades thought with mild despair. You're such a good-looking guy. Why that haircut? Of course, he couldn't just say, hey, maybe try a new hairstyle. This one's, well, it's tragic. If he did, Abaddon would probably challenge him to a duel to the death right then and there. Just like he couldn't exactly walk up to Horus and say, hey, maybe don't betray the Imperium in the future. Also, don't start that nonsense warrior lodge thing. Oh, and if you could, shoot Erebus. Twice. Some truths from this vantage point simply couldn't be said. And no one else would know they were truths. The only reason he could speak plainly to Mordorion was because that guy trusted him. Still, maybe he could try. Hades crossed his arms, sighing as he recalled the taste of that pastry. He'd eaten too fast and missed the flavor. Abaddon. Hades suddenly spoke, out of nowhere. I think you're really good at diplomacy. Do you handle most of the Lunar Wolves' foreign affairs? Abaddon blinked. What now? I handle a small portion of the low-priority ones. Most of the post-campaign negotiations are actually done by Sejanus. Sejanus wasn't here today. He's more suited to formal occasions. I'm the one who deals with this sort of thing. Abaddon felt a little irritated. Was Hades mocking him? But then Hades' eyes lit up, sincere and focused. You should consider doing more diplomacy, Isekai'd. As a Death Guard, I really enjoyed talking to you. Sejanus didn't give me quite the same feeling. Sejanus, the rational voice in the Luna Wolves. The one person truly capable of reining Horus in. He would later be assassinated during a diplomatic mission to another human civilization. In truth, Sejanus was too upright. If it had been Abaddon, the man with perfect social instincts, who survived a millennium under the Chaos Gods without losing his mind, he'd probably have sniffed out the ambush immediately. Hades looked at Abaddon with a calm smile, completely unbothered, as though his advice were the most natural thing in the world. By the way, those tech priests told me your comments earlier were really concise. They said they'd prefer if the next briefings were handled by the two of us. Abaddon was startled. The unexpected praise left him a bit at a loss. To be honest, I don't think I contributed much in that meeting. That's because you're not familiar with their facial expressions. See, when the left indicator light blinks twice, that means they're pleased. The post-battle cleanup on drone progressed swiftly, partly because there was no need to worry about lingering rebel forces, and partly because the various Imperial factions involved were actually working together fairly well. This included not only coordination between the two Space Marine legions, but also negotiations with the Adeptus Mechanicus. As for the Imperial administrative departments, they didn't bother to show up. Instead, they simply issued a 30-Terran-year tax plan for the planet. Given that production on this world had completely halted, the bureaucrats had graciously exempted the first year's taxes. In the Imperium, only death and taxes are inevitable. In the Luna Wolves meeting room, Hades stared at the electronic tax bulletin with a blank expression, mentally preparing to figure out how to file for exemption or reduction. The Imperial bureaucracy was a nightmare of tangled red tape, which made even the exemption process extremely tedious. Vorks, Abaddon, and Sejanus were also hard at work amidst towering piles of documents. The good news was, all three were battle-hardened warriors, which meant Hades could afford to stare into space for a while, arms crossed, dazed by the screen. A soft click echoed through the room. The door was opened by a servitor, whose bowed head was nearly scraping the floor. Following him into the room came that all-too-familiar platinum-armored giant. It was the Lupercal. Everyone instinctively rose to their feet to salute, but Horus quickly waved them down. He wore his usual inspiring smile and offered greetings to the two Death Guard present. Perhaps because he hadn't managed to win Hades over during their last conversation, the Lupercal didn't immediately turn his attention on him. "This must be Vorks? I remember Mordorion mentioning you, a fast-progressing warrior. It's a shame we didn't see you in action on the battlefield." Hades immediately noticed Vorks freeze up. He sighed inwardly. "Don't let him sway you, Vorks." "Thank you for the praise, my lord," Vorks quickly murmured, then went completely silent, his posture subtly shifting just a hair closer to Hades, like he was seeking backup. Apparently pleased with the reaction, Horus moved on. "It's been a while, Hades." Then, as naturally as breathing, the Lupercal's gaze shifted to the tax report behind him. Hades could feel Horus's brow crease ever so slightly, a flicker that vanished as quickly as it appeared. "You're looking at the tax notices?" "Yes, my lord." Hades nodded and shifted slightly to give Horus room to approach. The Primarch quickly scanned the tens of thousands of words on the screen and then stood upright in visible discontent. "Beta. According to Imperial Tax Code Revision 7, Article 54, this planet should be tax-exempt for 50 full Terran years." "Yes, my lord. But it appears they're still using the 5th revision for assessment." Hades silently pulled up a few key phrases from the document, phrasing unique to the older law. This time, Horus frowned for real. The Lupercal no longer tried to hide his dissatisfaction, or perhaps he wanted them to see it. "This is truly disheartening, Hades. I'm sorry you have to witness this side of the Imperium. The inefficiency of those bureaucrats is troubling." Hades quietly coughed in his mind. Horus didn't know, because the details of the Galathpar incident hadn't been made public, that the Death Guard had already had a screaming match with the Administratum once before. That time, Galathpar had received 2 completely different tax law documents. Thankfully, Hades hadn't been in charge of that mess. Vorks and Garo had suffered through most of it. "I understand, my lord," Hades replied, diplomatically. "No, you don't need to be so humble, Hades. I know the Death Guard wishes to bring this planet under their Legion's jurisdiction, and this notice clearly complicates that goal. Don't worry. I'll have the Imperial personnel attached to the Luna Wolves inquire about this on your behalf." Hades opened his mouth slightly. It was clear Horus had not given up on trying to build a connection with a Death Guard officer. He quickly sorted through the pros and cons, Horus' motives, and the possible consequences afterward, and concluded, "It's acceptable." So, better to accept gracefully than refuse stiffly. Besides, it would give Vorks and the others a break. "My lord, on behalf of the Death Guard, I offer my sincerest thanks for your help." Hades shifted his gaze to the tax notice. Since the other party had offered to help, it was only right to let him talk a bit more, fulfilling a kind of psychological need. Those who help others often seek emotional and spiritual affirmation in return. This part of the notice is especially puzzling. I originally thought we'd receive a tax exemption. Perhaps it was a clerical error. After all, humans make mistakes. I only hope that next time, the Death Guard won't have to face these issues again. Hades deliberately laced his tone with a faint hint of discontent. As expected, it opened Horus' floodgates. A clerical error. Let's hope that's all it is. But the inefficiency and chaos of these mortal bureaucrats truly infuriate me. The Imperium, under the Emperor's leadership, is marching confidently toward victory. My brothers lead their legions in campaigns across the galaxy, triumph after triumph. The greatest endeavor of humanity is within our grasp, yet some continue to hold us back. These mortals can't comprehend the scale of the Imperium's mission. Their chaotic minds cling to their petty ranks and titles, jealously guarding scraps of personal power, trying to leech crumbs fallen from the giant's table while hiding in its blind spots. Hades blinked. Macroastartesism. That term slowly floated up in his mind, like rotted driftwood surfacing from a swamp. The Lupercal was known for being warm and encouraging. He would walk among mortal auxiliary troops after battles, delivering rousing speeches. He would even smile at the civil administrators who submitted to imperial rule. What Horus truly disliked were the self-indulgent mortal officials who stayed in the rear and issued foolish commands, and frankly, no one liked those types. But with the advance of the Great Crusade, such people would only grow in number. Their appearance, even their existence, was an inevitable byproduct of the Crusade's rapid expansion. In the original timeline, Horus' conflict with this class of people reached its peak when the Emperor returned to Terra and established the Council of Terra, a governing body led by Malkador, composed entirely of mortals. That council would eventually control nearly all imperial affairs, including those of the legions Astartes. It had no place for Primarchs, nor even for Space Marines. Hades blinked slowly. He couldn't truly guess what the Emperor was thinking. To remove all military representatives from the Empire's central governing body? That seems certain to inflame tensions. Maybe the Emperor trusted Horus too much. Maybe he believed his best son would manage things. Maybe he just didn't care about the legions anymore. Or maybe he truly believed the Imperium's future wouldn't need the legions at all. In any case, the Emperor had walked away, leaving behind the chaos of the late Crusade. Some have even suggested that, even without the ruinous power's corruption, the tensions of the late Crusade alone could have driven Horus to rebellion. Compared to the glorious Great Crusade that Horus spoke of, both of them, Horus and Hades, knew the truth. The Crusade was far from glorious. It was brutal, rushed, and sloppy. And the seeds of disaster had already been planted, just waiting for time to ferment them into poison. Not every planet was lucky enough to encounter a governance genius like Gilliman. Not every world was fortunate enough to receive tax exemptions. Forests back home were razed, hive cities belched waste into the skies, people were destitute or saddled with debt. Meanwhile, the Imperium appointed elite feasted lavishly, or, sometimes, were just as crushed by the weight of imperial taxation. For those pocket kingdoms that had once governed themselves well, the Imperium was nothing short of a natural disaster. And it wasn't just the mortals. Even the forged worlds of the Mechanicum often grumbled about the scientific restrictions imposed by their treaties with the Imperium. This, too, was why the Horus heresy, when it came, could rally so many so quickly. The Grey Rhino, the bureaucratic problem, slowly stomped into the room, and everyone pretended not to see. After all, in the Emperor's grand promises, everything would be fine once the Great Crusade was over. But only a few knew the truth. Hades blinked. The Emperor's promise was made to counter the higher-dimensional threat of chaos. Against what the four gods would one day bring, everything else was meaningless. Hades sighed again inwardly. Rotten. That was his verdict. Completely rotten. This wasn't something one person could fix. This wasn't a personal issue. This was a species-wide issue. Even the Emperor couldn't pull it all together. Even after creating 20 Primarchs, the Emperor still couldn't pull it together. A god descending from the heavens still needed a base of popular support, and unfortunately, this fractured Imperium simply couldn't provide one. In this era, someone who could just manage one single planet was already called a god. And the Emperor's playing field was the entire galaxy. Thinking about how beneath the surface brilliance of the Imperium was a swirling chaos of disorder, Hades once again felt unwell. And yet the Emperor and Malkador still had the composure to keep convincing the Primarchs with straight faces. Hades had to respect that. While Hades brooded, Horus was far from idle. The Lupercal launched into an impromptu speech titled, "The Great Crusade is Glorious," on the post-Crusade cleanup work. It was passionate, stirring, delivered with visible sincerity and magnetic charm. To Hades, it was like the man was literally sparkling beside him. As soon as Horus finished speaking, the room erupted in thunderous applause. Hades hurried to join in, clapping along. The good news? After surviving a one-on-one interaction with Horus earlier, Hades' resistance to the Lupercal's charisma had improved significantly. Now he could at least partially resist. Besides, unlike Horus' flowery speech, Hades knew just how beyond rotten the future of the Imperium would actually become. No more overthinking. Thinking too much only brings sorrow. The priority now is to get that tax exemption for Drune approved. That said, when Hades turned and saw Vorks beside him, practically glowing, as though he were ready to hurl himself into the Great Crusade and die a hero the next second, he felt a surge of dread. This is bad. Unlike Hades or Mordorion, Vorks had never faced Horus before. "You're Mortarian's kid. Snap out of it, Vorks." "Sure, I've had my own moments of weakness, but you can't be this easily swayed." "Wake up, Vorks. Mordorion would be heartbroken." "Pleasure working with you." The rasping voice slipped from beneath the Death Lord's respirator. After being locked away in the Apothecarian for quite some time, Mordorion had finally made an appearance as the Drune campaign neared its conclusion, just in time to attend the Luna Wolves' departure ceremony. The Great Crusade still marched on. The front lines, ever ablaze with war, called out to the Luna Wolves. Since the campaign had not severely depleted their legion's strength, fresh Imperial orders had arrived swiftly, bidding them forward, toward the next battlefield, and into the flames once more. Compared to previous tense interactions, like the confrontational Vulcan and Ferris, or the bitter falling out with Perturabo, the cooperation between the Death Guard and the Luna Wolves could only be described as the smoothest collaboration of all. Without exception. If not for Mortarian's sudden shift in attitude, the two legions would likely have become close allies by now. Even so, the current relationship between the two was more than passable, pretty solid, one could say. A simple farewell ceremony was enough to demonstrate that the two legions were open to future cooperation, an intentional signal to any observers. Mordorion himself remained indifferent. Once he had come to the realization that corruption was inevitable no matter what, and that cooperation with certain legions was unavoidable, Mordorion had chosen, at the very least, not to work with Primarchs like Perturabo. Though Horus might betray them one day, for now, the Lupercal was still the most approachable of his brothers. Horus was currently chatting warmly with Mordorion. The Lupercal, sharp-eyed as always, noticed that his brother seemed to be deliberately sidestepping his overtures, politely declining various invitations under flimsy excuses. Yet, at the Luna Wolves' farewell event, Mordorion had still shown up. Naturally, Horus wasn't going to miss this chance, and he enthusiastically poured forth rhetoric on the Emperor and the legions Astartes, despite Mortarian's stiff responses. Elsewhere, Hades had pulled Vorks aside to chat with Abaddon and Sejanus. The two Luna Wolves, prompted by Hades' curiosity, were more than happy to reminisce about some ancient campaigns. Vorks, on the other hand, quietly observed the way Hades managed the conversation, how he handled the rhythm, when he shifted topics, and how seamlessly he navigated it all. Under Hades' subtle nudging, Vorks began trying to consciously understand those techniques. What surprised, or slightly discouraged, Vorks was the realization that Hades had used these same conversational tools on him at the very beginning. But not anymore. Vorks hoped this meant that the senior Death Guard now trusted him, rather than having simply upgraded to a more advanced form of manipulation. "It's a pity we never got to spar in the dueling cage," Hades said cheerfully. "I really wanted to experience the Luna Wolves' famous martial prowess firsthand." Abaddon smiled politely, though internally he was thanking the Emperor that the duel had never happened. It was Sejanus who responded seriously. "Next time we meet, you're welcome to challenge us." "I look forward to crossing blades with you, Hades." "There are many skilled warriors in the Luna Wolves besides me," Sejanus added. "I'm sure they'd be eager for the challenge." Hades grinned. "Then it's settled. Next time, bring your weapons, we'll have a real match." Sejanus nodded. If it's purely a contest of martial skill, I'm confident I can face you. Vork's noticed that Hades' gaze drifted slightly away from Sejanus for a moment, before quickly returning. Don't worry. If the situation allows, I'll use nothing but pure technique. Just make sure you don't die. We've got a match to look forward to. Sejanus smiled faintly. For warriors like them, death was an everyday companion. As a Mournival, Sejanus had long accepted that fate. Though Hades' words gave him a moment's pause, he chalked it up to the melancholy of parting. Awith Circumflex knew. After all, in this era of endless war, it took a fair bit of luck to meet the same person again. You don't die either. Hades let out a long, relaxed sigh. Don't worry, I won't. Definitely not. Hey, let's not talk about dying. Why does it suddenly feel all emotional in here? Abaddon's voice cut in, trying to lighten the mood. Hades chuckled and quickly picked up the new thread of conversation. The atmosphere shifted, once again warm and cheerful. Waves of shimmering blue and violet light rippled outward. The sea of warp surged against the hulls of ships as the Death Guard fleet sailed forth through the heaving tides of the Imperium. The choir of astropaths blew their horns, and the Galaspar system obediently shut down the defenses around its Mandeville point, welcoming the arrival of its new masters. As the phantasmal glow of the warp reluctantly receded from the viewport, the warm and bright light of the Galaspar star poured into the chamber, illuminating half the room. Hades felt that faint warmth on his skin and quietly let out a breath of relief. Every time he plunged into the warp with the fleet, Hades could feel the warp resisting him. It was like a drop of oil trying to sink deep into a river, buoyant currents pushing back, trying to squeeze him out of that hidden stream. In that space beyond the five senses, faint golden psychic energy surrounded him, anchoring him to the fleet's warp coordinates. Thanks be to Big Bro Emperor for stamping his psychic visa, or else Hades would have given everyone a very awkward performance of launched out of the Death Guard fleet mid-warp. What made him slightly uneasy was that after the battle with the Necrons, that golden barrier felt thinner. Even though Trazyn might have helped patch it up, Hades still hoped that thing would stay intact, at least until the next time he saw the Emperor. For now, it was his only known aid in surviving warp travel. Without that layer of golden psychic shielding, Hades couldn't even imagine what it would be like to try entering the warp. Would he just be repelled outright? He didn't know. Theoretically, it needed testing, but Hades wasn't in any rush to die just yet. Maybe he'd ask the Emperor about it sometime. Assuming the guy has time. Warp travel remained absolutely vital. As of now, beyond the Imperium, humanity had no large-scale faster-than-light travel tech, and aside from the Necrons with their brute-force brick tech, most Xenos relied on the warp too. That meant all Imperial military deployments, logistics chains, personnel transfers, resource shipping, and communication all relied on the warp. Imagine a centralized command cut off from its entire territory. Yeah, not ideal. So Hades really didn't want a future where he just couldn't enter the warp anymore. That would trap him in a handful of star systems permanently. Hades thought for a moment. The four gods did have solid control over the warp. During the heresy, there were deliberate warp storms unleashed to block transit. So did this mean he had to plan his location during the heresy carefully? At the very least, Hades needed to ensure he was on the right battlefield at the right time during the heresy. Better talk it over with the Emperor when the time comes, he mused. One thing Hades was sure of was that during the Council of Nicaea, he would see the Emperor. He was already planning it. He had to meet the Emperor again before the heresy began, while his mind was still clear. What the Emperor, the ultimate Mary Sue of human history, would do when confronted with this anomaly that was Hades, remained to be seen. A notification from a servitor interrupted his train of thought. Hades sighed and got up, preparing to inspect the reconstruction of Galaspar. Nothing else really mattered right now. The Primarchs hadn't even all been found yet. There was still time to maneuver. In Nigeria, Nairobi's Drune was undergoing its early stages of development, while the Death Guard had returned to their main project, Galaspar. Tasks included recruitment drives, infrastructure construction, and population relocation. To be honest, from the Imperial perspective, the Galaspar system was practically dripping with wealth. For starters, its Mandeville point was surrounded by intact system defenses, and deep within the system stood layer upon layer of fortress installations. Ordinarily, these immense interplanetary defenses would never survive a planetary conquest. But under Mortarian's surprise attack strategy, most of them were left perfectly intact, even the supply lines remained untouched. This meant the Death Guard didn't need to heavily invest in building system defenses. Unlike Barbarous, where Mechanicus crews were still pounding away at the few habitable planets, trying to build fortifications from scratch. And then there was the fact that Gallispar's internal mining planets had achieved complete self-sufficiency. In fact, the amount of ore they had in reserve could support sustained external trade. The hive populations on all three major planets were also plentiful, whether for internal production or for dispatch to other star systems. The system was wealthy in both labor and output. The order that previously ruled Gallispar had even established a complete and functioning technical personnel training program. Thankfully, these technical staff were trained along a path entirely separate from the administrative one, otherwise Mortarion likely would have strung them up, and that would have meant yet another generational loss of vital tech knowledge. It had been a long time since Hades fought a war this rich. He shed a silent tear of gratitude. Back on Barbarous, they relied entirely on the status of the Legion's homeworld to force the Imperium to pour money in, while also cozying up to the Greya Forge world. To attract Greya's funding, Hades had sacrificed a lot. As for Drune, it was fine. Death Guard's main construction plans weren't based there anyway. Its remoteness actually offered a kind of security, and the planet's natural wealth attracted investments from nearby Mechanicus enclaves and planetary governors. There were not many things that needed to be built, and someone else was footing the bill. Drune was a breeze to manage, just file the tax exemption papers. The good news is that the Luna Wolves had already taken care of the exemption process, which meant the Death Guard had basically gotten an entire planet for free. This might have been the most satisfying thing to happen to Hades recently. Freeloading is justice. Now it was time to deal with Gallispar's recruitment matters and take a proper look at the system. Hades had never personally visited Gallispar before. He didn't really know much about it. And while the reports showed it was wealthy, the wealth of the ruling elite didn't always reflect the condition of the hive cities and the people in them. Hades thought for a moment. Well, might as well start with recruitment. Astartes implantation takes time, so it was better to start early and plan around it. He also wanted to expand another category of military force in Gallispar, the Mortal Auxilia. Even in the Great Crusade, a time when the Space Marines were the unquestioned main force, Mortal Auxilia had made an indispensable contribution. After all, Astartes were few, the rarest of the rare. Across countless battlefields, it was mortal troops who held the front lines. At this stage, Mortal Auxilia were typically assigned regionally. A unit might serve under different legions at different times. Of course, legions could also choose to establish and train auxilia units unique to their own structure, if they were willing to put in the effort. The most famous Mortal Auxilia during the Great Crusade were the Solar Auxilia. With their top-tier equipment and strict discipline, they earned a reputation all their own. Later on, the Mortal Auxilia would evolve into what we now know as the Astra Militarum, with iconic forces like the Death Corps of Krieg or the Katakan Jungle Fighters. Hades is willing for the Death Guard to form their own dedicated Mortal Auxilia. They needed troops that could sync with the Death Guard's very specific combat style. Mortal Auxilia were relatively easy to recruit. He could set it aside for now, or even funnel the unqualified Astartes candidates into the Auxilia instead. Hades stared at the dusty yellow sphere that was Gallipar and began planning the first phase of Astartes recruitment. Gallispar's population density utterly obliterated Barbarous. It was the kind of number that could make a grown man cry. Hades had a strong feeling Gallipar would become a major recruitment hub for the Death Guard. Going forward, the clouds were yellow and hazy, reeking with a pungent chemical odor. On the murky ground, filthy structures resembling termite mounds crowded together in bloated clusters, rising high into the sky. Standing on that barren and impoverished plain, one could see the black hive cities in the distance. They looked like a range of mountains, majestic and filthy. Hades hesitated and blinked, then tried removing his helmet and took a deep breath. Perfect. Poisonous air. He let out a bitter chuckle and put the helmet back on. The Death Guard really had a thing for toxic atmospheres. To become a hive world, the first sacrifice was always the natural environment. Waste gases from endless factories were pumped directly into the sky, creating Gallispar's eternally murky atmosphere. Wastewater flowed into the rivers, rendering every source of water on the planet highly acidic. Humans would never attempt to restore the environment. That would be too wasteful and entirely unnecessary. The hives had their own internal ecosystem, and most people would never leave their hive for their entire lives. There was simply no need to treat the lethal environment outside. Give it a few generations, and it wouldn't even matter. To them, this would just be normal Gallispar sky and normal Gallispar soil. Hades looked down at the filthy, nutrient-deprived soil beneath his feet. It was overloaded with heavy metals and even mildly radioactive. In his heart, Hades considered what it would take to terraform Gallispar. Conclusion: not very realistic. Barbarous at least had the political clout of being a Primarch's homeworld, which brought in massive imperial investments. The initial imperial construction of orbital rings also gave Barbarous a huge boost in development. Plus, Barbarous had a low population, making mass relocations and environmental projects feasible. But Gallipar? That would be a monumental task. He'd have to think it through more. And besides, all things had to be considered in terms of cost efficiency. Right now, the most effective plan would be to leave things as they were and get Gallispar back to full industrial production as quickly as possible. Unlike Barbarous, any large-scale transformation of Gallispar would be a long-term ordeal. Hades let out a deep sigh and gestured to Garo, signaling him to lead the way into the central hive. If the hive cities looked like garbage heaps from a distance, then walking into their underlayers would only confirm that impression. They are garbage heaps. Aside from the essential industrial zones and upper spires, everything else was chaos. Piles of dark-colored construction waste stacked haphazardly in the corners of makeshift shelters. The stench of rotting waste flowed along the cracks of walls. Crude huts, dugouts, and holes carved into the hive's foundation were everywhere. Nervous, reverent eyes peeked from within, then quickly bowed their heads in fear. These were the people of the lower hive. They lived here. And here they would die. Underneath his helmet, Hades furrowed his brow. He had seen the barrenness of Barbarous, the kind of desolation where man struggled against nature, fighting for survival. But Gallipar was a different kind of hardship, bloated and suffocating. People packed together. Survival was stagnation. To live was to not spend resources, only to slowly wither away. While the Imperium saw Gallispar's massive population as a blessing, countless hives meant an endless pool of manpower for the locals. It was far from fortunate. In his mind, Hades began planning the first steps. Step 1. Reduce population density. Droon could accept a large number of migrants. Barbarous could take in a few as well. Even the Death Guard's Forge World satellite, Mint, was short on people. And with the Legion's recruitment drive ramping up, military needs would help offload the pressure. Worried that only a few would qualify for Astartes recruitment? Well, when war breaks out, that won't be a concern anymore. Step 2. Begin simple environmental improvements around the hives. Move parts of the hive population to the surrounding plains to slow the decline. Step 3 was to cooperate with the Mechanicum, modifying the hives by installing water purification units and dedicated waste treatment zones. During earlier reconstruction efforts on Gallipar, the Mechanicum had prioritized restarting the factories that had shut down due to the Death Guard's invasion. Those machine oil fanatics didn't care about living quarters unless the population decline began impacting production rates. Step 4 was to establish a hive system, one that would regulate inter-hive relations and develop a balanced ecological structure, both environmentally and socially. As Hades progressed deeper into the hive, he gradually pieced together a rough plan for what needed to be done on Gallispar. It was still just a drop in the ocean, but at the very least, it would relieve some of the intense survival pressure on the population. Commander Hades, we've arrived. Garo's voice came through the Vox channel. They had arrived at a cliffside on the outskirts of the hive. This was one of the Death Guard's recruitment sites on Gallipar. Candidates had to start from the acidic river at the hive's edge, trek along it through the landfill zone, and finally climb the cliff. The time limit was 3 days. Each candidate was responsible for their own rations and gear. Though the Death Guard had become more lenient with equipment, this trial might be even more grueling than the ones on Barbarous. And considering the poverty of Gallispar's hive dwellers, most probably couldn't scrounge up decent gear. Along the route, there were only 2 apothecaries stationed, one reachable after 1 day's march and the second after 2 days. Receiving treatment from them meant automatic disqualification. The final checkpoint also had apothecaries, but they were only for treating successful candidates. Due to the vast number of participants, no other stations were established. To be honest, Hades felt that the trial here on Gallipar was perhaps even harsher than on Barbarous. But given the massive population in Gallipar, it was a necessary measure. Even with a recruitment scale far larger than usual, the proportion of accepted candidates would still be small. Many would be screened out. Hades sighed heavily. He was currently standing at one of the pilot selection points. If this trial proved successful, 37 similar recruitment sites across the Gallipar system would activate simultaneously. This one was designed to be the longest and most difficult, but those who made it through were promised greater opportunities within the Legion. That promise alone had attracted many volunteers. The Death Guard kept the registration informal, free participation for all healthy males of appropriate age. There were simply too many applicants to record names. However, each was provided with at least 1 week's worth of rations. Compared to the trials on Barbarous, Gallispar's selection was far more chaotic. Hades sighed again. Unlike Barbarous, where there was a solid cultural foundation, Gallipar would need to stumble through a period of confusion and adjustment. It has begun. Garo's voice crackled through the vox. Hades glanced around, sighed, then chose to sit down at the cliff's edge, one arm propping up his chin, eyes fixed toward the distant trail, waiting to see who would be the first to arrive. And no one, absolutely no one, expected that the first to arrive would be a woman. Hades opened his mouth in disbelief. He saw a thin, staggering figure wobbling her way out of the garbage heaps. Her lower left leg was missing and pus, yellow and white, was oozing from the stump. Is this a follower of Nurgle? That was Hades's first thought. Cautiously, he diluted a tendril of black domain and probed her essence. To his shock, her soul, though faint to the point of near extinction, was shining bright and unpolluted. What is this? Garo's confused voice came through the channel. Hades swallowed. Through the penetrating scan of their helmets, they clearly saw the battered figure's internal organs, complete ovaries and a womb. She was undeniably female. You did specify that we're only recruiting males, right? Yes, it was clearly stated. Very explicitly. Then, what is she doing here? The figure was staggering, almost crawling. She dragged herself up to the cliff edge. She had tied rags, filthy and barely cloth at this point, around her severed leg and smeared dried lumps of trash on her hands. She was increasing the friction on her palms. She was going to climb. Hades stared, anxiety gripping him as he watched her ascend. What is she trying to prove? He waved off Garo, who had been about to shout at the woman. As the first to arrive, she had earned at least a measure of respect. A hand filthy, caked in grime, grasped the edge of the cliff. Hades stood up and stepped back, waiting as the first successful candidate hauled herself up. She was a woman, gray-haired. Not only did she not meet the gender criteria, she was clearly past the age range, well beyond a teenager. Chemical burns and ulcerous scars covered her face, blurring her features. Maybe once she had been beautiful. When she saw Hades, she collapsed to one knee, sobbing, wiping tears away with trembling hands, choking on her cries. Hades didn't move. He simply stood there, patiently waiting. At last, she seemed to calm down, trying to kneel again. Do not kneel. Hades said it calmly. Sure enough, she trembled violently and broke into tears again. Her breathing was ragged. This selection isn't open to women. And your overage. Hades continued, flatly. My lord, I know. She instinctively leaned forward to kowtow, but, after Hades stopped her again, ended up awkwardly sitting down, shaking. Fearfully, she covered most of her face with her hands, leaving only her tear-reddened eyes exposed. The pus from her infected stump was already forming a small puddle on the ground beneath her. I only wanted to thank you for saving us, me. My lord, please take me with you. I don't want to stay here anymore. You brought liberation. I don't want to be a slave anymore. Thank you for the liberation. Praise you, my lord. Please take me away. Hades was struck speechless. He hadn't liberated Gallipar. In fact, he had even opposed the idea of liberating it. It was deathly quiet here, save for the faint sound of the river in the distance, its acidic waters lapping softly against the shore, kicking up little beaded droplets. The woman was still sobbing quietly. She sat on the ground, swaying gently, wiping her tears over and over as fear and elation mingled in her heart. Hades took a deep breath. He crouched down, trying to look her in the eye. She flinched instinctively but didn't shy away in the end. "You said you wanted us to take you with us," Hades said calmly. "And then what?" The gray-haired woman stared blankly at Hades. He could clearly see her gray eyes, clouded, but still carrying a glimmer of clarity. They looked like marbles with impurities swirled inside. Hades silently waited for her reply. She seemed to realize that her silence might anger this High Lord, and hastily opened her mouth, her voice weak and trembling. "My lord, I used to be a digger. I was responsible for salvaging useful things from the wastewater. I can." The digger spoke quickly and quietly. She understood what this lord wanted, to prove her value. She had always been a digger. That was all she knew how to do. "Then you could continue doing that here. There's no need to come with us." Hades interrupted her. "Do you understand what this selection is for?" "I do, my lord. Your legion is recruiting warriors. I didn't mean to break the rules. I just wanted to see you." "I didn't." The digger grew frightened. She trembled, trying to explain her violation. Hades sighed inwardly. That wasn't what he meant. Actually. Hades spoke more sternly now. The Death Guard isn't just recruiting Astartes here. We are also conscripting a mortal auxiliary army. The digger visibly shuddered. Her trembling grew worse. Her ashen hair looked like a tuft of weeds clinging desperately to life in a storm. "My lord, thank you, thank you." She slowly removed her hands from her face. Her hands were deformed, covered in calluses and corroded scars. She stared at them for a moment, and then something fierce flashed in her gray, dull eyes. "My lord, I was the first to throw myself at Overseer Fens. I was the first. You might not remember me, but I was the first. I smashed that disgusting head of his with a sharp rock, and then I tore at his flesh with my nails." What was she talking about? Almost as if to answer Hades' confusion, Garo's voice came through the private channel in his helmet. The Primarch did not execute all the overseers. Mordorion left one of the Order Lords alive. Then, he gathered the people of the primary hive and released that overseer in front of them. Hades drew in a sharp breath. And then, it became a massacre. Yes, Commander. Mordorion had used his simple, brutal method to teach these people the meaning of resistance. The final sinner had run, stumbling, from the foot of the gallows. The silent crowd parted for him. But once the first attacker struck, biting, clawing, tearing, the crowd ignited like dry brush in a wildfire. Those who once were meek as lambs erupted with unthinkable rage. Each person used their own hands to shred their enemy, that lofty figure, tearing with their fingers, biting with their teeth, spitting on him. Hades could imagine the Lord of Death standing high above it all, watching this act of rebellion with satisfaction. Mortarion's first act on Galaspar, so far his only act, was liberation, and teaching them how to liberate themselves. Hades blinked. He looked at the digger woman, who was still immersed in the memory of tearing apart her overseer. A gleam of fanatical devotion shimmered in her eyes. "We can take you with us. But you'll pick up a gun and struggle on battlefields that are hell on earth. You'll be blown into pieces by artillery, crushed into pulp by tanks, or incinerated into vapor by searing plasma heat." "I'm willing, my lord, I'm willing. I've already been living in hell." Hades fell silent. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring himself to say something like, "You're fighting in a war of liberation," because he knew that wasn't true. "My lord, take me with you. I don't want to live here anymore. Liberation, I'm willing to devote myself to you and your legion. My life belongs to you and your army." The word liberation she used was in Barbarousian. Hades sighed. "I can take you with me, but it wasn't my decision. If you want to thank someone for the liberation of Galaspar, it should be someone else. Mordorion, when we all tried to stop you from liberating Galaspar, was this the vision you were picturing? Were you really thinking about the people up here? War, sometimes, is simple, a matter of numbers, calculations, analytics. Both sides scramble to gather data about the other and conceal their own. The one with better math wins. But sometimes it's messy, twisted, clouded with emotions and ideals that defy definition, roaring with every shot fired." Hades wasn't sure which aspect was more important. The digger woman paused, stunned. She stared at Hades in confusion, like a worshipper realizing they had prayed to the wrong god. Come, I'll take you to him. When she heard this, the digger lit up, nodding furiously like a chick pecking at grain. Hades stood up. Apothecary, administer treatment. First things first, she needed medical attention. If her wounds were left untreated, she would likely die soon. Hades stared at her festering, pus-dripping stump and pondered. Did she intentionally injure herself to trade health for speed? After all, other candidates would hesitate to risk permanent damage due to the health requirements. While the apothecary treated her, the digger hesitantly spoke again. She had apparently realized that despite Hades' stern tone, he was actually quite approachable. My lord, when you take me to see the other lord, is there anything I should be aware of? Hades looked into the distance. He could already see the silhouettes of the second wave of applicants approaching the edge of his vision. You don't need to worry about anything. You've done well. May the Lord of Death admire your resilience. The trial selection went smoothly. The rest of the recruitment events also proceeded in turn, but with one major change. The requirement for healthy, age-appropriate males was lifted. Anyone could now participate. Those who didn't meet the Astartes selection criteria would be assigned to the Death Guard's mortal auxiliary army. The Legion also promised these recruits higher ranks and access to some education. Future administrative personnel of Galaspar would be selected from among these auxiliary troops. As for those who didn't want to go through the trial but still wished to join the auxiliary forces, they could wait for a dedicated recruitment round later. However, they would start at the lowest ranks. Hades now had other matters to attend to. It was, in all honesty, probably a selfish impulse. But he was doing it anyway. Mordorion still hadn't emerged. Hades took a deep breath, cancelled his communication request, and started knocking. Banging might have been a better word. The digger cowered behind Hades, her newly attached prosthetic leg gleaming with dark metallic sheen. The somber, oppressive air aboard the Endurance had clearly frightened her. Hades refused to admit she had been frightened by his knocking. What exactly are you doing? The door swung open abruptly. Mordorion stormed out, clearly annoyed. The Primarch had faint dark circles under his eyes, and Hades was certain he could smell the kind of stench that only came from a villainous cartoon wizard burning his brew. Mordorion had been working in the Apothecarian a lot lately. Considering that he had developed several serums specifically tailored to Galaspar's environment, Hades decided not to question whether Mordorion was slacking off. Although, with the Primarch's capabilities, those concoctions probably didn't take him long. Mordorion still refused to let Hades into the Apothecarian. In fact, Hades was at the very top of the banned from entry list. Mortarian's reason? He was afraid Hades would go in and start eating things. Hades maintained a gracious smile. Mordorion, if you can't come up with an explanation, you don't have to try, but your fists are about to meet my face. You're not overseeing recruitment on Galaspar? Mordorion gave Hades a disapproving glance. Hades could barely keep his composure. Look at our ranks before you talk to me like that. But given that there was a civilian woman behind him, Hades decided to let Mordorion off the hook this time. The recruitment is going smoothly. I came across a civilian. I think you might want to meet her. Mordorion frowned in clear irritation. Hades, I know you have a wild imagination, and I try to understand it. But that's not an excuse to interrupt my work. If you've got nothing better to do, I'd be happy to assign you more tasks. Hades responded with noble silence. He stepped aside, revealing the digger woman hiding behind him. Under the gaze of the two towering giants, the gray-haired woman shrank like a terrified little mouse. Being thoughtful, Hades stepped back a few paces, trying to reduce the oppressive impact their presence might have on her. Say what you need to say, ma'am. The Lord of Death will understand you. Hades added kindly. The digger trembled. Mortarian's natural aura of pressure was intense enough to make even Astartes flinch, let alone a mortal standing directly before him. Her knees bent slightly as she struggled not to kneel. My lord. The woman's voice came out hoarse and cracked. She feebly extended her hand as if trying to grasp the edge of Mortarian's gray cloak, but in the end, grabbed nothing. Mordorion frowned and looked down at the mortal woman, unsure of her intent. If it turned out to be something trivial, he was more than ready to dump more responsibilities on Hades. Thank you for bringing liberation to Galaspar. Hades saw it clearly. Mordorion froze completely the moment she uttered those words. As still as an ancient corpse left to dry for 1,000 years. The digger didn't notice Mortarion's reaction. She bowed her head and began to sob. You freed us. You destroyed the Order. Thank you, thank you. Before this, no one ever spoke for us. We were just bugs they could squash at will. My friend was executed 3 days before your arrival just because the toilet paper produced in her factory zone wasn't soft enough. She just died like that. One sentence from the Order member, and she's executed. I wanted to fight back, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. My lord, thank you for avenging us. You are divine retribution sent from heaven. Thank you. I'm willing to give you everything. I can take up arms. I will kill whomever you command. Let me be your rusty knife. Please, take me in. I don't want to go back. She tried to kneel, to reverently kiss the feet of the god who stood before her, but she hadn't been allowed to kneel, so she simply trembled there, struggling to hold herself upright. Mordorion looked down at the digger in silence for a long time. Unpleasant memories caught up with him. He had been called naive. He had been accused of recklessness. He had been condemned as cruel. Perhaps he had made mistakes, but they had flayed him with their accusations. Those warmongers with their abacuses, those selfish schemers with only gain in mind. After all he had endured, just as he was about to bury those memories in the recesses of his mind, a witness appeared to affirm his original intent. Mordorion lowered his gaze and crouched down. What is your name? The Order gave me a number. That number is gone. I will not hear it. The gray-haired woman was still sobbing. Others call me Digger. Do you choose to bear that name? She trembled, but shook her head resolutely. It is not worthy of the service I seek. It is not, said Mordorion. You, however, are. And so, I shall name you Sinis, and I accept your service. Sinis broke into sobs again. She covered her face and cried in earnest. After everything she had been through, she was broken, but still able to begin a new life. Mordorion silently stared at her. He could still hear the scolding voices of Ferris and Vulcan in his mind. So, brother, is this what you wanted us to see? Yes, this is what I want you to see, Mordorion thought with a touch of bitter irony. But he didn't say it aloud. After destruction comes rebirth. The true beginning for Galapar had yet to arrive, but Mordorion believed it would. The Death Guard had already planted the seeds. They would sprout. Receiving a message from Hades, the Lord of Death softened his voice as much as he could. Do you wish to stay on Galapar and help rebuild? Or would you rather follow the Legion to war? I wish to follow you, my lord. Mordorion nodded slowly. Understood. I appoint you as the overseer of the first company of the Death Guard's mortal auxiliaries. You must grow quickly and bring death to our enemies. One day, you will bring liberation to others. Until then, live with resilience. Yes, my lord. Mordorion stood up, his armor groaning with a dull, oppressive sound. You need rest now, Sinis. They watched in silence as a servitor led the limping woman away. Only when the pair became a distant blur in the hallway did Mordorion speak again. Did I do wrong? Did I do right? Hades, unusually, said nothing at first. Mordorion realized even he had been struck silent. Finally, Hades spoke, his voice low. From her perspective, you did right. But if we want to change more than that, do we have enough time? At the very least, we can leave behind a directive and a plan, and entrust it to the Mechanicus and the administrators here. That would be enough. The Lord of Death quietly stared in the direction Sinis had gone. She was resilient. Mordorion admired that. But she worshipped him like a god. Was that simply another form of enslavement? He wasn't sure. At least now she knew the weight of rebellion. The coming wars would teach her the rest. Given how the Order had suppressed and stupefied the people, this level of awareness was already a rare miracle. He couldn't ask for more. I'm in a good mood right now, Mordorion said after a while. I'm happy for those who awaken on their own. She proved I wasn't alone on this path. Hades didn't comment. He made no judgment on idealistic folly or practical selfishness. Since leaving Barbarous, maybe this is the last dream I'll have. Mordorion murmured, then turned and went back into the apothecarian, pausing just long enough to toss a dried clump of herbal residue at Hades through the door. It's poisonous, but you won't die. Don't waste it. This was the ruined batch you made me spoil by interrupting. Mordorion shut the door again. Hades sighed and took a bite of the scorched residue. then immediately doubled over, gagging violently. Gaha, it really is poisonous. Those who wagered their lives to climb were unusually numerous. For generations, the people had lived in darkness. Now, for the first time, they saw the light. Some recoiled at its cold cruelty and shrank back into their pits, while others were willing to stake their already worthless lives in exchange for a one-way ticket promised to end in death. Perhaps, for the people of Galathpar, the line between becoming an Astartes and a mortal auxiliary wasn't very clear. Becoming an Astartes seemed like the higher calling, but for those who had spent their lives struggling on assembly lines, joining the mortal auxiliary force was temptation enough. It was a ticket to the sky, to the universe, a chance to pass through the yellow mists of Galathpar and glimpse the world beyond. Disabled young men, silent middle-aged men, strong adult women, the news that the Death Guard was also recruiting mortal auxiliaries spread like mushrooms after rain, giving these people a renewed hope. Fathers and sons, husbands and wives, siblings along the road to the final trial, small family units began to appear. The age-appropriate boy would strive to become an Astartes, while his family members hoped to join the mortal auxiliaries. People flowed forward, struggling toward the finish line. At that finish line sat the Revenant, observing their every move from on high like a judge. He was the one who had amended the recruitment rules. His towering figure was clearly different from other commanders, and the intricate designs on his pauldrons made his distinguished status even more apparent. The people looked upon him with a mix of awe and fear, yet rumors kept them from kneeling or expressing their thanks. He remained silent and expressionless, showing neither joy nor sorrow. From time to time, red-robed mechanical monstrosities would come to kneel before him, only to be pointed elsewhere by the dark, long-handled scythe in his grasp. The recruitment on Galathpar was going exceedingly well. Hades watched the data streaming in from all corners and reflected silently. Ever since he officially added the clause for simultaneous recruitment of mortal auxiliaries, even the pass rate for Astartes selection had risen. Maybe it was because people were no longer traveling alone? Hades wasn't sure whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. But what he could be sure of was that this wave of Galathpar recruits wouldn't just blur the lines already growing indistinct between Terra and Barbarous, they would also strengthen the bond between the Death Guard and its mortal auxiliary corps. Those mortals who passed the trial could be immediately assigned their posts. But to become an Astartes still required one final test. Hades waited patiently for that next trial. In the meantime, the current batch of successful candidates were all being put through initial ideological and combat training, learning the values of the Death Guard. Even those who would never become Astartes had earned the Death Guard's respect through their tenacity. After all, they had passed a selection trial meant to filter out the worthy for Astartes' ascension. Hades himself wasn't responsible for this phase of training. Mordorion took personal charge, accompanied by Garo and Vorx. The pre-march took training soldiers very seriously. Though there had been warning signs earlier, hints that Mordorion was beginning to treat Astartes as more precious than he should sin his appearance had helped realign his focus. Now, Mordorion was calmly and methodically training the Death Guard's mortal auxiliaries. Although Mordorion claimed he was training them, in reality, he was just using the same method he had used to train the Death Guard on Barbarous. A pre-march personally instructing mortal auxiliaries, this was rare enough to be historic. Usually, a single offhand speech from a pre-march to mortal troops would be elevated into a grand moment in Imperial propaganda, something to stir hearts and be commemorated for generations. But since neither side really had much concept of what was supposed to happen, things proceeded with a kind of muddled mutual understanding. Mordorion didn't care about any of that pomp. The people of Galathpar had no frame of reference. So the result was a strange but functioning balance. Hades didn't concern himself with how Mordorion trained the Astartes aspirants. But when it came to training the mortal auxiliary forces, he had only one rule. Mordorion, you can't train them all into mutes. Hades gestured wildly in frustration. As usual, Mordorion ignored his melodrama, quietly focused on mixing reagents. Some of them will have to take on administrative duties. We need different kinds of people. God Emperor knew what the Death Guard's gene seed did to people. Even though their gene seed was among the most stable and productive with almost no mutation or failure, those who became Death Guard were without exception pale, lean, and unbelievably quiet. Oh, Thailand Bhati. Not everyone turned out like that, of course. Hades was determined to find the best of the bunch, the tallest among dwarfs, so to speak, to handle internal administration. Sure, they wouldn't be political masterminds like the Ultramarines' leadership, but with the help of mortal clerks, they could at least manage the small chunk of territory the Death Guard was responsible for. Eventually, he'd have to go to the Ultramarines to ask for some pointers. But since the two legions hadn't formally met yet, it would be too abrupt to send someone now. That sort of thing should wait until Mordorion and Guilliman had at least shared a formal introduction. Hades made a mental note of it. Mordorion, meanwhile, ignored him entirely and looked down in satisfaction as his current mixture began to clarify. The Galazar Order had once used drugs to maintain control over the populace, forced medication to enforce compliance. Now that the order was gone, the people of Galapar were suffering from various degrees of withdrawal. The Death Guard had been distributing a bare minimum of placebos to stabilize the population. But for those about to enter his legion, Mordorion would not tolerate that weakness. This particular concoction would rot away their already damaged neural receptors, then stimulate the growth of new ones. After all, even Astartes used certain enhancers in combat. The Legion had plenty of research in this area. The process would, of course, be extremely painful. Mordorion had no intention of giving them painkillers. Painkillers would dull the agony, but they also inhibited nerve regeneration. "Are you done?" Mordorion asked slowly. "I never told them to be silent. They chose that on their own." "Brother," Hades screamed internally. "Look at yourself. You're massive, grim, and looming. Who in their right mind would even dare speak up in front of you?" "Go to your job," Mordorion added, still unmoved. He stashed the reagent and waved dismissively, like someone shooing away a stray animal. "Go, go. The first ships from Greya just arrived. You're the one who should be greeting them." Hades departed, full of resentment. As he left, his voice echoed down the corridor. "Mordorion, if you train them into mutes, the paperwork workload is going to triple for the Death Guard's future administration." Mordorion offered no response. He did appreciate the stoicism of silent warriors, but he also prided himself on never intentionally fostering it. There were still plenty in the Death Guard who made noise all the time. That loud one just now, for instance? Wasn't that proof enough? The good news was that Galapar, as a hive city, was not yet fully typical. Its former rulers, the Order, had forbidden even the possibility of dissent taking root under their rule. So even though its underhive was as filthy and crowded as any other imperial hive, it was never chaotic. Every street had been labeled. Every person was tagged with a number. Every soul had a meticulously detailed archive. Although many had vanished during the Death Guard's initial takeover, causing a degree of disorder, the previous administration's thoroughness now offered the Death Guard a surprising amount of convenience. Galaspar's reconstruction continued. The tech priests and their Skitarii took up residence in the nearby wastelands outside the hive's core. Preliminary environmental engineering was underway. Of course, calling it environmental engineering was generous. What the Muggos had actually done was deploy ready-made assembly line templates for habitation areas. Once laborers moved in, work could begin immediately. Hades had also granted the Adeptus Mechanicus full recruitment rights over the population of Galaspar. If a tech priest found someone they liked, they could, with the recruits' consent, take them away for training. Who knows? Some lucky soul might even become a tech acolyte. Tech priests are prone to whims from time to time. Meanwhile, production for previously delayed orders from nearby star systems had already begun. Galaspar's current output was only at half its original capacity, but even that was formidable. A hive city's manufacturing power was never something to underestimate. The crimson-robed delegation from Greya Forge World arrived singing sacred hymns, their incense trailing like vapor from the swinging mechadendrites on their backs. Their processional surged through the jagged gaps between hive towers, spilling into forgotten outer districts. There, they would install Galaspar's industrial kidneys, systems to process and purge the accumulated poisons of 1,000 years. From this point onward, these oil monks would toil like tireless ants for decades to come, cleansing the clogged arteries of this bloated hive city giant and erecting a livable, maintainable infrastructure for its future. To the Mechanicus, transforming a hive wasn't so much difficult as it was annoying. After all, if a hive's environment wasn't so bad as to disrupt productivity, then the Mechanicus typically wouldn't bother with it. But since the Death Guard had made a formal request, well, a forged world obeys. The tech priests generally didn't make moral judgments about such projects. There was no need to waste processing power on emotion. Compared to the more outrageous demands of some Imperial officials who acted out of selfishness, this was a straightforward ask. So long as the payment was right, the oil monks would deliver. The Death Guard were Grea's primary military partner. According to the treaty, the Legion offered the Forge World protection, influence, and resources. In return, the Forge World provided them with their due hospitality. Like now, Lord Hades, the primary hive's initial water purification circuit has been completed. We'll complete the testing within 100 standard Terran days. The bent figure of a Techmagos emerged from the darkness and gave a deep bow to Hades. The thick scent of holy machine oil wafted from the frayed hem of his crimson robe. Hades recognized him. He'd been the one who hosted him on Mint for that ridiculous ceremony. Hades nodded. Thank you for your efforts, Magos. The Magos across from Hades didn't respond immediately. There was a faint click from within his body. Hades recognized the sound of internal actuators locking up. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. What was this guy doing? Yet the tech priest continued to speak in a calm and refined tone. We thank you, my lord, for your recognition. There's no need for further words. Serving you is our honor. Wait a second. Did this guy lock himself up because he was too excited? Hades really hoped that wasn't the case, but based on his past interactions with these grease monks from Grea, he knew one thing for certain. Most of the ones who ever talked to him had a bit of a twitch. RN. At first, Hades thought this was some quirky cultural trait of Grea. Later, he realized nah. It was just wetware instability. Come on, he thought. Don't go into wetware shock just from seeing me. It made Hades feel like some kind of strange phenomenon. He blinked, deciding not to dwell on that bizarre possibility any further. Seeing his silence, the Magos rushed to continue speaking. Lord Hades, with your permission, we're ready to begin the second wave of material transfers immediately. The good news is, thanks to your inspiration, the Mint-Forge satellite has maintained high production enthusiasm for your requested materials. They've even exceeded the original quota by 20%. The first Mechanicus fleet to arrive at Galaspar had been an emergency deployment at the Death Guard's request. It had dragged along all kinds of purification equipment previously used on Barbarous, racing here with sparks flying to answer the call for Galaspar's reconstruction. Grea's original plan, however, was to wait before assembling a full-scale logistical fleet specifically for Death Guard supply runs. Supplying a full-space Marine Legion required utmost caution, so Grea intended to assign a dedicated escort fleet for the job. Not bad. That was fast, Hades thought, nodding to himself. The Death Guard had just finished with Droon, and the official Imperial decrees couldn't possibly have reached this fast. Thanks for your effort, Hades said. No sooner had he finished the sentence than a faint pop rang out. He sighed. Yep, the Magos had entered tremble mode again. Sigh. Oh, right. Do me a favor and pick up a few people from the Barbarous orbital ring while you're out. I'll write you a letter. Hades added, reaching out to gently steady the trembling tech priest. Are you all right? He realized too late that he shouldn't have asked that. This particular Magos had clearly already begun rebooting. Well, at least he wasn't shaking anymore. Hades stared at the frozen Magos and suddenly realized. Crap. He forgot something. He was supposed to assign the next batch of trainee tech marines to Mars. The Death Guard's first major requisition of military supplies had already arrived, and he was still the only tech marine of the new generation. Damn, with everything going on, it just completely slipped his mind. He hadn't even brought it up, but Enrique was probably already drafting up contingency plans, right? He had to be, right? Please be. Hades sat in silence inside the armory, head bowed in apparent thought. The mechanical rumble filled the space, but clearly, everyone in the armory had long grown used to this atmosphere. What's the matter, Hades? Hades stood up. Enrique emerged from behind a massive piece of machinery, hands covered in oil, face weathered and worn. The Galaspar conscription had once again challenged the armory to its limits. Though they had prepared for it, the sheer demand for armor and infrastructure support had left them swamped. To Hades, this master of the forge looked like he had just walked off the repair lines. His entire aura screamed stay away, like all he needed now was a cigarette hanging from his lip. Aren't you busy too? What brings you here? Enrique casually stopped walking and waited for Hades to speak. Hades forced a smile, but he could clearly feel he was running on empty. The next batch of Death Guard trainee tech marines. That, Enrique replied simply. Alberto, bring him over. He shouted into the depths of the armory, then turned back calmly to Hades. Those company captains eventually coughed up a list for us. We selected 27 in total this round. Across the last 2 wars, the armory only lost 2 tech marine, so the gap isn't too big. Still, I figure the Legion's planning to expand, so I pressed those old dogs a little harder and got a few more out of them. At that moment, this tired, oil-stained Enrique standing in front of him suddenly seemed heroic in Hades' eyes. Enrique, you're a good man. Hades dramatically pretended to wipe a tear, only for Enrique to glare at him. Save it. That routine might work on young folks who have a crush on you. Hades shook his head resolutely. No, you're wrong. Enrique, both Garo and Branca fall for it too. Enrique was so stunned by Hades' sheer confidence that he choked on his words. After a long pause, the not-so-eloquent master of the forge finally spat out. You administrative types are all shameless. Watch your tone, Enrique. I might be an admin, but I oversee the armory. Enrique sighed. Yeah. Don't worry about the armory, Hades. I know you've got a million things to do. Aside from your surprise projects, the armory can handle day-to-day Legion operations just fine. We're not some administrative desk jockeys. We don't deal in smoke and mirrors. Even at the end, Enrique couldn't resist throwing one last jab at administrators. Oh, right. Let me show you the most promising recruit from this batch. The kid's got excellent physical specs. I had to pull some serious strings to get him from the company captain. He's just a bit slow. Enrique hesitated. The kid gives me a vibe similar to how you were when you worked, dead silent outside of it. Slow? Like me. Hades remained doubtful. As they were talking, someone arrived. Greetings, Lord Hades. Greetings, Lord Enrique. Alberto emerged, followed by a pale-skinned warrior. Hades instantly recognized him. Wait a second, that's the kid who was the second to climb the cliff. Holy crap, Hades thought. Enrique picked out the most badass one of them all. You're Bast. Hearing Hades call his name, Bast visibly flinched in surprise, then gave a small nod. And that was it. Yep, definitely not talkative. Enrique shot Hades a look that said, see? That's what I meant. Hades decided to ignore Alberto's desperate glances, urging Bast to introduce himself. He could already hear the silent screams of exhaustion in Alberto's soul. This batch is ready to be sent to Mars. They've completed all basic training within the Death Guard. Enrique glanced at Bast, then shifted his gaze back to Hades. Hades nodded. I'll contact Mars right away. Enrique paused for a moment. This time, you should write the recommendation letter for this batch of Death Guard Tech Marine trainees. In fact, there's a section in the Mars recommendation letter that allows the Master of the Forge to add a personal note. The Mechanicus never actually reads this part, so most Master of the Forges write it quickly or just skip it altogether. But Hades, of course, wrote his section with utmost seriousness. He began with a single line praising Magos Jordan, who was in charge of Tech Marine training. Then he used another line to politely request that Jordan properly manage this batch of recruits from the Death Guard, noting that they were full of promise. Finally, he used an entire page to lay out a proposal on how to improve the Mars cafeteria. Done. Hades nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and handed the letter to Bast, the one leading this group of recruits. The Tech Marine trainees stood in silence, but Hades could feel their subtle tension. Time really flies, it was already his turn to send off the newcomers. Hades sighed and addressed them. Warriors, you're about to begin your studies on Mars. There's no need to feel dejected about leaving the Legion for a while. The time you spend on Mars will be one of the rare periods in your life where you can fully immerse yourselves in learning. You'll also have the opportunity to communicate and study with other Legions. Mars will offer you that chance. He paused for a moment. Just avoid the Space Wolves and the Thousand Suns. Although Hades himself had once had a good relationship with Manning of the Space Wolves, he thought it best this batch of trainees not interact with them. As for the Thousand Suns, he hadn't met them personally, but based on his own judgment, these new recruits should probably steer clear of them too. Sure, there were some truly insightful individuals among the Thousand Suns, but still, best to avoid. With heartfelt concern, Hades passed on more advice. If you're interested in deepening your understanding of Mechanicum-related knowledge, try interacting more with the Iron Hands, the Iron Warriors, or the Imperial Fists. Just remember, don't try to engage the Iron Hands and Imperial Fists at the same time, and absolutely do not bring up Primarchs in front of the Iron Warriors. Even though our Legion had a bit of a falling out with the Iron Warriors in the past, don't carry any prejudice. Don't go stirring up trouble. If you're just looking for a friendly chat, the Ultramarines and the Luna Wolves are great. Just be mindful of how they treat you. Whether they're sincere or not, at least the conversations will be pleasant. Other legions have their own unique characteristics. That's something you'll have to explore on your own. Hades lowered his head, thinking if he had anything else to add. Meanwhile, the recruits across from him looked a little stunned. They'd expected to receive the usual motivational lecture, something along the lines of study hard, return soon, and serve the Death Guard loyally, or perhaps some technical advice about training on Mars. But Hades' speech clearly exceeded their expectations. It felt more like he was really hoping they'd make friends in other legions. Oh right, Hades suddenly added. Once you get there, go find the Ultramarines or any reliable battle brother, and ask them for a copy of the Mars Techmarine Survival Manual. That thing's probably been passed down for generations. Hades gave a mysterious smile. Not to brag, but that guide is the real deal. It'll seriously boost your learning efficiency. The Techmarine glanced at one another in confusion. But Hades, as if suddenly remembering something funny, burst into laughter and moved on from the topic. And so, the batch of Techmarine trainees set off, carrying Hades' final instructions: eat more and stay healthy. Sometime later, on Mars, Bast sat quietly alone in the library. Before him lay a slightly yellowed white-bound book. Acting on Hades' advice, he had sought out the Ultramarines to ask for the good stuff mentioned by his senior. A striking Ultramarine gave him a dazzling smile and said, wait, you're from the 14 Legion. I'll go ask the Imperial Fists to get you the original copy. That thing's amazing. You've no idea how brilliant it is. Whoever came up with it. A genius. An absolute genius. The Ultramarine beside Bast rambled on, lavishing praise upon the book, speaking of altruism, of mutual support. Bast couldn't quite understand it all, but in the end, the book was handed to him with great solemnity by the warriors of the Imperial Fists. It's an excellent piece of work. Please extend my respect to the senior of your legion. He must have been a great and noble man, the Imperial Fist said with deep reverence. His words and spirit once gave me strength in a difficult time. If I ever get the chance, I'd love to meet this Techmarine. It's true, it's a masterpiece that left me in awe, the Ultramarine added, nodding. He then patted Bast on the shoulder. Honestly, I envy your legion for having someone like him. Bast stood there, dazed. He dumbly accepted the book. Even someone as slow to react as he was could tell that this was something special. And apparently, because of this book, other legions seemed especially friendly toward the Death Guard. As Bast took the book, every Techmarine present, regardless of legion, showed expressions of satisfaction. Even the Space Wolves and World Eaters burst into applause. Good luck, kids. Give our regards to Senior H. Bast, completely overwhelmed, stumbled out of the crowd in a panic. He had no idea how he even managed to push through all those smiling Techmarine. So, what exactly is in this book? Bast took a deep breath and opened the first page. His mouth opened in surprise. The first page was an illustration. A few simple lines formed a fluffy, cartoonish dog, sitting and wagging its tail in the middle of the page. A small Roman numeral, 14, was written above it. The dog was smiling and speaking. Hi, I'm H from the 14th Legion. This is a book meant to be built together. If you, in the future, add to this book, please leave your mark here. Next to the dog was a messy scribble of a cat labeled 13, a detailed, lifelike bird labeled 9, a wolf with its head held high labeled 16, and a book labeled 17. But the most frequent figures were geometric shapes, small cubes labeled 7, triangles labeled 4, and long rectangles labeled 10. Why didn't they draw animals too? Bast wondered. The way the geometric shapes kept stacking up made it look like they were about to bury the dog completely. So, who is H? Bast thought quietly. But he had no answer. Hades hadn't told them anything else about the book. So he decided to just call the dog Senior H. He turned the page. Senior H was now drawn in the corner of the page, chasing its own tail, spinning in circles. Then came the actual text. The Mars Techmarine Survival Manual. Hi. Hello there. If you're reading this, that means you've officially stepped onto the path of becoming a Techmarine. You might be feeling a little uncertain. And it's true, except for a few special legions, the position of Techmarine can be a bit awkward. This is mostly due to educational traditions and belief systems. But that doesn't change the fact that we play an essential role within our legions. Without Techmarine support and maintenance, even the most elite legion would be unable to reach its full potential. Without Techmarine repairs and upkeep, the Imperium would be knocked back to the Stone Age, clubbing each other with sticks. So be clear about your purpose. Techmarine are the backbone keeping the gears turning. Any wise individual will recognize the irreplaceable importance of a Techmarine. So don't hesitate. March bravely down the long, long road of learning, a road so intense it could choke a space marine to death with its sheer volume. Here's wishing that every Techmarine may earn a true fortune of their own. In this book, you will find, who should I believe? Plus comment section, how exactly should I treat the Omnicia? Plus, 1. I choose to believe in the doctrines of the Mechanicus. The Mechanicus Doctrine Knowledge Tree. The Machine God, the Omnicia, and the Emperor. 2. I prefer to keep my own views. How to politely decline the prayer invitations from Magos Jordan. A summary of doctrines often selected for random recitation tests. How to appear extremely devout. 3. How to identify true believers and flexible tech priests. 2. Starting Lesson 1. 1. You don't need to specialize in everything. Knowledge can be deadly in excess. 2. Personal interest versus legion needs questionnaire. Find the best growth path for both. 3. Overview of learning paths, recommended books, internships, shared reflections. 4. Building your own custom toolkit and service goal. Plus comment section, show off your loadout. Plus. 3. The sea of knowledge is endless. 1. FAQ of basic knowledge hurdles. 2. Comprehensive list of instruments in the workshop. 3. Incomplete, presumably continues. 4. Miscellaneous discussions. 1. When knowledge becomes power, how to fight with a tech wrench. 2. How to reasonably punish warriors who look down on Techmarine. 3. Upward appeals, why the armory needs more funding. 4. Thoughts on cafeteria improvement. 5. Gift buying guide when returning to your legion. 6. It's okay to feel bad, mental health techniques for high-pressure environments. V. Techmarine base exploration guide with map. By the time Bass looked up again, it was already deep into the night. This child of Barbarous had experienced something akin to a spiritual shock and a quiet awakening. A clear and defined path seemed to unfold in front of him, one that he had never considered before, never imagined. It wasn't like the solemn and cold atmosphere of the Legion. No, it was awe. This book had moved him. It gave him a vivid, living feeling, full of growth and determination, something that leapt out of every page. Bass stared at the final page, where the fluffy dog wagged its tail with a silly grin. Senior H was someone from his own legion? Someone this brilliant, humorous, and vibrant, a Death Guard? Most Death Guard Bast had seen were always serious and silent. This must be an extraordinary person. Bast swore to himself that he must meet this senior someday. At the very least, he wanted to speak to his idol just once. Much later, after Bast had become unmatched in knowledge, he would return to the book and make his own edition. He opened the first page again, and beside the original drawing, carefully wrote the number 14. He wasn't good with words, but he would do his best to meet Senior H. Wait for me, Senior H. The fleet from the Greya Forge world slowly docked, and with the safe arrival of the first batch of firearms, the second trial was about to begin. Today was the day Hades was scheduled to inspect and collect the new batch of mortal auxiliary troops. They were to continue their training, whether it involved the operation of vehicles or preparation for administrative posts. Hades sincerely hoped that Mortarion's training hadn't turned this batch into mute statues. Mortarion, of course, brushed off the concern with complete indifference, exuding a kind of absolute confidence that said, "I know what I'm doing, don't interfere." Hades ground his teeth in frustration. If not for the fact that he couldn't beat Mortarion in a fight, he would have absolutely straightened him out already. But before he went to meet the mortal auxiliaries, Hades had another person to see. A short, balding middle-aged man was trembling in the ranks of the tech priests. One of the Grey Magos' side appendages had clamped firmly onto the man's arm as if he might bolt at any second. "Lord Hades, the man you requested, we've brought him," the Magos said with a deep bow. The man beside him quickly followed suit, his plump body trying hard to bend in an awkward and almost comical way. Hades pulled up a polite smile. "Thank you, Magos. I'd like to speak with Fuller alone now." The red lights flickered on the Magos' face, but after another deep bow, though clearly reluctant, he departed. "Oh, thank you, my lord, thank you. Those people are terrifying." Fuller immediately whipped out a greasy handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the sweat off his forehead while nodding profusely. The minds of the Mechanicus are indeed different from regular folk. "Thank you for coming, Fuller." Hades gave a small nod. The reason he had summoned Fuller today was to further the training of those soon to be inducted into the administrative system. Fuller had once been an administrator in a hive city. Though he looked completely unreliable, there really wasn't a better candidate right now. In truth, this rotund and greasy-looking middle-aged man had actually proven quite dependable. The schools across the barbarous orbital ring were operating smoothly, and the Watcher's regulatory audits hadn't uncovered any major issues. Hades could tell Fuller was taking his job seriously. Even with the war effort in full swing and the Forge world's endless demands occupying much of his time, Hades still made it a point to regularly check reports from the orbital ring to ensure nothing weird was happening on Barbarous, the homeworld of the Death Guard. Currently, the administrative staff keeping the Barbarous system running were mostly the batch personally assigned by the Emperor back in the day. Their management style could be summed up as, ignore small problems, there are no big problems. But on a planet like Barbarous, which rarely caused trouble, it seemed to work out. Meanwhile, the Death Guard directly managed key sectors like education, healthcare, and oversight. Hades had put together a ragtag crew to handle the education side, while Mordorion had repurposed his old medical personnel for the healthcare system. Oversight was handled directly by the Watchers. As it turned out, the former medics who had followed Mordorion during the conquest of Barbarous were surprisingly competent. After receiving further training from the Mechanicus, the medical system was functioning well and hadn't suffered from staffing shortages. As for the education system, it was going better than Hades had initially feared. At least, literacy and basic numeracy were becoming more common. Though oddly, the physical development of students, boosted by the regimented schooling, seemed to outpace their mental development by quite a bit. As Hades sat silently in thought, Fuller wiped his sweat again and carefully asked, "And my lord, may I ask, what exactly have you summoned this humble one to do today?" "Training," Hades replied. Hades spoke while deep in thought, then stood up. "Come, I'll take you to meet your batch of students. You'll need to teach them the basics of administrative work." Seeing Hades rise, Fuller quickly followed behind. "And my lord, I don't think I'm up to this." "Then recommend someone better." Fuller fell silent. He realized the lord seemed burdened with thoughts. Little did he know that Hades was simply worrying about Mortarion's quality of instruction. AOES. Fuller swore he didn't want to teach students like this. By the Emperor, he had already thought his life was hell enough. He'd nearly broken a bone getting knocked over in the hallway by a rampaging student, and he had even been the subject of an attempted poisoning by the little brats trying to test his resistance to toxins. Fuller thought his suffering had peaked, but now he realized it was far from over. The speech from the Legion Master continued. Later, Hades and Fuller stood in an unassuming corner of the training hall. Fuller looked at the stern, deathly serious students standing tall and full of murderous intent, and started questioning his life choices. Since when did administrative staff look like they were ready to die gloriously on the battlefield? Fuller clearly sensed the oppressive air radiating from Hades, but still subtly ducked behind him. The sheer gravity of the atmosphere in the room was just too much. Hades, meanwhile, looked over the group with satisfaction. Good, qualified soldiers. Serious. Ready to die without hesitation. But none of them looked anything like administrative personnel. Mid- and lower-tier administrative staff only needed to be able to handle records and forms. Higher-level personnel, however, needed keen insight, political instincts, and a certain level of cunning and savvy, that slickness unique to bureaucrats. That was exactly why Hades had brought Fuller here, He was the best embodiment of those qualities Hades could currently find. But looking at this group, who looked like they couldn't even get a word out if you hit them with Chain's word, Hades felt a wave of despair wash over him. Mordorion, thank you so very much. Oblivious to the two men emanating dark energy in the corner, Mortarion's speech continued atop the dais. From this point on, aside from those selected for the next stage of surgery to become Astartes, the rest would no longer be under Mortarion's direct command. His dull armor glinted faintly in the light. Mordorion had not lit his censer today, making the imposing presence of the Lord of Death all the more striking. Opposite him stood the silent recruits from Galathar. I am pleased to have trained you. This reminds me of my time on Barbarous. Training was hard, but people supported one another and held hope for the future. During the previous phase of training, the resilience of these people had deeply impressed Mordorion. The harsh environment of Galathar had forged in them a surprising tolerance. Their endurance in the face of adversity was astonishing. Those who crawl out of hell have little fear of the filth of the world. You, the people of Galathar, have proven your resilience to me. Therefore, I declare the gates of the Death Guard open to you. The Death Guard accepts your deaths in its service. Mordorion fell silent, then stepped aside as a servoskull approached with 2 goblets of wine. The dark liquid inside gave off a pungent, bloody stench. Hades, hidden in the shadows, frowned. That was Mortarion's homebrewed poison again. It looked like the cup meant for the mortal had at least been diluted. Hades suspected Mordorion just wanted a drink, but then noticed the Death Lord glance in his direction. Just wait and see. The message buzzed in Hades' private channel. Still confused, Hades decided to go along and watch what Mordorion was planning. Now, one of you, step forward and drink with me. I, Mordorion, Lord of Death, Pale King, forge a pact with the people of Galathar through death. This wine is laced with poison. The one who drinks it may die. If they perish, the pact is void. Mordorion turned aside, patiently waiting for a brave soul to emerge. A stir swept through the crowd. He noticed Sinis hesitate, but then a tall, broad-shouldered man stepped out ahead of her, striding quickly up to the platform. Short brown hair, a scar cutting from his mouth, and piercing blue eyes like a wolf's. Mordorion raised his brow. I presume you are not here for the Astartes selection. Yes, my lord. I am here for the auxiliary forces selection, the man replied with calm respect. Your name or designation? Mordorion picked up the 2 cups of wine and handed the smaller one to the man. They call me Wood. Very well, Wood, then let us swear this oath. Mordorion first removed his gas mask and downed the cup in a single motion. The toxic brew scorched its way down the Primarch's throat, the poison mixing with the high-proof alcohol. Even for him, it caused a brief moment of dizziness. Please, Mordorion hissed. Wood took a deep breath, eyes filled with a determination to die if necessary, and raised the cup. He drank. Sweat beaded on his skin as his blood began to roar. The poison screamed through his system, and he felt like his internal organs were on fire. Everyone could see something was wrong. The previously silent crowd tensed up, breaking the solemn atmosphere. Hades could hear their hearts collectively speeding up. Some people even made a move to approach Wood, but Mordorion allowed it. This batch was the best of the best from Galathar. Under Mortarion's subtle guidance, they had developed a strong sense of pride and urgency about representing their people. If I fall here, won't that bring shame to all of Galathar? Finally, Wood slammed the cup down, gasping, swaying slightly as he stood. His body was numb from the toxins, but he raised the now empty cup high above his head. He did it. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, cheers, whistles. People embraced one another in celebration. The tension that had hung in the air shattered completely. Thank you, my lord, Wood said hoarsely. This is respect that your people have earned, Mordorion replied, clapping a hand on his shoulder, then motioning for the crowd to help him down. The Primarch looked on with interest as they rushed up to embrace their hero. The Mordorion who had drunk the poison was, for once, uncharacteristically lenient. Wood staggered about as the crowd swept him up and carried him around. Some young women were even trying to stuff bullet casings etched with their names into his hands. I told you, they can talk. Mortarion's voice rang out smugly over the private channel. Listen to their cheers and applause, Hades. You can't say they're mute anymore. How did you do it? Hades asked, astonished. Mordorion was clearly enjoying his triumph. Just like that. People who've lived long under pressure will adapt in their own way. After the conquest of Galapar, Mordorion had taken time to study the social fabric of the barbarous ring again. To his surprise, the people there weren't nearly as silent or grim as the ones in the Death Guard's ranks. I added something like a dueling pit to their free time and offered captured goods from Galaspar's hive cities as prizes. They naturally blossomed. Hades opened his mouth slightly, stunned. I didn't expect this. Really, I didn't. There are many things you don't expect. Mortarion's voice came back, laced with mocking amusement. Now that they've passed my test, go find your talking candidates. Slowly, the pleased Primarch reattached his gas mask. In a cheerful mood, he tapped the ground with his scythe a few times, the dull clang echoing sharply in every ear. The crowd fell silent. You have 1 hour of free time. After that, someone else will be in charge of you. Your next instructor and selecting officer. Commander Hades, step forward. The reconstruction of Galapar and the training of the Death Guard were steadily progressing. Everyone had received basic administrative training from Fuller. Surprisingly, Fuller took education quite seriously, probably because it was his first time being genuinely acknowledged and entrusted with real responsibilities. He was quite diligent too. Despite getting metaphorically beaten up by students every day on the Barbarous Star Ring, he somehow still managed to handle the high-intensity workload. The only issue was, the people being filled with Fuller's peculiar knowledge had their worldviews significantly reshaped. Hades supervised on the side, and together the two picked out promising candidates for administration, would being the standout example, to undergo more advanced training. As for the civilians who showed strong commitment and a desire to fight on the battlefield, they were trained by Hades himself. This time, Hades had requested outside support and brought in his close brothers from the armory. These seasoned warriors were responsible for teaching the mortal auxiliary troops how to operate vehicles and weapons, as well as improving their battlefield skills. Tactical command and support training, however, were handled personally by Hades. Garo and the Grave Wardens were in charge of conducting further character assessments and training for the potential Astartes candidates. So far, everything seemed to be going relatively smoothly. No. At this point, you need to smile politely. He's hinting that I should give him some benefits, and I still have to smile? Not shooting him on the spot is already me being polite. Gosh, why are you so stubborn? If you don't offer him a little personal benefit, he'll just go to another planet for cooperation. Don't you want to make deals? That's how business works. What kind of business is that? That's just how it is. Are you going to learn or not? If you can't learn, we'll replace you. You're way too stiff. He's hitting me. Help. Lord Hades. Help. Wood, fed up, swung his fist. Fuller, sensing danger, bolted instantly. Despite his chubby appearance, Wood actually couldn't catch up with him once he started running. The entire hall was temporarily divided into two sections. On one side, Fuller was giving advanced lessons to this batch of administrative trainees. On the other side, Hades was leading the Tech Marines and familiarizing the mortal auxiliary troops with all sorts of vehicles and weapons. Perhaps because the armory didn't usually interact much with other departments, the Tech Marines were surprisingly talkative when dealing with these regular civilians. Lord Hades. Help. Enough. Stop. Hades' head was pounding from the shouting. Thankfully, the Armory brothers held back their laughter, at least giving Hades some face. He got up from in front of a Cerberus heavy tank and walked directly over to the two men. Under Hades' kind-looking smile and his towering physical presence, the two immediately fell silent like frightened chicks. Fuller dabbed at his sweat with a handkerchief. My lord, he just swings at me without warning. My life's in danger here. It's terrifying. Ignoring Fuller's theatrics, Hades turned to Wood. What's the matter? Wood stood tall and firm, his expression righteous. Reporting, sir. I accuse him of teaching total garbage. Hades blinked. Then tell me, if you want to become a qualified planetary governor, what do you think you need to learn? Wood paused for a moment, then spoke with stubborn defiance. Managing the people, environmental governance, building factories. Definitely not what he's teaching. Hades turned to Fuller. Did you teach the things Wood just mentioned? I did, sir. I swear I did. Those were the first things I taught, administrative management and all. Fuller nodded furiously, like a chicken pecking at rice. Wood, I have to remind you, besides the things you just mentioned, a competent planetary governor must also deal with Imperial officials, tech priests, and administrators from neighboring star systems. RNV. Galaspar is a major industrial system, which means you must learn how to get along with them. You chose the administrative track yourself, didn't you? And I do think you're genuinely suited for it. Wood and Senies, based on their respective desires and capabilities, had been placed on different paths, one to become a top-tier administrator, and the other to serve as the leader of the mortal auxiliary forces. Hades thought Wood had guts, decent perception, and more than enough loyalty. He could be groomed directly for the role of planetary governor, if only he could just make that mental shift. Wood swallowed nervously. Hades could tell he was still a bit reluctant. My lord, have you ever encountered this kind of situation? Hades' eye twitched slightly. Could he say that compared to the weird and eldritch creatures on the Forge worlds, most mortal officials were child's play? At least Imperial bureaucrats still had faces you could read. The tech priests didn't even have faces or morals, so Hades had to rely entirely on experience and gut instinct. He still vividly remembered the hellish verbal duels he had with the tech priests, his memories filled with the fragrance of logic engines humming away in the background. With a solemn nod, Hades said, I have. This is a product of a certain stage of human civilization's development. You may not understand it now, but in your position, you must learn to navigate these habits. Wood, I understand how you feel, but you have to learn to face this. Hades spoke firmly. I want you to become a competent administrator, Wood. We both know your intentions are good. Wood fell silent. So even someone as mighty as Hades had to deal with this kind of situation? He had thought the Legion represented absolute authority. Hades looked at the now quiet Wood and said, You'll have to handle affairs using methods you personally despise. But I know you'll hold fast to your inner principles. That's exactly why I chose you. It wasn't just because you had a drink with the Primarch, you know. I care about ability too. Hades added jokingly, and noticed that Wood's face flushed a little. So easily embarrassed, huh? Still too soft. It reminded Hades of the newly inducted Death Guard recruits. Though those guys could tear the heads off Xenos with their bare hands, they still had fragile pride. For someone in administration like Wood, this definitely needed more tempering. When it came to interpersonal finesse, only a few seasoned veterans who managed the Legion really had the knack for it. Vorks hadn't fully developed the skill yet. As for Hades, he was a natural, so that didn't count. Oh, and you could probably count Kala, now in stasis, as another one. That guy was the kind who could talk to saints and devils with equal ease. Still, managing the Legion was one thing. With a Primarch watching over them, it was no big issue. The real concern was the rear planetary development. They'd need cunning people there. They couldn't let some smooth-talking outsider swindle them. If the rear was stable, the Legion would have solid logistics and defensive strongholds. Study hard, Wood. Fuller does have experience in this area. Don't worry, my lord. Fuller, will definitely teach him well. Seizing the chance to kiss up when Hades praised him, Fuller jumped in. Hades gave him a knowing look, and Fuller instantly launched into a tag-team routine with Hades. Wood, for all his talent, was still too green. He couldn't resist the verbal gymnastics of two seasoned manipulators. Within minutes, he was all dizzy and dazed, swearing to study hard from now on. He'd only realized later how sketchy that whole exchange with Hades and Fuller had been, once he actually learned enough to recognize it. Watching Wood being led away, grinning like a fool, by a triumphant Fuller, Hades felt a faint sense of guilt. It was like dragging a morally upright good kid down into the murky waters of political scheming. Still, in this environment, everyone eventually became a seasoned operator. And compared to Astartes, mortals were much easier to drag into the muck. Might as well grab whoever he could. Hades is counting on them to haggle with Imperial bureaucrats someday. Turning back to the tanks, Hades resumed teaching the mortal auxiliaries how to operate them. Was there anything more satisfying than teaching someone to drive a tank? At least, it's certainly better than coaxing some pure-hearted Galasparan into a lifetime of scheming. That faint flicker of guilt? Gone in a flash. Galaspar's second trial was Galapar itself. It began on a rainy day. Rainwater slid down the tower spires, merging into the muddy ground. People stepped through puddles, gathering in small groups. They had returned, those who had passed the trials. Massive aircraft roared in the distance as they descended, standing tall and resolute. And following them came the giants. This was Hades' second trial. One candidate for the Astartes program and 2 administrative personnel would form a team and be assigned a small group of humans. Because every human in Galaspar had already been given a number, this part was not difficult. Each temporary team was required to fully assess and report on their assigned region, root out unstable elements, establish basic order, and submit a summary of their governance experience. Meanwhile, dynamic tasks from higher-ups would be issued at any time. The entire Order of Grave Wardens was mobilized as the examiners for this selection process, evaluating the Astartes candidates in real time, their qualities, abilities, obedience, mental resilience under pressure, and attitude toward ordinary people. Interestingly, these temporary groups weren't assigned a clear leader. They had to decide that among themselves. Candidates who passed the selection would undergo surgery to become full-fledged Astartes. Those who failed could choose to join the mortal auxiliary troops or contribute to planetary reconstruction. Administrative personnel who performed well during the trial would immediately be reassigned and put back to work. Since the trial was meant to evaluate their abilities anyway, Hades figured they might as well get some real work done while at it. Watching the footage sent back by the Grave Wardens, Hades thought, even if they were just hastily trained, it's still better than nothing. And at least we don't have to worry about this batch's loyalty to the Legion. Black-hearted boss exploiting interns image.jpg. Thanks to the previous management, the Order, every district in Galaspar already had clearly marked maps and administrative numbers. Although the regions were filthy and chaotic, everything was still on record. Galapar society was relatively simple. The people there continued their old habits, working and resting. Even though the Death Guards had granted them more free time, most of them hadn't developed any new hobbies. However, because of the recent selection process, some had started training in preparation for the upcoming auxiliary army recruitment. Overall, Galapar was surprisingly well-suited for this round of selections. Hades wasn't exactly giving them an unreasonable task. But, unlike the administrative personnel who had volunteered, the Astartes candidates returning to their homeland were filled with mixed emotions. Most of them had taken part in the first selection round with the mindset of never coming back. To them, Galapar was filthy and wretched. They would rather join the divine wars in the sky than scrape out a life in Galaspar. Compared to the familiar assembly lines, the holy engines of war held far greater appeal. But they were sent back. The second round of selection was to rebuild Galaspar, an undeniable rebuke of the ideals they once held. For many, this sparked either deep self-reflection or emotional collapse. Led by Garo, the Grave Wardens keenly picked up on the spread of this mindset. Those who sank into guilt or trauma were filtered out, while those who could reflect and stay grounded in reality were allowed to advance. Failure and setbacks are everyday fare on the battlefield. What matters is the willingness to immediately correct oneself after realizing a mistake, without lashing out at comrades emotionally or making rash decisions due to those emotions. Garo pondered. He hadn't expected this to be the underlying intent of Hades' selection method. Though Hades had been primarily focused on the mortal auxiliary troops while the Astartes candidates had always been Garo's responsibility, was it really possible for Hades to infer their psychological patterns from data alone? Garo knew Hades was far more calculating than he let on, but even so, this level of foresight shocked him. The second round of selection concluded smoothly, far more so than Hades had anticipated. Perhaps it was because all those deployed had originally come from Galapar. The locals saw them as the elites among their own people and thus had little reason to resist. Our Nigerian Irabi. According to the reports from the selection teams and the Grave Wardens, most qualified groups had naturally designated their most administratively capable member as the leader, with the other 2 providing support. The Astartes candidates within the teams had, in most cases, eliminated at least 3 sources of instability, taking out local troublemakers and dismantling the early formations of violent gangs. These trained and educated Galapar natives also brought back a handful of quirky habits from their training, like dueling cages, fairly normal, literacy poker cards, blame Fuller for that, and brewing toxic alcohol. All in all, they significantly enriched the locals' leisure time and gave them less time to sit around idle. Some of the more outstanding teams even took initiative without guidance, starting anti-addiction groups, forming clubs like those that encouraged hobbies, or even organizing events that criticized the Order and promoted recruitment into the Death Guard. In short, it was a let 100 flowers bloom situation, everyone showcasing their unique abilities. After stabilizing their regions, these people clearly wanted to stand out more. Hades was dumbfounded. Crude as these organizations may have seemed to him, he couldn't deny that they were genuinely trying and actively using their own initiative. After evaluations by the Grave Wardens, those who engaged in practical and constructive activities were marked for advancement, while those who merely sought to look good while actually disrupting local order were screened out. By the time the second selection concluded, the Death Guard had gained a Galaspar that was at least partially governed, along with a batch of humble Galaspar natives, pragmatic, hardworking, and willing to reflect and think critically. The outcome was surprisingly good. If not for the need to maintain his image, Hades would have thrown his head back and laughed out loud. He didn't quite understand why Garo seemed to respect him more than before, but that wasn't important. The surgical enhancement procedures for those who passed the second selection proceeded as scheduled. With this influx of fresh Galaspar blood into the Legion, Hades had reason to believe the forces would become more unified, avoiding the past tensions between the Barbarous-born and Terra-born factions. The leadership-level drama had already passed. After a few joint battles, the frontline soldiers would naturally grow closer. Compared to the Terran and Barbarous recruits, the Galaspar-born were clearly more modest, or perhaps just more emotionally intelligent. Having passed a 2-round selection process, they helped balance out the often stifling atmosphere in the Death Guard. Even if they weren't talkative, they at least spoke up when it mattered in social settings. Meanwhile, the Mortal Auxiliary Troops' training was nearing completion. These mortal troops were now capable of operating support tanks like the Cerberus heavy tank on the main battlefield. Squads equipped with rocket launchers ensured they could deliver substantial firepower on the flanks. Incidentally, because the most frequently used vehicle among the auxiliary was the Cerberus heavy tank, and because Hades had left a strong impression while training them, the mortal auxiliaries began calling themselves Hound of Hades. The name caught on so widely that the Death Guard simply officially renamed the auxiliary force as the Hound of Hades Hunting Unit. On the administrative side, those who passed the second selection round were immediately assigned to posts. Fuller, on the other hand, planned to take Wood and a group of elite administrators to Barbarous for some real-world experience. The Garden Planet project on Barbarous was nearing completion, providing the perfect training ground for them. A stable warp route between Barbarous and Galaspar had also been established, easing the flow of supplies and personnel. After this Galaspar phase of recovery and development, the Death Guard had replenished their ranks with large numbers of new troops and supplies. The auxiliary army had expanded to a scale previously thought impossible. Rearline infrastructure was advancing steadily, and both Galaspar and Barbarous were now capable of providing the Legion with substantial quantities of daily resources. The assembly lines on Graia were roaring once again. Of course, supplies from the Imperium were still something worth exploiting. Perhaps impressed by the victory at Drune, the Imperium had recently delivered a fresh fleet to the Death Guard. And, in what might have been a rare stroke of conscience, Malkador had finally sent a batch of untouchables to Hades, along with a few actual officials to help govern Barbarous properly. Naturally, in Hades' view, all of this had been fairly traded through the Black Tower. Before he brought that up, Malkador hadn't so much as offered a kind word. Thanks to this new shipment from Malkador, Hades held off on his usual internal curses toward the Psyker. But, unfortunately, Hades had forgotten one old saying. Before every great war comes a resupply. They were fleeing. The once beautiful star domain had been disrupted by the war of alien races. Flames of battle ignited the sky. Gunfire pierced the night. Two giants locked in a desperate struggle. The Empire and the Colossus known as Rongda roared and tore at each other, while these creatures were merely sacrificial pawns. To exist was to sin. They lived along Rongda's retreat route, and those monstrous, bizarre creatures were closing in with their terrifying psychic control. The mechanics, devoid of psionic gifts, stood no chance. They would be enslaved by the Rongda. The choice that would determine the survival of their entire species had been made. The Parliament issued its highest directive. Factories pushed beyond their limits, harvesting resources from across the star domain at all costs. They had to escape. A colossal fleet, built upon the exhausted resources of an entire star domain, slowly ascended into the sky, carrying the elite of the species. The remaining mechanics stood silently on the ground, watching as their final hope drifted away. The galactic hourglass continued to trickle down. The shrieking of the Rongda monstrosities grew ever sharper, and the Empire's brutal firepower followed close behind. The homeland of the mechanics was about to be consumed by a blazing inferno. But not one mechanic left behind chose suicide. They had to live to block the retreating Rongda fleet with their lives, buying even the smallest sliver of time for their own exodus. Attack! Stop them! Stop them! The Muggo screamed, herself hoarse. She drove the Skitarii forward. Advance! Advance! Keep those aliens outside the capital city. The Rust Forge world, along with its entire star system, had been struck by an unexpected alien assault. The mechanic monsters were furiously attacking the system's core, Rust, the Forge world itself. Those hideous Xenos, with their vast fleets, had torn open the system's defenses and begun plundering its rich resources in a frenzy. Only the main planet remained unfallen. The outer planets had all been lost. In the face of enemies whose numbers dwarfed theirs 1,000-fold, the Adeptus Mechanicus clung tightly to their final fortress. The mechanic assault pressed them to the brink. They had not given up. The forges and smelters of Rust's capital could not fall into enemy hands. The mechanical wonders born of centuries of human progress could not be surrendered. Every forge city was a miracle impossible to replicate. They could not be allowed to fall. But the numbers on the logic engines faltered. Precision calculated down to 6 decimal points, the figures dropped steadily, like the alien artillery raining down. With time, the Muggos' calculated probability of victory shrank ever closer to 0. The Muggos, famed for their rationality and logic, understood what this meant: defeat, death, shredded limbs and spilled machine oil, cables torn violently from ports, wetware shivering and exposed to the radioactive wastes. By logic, they should abandon this futile resistance, fall back entirely to the capital, purge the databanks, smash the furnaces, allow the wisdom of generations to end in silence. But that number hadn't yet reached 0. A single exploration squad from one of the outer mining worlds had escaped before the mechanics could seal the entire star domain. They were the final variable. That single unknown clung tightly to every Muggos' logic engine, anchoring the critical figure just barely within the realm of possible. If they could return with reinforcements in time. Meanwhile, the Death Guard, resting and recovering in the Galaspar sector, received an emergency Imperial redeployment order. The entire fleet began to slowly depart from the Galaspar system. With Circumflex and Beta. The decree came directly from Terra, vague, ambiguous. The language twisted and uncertain, crucial information obscured by slippery phrasing. Simply put, aside from the destination of the Death Guard, the message said nothing at all. The Lord of Death was deeply displeased by this, though his commanders showed no signs of complaint. In Mortarian's eyes, Hades was frantically hoarding gold and supplies, desperately trying to load even the newest bullets straight off the assembly lines onto the ship. Forget it. Let him be. What Mortarion didn't know was that upon seeing that Imperial edict, Hades' internal alarms went off. Well versed in the Empire's notoriously disastrous operations, he immediately realized this was no ordinary battle cloaked in secrecy. Burning the midnight oil, Hades personally oversaw production and logistics. For him, every extra artillery shell meant one more sliver of possibility of survival. While the Death Guard traveled through the warp, a transmission request arrived directly from the front lines. The Premarch of the 1st Legion, Lion L. Johnson, was requesting a conversation with the Premarch of the 14th Legion, Mortarion. Another brother. Mortarion no longer reacted. All he wanted was for the Death Guard to fight properly and to win. In the dim conference chamber aboard the Death Guard's vessel, Mortarion stood fully armored, poison mist seeping along the curves of his plate, cloaking the Lord of Death in a veil of mystery. And in the shadowed corners untouched by the transmission light, Hades, Garo, and Vork stood silently. The Lion of Caliban, Hades knew this was not a conversation for him to interrupt. The Lion was proud now, proud to the point of arrogance and obstinacy. Still, Hades thought that compared to Perturabo, Mortarion, and Lion L. Johnson might actually manage a civil conversation. 3, 2, 1. A faint electric buzz flared to life, and the glow outlined the towering figure of the forest's sun. The green armor evoked Caliban's eternally dense woods. The lion's sword rested calmly beside its master, who stood silently, blonde-haired and green-eyed, gazing forward. Under the shadow of his hood, Mordorion raised a subtle brow. The farmer from Barbarous was no stranger to this feeling. His brother, Lionel Johnson, what radiated from him was not human. It was the constant wariness, the ever-vigilant tension, something far more akin to a beast than a man. Those beasts devoid of civilization, devoid of compassion, devoid of human emotion. In the wastelands of Barbarous, Mordorion had once hunted such solitary monsters. Their lonely survival in the wild made them weary, made them proud, made them perpetually on edge, and made them vicious. Now, one such beast was eyeing Mordorion like prey. The hidden undercurrents in that gaze were unmistakable. As Mordorion assessed his brother, the lion was likewise assessing him. Or rather, he was attempting to provoke him, measuring him with the same gaze a predator casts before it strikes. Was Lionel Johnson trying to intimidate Mordorion? Was he, in his brutal and beastly way, passing judgment on the Death Guard's strength? That look was malicious, predatory, trying to make Mordorion back down. But Mordorion knew exactly what to do. When faced with a wild beast, the best strategy wasn't to run, nor to attack recklessly. Out on the plains, the farmer facing a lion doesn't alter his breathing by a hair. He simply raises his scythe, his tool of harvest and death, and stands his ground in silence. The two primarchs stared each other down. At last, the lion retracted his aggressive gaze. The proud lion gave a curt nod, perhaps a brief wordless greeting. But Mordorion understood. The lion was affirming his stance, recognizing Mortarion's reaction. Mordorion couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Another arrogant bastard. What right did he have to judge the strength of Mordorion or the Death Guard? None of it mattered. Among his brothers, Horus was the only miracle. Mordorion asked for nothing more. First Legion, Dark Angels. Lionel Johnson. The lion spoke. His voice was steady and deep, firm and indisputable. Though the lion himself looked slightly worn and fatigued by the war, his words were still the sharpest sword of Caliban. 14th Legion, Death Guard. Mordorion. The Pale King replied with a voice hoarse and dry, like a breeze stirring the graves. Before death and the tombstone, even the sharpest blade lost its power. The Imperium is now in the midst of a war, an unprecedented war. Mordorion, you and your legion are not part of its core theater. But that does not mean the Death Guard will be absent. The alien species known as Rongda is attempting to escape the Imperial encirclement. We need the Death Guard to deploy and advance along their retreat routes, to choke off the branch attempting to flee toward the Empire's northeastern frontier. The good news is, according to Imperial strategic plans, you likely won't immediately engage the Rongda fleet. The First Legion, the Dark Angels, will likely tear apart that fleeing group before you ever meet them. The enemy data will be transmitted to the Death Guard. Do you have any questions? Mordorion responded, voice laced with quiet fury. You're saying the Death Guard was summoned here on an emergency order, just to stand on the sidelines? To be irrelevant reinforcements? We might not even see combat. The lion looked at Mordorion with clear displeasure. Yes. Mordorion let out a loud hiss from beneath his breathing mask. Lionel Johnson ignored it completely. In a tone bordering on condescending, he continued, full of pride. Mordorion, this is a hunt. The Imperium, like its enemies, bleeds. You should be thankful that the Death Guard does not need to face this battle head-on, not act like some warmongering brute. Listening to Mortarion's heavy, rasping breaths, Hades had the distinct feeling the Death Lord was on the verge of choking from sheer rage. Yet Mordorion still managed to growl from beneath his respirator. Fine. Understood. A second later, the Lord of Death cut the communication without ceremony. The Primarch slammed his scythe into the floor in fury. Hades was pretty sure he heard Mordorion curse under his breath. I really think Horus was a miracle. Mordorion turned to Hades and muttered, at this point, I almost regret distancing myself from him. Even if Horus might fall eventually, at least he was better than this lot. The unfeeling lion did not express the kind of casual friendliness toward his brother that he considered unnecessary. Such lukewarm sentiments were doomed to be unfit for a battlefield shrouded in smoke and fire. Since he had been marked as commander for this campaign, he would issue his orders with an unquestionable tone and a scrutinizing, judgmental gaze. Even if Mordorion would remain disgruntled for a long time after their disastrous first meeting, Lionel Johnson would not waste much energy on it. For him, it was merely a matter of a legion skilled in frontal warfare being positioned along the retreat path of the Rongda splinter. He would delegate that command to his knights, for his focus had to remain on the grander, more brutal war forest, where everyone was bleeding and sacrifice was more common than breath itself. The flames of war burned endlessly, setting entire stars ablaze. Stars fell and solar furnaces dimmed. Multiple legions were committed to this drawn-out campaign. Rongda, already devastated in the previous two battles, would finally make its exit from this galactic drama. But that did not mean the campaign would be easy. The 1st Legion took the lead, with the 2nd, 6th, and 11th Legions joining in the main war zone. However, this campaign differed from any Lion had fought before. Apart from carefully dealing with the threat posed by the Rongda Xenos, the Lion and the Wolf both caught the scent of something unusual in the air, beyond the usual stench of blood. It was not a scent coming from the other side of the battlefield. Compared to the Wolf King, the Lion was even more perceptive. Mysterious soldiers from the Lost Legions had infiltrated the fighting, forcing the Lion to proceed with heightened caution. Every legion had its own unique Imperial function, and the 1st Legion, the Dark Angels, alongside the 6th Legion, the Space Wolves, just happened to hold the blades turned inward for decapitation strikes. They were granted the authority of oversight, vigilance, and eradication. But Lionel Johnson knew that compared to the Wolf King, who acted in strict accordance with Imperial edicts, the Lion himself preferred to take the initiative and remain vigilant. He knew secrets his other brothers did not, and upheld boundaries the others had not even realized existed. Because of Lionel Johnson's own resolute and loyal character, their father, the Emperor, had gifted the 1st Legion with quite a few gifts. Some gifts could make trouble and annoyance disappear with ease. The Dark Angels were even the only legion that could pass judgment on and exterminate a forge world of the Mechanicum. Unlike other legions, which to some extent relied on cooperation with the Mechanicum, the Dark Angels possessed their own unique technologies. Beyond the Imperium, beyond Terra, beyond even the Emperor, the Lion had the authority to purge everything if necessary. Therefore, he paid little mind to Mordorion and his 14th Legion. In the tangled battlefields of Rongda, Mordorion and the Death Guard were nothing more than lucky ones, pressed into service by the Imperium's needs. They did not need to shed needless blood, nor did they warrant much of the Lion's attention. Thus Lionel Johnson merely assigned the Death Guard their tasks in simple terms, and, because of the pre-March brotherhood that chained them together, granted Mordorion a brief meeting. If Mordorion possessed true strategic wisdom, he would have understood the Lion's behavior. For the Lion to take the time, while commanding the main Rongda front, to personally speak with Mordorion, Lionel Johnson considered that already a very high mark of respect and courtesy. Sadly, this obvious goodwill from the Lion was clearly not accepted by the lacking in strategic wisdom Mordorion. Perhaps it was the Lion's initial aggression, or his later arrogant words, but Mordorion uncharacteristically furrowed his brow all the way back and repeatedly brushed off Hades' attempts to console him. Though Mordorion kept cursing in his mind, he still led the Death Guard forward along the route assigned by Lionel Johnson. Although he was extremely displeased, very displeased, Mordorion also sensed something unusual in the high-scale mobilization of Imperial legions this time. With Ray Vomacronvi. In just a single face-to-face confrontation with the Lion, Mordorion could see, for a brief moment, the Primarch's undisguised wariness. Mordorion was certainly familiar with such an attitude, but he hid his own feelings well. The shadow of his hood, the cover of his rebreather, the drifting of poison gases, no one could see through him. It was not the same kind of disgust Perturabo showed. Even Perturabo would not look upon another Primarch with that sort of gaze. Things became clear. Besides having learned of the Death Guard's future role ahead of time, the 1st Legion was at least on guard for a future where stars would fall and civilization would be stained with dust. And the peculiar nature of this campaign's edict, along with the deliberately sealed-off information, made the Lord of Death faintly sense that there was something about this war that was not ordinary. The Primarch thought indifferently that he had not met most of his brothers yet, though he no longer expected to. So even if Mordorion was still upset, he nonetheless obediently, carefully, commanded the Death Guard along their assigned route. The construction on Barbarous and Galaspar had at least taught Mordorion to recognize the scarcity of Legion resources, and he had no desire to waste his strength on matters he had yet to fully understand. The Death Guard's fleet sailed steadily through the void. As they advanced along the Lion's route, the astropathic relay station in the Starward system near the Mandeville point of the Rust system did not respond to the Death Guard's hails. Although small stellar relay systems did sometimes fail, a system with a forge world should not have made such a rookie mistake. The Rust system was a small, remote sector, but its position happened to connect two larger sectors. In the warp, only the route through Rust remained stable, while in real space, Rust was obviously quite distant from its neighboring systems. Relying on simple sublight travel, it would be very difficult to reach the next star system smoothly. This unique geographic position made Rust essentially a stellar choke point. Because the system was located on the far-flung edges of the Imperium, it was usually rather quiet and neglected. But now, with Rongda in retreat, this system has returned to the strategists' tables. If they could strangle the enemy here, then behind Rust lay several rich and bustling Imperial systems. Rust simply could not be allowed to fall. According to the First Legion's calculations, Rongda should never have withdrawn to this place. Even in the worst-case scenario, Rongda could not possibly have retreated here. However, because the planetary governors behind Rust kept screaming for help, the Death Guard had been dispatched. For these planetary governors, shouting loudly and calling for rescue was never a bad idea, and indeed, the arrival of the Death Guard had saved their lives. The Death Guard lingered briefly in the warp, having received no reply from Rust, but instead picked up another faint distress signal. After analysis, this signal, dynamically encrypted, was found to use Mechanicus cipher codes. Master of the Forge Hades managed to break the code and trace the source, a small Mechanicus vessel, close to breaking apart. The little ship drifted quietly amid the warp's turbulence. It was clearly never meant for warp travel, with its Geller field virtually non-existent, suggesting it had entered the warp in an emergency. From the paint markings, the Death Guard judged it to be a ship from Rust. The mission to recover the ship and any personnel aboard was issued. Given the possibility that the Mechanicus vessel might have suffered warp corruption, the Death Guard dispatched a team led by Hades. Something felt wrong. Hades stood silently on the deck of the small ship. Lacking proper warp shielding, it showed clear signs of corruption. Normally, going into the warp without proper protections was a gamble. If lucky, nothing much happened. If unlucky, the crew would go mad, the ship might grow mouths, and the warp would manifest nightmares from the deepest human fears, driving any sentient being into insanity. So, Hades had in fact prepared himself to see a ship full of twisted horrors, but the corruption on this ship was very specific in its character. Swarms of flies crowded the deck, buzzing noisily. Pus seeped from gaps between planks, making the floor slick. Glittering, colorful granules piled up on the metal walls, while rust was consuming every corner of the ship. Those rough yellowish lumps crawled like living slime mold, transforming the steel they passed over into a filthy, soil-like crust. Hades fell silent. These were clear signs of Nurgle doing. Was it too late for them to just run? And weren't they supposed to be fighting Rongda? What the hell was this? Could it be that this region of the warp was too close to Nurgle's domain? Or was it just a coincidence? In any case, when the Death Guard and Nurgle's presence overlapped in a single area, no amount of caution was excessive. This vigorous, living scene was faithfully transmitted back by Vorks to the command chamber aboard the Endurance. Mordorion watched the swarms of flies in silence, the pre-march breathing heavily. He raised his hand to signal Garo to place all Death Guard on high alert. Their Geller fields were pushed to maximum output, and they stood ready to execute an emergency warp jump at any time. Hades, act according to your own judgment. If you sense danger, be prepared to withdraw at once. Standing near the edge of the ship's deck, Hades crouched down and ran his hand across the now fertile flooring. Thick moss seemed to breathe upon the rust, emitting a beautiful yet dangerous greenish glow. But where Hades' hand passed, this life withered instantly, revealing the deck's original surface beneath. The metal was already gone, replaced by a thick crust of rust. They were still within the warp, and Hades was unsure what might happen if he tried using a large-scale null field here. It was possible that as soon as these warp phenomena were dispelled, he himself would be ejected from the warp altogether. Right now, the Death Guard's main fleet was still holding position in the warp, and their only clue about Rust's star system was this little ship where he stood. If there was no further news, the Death Guard would have no choice but to either forcibly open Rust's Mandeville Point to follow Imperial orders, or disobey and fall back to the previous star system. Ring Beta. But if they retreated without a legitimate reason, it wouldn't be a good choice. At the very least, they needed an excuse. Yet they couldn't exactly tell the Lion that the Death Guard had backed off because of Nurgle, could they? Hades looked at the moss on the ground. After briefly sensing the warp energies here, he stood up and began his deployment. They could at least take a look. The warp atmosphere here was insufficient to sustain large-scale psychic entities or summoning circles. We can give it a try first. Hades replied. This ship was too small for a knight to board, so Hades positioned a Wraith Knight on the landing craft's deck nearby to help suppress the warp energies around it and, at the very least, to guarantee a viable retreat route. Then he picked out a dozen veterans to accompany him deeper into the ship. If you feel any mental discomfort, including auditory or visual hallucinations, report to me immediately. The veterans replied in confirmation seriously. They, too, were aware of how unusual this mission had become. Images from old nightmares and the suddenly grave demeanor of Hades told them clearly that something unexpected was at play. But the good news was that as they crossed the floor made spongy by corrosion and passed through the crew quarters overrun with humanoid-shaped fungi, they encountered no enemies. Apart from the flies drifting through the damp air and the fungi that seemed to still be breathing, they saw nothing else. Hades took a deep breath, gripping his obituary. They're inside a spaceship tainted by one of the Chaos Gods, and they saw no enemies. That kind of abnormality put him even more on edge. The ship was tiny, so they reached its deepest compartment in no time. There, they found the source of the signal. Fungus, rust, and moss had crept over every inch of the room. Moths clung densely like scales on the walls, and fungi piled up thick in one corner. Deep within the fat roots of the fungus, they could faintly see scarlet cloth, its color faded by sticky fluids, and coagulated blood splattered across the wall. The signal was coming from within that mound of fungus. After confirming there were no other threats or ambushes in the room, Hades strode forward. He channeled his null field into obituary and quickly cleared away the surface mushrooms, revealing a battered Magos explorator underneath. Fungi had erupted from his part-mechanical abdomen, with red and blue cables absurdly entwined with the mushrooms. He was already dead. As a master of the forge, Hades could see at a glance that the Magos had died from a self-induced electrical short-circuit, in other words, suicide. What on earth had happened? Could it be that the missing Rust system had been invaded by Nurgle's forces? But this was the timeframe for Rongda. Was it really possible for a major Four Gods incursion to appear in the physical world this early? Hades frowned unconsciously, carefully inspecting the Magos, trying to gather more clues. He found it. On the Magos' current log recorder, Hades saw traces of the Mechanicus's typical ciphers. The data was hidden deeply. This Magos had used faint, unnatural tremors to encode what he wanted to transmit. Through the waveform record, the Magos had also attempted to broadcast the information, but the rapidly growing fungus had interfered, leaving him able to send only the simplest distress signal. If one compared it to a normal human, it was as if this man had controlled his own heartbeat to transmit a message using his ECG pattern. It's a bizarre yet ingenious act, and something that only a Mechanicus could manage, though it would also cause them tremendous pain. The unstable current would make them tremble involuntarily, vomit, suffer cognitive damage, and in the end, struggle while watching their own engine burn out and collapse into death. What kind of thing did he want to convey for him to voluntarily endure such agony? Hades frowned, beginning to decode the information hidden in the waveforms. Rust, I'm mining world Magos 08. Fungus, pain. Rust system, Xenos mechanic attack, on the verge of falling. Requesting reinforcements, reinforcements, reinforcements. Rust, large planetary forge, requesting reinforcements. Mechanic, large fleet, class, 3 Xenos, weak psychers, Mandeville Point unsealed. 2.3, 4.3, 5.7. Escape, warp, seeking reinforcements. Reinforcements, fungus, reinforcements. Under attack, fungus, green, white, space marines. Fungus, pain, reinforcements, I don't want to die, pain, 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 pain. Rust requesting reinforcements. Dense pleas for reinforcements tangled with references to fungus, becoming this Magos's final testament. Until the very last moment, he was still trying to call for help for the Forge world, with his log showing repeated forced attempts to activate the signal transmitter. Hades took a deep breath and offered a silent prayer for the Magos in his heart. May your soul return to the Omnisia. Then he opened a calm channel. Unconfirmed message. Rust is under attack by a weak Psyker Xenos mechanic fleet, on the verge of falling. Also, Hades' expression turned grim, and he lowered his voice. In this Magos' last message, he mentioned seeing white-green space marines. On the other end of the channel, Mordorion shuddered, frozen in disbelief. Hades, withdraw immediately. Mortarion's voice broke no argument over the Vox. Everything here was simply too bizarre, and he would tolerate no mistakes at this moment. Hades, following up on the string of numbers from the Magos' message, found a hidden database on the ship. Inside were maps of the Rust system and its war situation, along with intelligence on the mechanic. After confirming no other information was left behind, Hades and his team chose to evacuate immediately. On his way out, Hades used obituary to grant final rest to a few fungus-ridden lumps that still seemed to be breathing. Perhaps they were just servitors, but Hades preferred not to think about it. As soon as Hades' ship had pulled away, the Death Guard main fleet wasted no time unleashing a saturating bombardment upon the small vessel, the Death Lord practically wishing the ship would vanish from existence. The sudden, twisted scene once again plunged the Death Guard fleet into a long silence. They could not linger in the warp forever, but should they advance or retreat? At that moment, a push from the First Legion arrived, urging the Death Guard forward. According to the Magos' last words, they had only encountered Nurgle's corruption after entering the warp, which might mean that the real space Rust system was still free of warp incursions, since warp forces penetrating physical reality was still extraordinarily difficult. Or was it that Nurgle's gaze had also fallen on this place? Nurgle was like a damn fly that never stopped buzzing around them. Hades really want to curse that abomination. The Legion has been in a good mood to fight Xenos, but he hadn't expected that giant filth to show up on its own. The cold urgings and questioning transmissions from the First Legion carried a high-handed, inhuman arrogance. The footsteps of war were drawing near. There was no time for hesitation. They need to advance or find an excuse to retreat. The warp was no place to linger. The appearance of that ship had disrupted the Death Guard's established plans, and the dying words of the explorator only deepened the confusion. Mortarion's expression grew especially grim, and Astartes in white and green armor, accompanied by the curse of Nurgle, Mordorion did not consider this a good omen. So far as Mordorion knew, there was only one former Death Guard, that traitorous apothecary, Leighton. But could it really be him? There was too little information for Mordorion to reach a conclusion. Compared to Mortarion's openly displeased expression, Hades, who had returned from the exploration mission, appeared as calm as ever, continuing his various duties with a steady face. But was Hades truly as composed as he looked? No. With a major battle looming, the Legion needed someone to hold steady, to be a pillar. In reality, Hades was even more panicked than Mordorion. At first, Hades had also suspected that the Astartes might be the traitorous apothecary, but being familiar with the warp, Hades knew that time in the warp was not continuous. It could be someone from the future. Yet in the timeline known to Hades, if the Death Guard ever did turn traitor, their armor should be purely green, not white and green. Faced with that ship covered in fungus, the two men who knew the truth within the Death Guard were both clearly unsettled. A single question circled in their minds. If that Death Guard was a traitor and a follower of Nurgle, then if he appeared on a battlefield held by another legion under the banner of the Death Guard. Mordorion buried his face in his hands. To a pre-March, this was the most terrifying scenario he could imagine. Unclean, corrupted sons appearing before the other legions. What would that mean? What made Hades even more anxious was that he knew Rongda had already destroyed 2 legions. The timing of this was far too coincidental. If it were any other legion, it would be less dire, but right now the Death Guard was about to face the First Legion, those cryptic masters who would decisively slay even their own if needed. Hades had a sudden, absurd thought. What if the Lion believed the Death Guard had fallen to corruption, then went berserk, and the First Legion together with the 6th Legion wiped out the Death Guard in one go? No, no, no. That way even Nurgle would gain nothing. It couldn't be that bad. Cough, ridiculous. Hades decided to put that thought aside for now. Regarding the current situation, the frustrated Hades and Mordorion held an emergency discussion for a long time, but the two truly could not reach a solid conclusion. And with every minute and second of their debate, the Death Guard fleet remained adrift amid the tides of the warp. The longer they stayed, the greater the danger they would face. Falling back was not a good option. To defy the Emperor's orders on their own initiative? And if they did not advance, and a corrupted Death Guard truly appeared on the battlefield ahead, if they didn't kill him, would they just wait for the First Legion to come and execute them instead? With Dionysus knew yes. Just in case, and under Hades' urging, Mordorion began to draft a statement of innocence in case another legion witnessed a corrupted Death Guard. When writing it, Mordorion looked like a man already dead. Hades saw more than once that Mortarion's trembling hands were ready to pick up a knife and commit ritual suicide. While Mordorion was writing this, Hades began preparing a distress call. If anything went wrong, he would call for the nearby space wolves to bombard the sector. If space wolves were all they had, so be it, better than nothing. In the end, the Death Guard chose to attack. The operational plan for assaulting the Rust system slowly began to take shape in the Death Guard's strategic chamber. With war imminent, Mordorion, finally having finished his declaration of innocence, recovered some of his resolve and began to deploy operations against the Xenos. In the information-blocked Rust system, the Lord of Death carefully selected thousands of men from among his mortal servants, loyal and clever human crewmen, who would serve as the vanguard trumpet of this war. Some small ships had been hastily disguised by the forges to resemble merchant vessels, equipped with only the most minimal light defensive systems to reduce weight and maximize speed. There would be no return journey on this mission. They would bring the Death Guard the latest information about Rust. In the warp near the Mandeville Point, the Death Guard, scythes in hand, waited in silence for war. This was a war that would decide the survival of the mechanic species. Every mechanic knew it. They had left their homes behind in a desperate attempt to seize even the faintest hope of survival. They successfully arrived above the Rust system according to their plans, relying on a massive fleet to conquer the outer mining worlds of Rust. Using those mining worlds as footholds, they continue to devour this human star system, which are doomed to fall. There was only one last target left, taking the Rust homeworld, a dim, rust-colored planet whose alien technology and resources would give the mechanic hope for further advances. If they could capture this place, just beyond lay a rich oasis, a spark to ensure the expansion and survival of their species was within sight. They would not disappoint those who waited for them back home. Even with nearly the entire star system already fallen, even though the mechanic had broadcast countless offers of surrender, the humans on Rust's homeworld continued to resist with desperate ferocity. These bipedal apes, bodies studded with pipes and metal, refused to accept any of the mechanic's demands to capitulate. It did not matter. The mechanic would see them destroyed. Upon Rust's orange-yellow, desolate lands, mechanic warriors advanced through the sands, bringing inevitable death. But then the scourge arrived, stealing through the shadows of night. As night's curtain fell over the observation post nearest the Mandeville Point, a group of ships, appearing to be ordinary human merchant vessels, forcefully translated out of the warp from the Mandeville Point. These small, numerous ships streaked past the observation point like a meteor shower. The mechanic fleet immediately opened fire, bright fireballs blooming in succession. Amidst the searing beams of light, the wreckage of ships drifted, drawing lines through the sky to mark the convoy's course. Yet many of the merchant ships broke through the first line of defense, relying on speed, numbers, and covering fire from their comrades to push onward, unstoppable. The star system's outermost defense fleet quickly dispatched ships in pursuit, but to the mechanic warships, these human merchant vessels were small and nimble. When they began to scatter and fly toward different worlds, even the mechanic were forced to send more ships to block them, and the planetary defense cannons pivoted to track and attempt to shoot down these seemingly panicked humans. In that instant, as the mechanic's focus wavered, a corner of a giant vessel emerged from the rippling blue-green waves of the Mandeville Point. It raised its cruel, savage spear and hurled a deadly first blow toward the mechanic. For the mechanic, comfortable in their temporary conquest, this would be their first and last experience of the true nature of interstellar war. Slaughter. Destruction. The end of war could only mean the complete death of one side. Death had already raised its scythe. Darkness was often accompanied by cold, which reminded O of winter on the mechanic homeworld. Its caretaker would always take it to see the thin white frost that formed on the metallic earth, the delicate frost glittering on smooth metal surfaces. Its caretaker would hold its hand, and each of their steps would leave a mark upon the ground. All of that is gone now. In the icy void of space, there would never be a second homeworld. Sometimes, O would go to the ship's edges, to those places where life was not required. There, the frigid void would lay down a thick layer of frost, and that was the only thing that could give O a faint sense of comfort. It reminded it of that tiny point that was left behind, long since consumed by the flames of war. How wonderful it would be if the world was at peace, O thought. Unfortunately, every species in this universe seemed to be fanatically in love with war. A sprinkling of white drifted down, frost and snow falling onto O's body. It did not move, it remained on alert, for that was its duty. This planet, closest to the Mandeville Point and furthest from the star, is empty, cold, and at dusk it would snow. O had more than once thought of transforming this planet into a new homeland, but the land here was filled with rough, dry, yellow sand, a texture it did not like. High in the deep sky, tiny white lights flickered briefly before vanishing. O knew those were its own fleet intercepting the enemy. In a star system sealed off from the rest of space, those small, fragile human ships were nothing more than gnats dancing by a riverbank, annoying, insignificant. Yet it was those seemingly insignificant human individuals who had forced the mechanic to leave their homes behind. O had faced the human garrisons stationed on this planet before. As individuals, they were more like cells parasitic between metal and machinery, incredibly fragile, yet burning with fierce, greedy emotions. The soft snow kept piling on O's body. The mechanic were four-legged beasts clad in metal shells, and frost spread across O's metallic armor. That brought it a momentary, dreamlike sense of solace. A scream, the air raid sirens shrieked at full volume, and a sudden, unbearable tension flooded the air. What was happening? O quickly sounded an alert and looked in the direction indicated by the air defense alarms. The sky began to tremble. Fragments of ships howled across the sky, disintegrating in fiery explosions. Twisted mechanic dots fell from the chunks of wreckage, screaming as they stepped into death. Trailing behind the scattered debris, swarms of green and bone-colored aircraft cast shadows from the heavy clouds, diving straight toward O's temporary base. New empty set BS. Defend. Defend. O raised the alarm. The ground in front of it exploded the next instant, but it dodged nimbly aside and looked back up to the sky. Alien bombers were locked in a dogfight with their air defense systems, and every so often, a bomber would fall. The aerial battle had fully erupted. It wasn't over yet. A meteor shower fell upon the land. O quickly realized they were enemy drop pods. They had used their bombers to carve open a path through the skies and now were deploying their soldiers. The mechanic forces immediately began to regroup and reorganize. Their opponent's target was to seize and occupy what had once been the Mechanicum's planetary air defense bases. The matters of the skies would be left to the aerial forces. Now their job was to defend this land. The clanging of steel echoed, the sound of war drums. The mechanic, each as large as half a tank, soon recovered their fighting spirit. Their towering bodies reflected a cold glimmer under the night sky. Even though they had been caught off guard by the sudden attack, they had already annihilated half of a human star system. They had confidence in their strength. O shook its head, joining up with the assembled forces, ready to charge. The mechanic were highly mobile creatures, clad in metal shells and armed with specially forged blades. Their enemies would only be torn to pieces by the howling winds of their assault. Unless they struck critical points, their bullets were worthless. The enemy's landing zone was confirmed, which is not far from here. The enemy was moving straight toward them, which was exactly what the mechanic wanted. They were ready to sprint. Warriors, keep your speed. For mechanic. For the future of our species. At the general's command, the horns of the charge sounded. The ground trembled beneath their feet. O drew its sharp blade, still crusted with the bright red blood of humans. O could smell the scent unique to humans hanging in the air. They would soon realize their bullets were useless against the mechanic. O would grant them as painless a death as possible, or, if they chose to surrender, O would accept it. The next instant, the enemy's side unleashed a skyful of artillery fire, tracing streaks of light through the swirling snow. Useless. Their air defense systems would intercept those shells. O kept increasing its speed. Above the mechanic, brilliant fireworks suddenly exploded, and under each blossom of fire, vivid green tassels dropped straight to the ground, rapidly reaching the battlefield. This was liquid? Due to the high pressure, the gases are compressed into liquid form. And when they are released from the barrel, I think they will enjoy this bit of air from Barbarous. I specially improved the formula for them. The gases were more suitable for enemies with metal shells, like the mechanic. These Xenos were still too naive. The mechanic had powerful physical abilities, but when it came to the art of war, their strategic wisdom was not superior. Hades nodded silently. They're still too young. Only thousands upon thousands of wars and oceans of blood could truly mature a species. The mechanic had clearly lost that opportunity. Green liquid splashed to the ground, instantly rising into thick clouds of vapor. The bombardment continued. The enemy possessed an uncountable supply of specialized shells. Very quickly, an enormous green barrier stretched across the entire wasteland. Cunning, savage, the enemy's cruelty went beyond O's imagination. Was this the kind of humanity capable of wrestling with Rongda? Even with their fragile bodies, they would employ such vicious tactics? Its senses began to corrode. Its breathing became difficult. A searing, unbearable pain crawled along its body. O clutched at its breathing ports, trying to force its way through the fog. It could hear the screams and curses of its comrades. The general bellowed for them to keep advancing, but that roar soon turned to choking. My death guard, begin the attack. Bury them in this fog. O's speed was dropping, but it still staggered forward, nearly breaking out of the fog. A third of its comrades were gone. O could only hope they had simply fallen behind. The thick green turned to a lighter green. It was almost through. O breathed a sigh of relief, inhaling deeply. Then a faint slicing sound broke the air, and the massive four-legged alien abruptly halted. A sharp-sided blade barely grazed its neck. A burst of sparks appeared due to the metal striking another metal. O even saw the chilling green glow dancing on its edge, death gently brushing past its throat. The mist flowed like a gentle wave, wrapping around cold armor. A dull scythe glimmered in its midst. The black cannon of a Hadehound tracked their every move. The Death Guard stepped silently onto their killing ground, hollow visor lenses reflecting O's figure. Snow still drifted down, falling on O and on the Death Guard as well. Fear climbed up its spine. O's final thought was of that frosty field it once walked upon. After leaving home, it had never seen it again. Thick green mist clung to her ankles. She lifted her foot, watching the vapors cling to her shoe, then reluctantly drip away. This was a weapon personally formulated by Lord Mordorion, one that wouldn't corrode the equipment of the Death Guard, but would drive their enemies to perish in suffocating agony. As a member of the Hound of Hades hunting unit, this was her first time experiencing a real battlefield, explosions, shockwaves, thick blood, the howls of Xenos. Her mind was dazed, but as the gunner of a Hadehound, her hands never ceased their work. Sweat trickled beneath her gas mask. Her eyes itched, but she could only shake her head and force them open wide. Then she pressed the barrel against the Xeno's throat. Fire, fire. Sticky liquid sprayed from the cannon barrel with a hissing breath. Through the narrow scope, she saw those towering beasts rot under the shells, flesh dripping down. The Death Guard advancing beside the Hadehound mercilessly harvested their heads. This was hell. They had created hell. She mechanically repeated the actions the tech priests had drilled into her back at the training grounds. When the order for rest was finally issued, she still had her head pressed against the scope like a quail, nervously awaiting the next command. Come out and breathe, little ones. Good work. A tech marine outside tapped the vehicle with a wrench. Dong, dong, the muffled clang echoing through the pipes and metal. Once the battle was confirmed to be over and they were allowed to dismount, the crew all clambered out. In the cramped space of the tank, she hadn't noticed her legs were shaking uncontrollably, her muscles were stiff, and her protective suit drenched in sweat. 25. Not bad. You helped kill at least 25 Xenos. Your toxin tanks were also the most depleted. The tech marine lifted them down like chicks and began inspecting the vehicle. To her relief, aside from the commander, a slightly unhinged old man, everyone else looked just as ragged as she did. They crowded together, leaning against the Hadestound, listening to the roar of the tech marine's drill. Even through the thick protective suit, the alien planet's breeze brushed against them. She looked up cold, tiny white flecks were falling from the sky. She had never seen such a thing. Her homeworld had never known such sights. She looked into the distance. The enemy corpses lay silently, rotting on the ground. In the depths of the mist, occasional gunshots echoed, and the steady, reassuring march of the Death Guard rang faintly. She watched it all as if waking from a dream. This was their doing, they had made this happen. Praise the Lord of Death, she whispered, unable to stop herself from caressing her faithful Hadestound partner behind her. The solid feel of the metal reassured her. This massive companion made her feel safe. A surge of pride rose in her chest. She suddenly remembered some scattered phrases from training. Feeling slightly guilty, she added, "Ano. Praise the Lord of Death. Praise the Lord of the Underworld." The Reaper gave them salvation. The Lord of the Underworld granted them strength. Without the Reaper and the Lord of the Underworld, she, once a slave of Galaspar, would never have stood here. Perhaps she would still die on some alien battlefield, but the very act of marching to war had given her life meaning. Life and death now carried value. They were no longer just corpses floating in Galaspar's polluted rivers. Names and faith themselves carried magic. As she muttered the Lord of the Underworld's name, she found herself, whether by instinct or design, looking toward the heart of the battlefield. A jolt of revulsion surged through her like an electric shock, then vanished as quickly as it came. She thought she saw a towering figure in the mist. Blinking in confusion, it disappeared again. The Wraith Knight glided silently through the fog. At the very center of the battlefield, where the fighting was fiercest and the soil soaked so deeply in blood it resembled a springtime field, Hades wordlessly examined the corpses. None of them. Not yet. In the end, Hades shook his head, signaling the two Wraith Knights to withdraw from the area. The unrelated Death Guard and Hadestounds were all at the battlefield's periphery, unable to witness their actions. No signs of psychic corruption detected. There was a brief silence on the other end of the channel. Hades, return to the ship now. Follow this route. The others have already been redeployed. Mordorion, during your engagement with the enemy fleet, did you find any trace of psychic power? No. In fact, this species has virtually no understanding or control of psychic abilities. They only use the Mandeville Point for basic navigation. Both of them fell silent. Finally, Hades spoke hesitantly. If it's not the Xenos, then we'll have to look among the humans of this system for answers. Mordorion let out a rasping sigh, almost like a lament. That is why I so despise those who make use of psychic powers. The pre-march looked up at the massive map above the command deck. The entirety of the Rust system was laid out, a dizzying swirl of fleet engagements in progress. But there was good news. Since the enemy had underestimated the speed and scale of the Imperial reinforcements, the Death Guard had already secured the outermost 2 planets of the system and had seized control of the Mandeville Point. Aside from the garrison forces deployed beyond the system earlier, they had not encountered fierce enemy resistance. The main strength of the mechanic was still pressing the attack on Rust's primary world, rather than turning back immediately to face the Death Guard. The enemy wanted to devour Rust and then counterattack. If they turned back now, they would risk being crushed between the Death Guard and the Mechanicum. With their backs to a Forge world, the Tech Priests could swiftly replenish their war resources, making them even harder to defeat. So the Xenos had chosen to seize the Forge world first. Its immense production capacity would bolster their future counteroffensive. The closer one got to Rust's primary world, the more formidable the enemy fleet's defenses became. Mordorion calculated that if the primary world of Rust fell, the situation would deteriorate even further. Though the Primarch had little fondness for those tech priests who casually worshipped their machine god, they did in fact need a fleet, one that could reinforce the primary world of Rust. The Mechanicum on Rust was barely holding on. The fact they had survived this long was already a miracle. Mordorion pondered silently. At that moment, the doors of the command chamber opened behind him, and Hades strode in, tiny crystals of toxic gas still clinging to his armor. Hades removed his helmet, staring intently at the screen. After a moment, he spoke. "We need to reinforce the primary world of Rust. Just one fleet is enough, as long as the main world doesn't fall. The Death Guard's fleet can slowly tear apart their defenses from the outside." Mordorion raised a hand, cutting Hades off. Hades looked at him in confusion. "In your opinion, who should lead this fleet?" "I should," Hades answered without hesitation. "This fleet needs someone capable, and of this group, I know the Mechanicum best." Mordorion was silent for a moment. "That is assuming we don't encounter that small vessel again." Hades froze, looking down in frustration to think. That was true. The warp scans were still incomplete, but Rust could not be allowed to fall. Hades did not believe either Garo or Vorks could manage working alongside the Mechanicum for this mission. Any tactical mistakes born of misunderstanding could be fatal, and those oil worshippers might even deliberately sacrifice the Death Guard for victory. That sort of thing was far from unheard of. The Endurance currently has 3 Wraith Knights, 232 Blanks, and 57 Lex Mechanics. I'm giving you command authority over them, Mordorion. That should be enough. Even in the most extreme situation, gathering all those blanks together and killing them to trigger their anti-psyker null fields and death, enough to expel a greater demon back to the Imperium instantly. Hades had established the blanks unit partly to complement his own operations, and partly so the Legion would have a permanent force they could rely on rather than constantly depending on him alone. Even if Hades' abilities were currently overpowered, before the Horus Heresy had even begun, this Death Guard blank unit could already be considered one of the best. As long as the Endurance didn't jump into the warp of its own accord, suddenly suffer a psychic seizure while entering the warp stream, and simultaneously kill every navigator on board while flailing around blindly, which, incidentally, was exactly how the Death Guard in the lore once blundered into an ambush and became corrupted, then this blank unit would be enough to handle warp-based entities in the physical universe. Why was that so screwed up in the lore? Don't ask. Let's just say Kala Typhon was exceptionally persuasive in tricking Mordorion, but Mordorion now would not make such a stupid mistake. The Primarch understood the dangers of the warp far too well to do so, and was reluctant even to enter the Imperium for travel, much less let his fleet blunder through it. The barriers of the physical world could be trusted, barring places designed in advance with altars. Ships like the Endurance would not be easily corrupted by the warp. Well, except for that one time Hades screwed up. Ahem. It's a total accident. Besides, Hades could sense that the physical barrier at the outer rim of the Rust system was not thin, on the contrary, it was quite healthy. But in the depths of the star system, at Rust's primary world, Hades couldn't be so sure. Generally speaking, the higher the death toll and the heavier the mental oppression, the more likely the warp was to twist reality. Mordorion glanced at Hades, then began laying out the fleet's plan. Your judgment is that the Endurance won't run into trouble? Hades spoke hesitantly. Hard to say, but the warp connections here are not tight. Mordorion paused for a moment. Then you will go, Hades. Then Mordorion added slowly, in a quieter voice, sometimes I really have to wonder whether you're one of the Mechanicum or the Death Guard. Maybe authorizing you to go to Mars was a mistake. Hades protested in alarm. I'm Death Guard, Mordorion. You have to believe me. Look, I barely even talk to the Mechanicum these days. Though in his mind, Hades couldn't help but picture being surrounded by a bunch of Forge World tech priests on the Mint Forge satellite. Mordorion wore an expression of "you're not fooling anyone," and then issued the deployment order. The Fourth Horseman is already prepared, with warriors from the 7th Company. Hades, you can take command of it. In 3 Terran hours, we will cover your entry. If you need the strength of the Zero Company, take them with you. Hades waved his hand. You need them more than I do, Mordorion. Let them secure the stability of the main fleet. Very well. Mordorion did not argue. Commander Hades, I order you to lead the 7th Company to reinforce Rust's primary world. All authority over the 7th Company, the 4th Horseman, and its attached ships is transferred to you. Act at your discretion and take them." Hades was already striding toward the doorway, raising his scythe as he offered a brief salute in response to Mordorion. "And make sure you come back alive." They were about to die, to be conquered, to be devoured. Generations of wisdom and effort were about to go up in smoke as the profane Xenos prepared to lay their hands upon the cities of the Omnicia. They had given everything, every drop of blood spilled upon the cracked wastelands of rust, every person who picked up a weapon to face the invading Xenos. Broken production lines pushed to their limits, bullets streamed out from steel conveyors only to be rammed into gun chambers a moment later. Everything had been poured out. But it was useless. The best chance had already been missed. The Archmagos, who had been hanged by furious Lesser Magos, had underestimated the strength of the enemy. His arrogant approach had led Rust, step by step, into the abyss. Even now, the Archmagos' corpse still hangs at the highest point of Rust's planetary forge, a grand crimson banner draping over the rotting traitor, spat upon by tens of thousands. No matter how they punished the dead, it could not make up for the sins he had committed. Everyone would die beneath the blades and swords of the Xenos, paying the price for the Archmagos' pride. Oh God, save them. Rust, a forge world, a brilliant mechanical jewel. The machine god would not tolerate seeing his wisdom fall into the hands of such abominations. They were still praying, still resisting, still struggling. But the Xenos fleet blotted out the entire sky. They were cut off from the outside world. Their only hope was themselves. In the final moment before the main world was fully blockaded, they had received no word of any external rescue. They were inevitably sliding toward the abyss. At most, one more day and everything on Rust would be tainted by the Xenos' filth. When people realized that the ultimate end was still destruction, they no longer bothered with planning logistics or strategies. Instead, they charged out, screaming the name of the Omnicia in despair, hopeless and tragic. The blades of the beasts tore their bodies apart mercilessly, wires entangling chunks of flesh, tangling them into piles, fat and blood, making them greasy, Rust leaping upon them like joyful moss. Perhaps the destruction of a single forge world was meaningless to the bloated behemoth of the Imperium, barely worth a mention in the cold, self-serving network of Mars's forges. But for those who had lived on this forge world for countless generations, this was the apocalypse of their entire world, the inversion and shattering of the life they had always relied upon. God had abandoned them. But even if God had abandoned them, they would not abandon God. Some units voluntarily withdrew from the collapsing front lines, returning to the factories where they had once lived, and began to methodically sabotage and burn those sacred machines. Sacred oil was poured over papers recording precious knowledge, then set alight. Sculpted holy blades were dismantled and jammed into engine cores. The Magos began destroying miracles that had taken centuries to forge. Some, after blowing up an entire factory, even trembled as they set their own data chips aflame to end their lives. The Xenos had not yet set foot in the main city, but roaring flames were already consuming it. A discordant melody rang above the city, the lament of machines dying utterly. At the very center, the very heart of the main city, La, who had taken the Archmagos' seat, stood in despair before the World Forge. This place, occupying the very core of the planet, was an industrial miracle that could never be replicated, a furnace that beat like a living heart. But now he had to personally stop that powerful heartbeat. It could not be allowed to fall into enemy hands. La trembled. He did not want to be a sinner, an artisan smashing his own treasures, a sage willingly burning his books. Immense sorrow and despair enveloped him. Why? Why must Rust face all of this? O Lord, if you truly exist, why do you remain indifferent to the tarnishing of knowledge? Could everything we believed in still be a lie? Answer me, my Lord. The Magos shouted hoarsely. High above the blazing, brilliant crucible of the forge, the broken, rust-stained corpse of the Archmagos still swung unsteadily, as if mocking LA's blind faith. Alfenby. Law looked upon it all in despair, his mind pushed to the brink of collapse by hopelessness, so much so that he did not notice the slightest change. The corpse's finger twitched ever so slightly. A presence in the Empyrean gazed down upon them. Gears and cogs began to resonate with a clicking rhythm, metallic wires writhed as though alive, flames struck against the steel bastion, steam and electric arcs formed a beautiful song, disordered logic ticked and danced chaotically. Its awareness gazed downward from beneath the throne of the forge. Ignorant outsiders had disrupted predetermined fate. The god turned away in disgust, yet the laws of reality chained its power from fully extending into the material world. But since the gamblers had changed the rules of the game, so too could it introduce a new variable. Whispers rose from the chaos. In the wars among gods, there were unspoken pacts, silent understandings, never uttered aloud. The changer of ways most loved clamorous reversals and upheavals. In the darkness behind the curtains, it watched the newly arrived visitor, whispering words that would stir chaos across the entire galaxy. He was the chosen variable. No, this was a bargain, with one side of the scale weighed down by the steps of ascension, and the other side holding the seed of a shattered Imperium. The four greatest thrones within the warp were far too dangerous. It would not have agreed to this bargain under normal circumstances, especially not to the changer of ways, whose grin made its sincerity all too clear. Perhaps it should never have stepped into this web of fate so early, but the price offered was too tempting. For Vashtor, it was like the first steam engine of a new age. After it, all that came before would pass away, and a new epic would slowly unfold. The sweet scent of temptation lured it in, and it signed away a portion of its own soul upon the parchment of this pact, while the four gods also paid their own price in return. And so it was here, guided by the counsel of the Master of Stagnation. There was division even among the gods at the other end of the bargain, and Vashtor keenly sensed the simmering anger beneath this particular god's mild, watery surface. Words possess their own unique allure, and the names that give things meaning are even more mysterious. Rust. Its name is Rust. When the Death Guard Legion arrives, the harmony of meaning will at last reach its perfect crescendo. The concept has accumulated to its limit. What I seek may come to rest within it. I'm sorry. The plague envoy, with slow, polite speech, interrupted him. The Death Guard's bone-white armor was now shimmering with a strange, dreamlike iridescence, like a hallucination after consuming poisonous mushrooms. Could you please speak plainly? I seek the plague heart here. It may be hidden in this place. The plague heart. The Ouroboros. The Tuchulcha. This was the treasure promised to it by the four gods, a blade sharp enough to bring down the galaxy itself. And what can I do for you in his name? Death. Rust. Spread your rust as far as you can. Let rust corrode the hearts of men. When enough tech priests fall into madness, my power will surge forth from between the forges. Thank you. I like this plan. Leighton calmly straightened his vial rack, checking over the tip of his gene seed harvesting tool. Though it was already thickly encrusted with rust, it was still usable. Besides spreading plague, he would also gather some Death Guard gene seed. He needed to help steer the Death Guard back toward their fated path. Even if he couldn't do much for now, at the very least he could rescue the seeds that hadn't yet been planted. As a former apothecary, he knew that on battlefields this chaotic, gene seed recovery was never perfect. The chaos and brutality of war meant some bodies, and their precious seeds, would inevitably be lost from view. In return for the seeds, Leighton sent Mordorion a small craft thick with flourishing fungal growths. He hoped the Death Guard would receive this gift and regard it with a lively curiosity. Leighton had gone to great lengths. He had collected fungi from 14 different star systems, 49 different soils. One little red fungus even bore a charming little smiley face. When it burst from human bodies, it looked especially lovely. Leighton hoped Mordorion would enjoy this gift. Oh, of course, he would help spread the rust plague. It was just that a wanderer far from home always felt a little more homesick, that's all. On that day, the Lord of the Underworld brought death and salvation. The Lord of the Underworld led his armies, tearing open a bloody path toward the capital. The flesh of the Xenos withered beneath his feet, their wretched wails silenced in the realm of the dead. Darkness descended, yet hope remained. The living bore witness to his feats, and the dead could finally rest. May the glory of Omnicia be eternal. We witness the miracle. We are the missionaries chosen by him for the new era. Black sky, yellow sands, a dust storm raging, turning day to night. A violent explosion erupted from the wasteland they had long since lost. The sky trembled. The Xenos fleet had assembled, but beneath the sandstorm, No one knew what was happening over there. Fat mixed with shriveled flesh littered the sand, every inch saturated with corpses. The metal skeletons of the tech priests lay together with the Xeno's metallic husks, resting in eternal slumber. He curled up trembling in the trench. They were all dead. It was all over. The line he had defended had already collapsed. Tall Xenos were searching the trenches for the last survivors, the occasional scream rising from beyond the yellow sands, constantly reminding him that he too would soon meet death. Blood and rust mingled, the rancid iron smell overwhelming his senses. He felt chaos welling up inside him, bad thoughts crawling up like mad things. Footsteps echoed. He could picture the four-legged creatures walking through the sand. He tried to inhale as silently as possible, clutching the melt-a-bomb to his chest. He was shaking, the coarse sand scouring against his back. For Omnicia. For Omnicia. He kept repeating it in his heart. Death was not frightening. Death was not frightening. The Xeno's footsteps drew closer. He was ready. Bang! A gunshot rang out, followed by a strangled cry that was abruptly cut off, and the whoosh of a blade slicing through the air. Hey, Tech Priest, reinforcements have arrived. Put down that bomb. The incoming Vox carried data with it. He opened his mouth. It was a brand new legion named Death Guard. He stood up, trembling, as a hand helped drag him out of the trench. His sensors told him there was a wall standing before him. A bright light from the distant wasteland pierced through the swirling dust, shining against the armor of the Space Marine, bearing the sigils of the Mechanicus and the Death Guard intertwined. Behind him, the bodies of the Xenos piled high, blood seeping out drip by drip. A strange feeling made his soul shiver. Suddenly, he felt calm, the boiling water of his mind stilled, replaced by a repressed, icy chill. It was like his soul could breathe out at the bottom of the deep sea, surrounded by pressure and suffocation, but the malice above the water had receded. "Any. I am Hades, commander of the Death Guard. I am ordered to purge the Xenos. I need you to guide me, Tech Priest." Omnicia. As Hades' forces advanced, a ragged, broken-down group hung along the outskirts of their formation, the surviving Tech Priests. In the grinding slaughter that had passed like a slow millstone, most had been crushed. The rest stumbled along in a daze, their spirits broken. What worried Hades was that these Tech Priest souls were all showing more or less unstable areas. As a precaution, he had kept his black domain at its most diluted, which inevitably made their already fragile souls even more unstable, but under the current circumstances, there was no other choice. Among the Tech Priests, fainting was common. Their companions dragged them onward, their machine parts and red robes trailing on the ground, leaving a long smear behind them. With the guidance of the Tech Priest, Hades led the 7th Company straight through the Xenos army encircling the capital. Or so they thought. Hades looked silently at the carcass of a mechanic. The thick rust clung to it like a second skin, breathing, growing. As they advanced closer to the capital, the traces of rust became ever more apparent. The orange-yellow corrosion had all but replaced rivers of blood, creeping and writhing as it climbed over the metal of both the Tech Priests and the Xenos. Those still fighting here, human and Xenos alike, had already lost all clarity of mind, slaughtering each other in a daze, unaware that the creeping rust under their feet was the true fatal threat. In the areas where the rust was thickest, even a single wound could allow it to latch on, eagerly consuming a soul. That was also why Hades' advance had been so unopposed. Both sides in this battle were clearly delirious and directionless. Hades frowned, trying to probe the rust with his black domain, and as he suspected, there was a thick warp taint clinging to it. "Caution, there's presence of psychic entities." Hades voiced a warning while further expanding his black domain. As his forces advanced, swathes of the yellow rust withered and dried up wherever they passed. He looked up. Amidst the swirling yellow sands, the silhouette of the capital loomed, blurred and emanating a sinister aura. Mordorion frowned. "The units in close combat with the enemy, their armor is corroding rapidly. Are they quarantined?" The apothecary Leo nodded, confirming Mortarion's question. The Primarch fell into thought. It sounded like some kind of disease, but why bother to spread a disease that did not directly kill humans? In the feed transmitted by Leo, the isolation chamber was already covered with a thick layer of rust. Those spore-like flakes of corrosion even floated in the air, bobbing and drifting, stubbornly surviving even in the disinfectant the apothecaries had prepared. And from their contact with the enemy, Mordorion could tell this was not something the Xenos had deliberately deployed. In fact, they were just as badly affected. If it had been the old Mordorion, he would have left this to the apothecaries and the tech marines to resolve. But he remembered that strange ship from before. Now was no time for even the slightest complacency. Garo, you will command the current fleet engagement. Remember to watch for Hades signals on Rust Prime. Do not let the Xenos fleet reinforce the planet. These Xenos still could not comprehend or even imagine tactics that involved deliberate sacrifice, so Mordorion had easily allowed Hades' fleet to break through, paying with just a handful of lighter cruisers to confuse the enemy. Summon the Zero Company. Apothecary Leo, take me to see the situation. The forces responded quickly, or rather, Hades had trained the Zero Company well. Led by the Grave Wardens, with a few towering dreadnoughts, a squad of silent blanks, and 2 bizarre Mechanicus tech priests, there could hardly have been a stranger group. Ignoring the faint unease of the mortal blanks, Mordorion silently observed the towering dreadnoughts. A familiar yet alien sensation echoed through his soul, revulsion. Yes, that was it. Lord Mordorion, we answer your summons. A strange female voice came through, and Mordorion felt a satisfied recognition in the boundless wrath carried within that voice. Rust is the scar of metal. Hades raised his weapon and fired. In the distance, a wandering figure immediately collapsed, letting out a dying groan before falling silent. The battlefield was in utter chaos. The bodies of the Mechanicus warriors and the Xenos were piled together, their blood seeping out, only to be drowned in layer upon layer of rust. They were advancing through a corner where the corrosion was at its worst, precisely because the Xenos' forces there were at their weakest. The Xenos troops had not immediately surged into this area in force, for a simple reason. The rust was stopping them from entering. These sluggish alien creatures had at last sensed that something was very wrong on Rust Prime. Compared to the human Imperium forces they were facing, other, incomprehensible things had entered this region. A gloom hung over it, and the rust slaughtered all things indiscriminately. At present, the main mechanic army was trying to bypass the heavily rust-infested zones around the capital district, while the despairing Mechanicus forces had clearly given up on holding these areas. On the tactical map, a blank zone had emerged where neither side dared to enter, looking almost laughable. It reminded Hades of those muddy battlefields, where in the late stages of exhaustion and logistical collapse, plague and disease became the true death. In a certain sense, Hades had to thank the warp-tainted nature of this rust. With him forging the way, the yellowish marks of corrosion withered beneath his steps. The Death Guard paid it no mind, but the tech priests jostled one another, carefully stepping on the path Hades had opened. As they drew closer to the capital, the harsh static on their comms channel grew stronger, and broken fragments of messages came through. Tech Priest Della blew up the fuel tanks at the western factory. The road on the west side is completely blocked. The spread of corrosion is contained. Tech Priest Bluin is luring the corrosion toward the eastern battlefield with his Scutarius. Withdraw the eastern forces. They're using fire to stop it. Hades listened silently to the last words of these tech priests, their final scraps of rationality mixed in the chaotic vox signals. Driven to desperation, they had begun using the plague itself as a weapon, even if it meant mutual destruction. The Xenos, too, had become conscious of halting the plague's spread, moving their forces to bypass the worst-hit zones while using fire to purge the disease. The situation was extraordinarily chaotic. If the mechanics could not take the capital quickly, then with the plague's outbreak, they would end up with nothing. As for the Mechanicus, they were like dying patients who, even with their last gasp of breath, still wanted to spit infectious saliva in the faces of the Xenos. Without the intervention of the Death Guard, Hades could well imagine the hellish scene this battlefield would have become. That was war in the end. No matter how advanced a force was, it would wind up grappling in the mud. That was why the chaos of the warp always won, never losing. Hades almost felt as if he could hear the gods mocking him. No, it would not end like this. Based on the intelligence provided by the accompanying tech priests, Hades was able to get an accurate picture of the current situation. The western sector of the city, where the corrosion was at its worst, had already fallen. A small Xenos squad had entered the capital, but there had been no further reports of them amid the chaos. They seemed to have been wiped out. That was also the sector through which Hades and his force were advancing. The battles on the eastern and northern fronts were the most intense, and suffered the least corrosion damage. However, the Mechanicus had already begun using the Rust Plague to completely destroy the eastern lines, deciding to concentrate their forces at the northern pass, where the fortifications were strongest. The southern sector had fallen, but the Mechanicus had blown up the chemical plants there, sealing the front line with spreading radiation and toxic gases. Compared to the still-fighting front lines, the interior of the capital was in utter chaos. The tech priests were destroying their own machinery, committing suicide in despair, and their dying Vox signals had completely jammed communications. Even the acting archmagos had lost contact. Hades considered this for a moment. Head for the eastern front. Order those tech priests to stop spreading the Rust Plague. Hades stopped and turned, shouting at the tech priests clinging to the Death Guard formation. Who among you holds the highest rank? I need them to help me issue orders to the other Mechanicus forces. When Hades, like a god in their eyes, spoke, this ragtag-looking group was instantly thrown into a commotion. From Hades' vantage point, a tech priest drifted along the red tide toward him, clearly unconscious from the overwhelming pressure of the Black Domain. Hades fell silent for a moment, then quietly retracted his Black Domain. My lord, she is the overall commander of the Western Front. Please wait a moment. With the oppressive field suddenly lifted, the tech priests immediately became much more active. Hades watched them pull out a wrench on the left and a screwdriver on the right, hurriedly trying to repair her. One tech priest was applying an electric shock, while another was physically slapping her to wake her up. Hades was silent for a moment, then turned back to directing the Death Guard to keep advancing. Finally, through the tech priest's tireless efforts, the woman regained consciousness. And my lord, she spoke while shaking off her comrade's support, then fell to her knees in a deep bow. Stop. Hades hoisted her up with one hand. I need to use you to send orders to the other Mechanicus battle groups. Do you understand? Understood, my lord. She quickly opened up her communications panel. In her heart, Hades, who had just saved the Western remnants, now had an unshakable status. Look at the road they had come through. Withered black rust had been cleared away on the wasteland, forming a path like a colossal axe splitting the ocean. This is Bluin, ER1. Reinforcements have arrived. It's the Death Guard Legion. Hand over operational command to the Death Guard commander immediately. Repeat, hand over command authority. Top priority. Are you insane from the rust? Hades interjected directly on the Vox, without the slightest hesitation. Bluin, ER1, this is Hades, commander of the Death Guard. The Death Guard currently controls 2/3 of the Rust system. By the order of Lord Mordorion, I lead the 7th Company of the Death Guard to support your defense of the capital. Wait, your Vox location? You're on the Western Front? That place is covered in rust. How are you even transmitting? I can block the spread of the rust. There was silence on the other side. For a battle where every second counted, it felt like an eternity. R1, by the Omnisia's name, I swear everything that man just said is true. It's absolutely true. This lord, he can do it. Repeating again, both of you, hand over command. The Death Guard will join your operations. The reason the Xenos haven't launched a full-scale assault yet is because the Death Guard fleet is holding up their reinforcements in orbit. Hades took a deep breath. I myself am a master of the Forge. I fully understand the Mechanicus methods of war. We can understand your resolve to defend the capital at all costs. It is precisely because of this understanding that we broke through the lines in advance to provide support. I have sent you the command codes, Lord Hades. The acting archmagos within the capital are no longer in contact. R1 and I are merely holding on by the last thread. Commander of the Death Guard, I hope you and your forces will succeed. We will. Hades spoke. First priority, Bluin. Stop spreading the Rust Plague. We are heading for the Eastern Front to provide support. Hold the line until we arrive. Even as he argued with the tech priests, Hades was not idle. He began broadcasting signals across the city, announcing the arrival of reinforcements and ordering the tech priests to stop destroying machinery. The wrath of the Death Guard descended upon the battlefield. The silent warriors joined the fray. Coordinating with the Skitarius firepower, these highly mobile warriors managed to pin down and annihilate the enemy forces. Under the cover of the 7th Company, Hades unleashed the Black Domain, creating a one-man fortress across the vast battlefield. Around him, rust and life alike withered. The rust that had been gradually overtaking the entire battlefield receded, like the tide drawing back to reveal the bones beneath the water. Now even the tech priests who had initially harbored doubts had nothing left to say. This was no feat an ordinary man could achieve, only the powerful psychers of ancient records could wield such might. But Hades was not a psyker. Unlike those psychers despised by the Mechanicus, his power did not bring chaos. On the contrary, he stilled chaos and disorder. One way or another, aside from the mad tech priests on the West Front driven insane by the Rust Plague, the rest truly submitted after witnessing Hades' extraordinary abilities. The Xenos' assault was temporarily repelled. Hades walked through the trenches, arranging the next moves. The eastern and northern fronts could still be held, and the eastern gate, capable of handling large vehicles, would become the next strategic point. Tech Priest Fluin followed behind Hades. Having witnessed Hades' power, this exhausted priest finally seemed to have found something to rely on, and she began muttering the whole story of the campaign. The Xenos' attack had been sudden and without warning. These mechanic creatures, with firepower far exceeding Rust Prime's, had torn through the system's defenses. The defending orbital stations had been annihilated by sheer volume of munitions. Then, because of the acting Archmagos' arrogance, the planet's defense laser arrays had targeted the wrong coordinates, directly leading to Rust Prime's fall. The Mechanicus Titans and Knights were deployed, but the enemy responded with heavy vehicles in far greater numbers. Left with no choice, the Mechanicus resorted to trading blood for kills, doing everything possible to take down the enemy's heavy war engines. Their landing platforms were destroyed in the process, and afterward, the Death Guard fleet prevented the Xenos from rebuilding them. The enemy was forced to fight with their initial deployments of light infantry. At first, the defenders could still rely on the city's existing fortifications to repel the enemy. But as the rust spread, those defenses began to fail, one by one. Without heavy firepower cover, the city began to fall. The battle lines crumbled slowly. With no word of reinforcements, the acting Archmagos eventually chose to abandon hope. Despair and chaos crept into people's hearts like rust. Defeat was inevitable. The Archmagos ordered the destruction of the factories along the southern front. The southern troops retreated to sabotage the city's machinery, and the Archmagos himself headed to the city's central World Forge. He intends to activate the World Forge's self-destruct sequence. Lord Hades, commander of the Death Guard, allow me to make an excessive request. Bluin trembled as she tried to grab Hades, but Hades wasn't the kind of man who liked having scraps of cloth draped on his back, so Bluin's mechanical limb awkwardly drew back. Please, stop Archmagos Law. I've tried to contact him, but all requests have been denied. If the World Forge is destroyed, the blast from its reactor will level the entire city. Hades was shocked. Something this important, none of you tried to stop him? Or at least delay his actions? Or even just tell me in advance. We're busy defending the city, and now you turn around and blow up the home base. The tech priests behind him shrank back a bit. Before you arrived, our cognitive circuits were very unstable. The Rust Plague may have affected our thinking. Hades took a deep breath. Calm, he had to stay calm. There truly was a warp disturbance here. Their souls and minds had clearly been influenced to some extent. Give me a detailed map of the place and your authority codes. Right now. Immediately. At once. Hades' voice carried a barely restrained fury. Inside the forge, red-hot molten metal bubbled, sending up scalding steam. The corpse of the Archmagos hung above the steamer, mangled beyond recognition. Oh God, if you truly mean to abandon us, where should we go? Is Rust Prime's fate really to be trampled beneath the iron hooves of the Xenos? Are centuries of effort truly so worthless? Archmagos Law called out in utter despair, begging for even the tiniest sign or miracle, but there was nothing. Only a mind growing ever more chaotic, in a space that was otherwise empty. Hope did not dwell here. At last, Law gave up. The dull thudding sounds seemed to echo from the corridor. It must have been his imagination. At this moment, the Xenos might already have broken into the capital. Standing before the console, the tech priest trembled as he began to enter the self-destruct codes. As if LA's agony had been enough to attract a higher presence, the corpse of the previous archmagos hanging above the forge began to twist. It was time for him to appear. These ignorant cogheads had never understood true machinery, that it was built upon a pact of order, pain, and soul. They had no concept of the Plague Heart's power and only ever foolishly treated it as a common machine core. It was precisely these unthinking, unlearning fools who formed the industrial backbone of a stupid empire. Whenever he thought of that, Vashtor could not help but laugh. But one thing displeased Vashtor. That apothecary named Leighton was not on Rust Prime at this moment. After hastily completing their deal, the apothecary had vanished. Even though that apothecary had shown him great respect, it went no further than that. The despair and suffering were still not plentiful enough, and people's emotions were even beginning to calm down. Being in a region where the material universe's barriers were thicker was not good news. But it was enough for his avatar to manifest here. Only a simple petty trick was needed, and these fools, deceived for thousands of years, would kneel and worship. Praise him. Master of the thousand forges, God in the machine, creator of all machinery, here to descend his might. The corpse of the tech priest began to distort. Cables squirmed as they pushed out their copper cores, chunks of metal clattered, arcs of electricity crackled and formed his strength. The hall's signals went haywire, and heretical runes appeared on every screen. La looked on in panic, helpless, shouting the name of God, while a hissing, blasphemous electric voice rang out. My faithful. Bang. Hold it right there. The many-layered security doors slammed open as Hades strode into the chamber, countless Xenos corpses in his wake. The black domain spread like a dense fog, enveloping the entire room at once. Worried he might not make it in time to stop LA's suicide protocols, Hades tuned the black domain to a level just enough to render people unconscious. The instant the black domain filled the space, all warp signatures in the chamber vanished completely. Electricity and magnetism once again obeyed the rules of physics. Hades held a death notice in hand as he cautiously approached Tech Priest La. He could still sense the potent warp presence that had just been here, but the black domain had swallowed it too quickly for him to see its true form. And besides, this didn't really feel like Nurgle to him. It also seems to not match the taint of the other gods either. Hades felt as if a huge wave of metallic steam had just surged through the place. Within the hall, only the bright molten fuel of the forge glowed, and the Archmagos' corpse swayed on its hook above the crucible. Judging by the way the corpse was swinging, Hades was sure this fallen priest, La, had done some desecration to the remains. Hades silently checked around the hall. Once he confirmed that the self-destruct sequence had not been activated, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and retracted the black domain. Cursed outsider, you will sooner or later face divine judgments. A shrill, violent scream burst out of the corpse of the Archmagos. Hades jolted, instantly re-extending the black domain, and the world returned to silence. Only the tech priest's corpse was still gently swaying. What was that? Which warp creature was this supposed to be? Hades drew a long breath. Had he missed something? The good news was that they had re-established contact with Hades. The bad news was that there was no signal from Mortarian's side. Aboard the Endurance, Garo stood in silence, countless data streams flowing across the command console. Based on the latest developments on the battlefield, Garo cautiously maneuvered the Legion. Except for micromanagement monsters like Perturabo, command of a Legion was usually a complex and cumbersome process, requiring close cooperation with mortal crew members. And now those crew members were reporting to Garo that the signal from Mortarian's side had been lost. Endurance, this is Hades, requesting air support units. The main city can still be held. Garo took a deep breath, signaling to the mortal crew with his eyes that he had understood. Endurance acknowledges. Hold for another half-standard hour, and we can open the first breach. I can also disable the Mechanicus air defenses here. Uploading the air defense zone map. Endurance acknowledges. Ordinarily, the conversation would have ended there, but perhaps because Hades had some free time on his hands, this Death Guard, who always liked to keep the mood lively, added another line. Garo? Why are you handling commands? Where's Mortarion? Garo did not wish to distract Hades, who was still on the front line, but hiding the truth was also unacceptable. Rust corrosion has spread to some units' armor. The Premarch has led the Zero Company to investigate. The Death Guard has already quarantined those infected units. For a rare moment, the channel fell silent on the other end, but then Hades's voice came back, mixed with the static noise of the comms, sounding almost cheerful. Ahaha, good thing I left them behind. Garo, contact Lantern Bearer Yugo. Listen carefully. If he says he feels warp fluctuations destabilizing aboard the Endurance, then immediately take the fleet away from Rust Prime. At present, because of the war and the slaughter, Rust Prime was still the weakest point of the barrier. Use fire as much as possible, take breathing apparatus, and send the most strong-willed veterans in first. Garo was stunned. He wanted to ask something, but found there was nothing he could say. Hades, you. This day was bound to come. Warp entities aren't some kind of special case, at least for now. The Endurance is still our turf. That was a lie. Hades was, in truth, panicking, but no matter how scared he was, he could not immediately return to the Endurance. Besides trusting them, there was no other thing he could do. Sooner or later, this day would come. Even if it wasn't the Death Guard, the tentacles of the warp would still reach inside eventually. Garo exhaled slowly. Understood. Garo, stay in constant contact with me. If anything feels wrong, report to me immediately. Garo acknowledges. A temporary team, mixed with the pallbearers, was quickly assembled and dispatched to the third quarantine zone, precisely where the signal had disappeared. My lord, the signal is lost. Mordorion glanced at Leo, the apothecary behind him, then pointed to 3 men, ordering them to go back and report the situation. Try to reconnect. Their footsteps stretched out long and echoing in the corridor, a tall, empty, and dim hallway, the kind you might see in a horror film. The Endurance is a Gloriana-class battleship. What does that mean? It meant the Endurance contained countless hidden rooms and passageways. The ship's dark spaces were the best places to harbor filth and corruption. The Legion, the master of the ships, could never fully explore a Gloriana-class battleship, just as humans could never fully root out the cockroach nests in their own kitchens. And the isolation chambers allocated to the apothecaries were typically placed in the most remote corners of the ship to prevent any contamination from leaking out. My lord, there is indeed a warp fluctuation. It was Muggos Korclan, who often stayed at Hades' side, who spoke with an unquestionable certainty. Mordorion took a deep breath and tightened his grip on silence. You were the one who followed Hades during that previous crisis, right? Yes, my lord, we faced a demon directly. Mordorion looked toward the deep gloom of the corridor ahead, at the very edge of what the naked eye could perceive, where a faint phosphorescent glow could be seen. The first time you saw a demon, what did you feel? Panic. Shock, my lord. Without hesitation, I can say it was the greatest fear I've ever felt in my life. My worldview collapsed, my lord. All the things that had formed the tenets of my life were shattered. Mordorion continued moving forward, holding his scythe, not sparing even the slightest attention to the Muggos behind him. And then, Lord Hades brought truth and hope. Mordorion raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? In the face of that most blasphemous creature, Lord Hades showed no fear whatsoever. Even the most precise instruments could not measure a trace of hormonal change signaling fear. He told us and taught us that demons are not terrifying. Yes, Mordorion spoke, his voice echoing in the empty corridor. A demon is merely a warp entity. They carry concepts any rational being would loathe, but we can still drive them out. They can be harmed with bullets and blades. They are not invincible. When their physical forms are broken, they cannot continue their howling. A roar came from the knights behind the squad, as if in agreement with Mortarion's words. As long as we can hold the walls of our minds. As long as they held the walls of their minds, for collapse always began with doubt. Mordorion murmured, his fragmented voice swallowed by the breathing inside his mask. Ignorance will be our greatest disadvantage. But why does he cling so tightly to the imperial truth? Those scrolls inscribed with maxims, the laurels of science and humanism shining brilliantly, if Mordorion had never witnessed the deepest nightmare with his own eyes, he would have been the staunchest follower of the imperial truth. But it was all a lie. Demons existed, gods existed, the warp held power, and psychers were not as gentle and harmless as they appeared. Mordorion had tried to replace words like demon or god with warp entity, but even so, it could not explain away the Imperial truth. In the end, Mordorion had to attribute this to the power of language and thought. Perhaps once people knew of demons, the possibility of madness would arise, just as it had in the past. But Corclan's words just now made Mordorion realize he had faced demons and did not go mad. Did this mean that the power of language and thought was not as great as Mordorion had once imagined? Mordorion pondered this, but the warp incidents he had personally experienced were still too few to let him draw an absolute conclusion. In the end, Mordorion temporarily attributed it to Hades being present at the time. "My lord." The salute of two duty apothecaries brought Mortarion's thoughts back. Leo stepped forward to inspect the two of them, while a burst of static sounded in the comms channel. "My lord, all is normal." Mordorion stood in silence, motioning for the apothecaries to take them over. Through the observation window, mottled rust-yellow patches covered the entire floor, and the chamber's alloy construction only made things more troublesome. In the outermost quarantine chamber, the apothecaries were busy spraying chemicals, the ventilation ducts roaring as they flooded the area with inert gas. By relying on these chemicals and the inert gas, the apothecaries could barely contain the rust in this place. Mordorion frowned. The Primarch could see rust seeping out into the corridor. "Status. My Lord Primarch, we have currently contained the rust within this sector, but due to the extremely rapid growth of the rust, 14 internal quarantine chambers have already been infected. At present, all the inner quarantine chambers have been filled with helium gas, which has temporarily suppressed the growth of the rust." It was precisely the incredible speed of the rust spread that had caused this seemingly trivial report to reach the Primarch. A Primarch did not deal with minor matters, especially during wartime. "My lord, it's psychic in nature. Can you contain it?" "Yes." Mordorion raised his hand, signaling the apothecaries to step back, and ordered the Death Shrouds and the Blinks to lead the way, with 2 knights following behind. The knights were really too large for a space like this. If they had to be used, they would have to be prepared to destroy the entire compartment. Mordorion called the knights over mainly to suppress the psychic presence, not to fight directly. The Wraith Knights had fought alongside Hades on several occasions, and were more experienced than most. The Primarch keenly noticed that once the Blinks entered this area, the rust immediately began to wither. The apothecary saw it too, and quickly, despite the suffocating nausea that the Blink's aura brought, rushed forward to sterilize the rust. Things seemed to become simple and smooth. As the Blinks advanced, the rust receded one by one, leaving only dry traces like tear stains. But as they moved deeper in, the rust began to turn thick and sticky, the bright yellow matter becoming vibrant and alive, like some kind of unknown slime mold. Eventually, they reached the central chamber, where several corpses lay. These were the original contaminated sets of armor. The entire room looked as if it had been consumed by slime mold, the rust creeping and twitching like mycelium. In the center of the room, a humanoid figure was being twisted together by fungus. "Good day to you, Lord Mordorion." Mordorion raised his weapon and fired at the fungus mass that was slowly taking shape, but it had no effect. Those things appeared immune to physical damage. The Primarch stepped aside and gave a signal. The roar of a massive chainsword echoed from behind the squad, a faint light dancing across the Wraith Knight's hull. "Acknowledged, my lord." The Wraith Knight smashed into the room with brutal force, slicing at the fungus, and it worked. Even though it was like cutting empty air, its mere presence severely damaged the entity. Once the room stabilized, Mordorion signaled the Death Shrouds to bring in the Blinks to secure the physical barriers of the area. As if encountering a natural predator, the rust that had filled the chamber rapidly withdrew, vascular networks retreating to the corners of the room, and then it exploded. A hazy yellow mist instantly filled the entire space, a twisted humanoid form faintly visible in the fog. "My lord, you should face your true destiny instead of blindly running away. Resisting the gods will only make you and your sons suffer an even more unbearable fate." The dim light fell upon Mortarion's armor, corpse-like, pale, powerless, rigid. Mordorion silently opened fire into the mist. Useless, it only disturbed the fog. The Muggos hiding at the back of the squad poked his head out. "My lord, it will dissipate on its own." The Primarch still resolutely kept firing shot after shot at the shadow within the fog. "You should not struggle. Of course you will not die, but every struggle will cost the Death Guard itself. Your and the Death Guard's fate has already been decided. Did you truly feel nothing in your contacts with the other Primarchs? Only you descended upon that vibrant, living world. That was the richest seedbed chosen for you by him. Shut up. A fierce light flashed in the Primarch's eyes as he glared straight at the figure, shouting. That was my trial. I conquered it. I changed it. Barbarous was never your domain, it is mine. It belongs to the Death Guard. Hiding behind the warp, a worthless coward playing with witchcraft, how could the Death Guard ever produce a traitor like you? Wrong, my lord. You are the traitor, the one who betrayed destiny, the one who betrayed everything. That voice interrupted lightly, and for this conversation, it had even borrowed some psychic power from another that should have been destined for someone else in this sector. Otherwise, with so many blanks present, it could hardly maintain itself. Even a simple projection was extremely hard to stabilize in the presence of so many blanks. Only cursed wanderers can avoid the consequences of destiny's correction. But for one who is born within destiny itself, how could there be any good ending? Your struggles will only bring misfortune upon others. Get out! Mordorion roared, his knuckles gripping his weapon turning white. Everything I have done is my fate. How can there be talk of betrayal or change? What I have done is my fate. Get out! Sensing the Primarch's rage, the towering knight roared within the chamber like a caged beast, its anti-psyker field reaching its peak. The faint, nearly dispersing psychic energy finally dissipated along with the fog, and in that last moment. In a single instant of time, a glimpse of fate Mordorion saw. He saw reflected in those dusky amber eyes destiny, future, lies, truth. He stood lonely atop a chaotic sky, with no one by his side. No Death Guard. Nothing. Time seemed frozen for eternity. Hiss, the Primarch's scythe scraped a gouge into the floor. Mortarion's mind wavered for a moment, and then he was back aboard the Endurance, dim lights shining down on him, making him dizzy and faint. People were looking at him with awe. The Primarch felt the eyes on him, mixing with an emotion Mordorion loathed, one that made him nauseous. Mordorion took a deep breath, his mouth full of bitterness. No, it cannot be like this. That was a lie, an illusion. Mordorion had seen many of them before. He should have no fear left. He was beyond fear now. No, it cannot be like this. He was already accustomed to all of this, already accepted a gray future. The war was still ongoing. The Death Guard still needed his leadership. Hades was still fighting on Rust. Garo was commanding the Legion. Every Death Guard and Grave Wardens was bleeding. He could not allow himself to be disturbed here. Perhaps this was the enemy's tactic in itself. He needed to adapt quickly. Mordorion turned in silence, making sure there was nothing unusual about him. It seems your anti-psyker field strength was not up to my expectations. He spoke again, returning to reality. At this, people no longer looked at him with that unsettling gaze and obediently lowered their heads. Crisis resolved, Mordorion strode out of the chamber, his gray cloak fluttering behind him. Mordorion, what exactly happened? Hades, give me your explanation. During a lull in the war, aboard the Endurance, the two voices asked simultaneously and then glanced awkwardly at each other. Mordorion remained silent and brooding, reaching out to point outside the viewport, where ragged tech priests were crying and shouting prayers, kneeling toward a compartment on the Endurance. They were apparently yelling something about immediately joining the ranks of the Death Guard. Seriously? Fine, let him speak first. Hades coughed awkwardly. I saved them. They may have misinterpreted my abilities a bit. Mordorion turned back to glance at the crying, groveling, oil-soaked mech priests. A bit of a misinterpretation? Cough. Don't ask him. Hades himself had no idea why the tech priests liked him so much. Was it because of the void dragon shard he'd accidentally consumed? Yes, just a bit of a misinterpretation. Because I have an exorcising effect on the warp. When I rescued them earlier, the scene of me purging the rust may have left quite an impression. Hades folded his arms and nodded to himself, satisfied with that explanation. Yes, that was definitely it. Ahem. So Mordorion, what did you run into? Now it was Mortarion's turn to fall silent. The Primarch recalled the earlier events and spoke cautiously. Taking care of the rust. That traitor tried to interfere with us through some method, but of course he failed. Traitors are doomed to fail. Interfere how? What kind of interference? Some warp illusion. A parlor trick not worth mentioning. Mordorion waved his hand dismissively. Your troops are well trained. Their anti-psyker effect exceeded my expectations. Just as Hades was about to flash his trademark cocky grin and proudly say, but of course, a high-priority communication from Garo interrupted his moment of smugness. During the previous engagement, Hades had successfully defended the main city of Rust and established a supply route between it and the Death Guard. During that process, Hades felt like he'd provoked something, but since nothing had shown up, he still wasn't sure what exactly he'd pissed off. Meanwhile, Mordorion, having resumed command, had pushed the Xenos forces back into a corner of the star system. Combined with the gradually reclaimed Mechanicum ground defenses, the Xenos' destruction was only a matter of time. My Lord Primarch, we have received an emergency transmission from the First Legion, the Dark Angels. Beneath his hood, Mordorion raised an eyebrow. He still remembered Lionel Johnson's irritating face. Since he wasn't a war junkie, the Death Guard merely had to sit back and observe the Lion and his sons fighting. The Death Guard had already arrived at the First Legion's reported position, but contrary to their transmission, it was not secure here. There were still some minor Xenos threats and a little warp corruption. Very well. Open the channel, Garo. Let's see what the mighty First Legion wants to talk about this time. The Lion's image appeared in the feed, not as imposing as before. He looked tired and worn, yet still tried to assert his authority through sheer presence. The glow from the command console reflected off Lionel Johnson's armor. The Lion stood silently, gripping his sword. Mordorion could tell the Dark Angels were bleeding. The Rongda was tearing into the First Legion. The pain of the sons would ultimately be reflected in the Primarch himself, and the so many sacrifices of his sons had made this Lion tense and restless. Mordorion said nothing about it. A splinter of the Rongda swarm is fleeing toward the Death Guard's position at Rust. You must intercept and destroy them. Mordorion blinked and stayed silent. You will be facing them soon. The Dark Angels pursuing this Xenos force will also share in the burden. Mordorion spoke dryly, cutting Lionel Johnson off. So in other words, ahem. Hades coughed twice on the private channel and quickly whispered. Mordorion, we're still allies right now, no need to provoke him. Mordorion clicked his tongue in disappointment. Why didn't Lionel Johnson have a close friend to remind him to shut up? Mordorion had to awkwardly change his tone. So you're saying the Death Guard now have to face two Xenos armies? At last, the Lion, always perched within his own domain, showed a flicker of surprise. Lionel Johnson furrowed his brow, glaring disapprovingly at Mordorion. 2. Rust was attacked by another Xenos force. The Death Guard saved them. Mordorion, I hope you understand, that's a forge world. It wouldn't fall so easily. Are you doubting your brother? Before Hades could stop him, Mordorion spoke sharply, cutting in with pointed words. Hades screamed silently in his mind. Wait, this is the third Rangdan genocide. You can't just throw around words like doubting your brother. Not now. But the words were already out there. Hades couldn't exactly jump in and say, let's rewind that, shall we? So all he could do was watch the two Primarchs face off, cold sweat running down his back. The Pale King spread his hands with pleasure. As he did so, a broad overview of the Death Guard's current battle formations was transmitted to the First Legion. Of course, some details were omitted. But it was just a summary, there's no need for Lionel Johnson to see everything. Finally, the Lion fell silent for a moment. The footage of ruined cities and shattered AA systems confirmed Mortarion's claims. The Lion's eyes locked onto Mordorion, his brother, with unconcealed challenge. Brother. To Lionel Johnson, that was a hollow word. One that meant little. One that held no weight. A lion of the jungle had no need for so-called blood ties. Some might drown in such meaningless bonds, but not him. Never him. He looked at Mordorion, this brother. Thin. Unremarkable. That was Mortarion's first impression in the lion's eyes. Compared to the other Primarchs, Mordorion seemed dim. Faded. Did he even know what he had just said? The timing of that jab was far too precise. The Lion tapped the blade of his sword in silence. This Primarch, always operating on the fringes, couldn't possibly know the truth of the battlefield. Blood was flowing from within, but they'd hidden it well. According to the Lion's intelligence, this brother had never come into contact with the Legion that does not exist. The intentional blackout had been in place for a long time, which meant Mortarion's words were nothing more than deliberate provocation. The Lion gripped his sword and spoke again, his tone solemn and unwavering. "I hope you understand what you're saying, Mortarion." "Of course I understand." The Lion raised an eyebrow. "Foolish creature. There's no point in continuing this conversation." The battlefield still demanded his attention. Rumors were spreading, and that mysterious youngest brother had brought news of the War Master. "The enemy's movements have been forwarded to the Death Guard. Hold this position. If reinforcements are needed, there's a Space Wolves garrison in a nearby system." The transmission was cut. "What the hell, Mortarion? What did you just say?" "What did I say?" A voice filled with confusion and a faint, menacing undertone cut through the room. Mortarion turned, fixing his gaze on Hades. The question in his eyes needed no further explanation. "Shit." Hades nearly choked on his own panic. No, this wasn't the time to bluff or bluster. Hades quickly pivoted. "Why did you provoke him?" "The Death Guard might still need to work with the First Legion later." At this point in time, Mortarion's "doubting your brother" line sounded, to Hades, like digging his own grave and planting a landmine in it, especially when aimed at the executioner himself, Lionel Johnson. He could have picked literally any other Primarch. The Lord of Death let out a loud, mocking laugh. "Huh? That was considered provocation?" If words like that are provocation, then the Death Guard has already been provoked 1,000 times over. To be fair, he wasn't wrong. Meetings with Perturabo and Lionel Johnson had never been pleasant experiences. Hades faltered for a moment. "You should have, at least." Mortarion quietly watched him fumble. The Primarch genuinely didn't think what he'd said to Lion was all that harsh, not compared to what Lionel Johnson had said to him, anyway. He may be unreasonable, but since the Death Guard have already started planning ahead, we can't leave anything that can be used against us. Critical hit. Hades landed a direct blow. It was super effective. Mortarion was deep in thought. Seeing Mortarion fall silent, Hades guiltily rubbed his nose. Ahem. To be honest, using phrases like, "he may be unreasonable," but always gave him a weird, sour feeling. It was also kind of like indirectly calling Lionel Johnson out, but honestly, given the Lion's prior attitude, it wasn't entirely unjustified. Finally, Mortarion nodded slowly. "I don't like it, but yes, it's true." To his credit, Mortarion had an extremely high tolerance for facing unpleasant truths. After all, this poor Primarch had rarely experienced anything that actually went his way. Still, he wasn't happy. Not at all. The very thought of those grotesque brothers, strutting around with their self-righteous arrogance, made Mortarion want to shoot someone on sight. But reality remained. There would be more interactions with them in the future. There might even be open conflict again. So maybe it was a good idea to keep the Death Guard a little less conspicuous, to avoid drawing suspicion from the other Primarchs. Still, Mortarion really did want to throw down with Perturabo. Or Lionel Johnson. He despised those who were self-important and held themselves above others. So, maybe avoid saying things that could raise suspicions? Seeing that Mortarion was still thinking, Hades carefully ventured the suggestion. The aura of pissed off and itching for a fight was practically leaking off of him. Mortarion let out a long sigh. "Then you shouldn't have stopped me, Hades. I was about to point out Lion's command mistakes." That would have shifted the topic away from meaningless and dangerous provocations. Hades twitched. "Don't stop you? And let it turn into you and Lionel Johnson having a 1v1 deathmatch in real life? Primarchs, man. Unless they had stellar upbringing or were ridiculously talented, most of them were just angry bros who thought none of the others were worth a damn. Trash talk was their default communication style. There's even a running joke about how every Primarch believes he can beat up 80% of his brothers. Ahem, no, wait, we've gotten off track here. Though, from the perspective of someone who enjoys chaos for the sake of entertainment, Hades was kind of looking forward to seeing a pre-March 1v1 brawl. Mortarion, my personal recommendation is this. When dealing with other legions, caution is key. Mortarion waved a hand dismissively. Understood. Rust was in ruins, but the war was far from over. The mechanic had been pushed into a corner, scythes carved slowly across the throats of the Xenos. It would be a drawn-out slaughter. The Death Guard still had to remain wary of their enemy, making a last desperate counterattack. Meanwhile, on the other front, Rust's shattered manufactorums had begun sputtering back to life. Guns and ammunition now rolled steadily off the assembly lines. With the aid of Rust's tech priests, the Death Guard rebuilt and reactivated the system's planetary defenses, focusing on the installations closest to the Mandeville Point. Orbital defense stations that had been shattered by the Xenos were towed from asteroid fields. Though they could no longer function at full capacity, they were still enough to slow down enemy fleets. The third mining moon, closest to the Mandeville Point, had been fortified anew. Thanks to the mechanics' careful preservation, its defense laser arrays were still functional. The Legion remained locked in brutal battle against the mechanic forces. Against enemies powerful enough to devastate entire star systems, the Death Guard could not afford to be careless. In fact, the mechanic were far more formidable in space combat than in ground warfare. Their bizarre technology and unpredictable fleet formations caused Mortarian's usual boarding tactics to fail again and again. Left with no other option, Mortarion was forced to slowly and methodically break their formations, a tedious process that left the mortal crew aboard the Endurance miserable since they had to deal with Mortarian's personal interrogation sessions. On the far side of the system, the defensive array had been deployed by local commanders. Within the Death Guard, the astropaths were chanting anxiously. Through their unrest, Hades knew the Rangdan fleet was drawing near. Strangely, the moment he approached them to ask questions, the astropaths seemed to grow even more disturbed. Hades silently and awkwardly chose to ignore that detail. Despite the hostile attitude of the Lion, the intelligence provided by the Dark Angels was still accurate. Using the data from the First Legion, Hades was able to roughly estimate the size of the incoming Xeno fleet. Well, it was a lot. But the good news was, they were running low on resources. Apparently, their last campaign in another star system had drained them heavily. This meant they were desperate for Rust's resources, and the Death Guard would be the ones standing in their way, scythes in hand. According to the Black Legion's data, the Rangdan Xenos were tall, hunched, humanoid beings. Each individual possessed the ability to manipulate biological minds to varying degrees. The higher the rank of a Rangdan, the stronger its psychic control. A powerful Rangdan lord could even command a small army entirely by itself. In combat, these fearsome aliens would simultaneously launch mental attacks on their enemies. Only those with extremely strong wills could resist a Rangdan's psychic assault. Those who failed would become their mind slaves. Based on first-hand experience from the Dark Angels, typical Astartes were generally resistant to Rangdan control, and so were particularly strong-willed mortals. However, if an Astartes was emotionally unstable or physically weakened, they could still fall under their sway. The Rangdan were extremely deadly in one-on-one combat, but their fleets were low on ammunition. Their strategy had become clear. They wouldn't try to fight the Death Guard in space battles. Instead, they would force the engagement into close quarters, turning fleet combat into duels of blade and bolter. As the defenders, the ideal strategy was obviously to fight a ranged fleet war, using Rust's manufacturing output to kite the enemy fleet to death. Unfortunately, Hades currently didn't have many ships available for deployment. The reason lay in the neighboring star system, where Mortarion was currently leading the Death Guard fleet in a campaign to hunt down the mechanics. Compared to Rangdan, the mechanics were more adept at fleet warfare. As a result, the Death Guard had no choice but to divert the majority of their forces to eliminate the mechanics. Although the Death Guard currently controlled most of the star system, the arrival of the Rangdan would put them in a situation of being attacked from both front and rear. Two battlefronts with neither one could be allowed to collapse. If either one did, it would spell disaster for the Death Guard. But Hades believed Mortarion would not be defeated, just as Mortarion believed Hades would be able to hold off the Rangdan's fleet. A dry wind blew across the third mining moon. The sensor array watched the heavens, silently monitoring the stars and the barely perceptible warp fluctuations. At last, a faint ripple flickered near Rust Mandeville Point. Hades, who had been dozing, opened his eyes and stared at the command display aboard the Reaper's scythe. A flood of warnings overwhelmed the screen. The Rangdan had arrived. The first wave? Bombardment. They're blowing those bastards up. With an entire Forge world gradually resuming production behind him, Hades felt that the Death Guard had one thing in abundance right now, which is ammunition. And that's not even counting the fiery enthusiasm of the tech priests currently in overdrive. Hades thought that if he didn't use all this ammo, he'd be letting down the tech priests and their maniacal passion. Naturally, the welcoming party for the Rongda's fleet came in the form of torpedoes, tens of thousands of them. There's no need for subtlety. This greeting was going to be loud and festive. The torpedo arrays painted beautiful trails across the void. Sound could not travel in space, but if it could, the entire region would have echoed with deafening roars, the furious howls of mankind facing Xenos. Hades silently observed the torpedoes and the enemy fleet's reactions. A red glow shimmered in his left eye. The sight of Perturabo, once leading the Iron Warrior's fleet, seemed to overlay reality for a moment. As expected, the first wave of enemy ships didn't resist at all. Of course not, they were decoys, meant to draw fire and cover the arrival of the main fleet. Just like the Death Guard had once done. Hades sneered coldly as he watched the fleeing escort vessels burst one after another into bright blossoms outside the viewport. The designs of those ships were a chaotic mess, mismatched models, bizarre constructions. Hades even recognized some novice imperialist craft among them. No doubt, they were from other species subjugated by Rongda. At the same time, the enemy's main fleet finally began to reveal itself, apparently thinking the opening salvo had ended and their sacrificial pawns had done their job shielding them. Hades gave a kindly smile and issued the next command. The second wave? Still bombardment. Blow the bastard up again. To repeat, the Death Guard had a lot of ammunition. A lot. Hades sincerely hoped this a lot would leave a deep impression in Rongda's mind. From the space stations deployed in the asteroid belt near the Mandeville Point, the second wave of torpedoes was launched. It matched or even surpassed the first in sheer volume, screaming skyward toward the alien fleet. The sight of these rising torpedoes clearly caught the enemy off guard. Interceptors and small ships were hastily deployed to take down the Death Guard's torpedo formation. Hades counted the seconds in his mind. Rongda's response was slow. Compared to fast-reacting legions like the Iron Warriors, Rongda's fleet was not great. He wasn't sure if this was their normal reaction speed or if they were just panicking after seeing the Death Guard's gift package. But either way, he would use this data in future command decisions. Brilliant explosions bloomed across the void, mixed with the rippling green waves of warp drives in motion. It was dazzling, a kaleidoscope of destruction. Lady Death had formally taken the stage. Unlike her usual bloodstained rags, today she was dressed in splendor, glittering confetti hanging from her skirt. Each flash marked a ship's demise. Most of the torpedoes were intercepted, but some still made it to their targets faithfully. Explosions tore open hulls, their fragments revealing shimmering distortions in space, air violently venting from the ruptured interiors. Ship debris floated silently, slowly, but Hades knew those fragments were actually moving at extreme speeds, more than enough to further disrupt the enemy formation. And tiny gray specks clung to shattered construction materials, flung into the void alongside the outgassing. Nothing special. Just lives. And life? Life was the cheapest thing of all. Hades maintained a stranglehold on the battlefield tempo, directing nearby orbital defense stations to join the suicidal assault. Their self-destructive charges would further rupture Rongda's fleet formation. The initiative had to remain in Death Guard hands. Following the path carved by the torpedoes, these defense stations, previously damaged in the Mechanic campaign and later patched together by the Death Guard, charged in. Most of their operations were maintained by servitors, but each still had necessary crew to provide command, maximizing the destructive potential of the suicide strike. Only living beings understand how to wreak the most havoc before death. Only the dying can unleash the deepest fury. Those space stations, with no hesitation and no turning back, charged into Rongda's fleet. Most were stopped at the outer edge of the enemy formation, but a few broke through. Unsteady, yet unwavering, they crashed toward high-priority targets. Hades watched in silence as the stations penetrated Rongda's ranks. Their detonations bloomed far more brilliantly than the torpedoes. Those space stations had been packed to the brim with explosives long ago. Hades blinked, his mind shifting back to analyzing the changes in Rongda's fleet. He no longer cared about the few surviving stations that hadn't yet exploded. A couple of stragglers wouldn't change the outcome, especially in a game played across the galactic board. As for mourning the dead, that's for after the war. In the thick of battle, any sentimentality or grief only served to dig your own grave. There was no time for mourning, no strength to spare for reflection. Rangda, in its hasty maneuvering to open a path through the chaos, had clearly taken the blow head-on. Hades could now confirm that the enemy's rhythm had collapsed. The Death Guard had successfully split what was once a unified enemy fleet into two. The spearhead unit seemed hesitant, unsure whether to turn back and regroup. But if they paused now, the entire offensive would collapse. A failed assault meant banishment from the battlefield. So they couldn't stop. And if they didn't stop, Hades watched the gash torn through Rangda's formation with satisfaction. The fleet's rear was now dragging like a wounded limb, leaving a gaping wound. The Death Guard scythe could now easily hook into that rupture and rip out their guts. If you wanted to step into Death Guard territory, you had to pay in blood. With the final explosion of the last space station, the curtain fell on the second act. The opening fanfare of the third began with the roar of the Death Guard's engines. Even with all their ample ammunition, the Death Guard didn't have enough ships to hold a full battle line. If the enemy realized this and attempted to stretch the front, the Death Guard would be dragged into a long, grinding attrition war. So Hades and the Death Guard would act as shepherds, herding Rangda's ships, never giving them the chance to scatter. A large portion of the Xenos fleet would be driven toward the third mining moon, where planetary defenses would coordinate with the fleet to exterminate them. Another segment would be pushed into the asteroid belt and eliminated more slowly. Even with a massive stockpile of munitions, a full-scale suppression across the entire field was unsustainable. Ships had to be dispatched to lure and direct the Rangda. The Death Guard and the Rangda forced into a close-quarters waltz. They would fight face-to-face. Now came the test of engine power and captain reflexes. Boardings and counterboardings would be inevitable. But as long as these actions aligned with the grand strategy, Hades was content to let his warriors make their own calls. Just as Mordorion trusted Hades, Hades too placed his faith in the Death Guard and their crew. These ships, bearing grim and death-laden names, would be his finest blades. Fourth Horseman, Reaper's Scythe, Depression. They raised their scythes with mournful grace, death was their companion, and the Lord of the Underworld had blessed them. May you all have great fortune in battle. Hades silently counted the beats of war. It's time. He looked up. News came in, the first boarding action had succeeded. He turned his head. Outside the observation window, the Star's Cape remained unchanged. And then, like growing stalks of grain, reports poured in enemy ships being boarded or destroyed outright. Hades smiled in satisfaction. Garo gripped the hilt of his sword, silently waiting for the prey to bite. Beside him stood the new recruit leader that Hades and Vorx had insisted he take along Antaeus. It was time to promote leadership from the second batch of barbarous recruits, and Garo suspected there was some political meaning behind Hades assigning him to lead them. Although Hades had seemed a little foolish when handing over the troops, Garo still believed the man always had deeper reasoning behind his actions. In their daily interactions, Garo had come to understand the depth of Hades' thinking, so deep it was often unfathomable. Even this mission was arranged by Hades. His reasoning? Garo, I think you need a break. Seriously. Hades had looked at him with a conflicted expression, holding the latest stack of paperwork Garo had approved. As someone who had once been a wage slave crushed by bureaucracy, Hades recognized the signs of burnout. There was a faint murderous aura in those documents. He didn't want Garo to one day snap and behead an Imperial official. It just so happens that the Rangda's here. Go hit the front lines for a while. And train the newbie for me. Treat it as a holiday. Garo didn't quite understand what holiday meant, but a commander's orders were meant to be followed. Truthfully, Garo hadn't minded the previous work. Well, okay, he had found it dull. Far too dull. It had been too long since he'd stepped onto a battlefield. Sometimes, the pain of waiting and restraint was worse than bullets or blades. As a frontline company captain, Garo needed a little fire in his blood. Before he inherited the responsibilities of a Legion Master, he was just another warrior who loved charging into the heart of the fray. And now, the opportunity has come. The ship rumbled violently beneath his feet. Judging by the tremors running through the walls, Garo guessed they were either launching torpedoes or firing macro cannons. Leaning against the bulkhead, he could easily picture it all: searing lasers streaking through space, the smooth armor of enemy ships, the guttural snarls of the Xenos host. The battlefield had a unique allure. Garo's palm itched faintly around the hilt of his sword. The fourth horseman and her escort fleet had one job: slice the Rangda's formation in two. Sever the Xenos' fleet at the waist and annihilate the rear. This meant the ship would come under heavy fire. But that didn't matter. They would tear the enemy apart. The voice of a mortal captain crackled through the vox, tinged with distortion. Lord Garo, in 10 standard Terran minutes, the enemy may attempt a boarding assault. Shall we bait them in? Let them come. Garo replied in a low voice, fingers brushing the contours of his blade. It had gone far too long without tasting blood, and his hand had started forming calluses from holding a pen instead of a weapon. Nigeria, Nairo, Thailand, body yes. Understood, my lord. Hades had been right. Given the xenomorphic nature of the Rangda, these creatures would likely target the command ship with focused boarding actions. The Death Guard had made very specific preparations for this. Rather than fighting in the unfamiliar environment of enemy ships, luring the enemy on board was the smarter option. The fourth horseman had been deliberately refitted, both internally and externally, to make her look like an ideal boarding target. Fragile. Exposed. Like a lamb bearing its neck, subtly enticing the predator's gaze. But in the areas designated for these boarding assaults, countless traps had been installed. Death Guard warriors waited in ambush, motionless, eager. The enemy would not see the truth behind the inviting facade. When they arrived, they would be greeted only by the Death Guard's wrath. Outside the fourth horseman, the Death Guard fleet was carving a path through the Rangda's ships with their lance batteries, engines screaming at full thrust. It was like a deadly duel, dancing a death tango with the enemy. The Rangda's forces were slowly regaining rhythm. Smaller vessels worked to intercept and distract the Death Guard, shifting formation. One of the larger enemy ships began to take aim. The coordination was excellent. The Rangda's fleet was also slicing into the vessels around the fourth horseman, so bring them in. My lord, it's a side-jump boarding party, landing point Y, 2 sector, estimated arrival in 3 minutes. Acknowledged. Garo raised a hand, signaling the Death Guard to take their assigned tactical positions. They deployed quickly and silently. Garo's cold gaze followed as thin layers of frost crept up the bulkheads, strange spatial ripples flickering in the air. In the dark, Garo's combat optics flashed red. When the Xeno warriors finally arrived at their destination, the first thing to greet them was the company captain's greatsword. Dim and narrow cargo bays were rarely well-defended, chaotic structures that usually favored boarders. But the Rangda had no idea this one had been turned into a fortified slaughterhouse. This space would be their coffin. Limbs and shrieks erupted in the tight chamber. The butchers of mankind made no sound. They simply raised their blades and carved. Garo's heavy sword tore through enemy armor with savage grace. He moved among the invaders like a storm, sweeping wide and brutal arcs. Flesh, bone, and splintered chitin flew alongside Xeno's blood, splashing across his helmet. Their dying minds sent out bursts of psychic interference, a buzzing, piercing whine. It affected his thoughts, but not unbearably so. He stood firm at the center of his own soul. The psychic howls were nothing more than echoes after a storm. Beneath his helmet, Garo's eyes did not blink. They locked onto the unfortunate advance party with unyielding focus. Shadows played across the walls. Blood sprayed in warm, intoxicating bursts. Still trying to resist? A gun barrel rammed into one Xeno's grotesque excuse for a head. Its eyeball-like organ popped like a fruit. Bang! Garo fired cleanly. Then casually flicked the barrel, flinging off gobs of foul-smelling slime. He scanned the room. Severed limbs everywhere, viscera and fluids smeared across the deck. The floor squelched beneath their boots. The chamber looked as if a massive ball of meat had exploded from within. There's no survivors. Garo looked up, mildly disappointed, then noticed his brothers frozen in place. Were they hit by the Rangda's psychic backlash? Garo tightened his grip on the sword. He could just use the hilt. Lord Garo. A cautious voice crackled over the vox. They were fine. Garo reluctantly, no, gratefully, lowered his blade. He took a deep breath. What is it, Antaeus? Antaeus hesitated. While some troops had been assigned for melee, Garo had pretty much handled the entire assault himself. So this is the strength of a company captain. Antaeus was stunned. He had trained under Captain Vorks, already one of the most skilled warriors he knew. But Garo's prowess was on another level. A veteran of Terra, forged in ancient wars. Antaeus silently gave thanks to Commander Hades for placing him under Garo's command, even if Hades had been too busy to speak much with him directly. My lord, the captain just reported, we meet the conditions to board the enemy. Shall we proceed? Proceed. Garo issued the order, realizing he'd gotten a bit carried away. He had almost forgotten he was supposed to be training a recruit. He gave Antaeus an apologetic glance. But the blood-slicked helmet probably didn't convey the sentiment. The boarding assault progressed with surgical precision. The fourth horseman smashed directly into the enemy's command segment, her adamantium prow a brutal wedge. The enemy had no choice now but to cut their engines and focus on repelling the Death Guard. With the fourth horseman at the tip, the Death Guard fleet had successfully cleaved the Rangda forces in two. The center and rear were now bogged down in combat, forced to engage. The forward enemy elements were half-pushed, half-drawn toward the third mining moon. To bait them in further, Hades had boldly stationed the command ship, Reaper's Scythe, directly above the third mining moon. Now that the Rangda's fleet had been bisected, the Death Guard's next torpedo barrage landed without warning, tightening the noose and securing their hold on the battlefield. The war had entered its second phase. Hades, satisfied, watched the strategy unfold according to plan. What he did not know was that an unexpected guest was about to arrive. An Adeptus Astartes was found aboard Rangda's vessel. Yes, he was unconscious. We cannot rule out the possibility that he was under Rangda's control. Which legion? The channel from Garo's side fell silent. After a while, a hesitant voice replied, I'm not sure. He's wearing Mk2 armor, but there's no recognizable legion insignia on it. Hades paused in thought. Detain him for now. Once the fighting eases, bring him to me. And Garo, do not let him cause trouble. If he's easier to manage while unconscious, keep him that way. Garo stood silently in front of the command room of the Reaper's Scythe. Dried blood stained his armor, and unidentifiable fragments of organic tissue clung to its surface in a mottled mess. Behind the battle captain stood Antaeus, who was not so much accompanying the mysterious Astartes as escorting him under guard. Come in. Hades' voice came from beyond the door. A servitor opened it for them. The figure inside stood with his back to them, bathed in the glow of flickering lumens. The unfamiliar Astartes hesitated for a moment, but followed them inside without concern. Across the massive display screen, streams of data scrolled at overwhelming speed. Garo was startled to find that he couldn't keep up with the flood of information. Hades raised his hand to signal wait, still fully focused on the screen. Just a moment. From the map, Garo knew Hades was commanding no fewer than 3 battlefronts simultaneously. Without a word, he signaled Antaeus to keep the mysterious Astartes at the rear. This unknown warrior, whom Garo did not recognize, had awoken just as their vessel approached the Reaper's Scythe. What unsettled Garo most was the absence of any signs of psychic tampering or control from the Rangda. Garo had tried to question him, but the battle brother refused to speak plainly, deflecting with vague and ambiguous words. Tell me about your commander. A whisper, soft as the wind, came from the mysterious warrior. Garo frowned, watching him with suspicion. It seemed he was attempting to speak with Antaeus. Antaeus looked nervously at Garo, clearly hoping for guidance. I suggest you remain silent, battle brother. You may call me Alpharius. Very well, Alpharius. Remain silent. Alpharius obeyed, though his eyes wandered curiously across the command chamber of the Reaper's Scythe. Another serious legion, he eventually remarked. You're even more serious than most. No reliefs to celebrate your achievements, no tapestries to record your history. You do not laugh. You do not indulge in anything you deem frivolous, with Dionysus' new empty set. Garo's frown deepened. If you are truly a space marine, you ought to show proper respect toward other legions. Apologies. My curiosity gets the better of me. Alpharius replied offhandedly. The last legion I saw was serious because of pride. But you, not even basic ornamentation on your ships. Your austerity can't stem from pride. Is it fear? Garo's pupils narrowed slightly. His hand drifted toward the hilt of his combat blade. Enough. Hades turned at last, his expression shadowed and unreadable. This is the Death Guard ship. As long as you're aboard, Battle Brother, I suggest you keep opinions like that to yourself. Hades's thoughts churned behind his calm demeanor. Why now, of all times, do we encounter Alfarius? During the Rongda campaign, there had indeed been sightings of the 20th Legion. Alfarius had approached Lionel Johnson, hoping to take on the burden of Rongda's sacrifice in the 1st Legion's stead to help the Lion's bid for War Master. But the Lion knew the Rongda had to fall to the 1st Legion. Alfarius's troops were instead dispatched to fringe battlefields, engaged in token conflicts. So, the fact that Alfarius was captured by Rongda wasn't impossible. But given that this was Alfarius, Hades immediately doubled his vigilance. Alfarius. GW's ultimate plot device. The Imperial Enigma. The 20th Legion has always been defined as the Legion that doesn't exist, fulfilling the role of Imperial covert operatives. The 20th Legion, Alpha Legion, was led by the Primarchs Alfarius and Omegon. Within the Legion, every warrior shared the same face, height, and even name as the Primarch. Yes, in the Alpha Legion, everyone was Alfarius. This allowed them to confuse outsiders and made it easier for their Primarch to disguise himself as a common soldier. Each regular warrior could also, to some extent, become the Primarch by inheriting fragments of his memory, mindset, and intellect. The Alfariuses had performed many confusing and outrageous acts, assassinating custodians to test security, supporting the Lion's bid for War Master, attempting to kill Guilliman, and sabotaging the Corvus Corax Super Soldier project. The theory Hades most agreed with was this: because the Alpha Legion promoted independent thinking, the Legion had long since fractured internally. This explained their erratic and often contradictory actions. But the one thing Hades was absolutely sure of was that they were liars, and they were terrifyingly dangerous. The moment they entered the room, Hades had already tested him with a diluted burst of the Black Domain. This one was not the real Primarch. What should I call you? My lord, call me Alfarius. Fine, Alfarius. Were you brought here against your will, or did you come willingly? That is not important, my lord. Garo swore this was the first time he had seen Hades so cold, so grim. Bathed in backlight, the commander stared directly at Alfarius, like something more than human. A chilling, solemn atmosphere swept through the room. Then why are you here, Alfarius? I hope you won't test what little patience I have left. The Death Guard are still fighting. If you're just stalling, you will pay for every drop of our blood spilled. It's a lie. Hades no longer needed to directly command the battles. He'd already delegated authority. But with this kind of visitor, he felt it necessary to keep a close watch. When facing liars and riddlers, Hades saw no need for diplomacy. Alfarius bowed. My lord, I came here because I wanted to see you and Lord Mordorion with my own eyes. I'll give you one more chance. Hades reached for the execution at his waist. You've changed the Death Guard. Hades froze, his brow deeply furrowed. Mind your words. Garo, take Antaeus and leave. Everyone else, activate your silence protocols. Garo gave Hades a long look, but said nothing, exiting in silence. Antaeus, meanwhile, stared at Alfarius in disbelief. Was he trying to sow division? Was there truly someone so arrogant and foolish? Perhaps the only Death Guard who didn't believe Hades had changed the Legion was Hades himself. As for the rest, everyone could see the daily reality under his command. Who could truly hate Hades when the Death Guard had never been in a better state? They had ample ammunition, forged units that actually served their needs, a more efficient command structure, and advanced weapons, even if some of them glowed in eerie green. But after field testing, most agreed it was a non-issue. And Hades's loyalty to the Death Guard was beyond question. No one from Barbarous had worked harder or more reliably than him. It's so much so that Hades's deeds were used in training lectures to inspire the next generation of recruits. Once Garo and the others had left, Hades looked directly at Alfarius. What exactly do you want? Let me be clear, I hate riddlers. At the same time, Hades released his Black Domain. In the center of the room, the commander, now shrouded in shadow and backlight, seemed to distort, becoming almost inhuman. A wave of nausea surged forth. Alfarius could no longer even look at him directly. I'm here to help you and the Death Guard. Heh. Hades let out a dry chuckle. The last Riddler who said he was here to help had pierced one of his hearts. The memory almost made him smile. And then what? What do you want? What do you expect from the Death Guard? Let me be clear, I'm not above making a report of how we found the corpse of another Legion's Astartes aboard the Rongda's fleet. You seem quite familiar with me, and even with my Legion. From the moment you met me, you haven't shown the slightest curiosity about my Legion. That's something I've never encountered before. Unless you already know us. Hades raised an eyebrow. You're crossing a line. But Alpharius continued, his voice echoing softly in the chamber. But please do not go any further. Those two legions are not meant to be observed. I never intended to, Hades cut him off bluntly. The Death Guard do not poke at forbidden topics. Compared to your kind, the Death Guard lacks one thing above all else, useless curiosity. So that was it. Was he here to warn the Death Guard not to investigate the missing legions during the Rongda campaign? Alpharius visibly flinched at the sudden interruption. His eyelid twitched slightly. If you came to warn us, then I thank you for the sentiment, Hades said flatly. But if that's all, then please leave. The Death Guard will escort you back to your legion. As he spoke, Hades gestured slightly, clearly preparing to remove Alpharius from the premises. But Alpharius quickly spoke up, I still need to meet with Lord Mordorion. Hades looked at him, amusement flickering in his gaze. Whatever you have to say, you can tell me. The premarch is on another front, and communication is unadvisable. No, this is wrong. The wise become arrogant. He thinks he can substitute for a premarch? No, no, no. His actions have already stirred the greater game board. Unlike the other legions, the Death Guard clearly knew too much. And that knowledge had been spread by the very soldiers standing before Alpharius now. Mordorion might be arrogant, but his function, his role, was crucial. He needed to be reminded of that. Mordorion must stand in his rightful place, or the void will remain unfilled. Alpharius outwardly appeared shaken, but inwardly, he studied Hades, this petty officer drunk on borrowed authority. It was part of the plan. All part of the act. But suddenly, as if fed up with riddles, or maybe just growing tired of the entire charade, something twisted in Hades's mind. A flash of dark humor surfaced. Screw it, he thought. No one else can hear anyway. He'd had it with Riddlers. Really, truly had it. If diplomacy didn't work, might as well troll the troll. Would Alpharius really have anything serious to say to Mordorion? When had he ever offered real help to another legion? And if he really wanted to speak with Mordorion, shouldn't he have sent a Primarch? A lone foot soldier? Who's he trying to fool? A smile crept across Hades's lips. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. I know. This is all part of the plan. You're Alpharius, and I'm Alpharius. Long live the Alpha Legion. He watched in satisfaction as the Alpharius in front of him finally broke. The poor bastard's pupils dilated. He stared at Hades, face flushing red, stammering incoherently. Cries of "impossible" and "Alpha Legion" tumbled from his mouth in disbelief. Hades yawned theatrically. Garo and Tias. Come in. Escort our guest out. There's nothing more left for me to talk about, brother. Give the Death Guard a location. We'll wipe your memory and send you there. With a wave of his hand, Hades dismissed him. Garo and Antaeus entered and, as expected, saw the cracked composure of Alpharius. The two men exchanged a knowing glance, then half-dragged, half-carried him away. Hades blinked, turned his back, and calmly returned to commanding the battlefield. The cramped cockpit was stifling. The rubber protective suits, soaked with sweat, reeked with a nauseating stench. The rumbling of the tank treads echoed through the narrow corridor, occasionally accompanied by a sharp crunch. Had the Hadehound just run over another Xenos' skeleton? Maintain forward movement. For elite enemy units ahead. Firing direction, 100. Load high-concentration rounds. The commander's voice echoed down the metal conduit. She silently felt the trigger beneath her fingers, scanning for prey through the autocannon's targeting scope. They were advancing through the Xenos vessel, a massive ship under siege by the Death Guard. Thick, green venom was spreading through its capillary-like systems. The giant was approaching its end. As a temporary mobile squad, they were composed of 1 Hadehound and 7 Death Guards. Screams and gunfire rang out in the distance. Countless similar squads were fighting along different branches. Scenes like these were playing out constantly. She heard the Death Guards beside the Hadehound reloading. She heard the clang of a scythe scraping against the wall. Inside the hellishly hot protective suit, Hearing was her only means of sensing the world. And she heard it, the breath of a loathsome Xenos. Fire! A wave of dense green mist instantly flooded the entire corridor. The confined space doubled the effect of the Hadehound's toxic attack. Screams and the sizzling of flesh erupted simultaneously. As the mist spread, the death guards beside the Hadehound rushed into it, using their positional advantage to secure a precious opening strike. The venom would corrode the Rongda's armor and flesh and briefly blind them, but only for 3 seconds. Sparks flickered in the haze. The Rongda shouted angrily, but their cries were met only with silence. The death guards never roared in battle. She silently recited the names of the Lord of Death and the Lord of the Underworld, anxiously awaiting the commander's next order. Past combat experience had taught the Hadehound crew never to get too close to the Rangdas. Load. Aim. Fire. 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 The swirling green mist rolled and churned, forming a wall of toxic fog. Suddenly, a shriek erupted, a piercing scream that seemed to tear through everything, hoarse and blood-curdling. Her mind went blank. Oh, death! The monster burst from the mist. Severed limbs flailed, blood sprang. It thrashed wildly, trying to claw its way onto the Hadehound. Slime and chunks of tissue splattered the hull. Are withering above, Ada. The vehicle jolted violently, groaning under the assault. But inside the Hadehound, the crew sat motionless, as if sleepwalking. No one reacted. A scythe emerged from the fog, slashing straight into the monster's flesh. The dying Rongda shrieked in agony, dragging itself forward, but like a dying fish, it was pulled back into the mist. Blood left a desperate smear on the ground. The screaming continued. Plus attack. Attack. Firing direction. 700. Plus. The offensive loader slowly cooled the transport pipe. The commander remained silent, trembling. No. Plus attack. Fire. Fire. Plus. The roar of the engine and the driver echoed together. Wake up. Wake up. The Hadehound suddenly lurched backward. The driver was trying to move the vehicle into a firing blind spot. The loader remained silent. He stared directly at her. Her finger on the trigger was stiff like deadwood, unmoving. No. She still couldn't move her body. The loader leaned forward and grasped her hand on the trigger. In the name of the Lord of Death and the Lord of the Underworld, wake the hell up. Hades, Lord of the Underworld. She jolted. A wave of nausea surged from her convulsing stomach. Pain and sensation crept up through her esophagus. She shoved the loader away. A dull thud sounded as he hit the wall. She drew her gun, grabbed the loader with one hand, and with the butt of her weapon, began hammering his head. In the name of Hades, wake up. Words carried power. She felt that tidal change tone in her throat. It sounded like a shout from the distant misty sea, muffled and distorted. People's thoughts determine the direction of their current. Currents can converge into a sea, granting them strength. A powerful torrent can even shift the flows around it. This is the law of the high heavens. But what if the current chooses to leap into the empty void? Hades blinked. A faint sensation flickered and vanished. He quickly forgot that trivial little thing. Her thoughts were growing weak, but they were no longer confused. If you wanted awareness, you had to give up strength. She clenched her teeth. Blood trickled from her lips as she desperately cried out to Hades. In her near self-destructive frenzy, the loader passed out. She quickly tied him up with rope and stuffed him into the gaps between the pipes running along the wall. She shouted out the truth she had just discovered, hammering a wrench against the pipes. She didn't know why the Lord of Death hadn't responded to their calls. Maybe it was because that being only governed the Astartes and couldn't grant power to mortals? But regardless, since Hades had answered her, she would become his follower. It's Hades. He can shield us from psychic attacks. Ah, you've come too. That's a relief. Can't imagine what we'd do if the main gunner got mind-controlled too. Can you still fight? Came the weak voice of the commander, an old man over calms. Yes. RD passed out, but I can take over loading and cooling the transport pipe. Wait, it's Hades. Do you know what I'm talking about? Stop yelling. How do you think we woke up? The driver snapped, losing his temper. Oh, I wasn't thinking about them, she said. Believe in imperial truth, ladies and gents. Now, back to the fight. The commander cut in just in time to stop the bickering. The two of them sobered up from their giddy terror and exhilaration at escaping psychic domination. The engine roared back to life, and they resumed moving down the corridor. The battle was over. One Death Guard lay forever still, helmet cracked with brutal wounds, his life leaking out onto the floor. The captain recovered his gear and left a beacon, signaling the squad to continue on. An apothecary would come later to retrieve his gene seed. Forward. Keep moving forward. They needed to secure a beachhead for the next phase of the plan. She would never know what that next phase actually was, but as long as she followed orders, that was enough. The lords who commanded the Death Guard would render judgment. They encountered a few more Rongda squads along the way, losing another Death Guard in the process, but under the captain's command, they pressed on. They followed the narrow corridor for what felt like forever, so long she began to feel they'd walked from one end of the ship to the other. Finally, the captain raised a hand, signaling them to stop. His raspy voice came over the general channel. "We've found it. Begin retreat immediately. All jamming channels to max, begin retreat, move fast." At the very rear, the Hadehound began speeding backward, its driver expertly maneuvering the beast in reverse. The other Death Guards began withdrawing as well. Something far more dangerous lurked in the dark. Explosion. The corridor behind the Hadehound was blasted apart. The ceiling collapsed and crashed onto the vehicle's rear, nearly causing the Hadehound to leap off the ground. A bone-jarring screech followed. She could feel the front of the vehicle lurch upward. Alarms blared. The massive blast had damaged the toxin tank. Its pressure was rapidly dropping. Green venom hissed as it spewed from the ruptured container. Damn it. She curled up inside the cockpit, trembling, using every emergency repair skill she had, but the alarms kept blaring. The Hadehound's side-mounted secondary weapons had long since run out of ammo. That thought filled her with despair. Heavy footsteps echoed, countless Xenos figures emerged from the mist. Compared to the ones they'd encountered before, these were clearly far more powerful. Behind the Xenos soldiers was a massive figure that took up the entire width of the corridor. A wicked, guttural chant buzzed in her ears, nearly tearing her eardrums apart. She silently chanted Hades' name. No, they should have taught her some kind of prayer. Aside from helpless pleading, she didn't know what else to say to him. "Lord Hades, if it's really you, what would you want us to say? Your follower needs your guidance." But there was no response, nothing but weakness and collapse. Desperate, she looked through her visor to observe the battlefield. The Death Guards tried to fight back, but their movements were visibly sluggish. Against the largest of the monsters, they were like toys in a child's hands, brutally flung into the walls. The Rongda warlord seemed agitated. After casually dispatching the Death Guards, throwing them into walls like refuse, it turned and left, leaving behind 2 warriors to finish them off. Some Astartes were already dead. Others still struggled to strike back, slowing the Rongda warriors' advance. But death was only a matter of time. "We have to do something." She frantically dug through the ammo crate outside the hatch and finally found 2 high-yield melta-bombs. From her experience, she believed that these 2 bombs would be enough to kill those monsters. Suddenly, she turned and called out cautiously for the driver and the commander, but received no response. The blast from earlier had knocked them both out. Now, she was the only one left. No, death wasn't the scary part. What mattered was giving death meaning. If she truly followed the Lord of Death and the Lord of the Underworld, then she must not fear death. She shook her head violently, clearing the fog off her visor. Then she ordered herself to focus on the battlefield. Only the captain remained, facing off against the 2 Xenos. His armor was heavily damaged, his wounds exposed to the toxic mist, glowing with a sickly hue. The captain was barely holding on. The 2 warriors seemed to be toying with him, refusing to land the killing blow. She opened the channel, voice trembling, but clear and fast. "My lord, I have 2 melta-bombs. The payload is sufficient. I'm coming to you. Hadehound, can you hold a Rongda in melee for 2 seconds? 2 seconds was the minimum time required for a melta-bomb to detonate. "I can, my lord. I can." "Good. Hand me one of the bombs when the time comes." Her voice cracked with a faint sob, but she still clutched the 2 bombs firmly. Crawling through the Hadehound's pipeways, she carefully opened the hatch and slipped out under cover of darkness. Because she was so small, so insignificant, the 2 Rangdos didn't notice her. She crawled through the rubble from the collapsed ceiling, lying in wait. According to the tech marine who always hung around with them, a Hadehound crew member who left their tank in battle had an average survival time of 46 minutes. Looks like I'm going to lower the average. She dipped her finger in the venom flowing on the ground and wrote, Hades, on the melt-a-bomb. I'm coming. Understood, my lord. In the name of the Lord of the Underworld. She whispered. The Death Guard struggled to fend off the Rangda's taunts and attacks, retreating step by step as if unable to keep up. The two fools followed him, without a care in the world. Then, just as the captain stepped near the wreckage of the Hadehound, for Hades, a thunderous cry rang out, shaking the entire corridor, echoing through the air like a war drum. She burst out of hiding, tossing one melt-a-bomb to the captain while pressing the other to her chest. She leapt forward, driving her dagger into the creature and pinning her arm to its body. She could feel the blistering heat of the bomb blooming over her heart. In the critical instant, a colossal burst of light exploded from the far end of the corridor. The entire ship shuddered violently. A solemn force descended, powerful enough to blot out consciousness in any living being. An electronic signal pulsed through the air as well. The indicator lights on the melt-a-bombs blinked and went dark. 2 shots. 2 Rangda lives, ended in an instant. Her mind was on the brink of collapse. She struggled to push the corpse off her chest. The wound on her arm rapidly festered in the toxic fog. But at the end of the black corridor, a miracle had appeared. Through the smoke and flame, a single silhouette emerged, dim and indistinct, yet unmistakable. The Lord of the Underworld stood there, surrounded by mountains of Xenos corpses and rivers of blood. The barrel of his gun was still pointed in their direction, its searing charge only just having faded. His crimson left eye cut through the darkness and mist, gazing at them, his followers. God had heard the call of his faithful. She passed out. Hades stood there in silence. The voice of that Hadehound soldier still echoed faintly through the corridor. The courage to sacrifice deserved praise. But hold on. He never taught them to yell weird stuff like that, did he? Honestly, it was a little embarrassing, even if he was moved. Being charged at while someone screamed his name, Hades was starting to understand why Mordorion didn't allow the Death Guard to shout war cries. This sort of thing, combined with what Alfarius had said earlier, if Mordorion didn't trust him, wouldn't this kind of behavior look like he was trying to build a cult or seize power? Wait, could she be with the Alpha Legion? It was one thing for the oily Mechanicus types to start praying to him. Hades could chalk that up to some scrap of tan messing with their heads, but now even the Hadehound crew? Other than teaching them how to drive and fight, Hades didn't recall doing anything else. His head swirled with question marks, but the war wasn't over. There was no time to think. He had to call in the apothecaries and immediately move on to the next battlefield. Exterminate the false emperor. The clash between the alien race empire and their expansionist campaign collided head-on with the Rangda civilization. From that moment on, the war drums beat and the swords were drawn, 2 civilizations locked in brutal combat. The evil alien race were masters of gene manipulation and gunpowder, of modification and enslavement. Their elites feasted upon the flesh and blood of their underclasses, surrounded by gilded splendor built upon the hollowed minds of countless slaves. Those in power indulged in privileges unchecked, adorned in gold and silver, clothed in ornate patterns, drinking fine wine and gorging on fatty meats. And yet, by their base instincts, the lower castes worshipped these elites, entirely blind to the fact that they were mere playthings in the palms of their masters. This race is obsessed over extravagant ornamentation, hollow achievements, and empty boasts. They are brazen and arrogant, and have no self-awareness. Their origins and development were steeped in the purest forms of violence and waste. Their individuals tore at each other. Their species was locked in endless civil war. How had they survived this long? Even the most ruthless lord of the Rangda could not help but express awe when faced with the Empire's staggering inefficiency, its internal strife, and its merciless exploitation of its own kind. Cowardly yet war-hungry. Treacherous yet self-indulgent. This species was a cancer upon the physical universe. The more they developed and expanded, the more despair the world knew. The so-called Great Crusade, did they even know what they were doing? With every expansion of the false emperor's realm came endless slaughter and chaos. They took resources and left only devastation. More and more lives were swept into their tidal wave. Ever more extreme emotions only serve to thin the veil between the warp and reality. The most laughable part? This species, the most wicked of all, had the gall to call themselves righteous. Laughter erupted. What gave such an irredeemable species the nerve to proclaim their virtue? Was it the ridiculous delusions in their heads? If the lower castes were to be enslaved, better it be by Rangda hands. At least Rangda never executed slaves on a whim. They cherished every resource. Compared to the empire that worshipped brute violence, Rangda had confidence they could triumph. In the field of psychic mastery, they were leagues beyond these fire-gazing, chanting apes. War had begun. Billions of warriors marched into battle. Bullets tore through icy winds. Blades slashed through flesh. Screams and incantations rang out as war machines rumbled forward, leaving shredded meat and broken limbs in their wake. Awith Circumflex knew. Gene-crafted abominations of the alien race joined the fray, those grotesque, flesh-bound monsters who delighted in painting themselves with garish colors, whose very appearance made the Rangda retch. Yet these foolish, misguided creatures, through the absurdity of their deaths, tore open holes in the Rangda defenses, bit by bit. The first two battles were far from glorious. The third volley came with a resolute intent to purge. The false emperor commanded his sons to embark on the campaign, at the cost of a war to the death between two species. The emperor's eldest son led the war effort. Cold-blooded and calculating, not even the screams of kin or the blood of brothers could shake his resolve. The legions of the lion and the wolf advanced relentlessly, tilting the scales of war. In response, the Rangda adopted a do-or-die stance, sacrifice, offerings, and chants to the high heavens echoed across the fields. An entire Rangda legion fell here. In all the histories to come, their names would never return. But the empire was simply too vast. For every piece torn off, more troops surged forward to fill the gaps. Among the Rangda, those with foresight began to see the writing on the wall. To hold their ground was to perish. The lion's blade was already at their throat. They had to retreat. The wisest among them had already discerned the enemy's traits. Just like their absurd colors, each force stubbornly clung to its nature, or perhaps more accurately, its weakness. It was time to search for a new, suitable target. Bit by bit of manipulation, a trace of temptation, carefully placed clues, deliberate words of weakness. As expected, the fanatically loyal eldest son turned his gaze toward the sibling already on the list. The arrogance and sharpness so typical of human elites, they were so used to looking down on their underlings that they could no longer stoop to speak as equals. On the high-pressure battlefield, such attitudes were enough to tear the smallest cracks into great chasms. Rumors became truth. Brothers turned against each other. Even on Rangda's battlefield, these savage monkeys couldn't resist swinging their clubs at their comrades. The goal had been achieved. Exploiting the chaos of alien race infighting, one of Rangda's detachments successfully escaped the battlefield. To avoid drawing attention, the fleet was small, but every warrior aboard was elite among elites. Even with enemy forces in pursuit, Rangda had calculated the timing perfectly and was fully confident in their escape. They would pass through several minor alien systems, then the human forge world rust, and beyond that, the resource-rich hive world, overflowing with abundance. Behind them, the foolish infighting of the human empire. Ahead, a beautiful and vulnerable alien nation. Once they passed through here, the way would be clear. A tiny alien pocket kingdom vanished under the shadow of Rangda's fleet. Before the psychic mind control of the Rangda, these primitives, who hadn't even discovered fire, were utterly insignificant. The path forward was unstoppable. But then, the turning point arrived. The arrogant eldest son was not as brutish as he appeared. He's cunning and cautious, and the enemy had summoned another legion from across the stars. The Death Guard. Another legion wearing one of those ridiculous colors, but at least their undecorated armor made the old jokes circulating among the Rangda a little less applicable. Aboard the flagship, the Rangda lords silently analyzed the battle. Never underestimate the enemy. Arrogance and complacency were the deadliest sins on the battlefield. Even though they had resupplied in the previous systems, the Rangda fleet's ammunition was far from plentiful. Worse still, they had to split off part of the fleet to distract the First Legion hot on their tail. The Rangda's high mobility, powerful individuals, and psychic abilities were useless in fleet engagements. What they needed was melee, close-quarters bloodshed and slaughter. In fact, the ideal Rongda tactic would have been a surprise decapitation strike, using psychic powers to take control of the enemy commander and issue disruptive orders to their forces. But the opposing fleet refused to allow close combat. The Rongda ships exiting the Mandeville Point were ruthlessly torn apart and herded into a predetermined graveyard. There were a few small-scale boarding skirmishes, but the enemy's superior numbers gradually stripped the Rongda fleet's outer layers. And then came an even worse piece of news. The second-largest ship in the Rongda fleet had fallen. It wasn't destroyed by a barrage of firepower, but by a massive boarding and decapitation strike. How could this happen? How could this happen? That ship housed the most gifted psyker in the fleet, second only to the Lord himself. In previous battles, enemies had to deploy entire psychic units in tandem with saturation bombing just to kill one such leader. And before dying, their psychic death wail would plunge an entire region into madness and submission. A warlord's psychic scream at the moment of death could even turn the tide of battle in an instant. It was their final trump card, the symbol of Rongda's dominion over fire. But just now, that ship fell. And nothing happened. Nothing at all? The warp remained eerily calm. But the Lord knew his comrade would never have surrendered without a fight. So what happened? His mind raced with possibilities as he issued orders and prepared the next move. Then, two more pieces of bad news arrived in succession. The pursuing fleet behind them was about to reach Rust. Another Imperial fleet on the far end of Rust was already advancing toward this battlefield. The heavy blow weighed down upon the Rongda Lord's thoughts. There would be no need for personal duels anymore. The enemy intended to drown them in sheer firepower. These crude savages would kill them in the most direct and brutal way possible. They had lost because they brought too few ships on their escape. Compared to this savage empire, it was simply a matter of not having conquered and plundered enough resources. The sacrifice of his comrade, the arrival of twin calamities, even the most elaborate plans were ultimately no match for the brute strength of these barbarians. Perhaps they should initiate a mutually assured destruction boarding strike. The psychic altar on this ship could allow them to accomplish a final, glorious act. Grim determination and despair consumed him so thoroughly that he ignored a report from his subordinates. Someone might have infiltrated the ship. But the data was vague, the warning signal too faint. It could very well be a false alarm. Facing imminent death, the Rongda Lord had no time to consider such minor details. He needed a tactic that would win the entire fleet the battle. Otherwise, all that awaited them was extinction. If they were destined to perish in the end, then the altar aboard the ship could at least ensure their enemies remembered it with unforgettable agony. Hades moved silently through the corridors of the alien flagship. They relied too heavily on psychic powers. They are arrogant. Individually, these aliens are powerful, but at the end of the day, they were still psychers. And as long as they were psychers, Hades was confident he could bring them down. The previous large-scale boarding had gone smoothly. Hades still wasn't sure what had given the enemy such confidence, splitting their fleet deliberately, attempting to bait them with one of the two main ships. Perhaps they had placed too much trust in their psychic domination. Indeed, the Death Guard and Hadehounds had suffered some losses under psychic assault. But having anticipated this, they quickly adapted to counter the Xeno's rhythm. Still, something about the battle felt off to Hades the entire time. Elite enemies were marked out for Hades to deal with. All except for one particularly troublesome Rongda warlord, whom he found somewhat difficult. The rest had their heads taken cleanly by his hand. Then came Mortarian's message. The Reaper who had annihilated the mechanic was finally joining this battle. Simultaneously, word arrived from the Dark Angels. They were about to reach the battlefield and had solemnly promised to take the burden of blood and sacrifice upon themselves. Because this was, after all, the Dark Angels' war. The situation now seemed almost too easy. On the surface, this was a textbook rout. Hades could lie peacefully in the command room aboard Reaper's scythe, waiting for his allies to come pick him up. But, from the ship previously captured by the Death Guard, they had obtained all the data on this sister ship. And the bad news was, this ship housed an altar, the kind that could tear open the barrier between the warp and the physical universe. Tearing a hole between reality and the warp and sucking everything nearby into it. The Empire had such devices too, but they were small, short-lived, and difficult to sustain. Mortarian's vortex grenades were just such a thing. He could crack one open and throw any psyker he didn't like into the warp. In fact, the Primarch had done exactly that on many occasions. Hades didn't understand psychic phenomena. So, he passed all the information he gathered to Yugo, the lantern bearer. Yugo's response: there's a possibility that the Rongda intended to tear open a rust rift that could suck the entire Death Guard fleet into the warp. Though temporary, under Rongda's psychic sorcery, the rift would last long enough to drag the entire fleet through. If the enemy really did intend to die together with them, then this was very bad news. What disturbed Hades even more was this. It seemed the Rongda fleet had partially decoded the Dark Angel's communications. That meant the enemy had already intercepted the message that reinforcements were en route. And in the face of such overwhelming power disparity, the other side might indeed make a mad, desperate move. They were dealing with a bomb about to go off. And only Hades and Yugo knew it. The Dark Angels and Mortarion were probably already thinking about post-battle cleanup. So, Hades glanced at the flawless 3D layout of the enemy ship on his screen and simply decided, guess I'll just board and decapitate the leadership. Sneak in. Kill the enemy commander. According to the intel, the altar's ritual required the Lord to sacrifice themselves to activate it. Black Domain, Psychers, the flagship's map, and even if it failed, reinforcements would arrive any moment. Maybe it was time to just charge in. Hades suddenly realized that in this universe, no matter how the battle progressed, no matter how absurd things got, it always came down to melee combat between individuals. Was it because ship bombardments and machine clashes couldn't convey ideology and meaning? Whatever. Classic Warhammer. So Hades cheerfully chose to stealth jump. A wraith gliding silently through the darkness. According to the plan, 20 minutes after Hades infiltrated the enemy ship, the Death Guard would launch another boarding party. It's either to clean up the scraps or to carry Hades' broken body back home. In the unnoticed corners of the ship, strange noises began to echo. But the surrounding Rongda didn't seem to notice. Some were already dead. Some simply lived on in ignorance. Hades might have been a Death Guard, not a Night Lord or a Raven Guard, but he'd still trained in the basics of stealth. With the aid of the Black Domain, Hades could even brag a bit about how his stealth was passable. By retracting his Black Domain, he could erase his presence as long as no one was looking. But if someone started focusing on him, then the Black Domain would do the opposite. It would amplify his presence in their minds. Against enemies who relied heavily on psychic senses, the effect was even more exaggerated. In short, if you didn't notice Hades, he might as well not exist. But the moment you did, he became like a massive black fly buzzing right in front of your face. Death came swiftly. Compared to the Psychers of Drune, the Rongda had much finer control of their power, which forced Hades to tighten his Black Domain to guarantee instant kills while harvesting their souls. Since his footsteps were too heavy, Hades had to neutralize every Rongda he encountered along the way to avoid detection. Eventually, he successfully reached the command room. At this moment, the Death Guard began their second boarding wave. Hades crouched silently in a shadowy corner just outside the command chamber, then unleashed the Black Domain. He didn't even need to enter. The Black Domain alone should have been enough to bring down the enemy. Maybe not kill the Lord outright, but it should at least knock him unconscious. But the command room was empty. Hades instantly leapt up, expanding the Black Domain to its maximum. There. He spotted the Rongda Lord at the far end of the corridor. Too far. The Black Domain couldn't reach him at that distance. Hades gritted his teeth, raised his weapon, and fired a shot, then charged forward. Stealth was blown. No more games, time to assassinate the target head-on. What surprised him was, the Rongda Lord didn't fight back. This massive creature turned and ran away right in front of Hades. Oh? What? Running? You really think you can just run away now? According to the map, there were no traps near the command chamber. It should be safe to attempt a limited pursuit. He chased. It fled. Wherever the Black Domain passed, nothing was left alive. In nearby chambers, Rongda corpses lay strewn across the floor. The loss of control started slowly. The sensors in Zone 3 just cut out for 3 milliseconds. It's probably just a false alarm. At a time like this, they still want us to check the psionic circuits. Two Rangdos walked through the corridor, their footsteps echoing in the dim space. The faint light reflected off the floor like congealed fat, cold and greasy. Decisions are made by the higher-ups. What we can do is take responsibility for our part. We can't afford to be careless. A soft thud interrupted the voice, but the second soldier hadn't noticed yet. Fine, fine. Take responsibility. Take responsibility. Aren't you just the same as me, slacking? Sensing something was wrong, the one walking in front turned back. The comrade who had just been lecturing him now lay silently on the floor, completely still. Huh? Tayu. Hey, what happened to you? Hey, wake up. Wake up. Panicked, he rushed over to check his partner, activating the alert channel, but the once busy comms were now dead silent. The communication was down. Hands trembling, he drew his blade. While staying alert, he tried to shake his comrade awake, but then realized something else. Using psionics, he probed his friend. There was nothing. The soul was gone. All that remained was a stillworm corpse. It was the first time the Rangda truly understood that terror didn't come only from bullets and gunpowder. True fear came from the unknown. A chilling stillness surrounded him. Kneeling in the center of the endless corridor, his fallen companion beside him, he became acutely aware of how terrifyingly quiet it had become. The light overhead shone silently down. Time and space seemed to stretch, trapping him and the corpse like two actors in the center of a stage, watched by some unseen audience reveling in his fear and disgrace. The pale light was dry and blinding. His soul shuddered. His brain throbbed in pain. At the far end of the corridor, something appeared, something that defied observation, cloaked in darkness. Summoning all his courage, the Rangda pointed his blade toward the indescribable presence and shouted, "Hey, you!" Thud. Another soft noise. Something dropped. The corridor fell silent once more. At the rear of the ship, a warning sensor flickered twice before returning to normal. The lights failed for several seconds, and a few soldiers lost contact with command. A common malfunction. Nothing noteworthy, certainly not in the face of an enemy fleet. The clock's pendulum sped up. The army was closing in. The oppressive sense of impending doom tightened its grip, while the Lord repeatedly recalculated the fleet's trajectory, desperately trying to lead his people out of the trap. But it was clear now the enemy fleet's commander was no fool. What once seemed like idle maneuvering had in fact sealed off every possible route of retreat. There was only one option left. Everyone would have to bleed. Despair slowly gave way to madness. A vicious light gleamed in the Lord's eyes. If the only ending was destruction, then he would drag all existence down into hell with him. Rangda blood held savagery beneath its surface. When facing a tyrant, all they could do was become even more brutal. If they were to perish, they would make the enemy pay. Calming his circulatory system, the Lord steadied himself. The decision was made. It was time for a final farewell, time to tell his warriors the truth. He cast aside physical senses, diving deep into the sea of consciousness. In the darkness, a beautiful blue-violet ocean appeared before him. Waves rolled across it. Flame-like sparks shimmered across the seafloor like strands of seaweed. The waves of soul and the warp gently cradled him, restoring clarity to his mind. How beautiful the sea of consciousness was! It was the soul that lit this dark ocean, giving it life and energy, singing a magnificent psionic symphony. Flickering flames, those were his people, his warriors, pure and... Wait. At the edge of vision, on the border between sea and darkness, something stirred. A shadow flashed by. At first, the Lord thought he had imagined it. But the moment he saw it, that presence suddenly became colossal. It was watching him. It was only then that the Lord realized the entire sea of consciousness was flowing abnormally. Unlike the usual chaotic currents, the waves were clearly converging toward a single point. A shapeless black creature clung to the very bottom of the sea. Fragments of golden light were nailed into its flesh, nearly piercing through it, forcibly restricting the creature's movement. But the monster seemed completely unaware of pain. It writhed wantonly. Even when chained down, it advanced with a grotesque, unfeeling motion. It was a creature of ignorance and primal savagery, driven by nothing but instinct. From time to time, it twisted and swelled, then shrank again, like a predator licking and devouring all life at the sea's floor. Any flame it touched was instantly snuffed out. The music of souls abruptly ceased, as if it had never existed at all. This hideous being was devastating the seabed's entire ecosystem. Its writhing, its distortion, its monstrous bulk, this was not a form the warp should ever have produced. It was a violation of all natural laws. What is that? The Rongda Lord swore it had never seen anything so profane, so vile. It couldn't comprehend it. Couldn't even truly perceive it. The black, fleshy abomination squatted on the ocean floor like a tumor. A grotesque sphere of flesh that inflated and deflated with every breath, its body still bound by what seemed like shattered seals. The Lord's soul instinctively screamed in alarm, a primal terror, like prey sensing a predator. Trembling, the Lord realized that if not for those golden nails, the monster would have already consumed everything. What kind of selfless entity had managed to bind this creature? And what kind of disaster had allowed it to break free? Even worse, it was swimming now. Fast. And it was headed directly for the Lord. Wherever the monster passed, his warriors vanished like candle flames in a hurricane, extinguished in an instant. It wasn't a battle. It was a massacre. Suddenly, the Lord understood what had happened to the other Lord who had fallen silent and disappeared. He had been devoured. Don't come any closer. The soul-wrenching truth struck him like a hammer. Overwhelming terror and shock convulsed his being. His organs seized violently. His unstable mind snapped back into physical reality, yanked from the sea of consciousness. He staggered to his feet. The floor undulated beneath him like waves. The Lord collapsed onto the command console, hands flailing madly across controls. A servant rushed to support him, but he shoved them aside in panic. Eyes locked on the screen. No, something was there. A clear and precise route began to emerge. The surveillance feeds had all briefly flickered at the same time. With shaking hands, he zoomed in frame by frame. In one corner, part of a corpse was visible, limbs motionless. Dead. Without a sound. Already dead. No, not just dead. Their souls had been sucked out, devoured into that creature's body. A body nourished by the dead. The Lord trembled as he searched, praying desperately. Finally, buried in the playback from a now-defunct security feed, he saw it, a massive figure crawling forward. It was still hidden in shadow, but one of its tendrils had emerged into the light. The buzzing in his soul grew louder. He could feel the drop in pressure, the calm before the storm. Something was slithering this way. Indescribable. Incomprehensible. The Lord barked orders at his servants to scatter, shoving past them, staggering in his own attempt to escape. No, nothing would work. Using psionics would only make the creature euphoric. He could hear it now, the distant sound of flesh squirming and multiplying. The monster was coming. And it was coming for his soul. No. What would happen if a soul was devoured by something like that? Would it suffer eternal torment in a bottomless blackness? The Lord fled the command room, stumbling and staggering. Run. Get away. As far as possible. Even if he died under the alien race's artillery fire, his soul must not fall into that monster's hands. He had to escape. Escape as far as possible. He couldn't let that thing touch even a fragment of his soul. He's here. He's here. He could feel it, something was slithering along the floor. He ran as if his life depended on it. He had found him. He was right behind him. A wave of intense disgust and dread overwhelmed him. He couldn't even bring himself to look back. What if he turned around and saw the creature's true form, would he be cursed forever? Heavy, rhythmic thuds struck the floor behind him, slamming directly into his auditory organs like hammers. Run. Run. He could hear the slicing wind from his tendrils. He could hear the screams of souls. The cunning predator, once exposed, had completely revealed its true form. He watched his people extinguished one by one, like candles in a storm. Darkness pursued him. Light faded behind him. In his psionic vision, everything behind was swallowed in black, no light, no thought remained. He couldn't even mount a defense, just being close was enough to be devoured. To be lost, utterly and completely. He even began to long for the alien race boarding troops, at least they might be able to stall this thing. Or maybe his soul could vanish before he got caught. Despair was piling up inside the chamber, squeezing him from all sides. Space itself felt warped, everything whipping past in a blur. The only good news, it seemed the thing couldn't catch up. Not yet. A fork in the passage was coming. If he could just make it past there, on the other side was the altar. He would sacrifice his soul to the high heavens if he had to. He couldn't endure this any longer. At least he knew what to expect from the altar. The light at the corridor's end was like a beacon in the void. The monster behind seemed to fear this light. Its pursuit grew disordered. It was close. So close. Joy erupted in his heart. He lunged toward the fork with everything he had. The wind howled past his ears. From within the light, a massive scythe burst forth. The blade gleamed, cold and razor-sharp. Time seemed to freeze. In the blinding white light, there was only the beast fleeing forward and the Reaper's scythe lying in wait. With crushing force, the blade hooked his charging body, slamming him brutally back into the darkness. Bang! He lay on its back, staring up into the piercing overhead light. An alien race face loomed above, completely shrouded beneath a dark hood. Harsh, ragged breaths hissed through a breathing mask. A charged weapon was pressed to his head, yet no shot was fired. Ha ha ha, he's done for now. Let this alien be bait, to slow that monster down. The Lord grinned viciously and tried to rise, only for the scythe's handle to smash down on its face, shattering bone. Then came a slow, rasping voice. Hades, move faster. Huh? Huh? He ran really fast. I've been chasing him half the ship. The alien voice echoed through the corridor. Huh? The Lord, pinned under the figure, looked up at the upside-down world. And from the darkness emerged a human, panting heavily. That's not a good reason to chase someone across half the ship. Wah! A human. That thing was a human. The Lord instinctively surged its psionic power, preparing for a desperate blast. But neither of the two even looked at him. The jet-black scythe fell. The Rangda head and soul hit the floor together. Hades scratched his head. Who knew why this Lord just turned and ran the moment he saw him? He hadn't even attacked yet. In all his battles, Hades had never seen anyone run immediately. The guy didn't even look that strong. By the way, Mortarion, how'd you board the ship so fast? Hades, Mortarion rolled his eyes. Look at the corpses littering half this ship. Then look at the other half, filled with Rangdos driven insane by the corpses. He pulled up the ship's surveillance feed. The Death Guard's master of the forge had already cracked the enemy systems. On screen, countless Rangdos trembled in fear, curling up or fleeing in madness. The Lord's final scream before death had infected them all. When they realized that more than half their army had died in total silence, the rest simply couldn't withstand the absurd, horrifying truth. Next time we fight Psyker species, Mortarion thought, we should just throw Hades at them. How did you even do it, Hades? How did you scare the Rangdos into madness? Or, was this species just inherently that fragile? I didn't really do anything though. Hades furrowed his brow in confusion. He had just carried out a normal infiltration, then used the Black Domain to finish off the targets. Sure, in a few places the terrain forced him into some undignified crawling. Maybe the moment they realized that too many of them died too quickly, their morale check failed? Even Hades didn't know for sure. He could understand people dying. But going insane? That he couldn't quite figure out. Still, regardless of the cause, the outcome was ideal. Thanks to this unexpected turn of events, the Rangdos on the flagship were wiped out, reduced to souls beneath the sides of the Death Guard. So when the Dark Angels finally arrived at Rust, panting and battle-ready after traveling an immense distance, all they found were Death Guard troops already cleaning up the battlefield. Over the comms, the Death Guard commander greeted them with a smile. In response to the Dark Angel's skepticism, he laughed awkwardly and said, we got lucky this time. Barely had to fight. The Dark Angels exchanged puzzled glances and a few visible question marks. They were the ones assigned to pursue and destroy this Xeno fleet. They knew how terrifying these enemies were. Yet that Death Guard smile radiated a kind of cluelessness, like someone who'd stumbled into victory by accident. Even their most seasoned interrogator couldn't find any cracks in the man's words or expression. He seemed, genuinely, like an ignorant fool blessed by pure chance. But even the act of firing ship weapons would take time. Not to mention the Rangda's signature psionic self-detonations upon death. There was no way this was just good luck. Something didn't add up. The Dark Angels silently turned to one another, suspicion in their eyes. In truth, the 30K era Dark Angels were not as mysterious and terrifying, nor as deranged as the rumors made them out to be. Or at least, he hoped that was the case. At the very least, as long as things weren't too overt on the surface, these lions wouldn't go around actively digging into the secrets of other legions like Alpha Legion would, at least, not without some prior hinting from the Emperor. So, just a bit of surface-level work would be enough. There's no need to panic. First, Hades repeatedly instructed those oily tech priests not to blurt things out recklessly. Then he dispatched the Hadehound units to Rust's capital planet to assist the Mechanicum with cleanup, since he had a vague sense that something was off with the Hadehounds lately. But now wasn't the time to deal with that. First, they needed to fool the Dark Angels. The Death Guard didn't need to be told anything. They'd hide their green glowing weapons on their own. In fact, the Death Guard didn't have all that many secrets. It's just, they knew a bit about the future. Had access to some Necron technology. Fielded anti-psyker units. Partnered with a certain group of peculiar oily tech priests. Yeah. Hades sat in his chair, burying his head in his crossed arms, nearly buried by the pile of precariously teetering documents on his desk. The command screen before him glowed faintly blue. Not much. Not much. Really, not that much. Not that much, my ass. Just knowing about the heresy and the fall was a massive deal. Never mind that what they called Necron technology was really just unsanctioned Xenos research. Add to that the madcap Mechanicum partners of the Death Guard. And worst of all, there were even whispers of proselytizing starting to happen within the ranks. Any one of these alone was enough to see the Death Guard burned at the stake. Hades turned his head to glance at the massive side-wielding Primarch, who was currently reviewing battle reports. Mordorion was clearly puzzled by the contents of one particular report, squinting suspiciously at the pile of garbage his subordinates had submitted. Looks like someone's in for it. Hades covered his face. How had it come to this? What exactly went wrong? All he ever wanted was to shake off the threat of Nurgle. Developing Necron tech, creating anti-psyker units, those were good things. But somehow, Commander Hades, the Dark Angels have arrived. Garo's voice came through the comms, and Hades immediately straightened in his seat. Ahem, Garo, just greet them normally. Yes, Hades had sent Garo to receive the Dark Angels. He and Mordorion remained aboard the Endurance, drafting the battle report summary. Why? Well, because he didn't want to deal with them. No, really, it was because the one leading this detachment of Dark Angels was Marir Astalin. So, Hades decisively sent Garo. Because Astalin was a Terran-born as well. More than that, he was one of the original 5,000 Astartes, among the first to follow the Emperor, even participating in the purging of the Thunder Warriors. He was personally blessed with an anti-chaos aura by the Emperor himself. Nigeria Nairo Thailand Bod Epsilon. And yet, this walking bundle of buffs eventually betrayed the lion, becoming a fallen angel with a truly awful reputation. Though from what could be pieced together from the tangled web of the First Legion's internal politics, the man seemed to be an extreme egoist, but possibly not a real traitor to the Imperium. Truth and lies, layered and blurred further by the existence of the Inner Circle. The only thing Hades was certain of was that Astalin absolutely hated the lion, and was currently being marginalized by him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here on such a minor front. Also, the man was incredibly shrewd. After Astalin fell and was captured, the giants in the rock had chained him up and interrogated him for 15 years, demanding repentance. Not only did he refuse to repent, he even reverse brainwashed the chaplain interrogating him. Now that's talent. That's a man of skill. So, Hades decided to send Garo to test the waters first. It's better for him to not show up himself. If he couldn't bluff his way through, things could get ugly. But Garo would be fine. He was especially good at engaging people with a blank, expressionless face. As long as he didn't show any expression, he wouldn't reveal any flaws. In fact, Hades had a very reasonable suspicion that Garo might be facially paralyzed. Not just him, other Death Guard warriors also showed similar tendencies, silent, withdrawn, emotionally unreadable. Hades glanced thoughtfully again toward Mordorion. Mordorion always wore a mask. Who knew if he wasn't also facially paralyzed? Welcome, brothers of the First Legion. A handshake between two stark contrasts, the pale, bone white of the Death Guard, and the deep, shadowy black of the Dark Angels. The grip was firm, cold, and utterly devoid of emotion. Death Guard, Garo. Dark Angels, Astalin. Garo silently observed the Dark Angel. His power armor had clearly been meticulously maintained, yet signs of age remained, minute scuffs, shallow dents, faint etchings left by time. Garo's own armor wasn't exactly pristine either. In fact, none of the Death Guard's armor was ever particularly clean. Their Primarch never cared much about appearances, and those Death Guard who were influential enough to shape the Legion's ethos didn't care either, so naturally, maintenance wasn't a high priority for the rank and file. Other legions might have trouble understanding such neglect, but just as the Death Guard didn't care for their armor's looks, they also didn't care how others looked at them. Just like now, Garo could detect something unusual in Astalin's silent gaze. More like mutual recognition? Garo knew Astalin. That was why he stood here, not Hades. The moment they found out Astalin was aboard the opposing fleet, Hades had decisively appointed Garo to handle things. Garo still remembered how Hades froze for a rare moment upon hearing that name. Sometimes, Garo really wondered, how could a recruit who had joined the Legion less than 100 years ago be more familiar with these kinds of matters than he was? Even if one tried to explain it away with he spent time on Mars, Garo had never seen any other master of the Forge quite like Hades. Those types usually got along better with gears than with people. But then Hades had come bounding over, howling with excitement, cutting off Garo's train of thought. Garo, I'm counting on you. Play the diplomatic long game. Our little secrets depend on you. Hades gripped Garo's hand with a bizarrely intense look on his face, spouting nonsense as usual. Garo silently stared at him, already accustomed to the commander's intermittent eccentricities. At least it meant Hades had some confidence in how this meeting would go. Since you came from the same place, I'm sure you can take care of him. Yes, Astalin was also Terran-born, just like Garo. More than that, Astalin was one of the very first Astartes, a veteran who had followed the Emperor since the earliest days, and one who knew the most. But it seemed that, despite his loyalty to the Emperor, such dedication hadn't earned him glory within the First Legion. His carefully maintained armor, dented and scarred, it meant something. Garo understood all too well. Their Legion didn't really care about them. Resupply was rarely timely. Garo stood in silence. That truth was once one of many possible futures for him as well. Though the work of reviewing documents nowadays wasn't exactly thrilling, at least the Primarch and Commander still trusted him enough to throw classified files onto his desk. I recognize you, brother from Terra. Astalin finally spoke, slowly. Yes, Garo nodded. For the Emperor. The two said in unison, then shared a faint, knowing smile. I'm glad to meet you. At least we can speak of past glories. Astalin smiled again. Garo wasn't sure whether it was genuine or a calculated probe. He hesitated, then spoke slowly. Glory walked with the Great Crusade, ever present. But Garo's earlier silence had already made his position clear to Astalin. They both perhaps harbored some grievances about their respective primarchs. No, while Garo did think Mordorion should really process more paperwork, the Primarch could still be considered competent. His care for the Legion was something tangible, even if he didn't always do things perfectly. That's why Mordorion needed the rest of the Death Guard to help him improve. In that regard, Garo didn't hold any real dissatisfaction toward him. But he still had to appear that way, thankfully. This mission's review officer was Hades, so Garo had no further concerns. A commander as unconventional as Hades could absolutely read the atmosphere without needing anything spelled out. Astalin nodded slightly, continuing to press deeper into the topic. We arrived in pursuit of the Xenos, fully aware of their danger and cunning. Brother Garo, allow me to ask, how much blood and sacrifice has your Legion shed for this cause? Garo fell silent. Only after a long pause did he finally speak, slowly, with difficulty. A great deal. Far more than I had imagined. In terms of ammunition alone, they were practically bled dry. Astalin blinked, and without a moment's hesitation, solemnly bowed to Garo. The Dark Angels should have been here, to share in your pain. But we arrived too late. No, brother. It was your pursuit that drove the Rongda fleet into our carefully laid traps. Without your support, this campaign would not have ended so swiftly. Meanwhile, Hades was listening in on their increasingly polite back and forth, full of mutual praise and self-deprecation. Keep it going. Keep acting. In reality, according to the surveillance Hades had placed within the Death Guard fleet and on the third mining moon, the Dark Angels had already conducted a rough scan of the Death Guard's forces during this whole conversation between Astalin and Garo. Otherwise, why would Hades still be sitting here? If he were truly on break, wouldn't it be better to launch a surprise boarding operation or something? Of course, the Dark Angels didn't discover anything. After all, unlike warp sorcery, the Black Domain didn't leave behind strange sigils or markings after use. It was on demand and clean. The Rongda flagship had already been flooded with toxins by the Death Guard. The corpses inside, unmarked by external wounds, were now quietly rotting in the gas. Even if someone came to investigate, there'd be no way to tell how they died. The wild, ranting tech priests on Rust had also shut up. And while they usually acted unhinged, when it came down to it, their performance was second to none. When they run a cursory check, the Dark Angels naturally find nothing. Sure, if they dug deep enough, they'd eventually uncover some irregularities, but they had no reason, and no motive, to investigate that thoroughly. Hades continued monitoring the dialogue between Garo and Astalin while reading the incoming data on his command screen. It was clear that these Dark Angels, exiled to this backwater war zone, harbored considerable resentment toward the Lion. As for their suspicion, my brother, he's still too sensitive. Mordorion had finally finished processing the towering stack of reports. The Primarch walked over and glanced at the screen in front of Hades. Perhaps the Rongda have put their nerves on edge. They're indeed difficult to deal with. Hades replied casually, still listening to Garo and Astalin reminiscing over the conquest of the Sol system. Difficult to deal with? Mordorion gave a brief mental review of the Death Guard's campaign against the Rongda. No matter how he looked at it, it really couldn't be described as difficult. But then again, without Hades. Mordorion thought it over. An enemy capable of psychic manipulation was troublesome. This campaign had indeed seen some mortals fall under enemy control, causing pockets of chaos. Still, it hadn't risen to the level of truly troublesome. Which could only mean one thing. That Lionel Johnson was just. Hades, mid-sip, nearly spit out his drink on the spot. Mordorion shifted his gaze back over. What are you doing? Cough, cough, nothing. Hades waved his hand dismissively. He had been listening closely to Garo and Astalin's conversation. In truth, Hades had underestimated Garo's interpersonal skills. Apparently having received some kind of heads-up from the Dark Angels, Astalin had begun subtly expressing that they didn't want to get involved in the Death Guard's campaign any further. The guy was going on and on boasting about how many troops and ships they'd brought, but to Hades, it all just sounded like a pitiful monologue, laced with a passive-aggressive jab or two at the Lion. Naturally, Garo picked up on it too, and with a calm demeanor, he assured Astalin that the honors of the campaign would be shared with them. Obviously, that line came at Hades' suggestion. After all, they didn't care about such things anyway. Maybe Mordorion used to care once. But now, after dealing with several of his brothers, Mordorion had come to realize that sharing glory with them might actually be a form of disgrace. The other side caught on to Garo's subtext as well. The two of them continued their duet like seasoned performers, one line here, one line there, until the terms were quietly settled. The Dark Angels would receive credit for the battle. The Death Guard would resupply their fleet with ammunition for the journey back. And, due to their heavy casualties, the Dark Angels would not participate in the cleanup operation. Hades tapped the table thoughtfully. These Dark Angels really did sound like they were trying to get something for nothing, though to be fair, they hadn't demanded anything particularly significant. If it weren't for the fact that he and the Death Guard didn't want to draw too much attention. Still, Hades couldn't help but admire them a bit. Real talent, he thought. Their ability to slip away cleanly, their artful feigned ignorance, truly worthy of the First Legion. Their acting skills were top tier. From Astalin's point of view, being exiled to some remote battleground had already caused him to breed resentment toward the Lion. Then, upon encountering the Death Guard, clearly harboring their own little secrets, the Dark Angels had conducted a basic scan, assessed Garo's stance, and immediately decided to back off, take a few perks, and get out while they could. After all, every legion had its secrets, more or less. Except for those lunatics in the Alpha Legion, unless the Emperor gave a direct order, the motto was, see nothing, say nothing. Still, Hades couldn't help but wonder, What would Astalin report when he returned to the First Legion? He was already preparing for the possibility that the First Legion might become wary of them after this. As Hades was thinking, Mordorion suddenly reached over, apparently dissatisfied with Hades' vague response, and tried to switch the comms to external speaker. Whoa, no, no, no. Hades couldn't just let Garo get sold out like that. Hey now, I was listening to that. Mordorion paused. What are they saying, Hades? Hades took a deep breath. They were complaining about their superior officer. Lionel Johnson? Hades stared wordlessly at Mordorion. Called it. This guy had zero self-awareness, or rather, it never even occurred to him that he might be the target of criticism. Mortarion's tone held a trace of schadenfreude. I knew it. Hades tried to maintain his composure, nodding solemnly. Exactly. So, I don't think it's appropriate for you to listen in on these soldier grumblings. After all, the Primarch of the First Legion is your brother. Ah, right. He is. Mordorion casually withdrew his hand. Even though he really did want to hear exactly how they were complaining, as Hades reminded him, he was still his brother, after all. And as his brother, even if he really wanted to quote those complaints to the Lion later, he had to at least pretend to save face for Lionel Johnson. After the Dark Angel's fleet arrived in this star system, the Hatehound unit was redeployed to the main planet of Rust to avoid suspicion, especially since the war was nearing its end. There, they assisted the Mechanicus in restoring production. Though the Hatehound were the most inconspicuous auxiliary force, mere mortals with supporting roles on the battlefield, they were still granted access to the overall progress of the war. And this war was almost over. The Gallus Barons, who had just experienced the first war of their lives, seemed to collectively breathe a sigh of relief. Even though the missions assigned to the Hatehound were still completed on schedule, or even ahead of schedule, people started to seek out entertainment again. Rather than the crude dueling pits of before, the Hatehounds were now far more interested in those strange, untraceable, and increasingly embellished stories. Having lived through 2 wars, they had plenty to reflect on and plenty to share. Among the many clearly dubious rumors, one stood out and captured the curiosity of these mortals more than any other. Hades, the Lord of the Underworld. During breaks from construction work, dusty workers would sit around clutching cups of nutrient gruel, chatting as they rested. Whenever the atmosphere reached its peak, someone would suddenly lower their voice and speak in a hushed, mysterious tone. Hey, you ever heard of that one? The Lord of the Underworld. If he was lucky and none of the others had heard of it, he could puff up with pride and proceed to dramatically embellish the tale. If he was unlucky and someone else knew the rumor, then the two would end up fighting to outdo each other in retelling it. They say, just saying, mind you, that among the Death Guard, there exists a very special figure. You know, the one we all met, that officer who taught us how to drive the tank. He raised a hand and gestured vaguely, with a look of significance. Just to be clear, I believe in the Imperial truth. Every Hatehound does. This is just a rumor, all right. Oh, shut up and just tell us already. Ahem. The man cleared his throat dramatically and lowered his voice even more. Actually, that officer is a god. Who? A wave of scoffing swept through the group. No one believed a word of it. A god? That was just too ridiculous. Sure, some ignorant people might call the Astartes angels, but any Hatehound unit who went through Death Guard training knew better. Space Marines were still human. You might as well claim the Primarch himself is a god. I'd at least be more inclined to believe that. What kind of awful storyteller are you? The man didn't seem bothered by the pushback. Instead, he calmly continued, putting on a knowing tone. I've got proof. You can test it for yourselves right now. Listen up, if you clear your mind completely, have absolute reverence in your heart, and silently praise Hades, you'll get a real response. And I mean it, you have to really use your mind and your soul. And you have to think about that officer. After finishing, he folded his arms smugly, waiting for everyone to try it out. When he'd first tested it himself, even he had been terrified, the sensation of helplessness, like it was seeping into his very bones, and the overwhelming pressure. Compared to the confident storyteller, the others were more hesitant. Is that for real? They muttered. But with nothing else to do, many of them, driven by curiosity and doubt, began to try praying to Hades. Idleness, it was always the first reason humanity turned to foolish rumors. Less than a minute passed before someone suddenly cried out. Eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement, they looked around in confusion. After confirming nothing strange had happened nearby, their expression shifted into one of bewilderment. "See? I told you. It's real." The man, looking very pleased with himself, explained that this rumor could be tested and verified on the spot, and that was why it had spread so far and become the easiest to share. Wait, but if that guy really is a god, why did I feel disgust when I tried it? Shouldn't I have felt, I don't know, happier or healthier or something? No, that man is actually... You don't know the whole story. The man interrupted, clearly enjoying holding the others in suspense. I once met someone who truly believed in him, a woman from Squad 037. She said that feeling of powerlessness? It could dispel Xeno's psychic control. And get this, she said that man's name, Hades, corresponds to a divine title in ancient High Gothic. Hades, ruler of death and the realm of the dead. So of course if us living folk pray to him, it's gonna feel like dying. Seeing the crowd now staring at him with curious eyes, the man launched into an even wilder flurry of nonsense, half made up, half cobbled together from hearsay, all of it poured out with enthusiasm. Because it could be tested in real time, the rumor of Hades spread rapidly among the Hadestown's. Most treated it as idle gossip, something to pass the time. They heard it, shrugged, and tossed it into the back corners of their minds. But the Hadestown's were legion. And a few of them, those who had fought the Rangda and, by some twist of fate, broken free from the Rangda's psychic control, did not treat the rumor so lightly. Some of these soldiers began to gather informally, sharing personal accounts, piecing together their experiences, and building their own theories and hypotheses until the watchful eye of a certain Magos fell upon them. Squad 037's rest camp. The crude cloth tents thrown up on the minefield wastes were so dim inside they might as well have been night. The overly dry air washed away the stench of sweat that hung over the place. It was free time now. Most people had gone out to shoot the breeze or train on their own. Nobody wanted to stay in the tents steeped in the stink of unwashed bodies. That suited her just fine. It gave her a rare moment of peace. Sitting on her collapsible cot, she was sorting through everything she'd learned so far. All her current theories were built atop one solid axiom. When you invoke the name of Hades, your mind will receive a response. Beyond that, she had precious little to go on. She'd tried borrowing some books from the Death Guard's archives, what little access was allowed to the Hadestown's, but the sheer poverty of her High Gothic vocabulary made the effort nearly futile. One thing she was sure of, the Death Guard had concepts of the Lord of the Underworld and the God of Death, and the prevalent death worship culture in the Legion gave her the confidence that her hypothesis wasn't entirely unfounded. She tried to dig deeper into her memories, searching for more clues. That man had shown up during their tank training exercises, she was certain of that. But all she could clearly recall now was his towering figure, far more imposing than anyone else. Everything else was a blur. The light by the flap of the tent shifted slightly. "Greetings. Do you have at least 3.5 standard Terran hours available at this moment?" A flash of crimson suddenly filled her vision, and she nearly stabbed it with her knife in reflex. Actually, she did try to stab it, but the Muggos easily caught her hand with a mechanical limb and held her there without effort. "Allow me a brief introduction, Corclan, a Muggos working with the Death Guard." She blinked in disbelief. Normally, the tech priests of Mars treated baseline humans with little more than mechanical coldness, but Muggos Corclan was shockingly polite and patient. Cautiously, she replied. "Squad 037, Gallus-Baron native. Margot." "Well met, Margot. I'll be direct. I need your thoughts regarding the Lord of the Underworld." "Huh?" The Muggos' bluntness left Margot momentarily stunned. She wasn't sure if he was joking or if she had simply misheard. "Sir? That's just my personal guess, and besides, isn't the Imperium?" "No." The Muggos cut her off cleanly. The chains on his shoulder clicked as he leaned in, pressing his face close to hers, clearly trying to force her to lock eyes with his mechanical gaze. Those metal eyes, cold, lifeless, were glowing with a strange, eerie red light from deep within. Margot felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end, but the tech priest's mechanical arm still gripped her tightly, preventing her from backing away. "I have seen demons." The Muggos' flat, emotionless electronic voice rang out. If demons exist in this universe, then so too must angels and gods. That man, he knows of the demons. He's familiar with them. He slays them. Margot turned her head uncomfortably, trying to twist her torso away as much as she could, anything to get some distance from the Muggos. But, sir, brave warriors can slay demons too. Muggos Corclan suddenly released her arm. No, I misspoke. The correct description is, he annihilated them in an instant. He understands the operational laws of the silent mechanisms. He repairs. He uses. He knows the rules. He is the rules. He is a god. After observing him at close range, I am certain of my hypothesis. He matches my narrow, technical definition of divinity, be it his power to resist the warp, or the intelligence that lies behind his manifestation. When he chose me as the first observer, I accepted this truth and repented for my previous ignorance. And so, I began devoting myself more fully to the path he revealed. Corclan's mechanical eyes glowed with that eerie red light again, and his neck twisted at an unnatural angle as though to force Margot to stare directly at his face. Now, tell me, mortal, why did you discover the Lord of the Underworld too? The pressure coming from the Muggos felt almost tangible, like a wall crushing down on her. Margot could barely breathe, but she also felt a flicker of anger rising at the tech priest's overbearing presence. Tightly pressing her lips together, she forced out a few words. Because I prayed to him. And he answered me. The pressure vanished instantly, leaving only the faint scent of machine oil in the air. That's it. The Muggos stood there, almost dazed. For me, that was enough, she replied coldly, yanking her hand back. A deep red mark had been left on her arm. Muggos Corclan stood silently, deep in thought. Why had his prayers never received a response? Was it a lack of sincerity? No. He needed more data. Then he spoke again. Margot, tell me the exact words of your prayer. For Hades. That's it. That's all. That's all. But you have to mean it. The Muggos fell silent. And Margot knew he was trying it for himself. The reaction was instantaneous. Corclan jolted like a system short-circuiting, shaking as if he'd been struck by lightning. Yes, this is it. This feeling, it's him. He lunged forward and grabbed Margot's hands, shaking them vigorously. You've found the path to him. Why hadn't the Mechanicus prayers worked before? Corclan seemed to realize something at that moment. Their invocations had not addressed Hades directly. They prayed to the Omnisia, or the machine god, not to Hades. Even amidst the euphoria, Corclan's mind was already working through the implications of this truth. He would not share this revelation with the other tech priests. Not yet. Half an hour later, Corclan and Margot sat side by side on her cot. The Muggos was showing her every video clip he had collected about Hades, quotes, footage, even theological arguments for why Hades was a god. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, whenever he was dealing with the Dark Angels, Hades always felt off. There was a subtle feeling, like fine threads brushing against his skin in the dark, weightless, fleeting, impossible to hold on to. It was strange. He couldn't focus on it. Whenever he tried to concentrate, the feeling would vanish completely. Only when he wasn't paying attention could he sense that something was wrong. What exactly is going on? Hades pondered the sensation, but unable to come up with any rational explanation, he eventually gave up. He checked every place he usually stayed, even called the Undertaker to inspect for warp signatures. Nothing was found. Hades could only resign himself to thinking. Maybe he'd been cursed. Maybe someone was stabbing a little effigy of him somewhere. But after cautiously observing the situation for a while, Hades realized that aside from that constant eerie sensation crawling in his chest, there weren't any other signs of misfortune. So, for now, he shelved the matter. That said, sometimes, in the middle of reviewing documents, he'd suddenly feel like someone was calling his name. He'd snap his head up, only to find the room completely empty. That kind of feeling. If Hades weren't the type of guy who could punch demons into mist with a single swing, he might actually have been afraid. This strange, inexplicable feeling went on for some time, until a certain report landed on his desk. Hades glanced at the cover. It was a status report from the Grave Wardens, detailing the ideological state of the Hadesound Auxilia. Stamped at the top was a big red mark indicating that this report was to be reviewed and approved by Hades personally. He silently flipped to the first page. The Hadestown units participating in reconstruction are, overall, showing a good psychological recovery. Troops have begun organizing entertainment activities on their own, which has eased some of the post-war anxiety. However, certain rumors have begun spreading under the guise of entertainment. Further down. In response, the Grave Wardens have suppressed these rumors and shifted focus to reward-based dueling cages as a controlled outlet. Not bad. Hades thought. Better to redirect than to suppress entirely. Rumors were just idle chatter anyway. As long as the Legion was stable and well-supplied, they could talk. He took a sip from his cup and turned the page. The most widespread rumor, Hades, the Lord of the Underworld. Pfft. Hades immediately choked on his drink. Wait. What? Frowning, he flipped to the next page, and there they were, words leaping off the paper. God. Divine response. Prayers. All manner of heretical nonsense flashing before his eyes. In a word? Panic. The good news? It was just a rumor. Very few actually believed it. But some of the details bothered him. A storm of thoughts and possibilities rushed through his mind. As the master of the Black Domain, Hades had no idea how others were experiencing its effects. Could prayers actually receive a response? Was such a ridiculous thing even possible? Then why, in all the Mechanicus liturgies, in all the decades of ritual and chant, had the tech priests never once spoken of a response? Hades flipped rapidly through the pages. Near the end of the report, he found an arrest warrant. Some of the targets were flagged for restricted access. The Grave Wardens were requesting his authorization. Hades blinked. And without hesitation, he signed his name at the bottom of the form. The harsh white light from the ceiling of the interrogation room beat down like a blade, casting a chilling gleam over the steel interrogation table. In the surrounding darkness, the Grave Wardens stood silently at the door. Since the moment they entered, the soldier hadn't moved an inch, like a motionless statue. The lead interrogator's seat was empty. On the other side of the table, Margot silently swallowed, trying her best to shrink away from the harsh white light. The cold sensation on her wrists was a constant reminder of her imprisoned state. She shouldn't have spoken carelessly. For the first time, Margot realized that even words could be judged. God, please forgive my foolishness. Margot silently prayed. The vast emptiness of the room seemed to stretch time, giving everything a surreal, foggy feeling. *#. What? Margot opened her eyes and glanced sideways at the person making strange noises beside her. Next to the Hadestown auxiliary soldier sat Magos Korklan. Compared to Margot's simple restraints, the Death Guard had truly gone all out on this Magos. He was thoroughly bound, with every auxiliary limb forcibly restrained. In addition, the Death Guard's Tech Marine had locked every joint capable of movement and even uploaded a copy of command codes into Magos. Throughout all of this, Korklan had cooperated with an absurdly docile attitude. What's wrong? Margot whispered to the Magos. They're coming soon. Even bound from head to toe, Korklan still tried to wriggle slightly, attempting to reassure Margot that there was no need to worry. No need to worry. Korklan seemed to want to say more but suddenly fell silent, curling up among his red robes and chains. Quiet, Korklan whispered. Margot swallowed again. She knew exactly what this lunatic was hinting at. The one who would judge them was about to arrive. She prayed for at least a swift death. The sound of armor joints clinking echoed in the silence as the Grave Warden at the door finally moved, silently pulling open the door to allow the interrogator inside. Blinding light spilled from outside, and a tall figure entered the room. No. The hazy silhouette from her memories, the unique pauldrons. Margot instinctively held her breath. Wait, oh my god. Oh my god. Hades? That's the Lord of the Underworld. Margot was certain her entire body was trembling. Before being locked in here, she never imagined that she and this half-mad Magos would attract attention from someone so high up. Even having a regular Death Guard deal with her had already been the limit of her imagination. And Thailand body, yes. But now, the upper leadership of the entire Legion, Hades himself. All because of her reckless speculations? She had been personally noticed by Hades. Margot felt like she was going to pass out. The weight of the overwhelming reality crushed her. Trembling and reverent, she buried her face deep in the shadow beneath the table, desperately seeking a sliver of comfort. Having just finished processing a mountain of paperwork, Hades sat silently at the interrogation table, eyeing the two before him with a thoughtful expression. He motioned for the grave warden outside to disable the recording devices in the interrogation room. Everything that happened here would be recorded by Hades himself and no one else. One was a trembling Hadehound auxiliary soldier. The other was Magos Korklan, currently putting on the most shameless performance of playing dumb. Hades looked at Korklan's exaggerated act and sighed deeply, which only made the Hadehound soldier shake even more violently. Hades had no choice but to speak as gently as he could. But he didn't realize that to Margot, his deep voice was like a scythe dragging across the floor, slowly scraping along her spine. Don't be nervous, Margot of Squad 037. I'm only going to ask you a few questions. Margot kept her head down and nodded blindly. Hades sighed again inwardly. This was the same support soldier who had once shouted for Hades. Of course, he remembered her. He had even suspected she might be an Alpha Legion agent. But after reviewing her records, he found nothing suspicious. Therefore, Hades had simply instructed the Grave Warden to keep an extra eye on her for a while, and had also asked her auxiliary corps commander to pass along a message: stop with the superstitions and believe in the Imperial truth. Originally, that would have been the end of it. In fact, the originator of the Lord of the Underworld rumors wasn't even Margot, it was another mortal with a fondness for weaving tales. But unexpectedly, Hades turned his gaze to Korklan. This Magos clearly knew exactly what he was doing. Realizing that this overly nervous girl wouldn't be able to answer anything properly, Hades decided to knock some sense into Magos currently playing dumb. He rested his arms on the table, interlaced his fingers, and covered the lower half of his face with his hands, leaving only his solid-colored eyes visible, eyes that betrayed no hint of what he was thinking. Korklan, care to explain? Why did you leave your assigned zone without authorization and proceed to harass a mortal support trooper? My lord, you must come to understand and embrace your inner truth. You can no longer run from it. Hades, stay calm. Stay calm. I want a straightforward answer to my question, Korklan. Korklan fell silent for a moment. I did it intentionally, my lord. Hades raised an eyebrow and motioned for him to go on. Margot's discovery completed the final piece of the puzzle. A believer's prayer truly does bring observation and response. That alone fulfills the definition of divinity, even if you yourself refuse to accept it. Observation and response. Hades was indeed in need of information in that area, but that could wait. He forcibly calmed his increasingly irate thoughts and spoke with finality. Listen closely, Korklan. I'll say this only once. First, I am not a god. Second, I am not a god. Lastly, I am not a god. Did you understand? Hades said through gritted teeth. I don't know how you came to your conclusions, Magos, but compared to Margot, who barely knows me, you've been around me for so long. What the hell are you thinking? Hades had never imagined that he, of all people, could be the subject of some rumor painting him as a god. At the very least, the gods of Warhammer weren't like this. Hades distinctly remembered those days back on Barbarous, drifting through life. How was that anything but a tale of an ordinary, unlucky human? Even his later strength came only from his physique and being forcefully infused with fragments of the Void Dragon. There was nothing godlike about him beyond that. Besides, what kind of god worked himself half to death every day like an overworked corporate drone? If anything, Hades preferred to think of himself as a miserable Warhammer wage slave, with zero pay, no less. With a straight face, Hades picked up a stack of documents from the table and began to read them out one by one. Korklan, let's see. You've stored over 3 terabytes of argumentative material in your database. You've been caught spreading dangerous ideologies to the Mechanicus of Mint and Rust. Your assistant Jean once tried to stop you, but you convinced him to believe your nonsense instead. At that, Hades suddenly realized that although Korklan and Jean worked diligently in his Blackstone lab every day, perhaps it was time he paid more attention to his employees' psychological and mental well-being. And finally, you attempted to lure Margot into compiling a distribution manual for your theories? By the time he finished reading those, the first one to fall silent was Hades himself. This deeply, profoundly shook him. Hades was stunned. Whether it was him rushing out of the lab to fight for lunch in the cafeteria, or lying on the lab floor to sleep, or cracking dumb jokes with the servitors all day, Corclan, after witnessing all of that, how could you still do this with a straight face? In Hades' mind, the first and foremost requirement for a person or a being to be called a god was mystery. Whether it was something cultivated deliberately by the being themselves, or simply an aura created by distance, those things that received worship always maintained a veil between themselves and their followers. It was this veil that allowed the believers to deify such entities. Hades could still understand the actions of the Hadeshund units. After all, among mortal units, it wasn't uncommon for people to secretly refer to powerful space marines, primarchs, or even the Emperor as angels, demigods, or deities. And the Legion had always turned a blind eye to such behavior. After all, the charisma of primarchs and the Emperor, in a certain sense, if you changed those nouns into adjectives, it wasn't entirely wrong. But the prerequisite was that space marines, primarchs, and the Emperor were sufficiently distant from mortals. With the exception of Sanguinius, Hades highly doubted that the original inhabitants of the Primarch's homeworlds had ever worshipped them as gods from the start. Because they were close enough to people. Apart from their extraordinary abilities, their behavior still clearly revealed their human nature. Take Mordorion, for example. At first, the people of Barbarous thought he was just some oversized freak with a disease. It wasn't until Mordorion led the people of Barbarous to slay the Xenos overlords that he began to be seen as a gifted warlord, not a god. Only after Mordorion joined the Legion, with the power and status that came with it, and became distant enough from mortals, did his reputation soar to the point where some mortals who glimpsed him on the battlefield mistook him for a demigod. But even then, the prerequisite remained mystique. Hades simply couldn't wrap his head around Corclan's logic. If nothing else, Hades was confident that he was the most human space marine in the entire Death Guard. And it wasn't like he ever put on airs in front of Corclan. Sure, he maintained the serious image of a Death Guard commander in front of others, but in front of this Magos, who was already bound to his side, Hades had long stopped caring about appearances. And even so, Corclan still had the gall to call him a god. Hades could feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth, that kind of tightache from wanting to pull a face, but holding it in. He silently stared at Corclan's activity logs. This Magos had trimmed and edited quite a few of Hades' photos. Carefully selected moments. Meticulously chosen compositions. Smoke and faint light swirling around the central figure. A solemn and silent face cast into darkness, where light could not reach. Hades didn't even know he could look that cool. But he also knew, very well, that most of the time he appeared in front of Corclan, he was wearing a Tech Marine's wrinkled uniform, half covered in grease, and beating the crap out of machines in the workshop like some scruffy mechanic. As his thoughts spun wildly, Hades still couldn't figure out why Corclan was doing any of this, or what his goal was. Corclan, Hades finally asked, his lips barely moving, why do you think I'm a god? How can Corclan claim that he's a god when he knows the way he usually behaved? The red-robed mechanical chunk beside the tribunal table wriggled a bit in its chains before speaking with unwavering resolve. My lord, because I know the truth behind the grand illusion. Only the most ignorant believers are fooled by appearances and actions. But I know. Those towering golden cathedrals, the servants singing flowery praise, the elaborate gestures and polished manners, it is only the most foolish mortals who are swayed by such things. It was like a nerve had been struck. Corclan's voice rose in fury. Those shallow idolaters. Deceived by handsome faces and emotional tricks. Who decided that gods must be glorious and beautiful on the outside? Mortals are merely worshipping the rulers of their own kind, mistakenly treating what they can't possess as divine by default. Enough. Hades shot to his feet and slammed the table, a thunderous bang erupting through the room. Bang. Thankfully, this was the Death Guard's private interrogation room, deep in a strictly monitored sector where no other factions had access. Otherwise, the things Corclan had just said would have made the hairs on the back of Hades' neck stand up. Corclan, Hades said sternly, this is your final warning. Everything you just said is heresy. It's all baseless conjecture on your part. The Death Guard has never fed you ideas or information like this. The white light above shone down onto Hades' head, casting his face into ominous shadow against the glare. A terrifying expression surfaced on his features. Margot, curled up at the side of the table, could barely breathe. She could feel it. That was killing intent. If she had been the one receiving this lecture, she'd probably have fainted on the spot. But to her surprise, Corclan's deliberately flattering voice rang out again, this time almost gentle, even submissive. Yes, I understand, my lord. Everything I've said is purely my own speculation. I've never voiced these thoughts before. But, Lord Hades, my lord of the underworld, I only wish to express that I am not one of those ignorant mortals. And that true divinity does not need to fit the traditional image. Why do you still hesitate? Are you hung up on not being tall enough? On your life being too rough around the edges? No, those are just appearances. You possess great power. You banish evil. You respond to the prayers of believers. Why cling to definitions created by mere mortals? Hades fell silent. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, slowly, he spoke. Corclan, don't use language and definitions to blur the line of principle. He glanced at Margot. There were things that should not be spoken in front of a mortal. I can tell you this, I am not a god. I understand my own existence. I remember everything I've experienced here. There are many things I cannot do. I am not some selfless, morally flawless being. Corclan, I don't know if it's my black domain that's confused you, but let me be clear, I am not a god. Do you understand? At the very least right now, there are no gods among humanity. If you're still confused by my abilities, I'm willing to explain them in detail. But don't treat what you don't understand as something divine. This so-called great power and banish evil, it's nothing more than my black domain in effect. People like you, worshipping things you don't understand. How are you any different from the ignorant fools of old who bowed down to powerful psychers? My lord, Corclan's mechanical voice cut in, cold and unwavering, silencing Hades' words, but you cannot explain the fact that you can respond to mortal prayers. Hades fell silent. In truth, when it came to his own black domain, his greatest source of information at the moment was the Lord of Figurines, Trazen. The second one was the empirical rules he had pieced together from his own practice. He knew how to sense the black domain, how to contract and expand it, and to what extent it needed to be pushed in order to defeat certain types of psychers. But beyond that, when it came to the principles behind the black domain, he was completely reliant on whatever came out of Trazen's mouth. Until this day, he still wondered whether Trazen was lying to him. According to Trazen, Hades himself was essentially a warp black hole, slowly and inevitably leaking everything from the warp into the lawless void outside the universe. Consuming the warp and psychic energy would accelerate the black hole's expansion, so the Emperor had placed restrictions on him. In physical reality, this manifested as an anti-psyker advantage, something his own combat experience confirmed. But why was it that when others prayed to him, they could still receive a response? Hades pondered. Regarding this so-called response, he needed more data and feedback before he could form any conclusions. And what if those people weren't even praying to him in the first place? The so-called response might not be coming from him at all. Aside from the warp's 4 petty merchants, Nurgle, Korn, Sench, and Slaanesh, there were also other demons that presided over different emotions or concepts. The thoughts and emotions of psychers could give birth to corresponding demons in the warp, or be absorbed by demons that already existed. One famous example was the future Sapphire King, a demon born from the death of the Primarch Ferrus Manus. At the moment of the Primarch's death, the intense emotional upheaval of the Iron Hands Legion and Manus himself gave birth to this demon, which was imbued with a particular hatred for the Iron Hands. So in reality, the warp was full of all sorts of miscellaneous demons. It didn't have to be the big 4. Other demons could also answer the emotions and thoughts of mortals, so long as the believer's prayers were directed their way. Thus, it was entirely possible that the power from those prayers didn't end up with him at all. Although lately, he had been feeling an odd, prickling unease everywhere. He needed more information. Hades spoke gravely. Corclan, regarding this so-called response, what we need right now is hard evidence, not your speculation. My lord, I'll pray right. You, don't you dare pray here. Hades, predicting the Muggos' move, cut him off before he could act. Corclan squirmed in displeasure, trying to show his discontent, but Hades decisively ignored him. Yes, he realized that talking to a fanatic was pointless. Even if you asked him for evidence, what you'd get would likely be filtered and embellished. So Hades turned his gaze to the one who had been pretending to be an ostrich just moments ago, Margot. Margot has short black hair, golden eyes, with freckles across her face that looked like chemical burns, a characteristic of the Galaspar people. She had faint burn scars on the side of her face. Based on her occupation, Hades suspected she might have been scalded by the high-temperature transport piping inside a Hadestown tank. When tank gunners bailed out in an emergency, it was indeed easy to get burned by equipment that hadn't cooled down yet. But Hades had no intention of widening the tanks. These hounds needed to stay agile. Honestly, she'd had it rough, first being suspected by him of being an Alpha Legion operative, and then getting tangled up with the fanatic Core Clan. It was obvious that the heated exchange between him and Core Clan earlier had frightened this mortal, who, apart from the Tech Marines, had hardly interacted with other Death Guard. But someone who had been scared witless wasn't fit for interrogation. They would instinctively go along with the interrogator's words, surrendering and agreeing to anything. Hades cleared his throat and spoke as gently as he could. "Margot of Squad 037, don't be nervous. You've merely been dragged into this by Core Clan. Tell me the truth, and you can return to the Legion. I remember you. You were one of the Hadestown unit in the second boarding battle, serving under Captain Sothrin. Your squad penetrated the deepest into the enemy fleet. You did well. Why yes, my lord, I saw you back then. Yes, you were near the enemy's command chamber. I happened to be there to behead their leader. You were trying to take the enemy down with you, yes, I saw it. A brave and noble act. Speaking only for myself, you've already proven your loyalty to the Death Guard and to the Imperium." Hades nodded gravely. He had always maintained a respectful attitude toward souls who dared to charge forward and sacrifice themselves, provided they hadn't shouted for Hades while doing it. But Hades suddenly realized he might have said too much. A measured amount of encouragement was useful. It could stir positive emotions, but overdoing it could push those emotions into another extreme. The problem was, Hades thought, that in his position, aside from lunatics like Core Clan, who didn't care about rank and had even dared to curse the Emperor, most people would be thrilled just to have someone of higher rank speak to them. Sure enough, Margot's trembling grew even more severe. She looked on the verge of tears. Humans were social creatures, after all. When their sacrifices and determination were seen and acknowledged, and even praised, what could be more moving than that? Well, perhaps if the one giving the praise was someone with a rather exceptional identity. Hades sighed inwardly. At this rate, there's no chance of them finishing the interrogation today. He also didn't trust letting another grave warden handle it. If these two spouted some earth-shattering nonsense, the chance of him being labeled as heretic is quite high. Margot, I hope you can calm yourself. There's much to be done and little time. I believe you can get your mind back in order. Hades gave a small smile, trying to ease the atmosphere. Even I, too, sometimes get nervous. It's simply human nature. Don't put pressure on yourself over that feeling. They were just words of comfort. She wasn't an Astartes with a mind and body rebuilt. Hades didn't believe such emotions could be shut down instantly. Margot still kept her head down in silence. But then, to his surprise, Hades suddenly felt a bizarre, absurd sensation. In this completely sealed space, he sensed a faint tremor, almost like a soft breeze. Huh? With a faint suspicion, Hades looked at Margot across the tribunal table. A bad thought surfaced from the dim, murky waters of his mind. There's no way. Margot still looked as before, draped in ashen exhaustion, but no longer trembling. A deeper weariness and helplessness now weighed over her. You must be joking. With the distance between them so short, his senses sharpened. The once vague sensation became clearly defined. The path of thought became focused, pointing straight at him. It was undeniable. Even he had to admit it. He had truly felt a prayer, and had actually answered it, though he had no idea what he had answered. Core Clan, delighted, kept jotting down notes on everything happening in the room. My apologies, my lord, I've completely calmed down now. The weak voice rose. Margot lifted her head, but still didn't dare meet Hades' eyes. Her gaze fixed instead on her own reflection on the tabletop. What were you just doing? Praying, Lord Hades. To me? To you. I'm not a god. You are. Hades felt a wave of helplessness. If some machine oil-covered fanatic believed in him, fine, he could chalk that up to fragments of the Void Dragon at work. But someone who had once believed in the imperial truth turning to faith in a god, he decided to lie. At the very least, unlike Core Clan, who already knew the truth, Margot had not yet been contaminated with too much information. The Imperial truth teaches that there are no gods in this world. I merely happen to possess an ability similar to an anti-psyker's. In essence, I am just an ordinary human. I was born, and one day I will die, just like you. Margot fell silent, seeming to be thinking about something. Hades could only hope she hadn't already been brainwashed by Corclan. Then, she spoke cautiously. My lord, forgive my ignorance, but I have read the books. They all say the same thing: if you are not a god, then you are the god's agent in this world. Hades almost choked on his own blood. Back when he had been driven out by crowds because of his black domain, he could never have imagined that one day he'd be faced with such a bizarre scene, having to prove he was human. When did he ever need to argue about something this ridiculous? Why do you think I'm a god? If it's because of this so-called prayer, let me make it clear, it's just, you could think of it as psychic power. Sorcery. Blinks weren't something the masses could easily understand. If he directly called himself in Blink, it would be near impossible to explain. But people did understand sorcery and psychers, especially in the Death Guard, a legion utterly deranged in its hatred of psychers. Margot said nothing. She stared at her reflection on the table's surface. For someone who had clawed her way up from the slums of Galapar, the weight of Hades' words, backed by his status, was enormous. This man was handsome, but he didn't look like the gods described in books, shrouded in golden light or draped in black veils. He wore no plain flaxen robe or eternal olive leaf crown. And yet, Margot still believed Hades was a god, or at least, not human. But why did she think that? If she put aside the hazy, drowsy feeling from her prayers. At last, she seized on the key. My lord, ever since your conversation with the Magos just now, and even while speaking with me, I felt something was off. I've been searching for what exactly caused that feeling of dissonance. Now I've finally found it. Hades raised an eyebrow. What is it, Margot? Whatever it was, surely he could just fix it. Margot took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. My lord, you see yourself as human, just like me. Hades blinked. Well, of course I do. Isn't that obvious? Yes, that's right. Hades nodded. A smile crept across Margot's lips. She had found her proof. That's it, my lord. That's exactly it. You only care about being human yourself, but you ignored what I said earlier. In truth, no lord of high station would allow me to equate them with myself. Margot enunciated each word deliberately. A god would not care about rank. Only humans would. A god was equal to all. They looked upon the sorrows of the world without mockery. Only a god could possess such flawless qualities. Even the great lords carried pride and condescension. If it had been anyone else, Margot was sure that after her earlier words, she would have been torn apart. In all your words just now, you kept placing yourself on equal footing with me. And your attitude toward me was no different from your attitude toward the Magos. From the side, the bound Corclan let out an electronic sound that was half admiration, half protest. A legion commander, my lord, speaking as an equal with me, a lowliest mortal auxiliary trooper. Hades froze. That is simply a matter of character. It's not a valid basis for your conclusion. You're still trying to convince me, my lord. Then perhaps you can tell me another lord that is like yourself. I'll repeat exactly what I said to you to him. Hades' mind began racing. But after a moment's thought, he realized there wasn't such a person in the Death Guard. Even Vorks. Well, maybe a barbarous native might qualify, but a Galavar native? Absolutely not. Hades drew in a deep breath. He could already tell there was no way to explain this cleanly. Even if he started pretending to be angry now, this particular girl wouldn't believe it. You can't just define your own concept of God and then fit me into it. Perhaps I'm simply an exception. And what if we add the ability to answer a believer's prayer? Margot spoke quickly now. You have the name of an ancient god, you look upon all equally, you can answer the prayers of your faithful, and you drive away alien corruption. Her eyes flicked toward Corclan. The Magos immediately picked up the thread. You can comprehend the silent machines, banish the laws of chaos, reshape planetary landscapes, and command the power that symbolizes death. Margot pressed on. With all that, are you simply a virtuous psyker of rare talent, or a god? You possess the power, the knowledge, the virtue, and the authority of a god. If not a god, then what else should we call such a being? Oh no. Hades slowly realized there was no washing this off. even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Not that Terra even had a Yellow River. Or an ocean anymore, for that matter. Also, wait, am I really that powerful? These two had already tangled themselves deep in their own logic, unable to pull free. And, truth be told, Hades couldn't find any outright flaws in their reasoning. Because, taken purely as a list of attributes, even by his own plain, human standards, such a person would be called a saint. If you only looked at the adjectives. No, he was nothing of the sort. These two were turning him into some mythic figure. This was slander. Blasphemy. He knew the truth. He was not a god. He was human. And he was determined to keep his human status. But it was clear he could not reason these two out of it. After a long silence, Hades spoke slowly, voice hard. This is my final warning. I am human. Put away those dangerous thoughts. Corclan's voice came bright with amusement, ending in a cheerful electronic crackle. Yes, my lord. Of course you're human. The Muggos had shown his stance, and Margot quickly followed. Yes, my lord. If you say so, then you are. I repent for my earlier offense, my lord. She lowered her head, then raised it again, eyes gleaming. Lord Hades, Lord of the Underworld, I understand now. You are far more perfect than I had imagined. Understand what? Stop understanding things I never said. What could he say to turn this around? Well, maybe if they didn't start preaching about it, there wouldn't be much harm. Still, this was absurd. He always had contingency plans for chaos incursions, but he had no contingency plan for being mistaken for a deity. He fixed his expression into a stony mask. It seems you have not repented after all. In that case, you need punishment. I believe the dungeons aboard the Endurance will suit you well. Margot and Corclan exchanged a look, watching Hades beat his retreat. A strange sort of revolutionary camaraderie bloomed between two people from vastly different stations. See? It's just like what I told you, he is humble. Yes, Muggos. And he will not truly punish us. I believe you, Muggos. The Death Guard fleet that had entered the Rust star system naturally adjusts the rhythm on board to match the time of Rust's primary planet. So right now, aboard the Endurance, it was still in the early morning. The empty cafeteria was dimly lit, a hollow sense of isolation filling the rows of neatly aligned steel tables. Far off in the distance, the white light from the corridor spilled faintly across a corner of the floor. Hades rested his chin in his hand, waiting for his midnight snack. How did things end up like this? Originally, he had just been commanding the battle, whether it was the mechanic, the suddenly appearing Nurgle cultists, the Rangda, or the Dark Angels chasing after the Rangda. Hades felt he'd handled all of it fairly well. His teammates were pulling their weight too, and the momentum was good. But why? Why did it have to end up like this? He had done his best, so why was he being slandered as a god? His porridge arrived. Only this small bowl of white porridge, still faintly warm, could soothe the heart that had been so wounded by Corclan and Margot. They had actually insulted him by saying he wasn't human. The worst thing is, he couldn't out-argue them. He was even starting to get tangled up in their logic. To use an imperfect analogy, he now felt the same frustration as when you lose a lane in a duel, but the price of losing here was the loss of his human status. No, he was human. First things first, set those two fanatics aside for a moment and let him sort out his own logic. No matter how he thought about it, he was human. It wasn't like he hadn't seen the apothecary's medical report. He had all the parts a human was supposed to have. Alright, physiologically, he was human. His attitude was easy enough to explain too. He wasn't born and raised in the cesspit, so having an egalitarian mindset was easy enough to account for, even if he couldn't actually say that. Alright, mentally, he was also human. The only thing that was hard to explain was his black domain. Just what was that thing anyway? He was a pragmatist. His approach to the black domain was mostly about using it in practice, very much an empiricist's way of thinking. After all, much of human development had worked the same way. People discovered how to use something long before they understood the theory behind it. The first humans who knew how to use fire certainly didn't know what an oxidation reaction was. In the beginning, Hades had simply categorized himself as a rather odd sort of blank. After all, back on Barbarous, he really had been weak, and the black domain wasn't anything special back then. But later, Hades recalled that his black domain was, in truth, a bit overpowered. And if he tried to explain it using Trajan's theories. Hades tried to imagine a black hole. From his past experience with the warp, he imagined it as an ocean of shifting, multicolored currents. According to the intel he'd gathered, Hades himself was like a hole or a rift within that ocean, drawing those waters out of this universe. Since he was a transmigrator, his projection in this universe being a rift of sorts did make a certain kind of sense. But why did it only work on the warp? Hades recalled Trajan's earlier words. The Lord of Figurines had made a point of emphasizing that he was a person from the physical universe. In other words, he was more like a piece of filter paper filtering out the warp, leaving behind the physical world. Hades could vaguely sense that his affinity with physical laws was stronger, and after consuming a fragment of the Void Dragon, this feeling had only grown stronger. In his mind, Hades added another detail to his black hole, a membrane that the material universe could not pass through. By all rights, based on how his black domain felt to him, if there were no restraints, it should be slowly and irreversibly expanding. A rift squeezed by the pressure of flowing water would only grow wider. But now it seemed the Emperor had infused it with psychic power and other tweaks, allowing him to feel that he was being restricted. Thinking about it that way, Hades could finally understand what he actually was. But what was with prayers being answered? If he was already a black hole, Hades didn't see himself as anything like one of those so-called warp gods with concepts and authority, able to respond to followers or gain strength from their prayers. Besides, those machine oil guys had been praying for so long, and he hadn't felt a thing. Judging by the kind of sensory sharpness he'd had back in the interrogation room, he should have picked up on something ages ago if it were real. Hades fell silent. Wait. He suddenly realized he'd never actually asked anyone what his warp form looked like in their eyes. In theory, any astropath or psyker should be able to see the warp, right? He remembered the last time he'd visited the Endurance's astropaths, the way they had been so frightened of him. Decision made. He was going to run an experiment. Hades stood up. He needed to get his personal affairs in order quickly, or he'd never get through the mountain of pending paperwork. On his command board, approval requests from the Death Guard were pinging beep beep tap tap nonstop. Any psyker should know one thing: don't become a psyker in the Death Guard. It only leads to misfortune. The Endurance's dungeon was as monotonous as the ship itself. Maybe other legions kept racks of torture devices and the like, but the Death Guard cells had nothing. Literally nothing. It was just an empty room, with the brightest lights kept on at all times. In the corner, two people sat on the floor, muttering quietly to each other. Margot, in army green uniform, had her knees hugged to her chest, curled against the wall. The crimson-robed Margot sat cross-legged beside her. "He isn't happy seeing us like this," Margot murmured. "But what does he want us to do?" Margot's core clan made a strange series of mechanical calculation noises. "Based on my behavioral template analysis of the Lord, I believe he wishes for everyone to possess an upper-middle level of happiness by Hive City standards, while also having a self-driven motivation to work. But as things stand, the Lord is wary of certain matters. The Lord of the Underworld and the Death God are both clearly on guard for the future." Margot blinked nervously. She recalled a term she'd once seen in an ancient text, though she didn't fully understand what it meant. The Great Flood. Perhaps not. Corclan remembered his own nightmares, those rotting, squirming lumps of flesh, those creatures that violated every law of reality. He was certain Hades was guarding against something. But he couldn't say. At least, not when Hades himself had decreed that such knowledge and memories were part of the final line of defense. Sadly, as a mortal, Margot would never be able to reach higher realms of understanding. "I cannot explain it to you. Knowledge is poisonous." "Knowledge, poisonous?" Margot struggled to chew over the Mugos's words. Corclan nodded solemnly. "Knowledge is poisonous. Ignorance is a kind of happiness, and a form of defense." "I don't understand." Corclan made a simulated lip-smacking sound from his box emitter. "Margot, I am a Mugos. I have seen far too many of my colleagues, and even my superiors, lose their minds. They knew too much. Contradictions and living, sentient knowledge gnawed at them, bit by bit, until they went utterly mad." Margot blinked in confusion, and Corclan could see the flicker of starlight in her eyes, the shimmer of human thought in motion. "But, Corclan, you seem perfectly fine." You know so much. You clearly know those poisonous ideas, yet you. Corclan raised a hand for silence, leaned close, and pressed his vox emitter to Margot's ear. The blackstone ornament on his crimson robe swung down, brushing her neck, and Margot shivered imperceptibly. In the lowest possible voice, the Muggo said, "I am a madman. I have already died once." The sound carried a faint vibration that made her ear itch. But it was the meaning of the words that truly left her breathless. "The first time I went mad was when I learned that the Omnissiah's divine miracles on Mars were nothing but a rain of lies." Can you imagine it, the vast, overwhelming curtain of rain? The people kneeling in the downpour, crying out in worship. My second madness came when I learned that the ideological foundation of the Imperium was nothing but a worthless scrap of paper. Can you imagine monsters that defy gravity itself, flying in the sky? Beings beyond the limits of human imagination. My third madness. It was the thunder of Barbarous that awakened me, pulling my remains out from the thought engine of my disciple. Corclan grew more and more impassioned as he spoke, and through those inorganic augmetic eyes, Margot almost saw green lightning split the darkness. I should have been dead long ago. I was dead. A miracle awoke me, and God pointed me toward my path. Do you understand? I appear normal now only because the Lord wishes me to be so. Only in this way can I remain here. But now you're locked in the same cell with me, you shouldn't be so hasty to expose yourself. Margot's voice was calm. There were too many terms in the Muggos' speech she couldn't understand, but she could read one truth from it. This man had been shattered and reassembled countless times. Corclan had experienced too much. He had gone beyond this age, enduring in a short span all the suffering humanity would have to face and understand again and again in the long future to come. And the one who set it all in motion remained unaware. He is too vast, so vast that he is ignorant. He needs to learn our rules, and I am the one who rings the alarm for him. I can feel it. Knowledge that would drive a person to the brink of collapses, to him, is nothing more than some already known commonplace fact. Like leaves withering. Like seeds sprouting. Corclan had once asked around about the Lord's story. In the early years of the Lord of the Underworld's life, rejected by crowds, he would often sit in a daze on the wastelands, staring at the murky rivers of Barbarous for an entire day. The truths of the universe, to him, were no more surprising than the way water inevitably flows away. And he takes it for granted. He takes it for granted. Margot pondered. She knew far too little, but she tried to follow the Muggos' train of thought. Just like the way that Lord treats us? Corclan nodded gravely. He has never noticed anything unusual. Perhaps the Death Guard at his side, or the Death God, might occasionally catch a glimpse of the truth. But they're too numb. They're fooled by the Lord's outward appearance. Those Barbarous-born or those dull Terrans. They've never studied. They've never thought. They cannot truly grasp anything beyond mud or killing. The Muggos paused for a moment, the faint crackle of static audible. They are war machines. They will never understand. At least not yet. Margot swallowed. Then, have we understood the Lord's thoughts? Corclan silently shook his head. We cannot bear so much. We can only warn him from our own perspective, assist him. Is there anyone who truly understands his thoughts? Again, Corclan shook his head in silence. Perhaps the Death God. Perhaps not. The Lord is destined to be rejected by the crowds, to reject life. He is alone. That's why he needs us. Margot murmured the words, her golden eyes shimmering as she looked at Corclan. Yes, he needs believers. We will let him know his path is not a lonely one. Corclan extended his primary limb, fingers brushing the hem of his crimson robe before plucking off a single, perfectly formed blackstone pendant. He offered it to Margot, who received it with care. The stone seemed to hold the deepest black, carrying within it the coldest, most merciless laws of the universe. The two of them huddled together in the corner, quietly admiring the tiny gem. Margot pinched the blackstone lightly between her fingers, and a faint, familiar sensation bloomed at her fingertips. This is a fragment that fell from the main spire on Barbarous when the Lord performed a miracle. It carries his presence. It is him. To Corclan, the blackstone was like a photograph. It could preserve the feeling of that moment. But it was too faint. Far too faint. The merest touch of psychic force could snuff it out. You're giving this to me, Corclan? Margot's eyes widened in surprise, blinking carefully at him. But her hands didn't stop moving. She lifted one side of her hair and hung the blackstone from her ear. Corclan's voice was low and heavy, as if facing a truth he did not wish to accept. You are necessary. That lord values mortals more than the life forms of the Mechanicum. And the Mechanicum's attempts have all failed. You are the first mortal to find the underworld's place in the warp. He has chosen you. Margot stayed silent, feeling the weight at her earlobe. She remembered that day, aboard the Xenos ship, when Hades' gaze had fallen upon her. A crimson light pierced the endless darkness, pointing directly at her. But he does not permit it. He does not permit it yet. We can wait. Wait for the day he is truly known to the world. Will that day truly come? The flood will come, inevitably. Corclan whispered, using his secondary limb to draw on the floor. Soon, the symbol of a three-headed hound emerged. The hound of the underworld was fierce, its jagged fangs interlocking, glaring at them with eyes that seemed to growl in a low, rumbling threat. The Muggos pointed to the three heads. The left represents the Astartes, the center the mortals, the right the Mechanicum. You're the most humble Muggos of the Mechanicum I've ever met. Margot stared at the hellhound, deep in thought. This is his will, not mine.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.